enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Testing she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. Flexin' on ya, flexin' on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast.
Asia Pacific is where the battle of three regions began: Southeast Asia, South Asia, and Oceania. As they start their games in a clean slate here in the knockout stage, the rivalry between the team is definitely growing as all of them thrive and all of them, as they push the throttle each and every day, the competition just gets better. 12 teams have left us here and the top 8 dogs remain, but only 2 will make it to Masters Reykjavik. Will it be the underdogs of this competition or will it be the veterans of the international stage? Let's find out as we welcome you to VCT Asia Pacific Knockouts.
This could be absolutely brutal. Flaring allowed, but then Derion on the edge. What a dodge!
Does get Dylan out of the way, immediately clears out.
He wanted to double back to control onto Phil's here, but this Judd, don't see that too often. Like he has to play that sentinel role, but it has worked out easy peasy. Seeker's getting so just keep pushing forward. Nobody from the side of the other team is just expecting it.
That's an ace! That's an ace! He's just so huge, but for now, Blast in the back, he gets one. Will it be a double? Not quite. Could be a three-piece for him. Are you kidding me? But look at that, there's Len on the side there. There you go. No one following up from the side. Look at that, Jade will be fighting back. Darion, are you kidding me? Gets a double out of that.
Spots out one, but Vibhor is holding on true. They're pushing through the smoke too aggressively here, Dax, and they might have actually lost this one a little bit too preemptive as Vibhor hits a 3K.
He does absolutely nothing. I love the utility. Blur, wait, where did he come from? Oh my goodness, Blur has hit the flank of the century, maybe even of the APAC Challengers. Taking that got picked off.
I thought he was the one that got picked off, and maybe, just maybe, he can get the kills. The Valorant ultimate already forces him right, which does absolutely nothing, and BNB is just one bullet away.
Pushes on, Severin though, taking a chunk of damage. Blurred now, bringing the pain to 2. Make that a 3rd. This angle here seems like the glasses are fogging on up. Is this gonna be an ace here from the Jet? Yes, it is. Now what they're doing here, as they go for a push, but flips it there, it's right there. And you say access, but I say restriction here from Gold because flips it there. Full stop.
Left aiming right for SBE. They just have to look at one.
What? Oh, what the hell? No, man, where did you even get that? How is he even allowed to get that close? He's found another
somewhere out of nowhere so quickly. Nods though will have to make amends, and the showstopper will get 2. Perfect package delivered there.
To the side here, Poppy Chulo playing from the side. He can't see because of the cover coming in from the other side, but he is good for 2, good for 3, big and 4. Oh my God, Poppy Chulo!
See what they can do. It's gonna be Nomad that can get that pick off here. Or that lockdown does disperse, but it's gonna be a nice couple of kills here. 10 seconds to go plant the spike. No time, but Health looking for the ace right now. Can he get it? 1v1, low HP on Chimay. Very doable, and he hits the headshot with the ace.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone in between, my name is Taylor here, and joining me today are these amazing panelists that I have as I welcome you to the Taylor Multiverse. We have Raf and Asarai here. Did you see what I do with my shirt, Raf? They finally put me beside you. No reaction?
I'm trying to react to this, okay? Because I'm looking at Asarai. He has a very, very interesting choice
like
for a hairstyle this morning.
Dude.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's like, oh, yeah, that's how you spin me up, ladies and gents. But yes, I love your shirt. I absolutely love being here with everybody who's trying to confuse me at this time of the morning.
At 11 in the morning, and Raph is already confused. We haven't started panel yet, and everyone is just here like a whale right now. Asarai with the hair, I love it. I love it. And of course, Raph looking really cool with his shirt. It's the summer heat right now here in the Philippines, but here we are bringing the heat in the Asia Pacific stage as well, as we talk about what happened last week and everything else because of how hot it was last week. This time around, this is the top 8. As I said in my intro, 12 teams have left us, and we are finally down to the drain, and we are gonna just dive into the recap. What were your favorite matches from last week, Raph and Asarai?
Well, Boom. It's right there. Match with Boom, I absolutely adored. Because the way that Boom handled every single playstyle thrown at them, it's honestly so consistent. They have this way of deceiving you, having a 4-round lead, but somehow that 4 or 3 rounds, they never get reduced to anything less.
For me, on my end, I will probably be talking about Bonkers and the Persija rivalry that has stemmed in their specific group. Let it be known that we love our brothers from the Oceania region. I really enjoyed how these two teams played. It feels like they just made each other way better. Like Persija were struggling on the first series, whether it's because they were just fighting a different region, similar with what Bonkers was experiencing. But at the end, at the final bout, to see who would be qualified coming out from that Group E match, we saw them push it into, what, 3 overtimes in 3 games, which was incredible to say at the least. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing the next time we see Bonkers come into the APAC scene.
Yeah, probably one of the longest games that we actually witnessed here at Stage as well. So many overtimes and 3 match series as we call it. But aside from that, for me, it's going to be Full Sense and Velocity Gaming. It's just seemed like a VLT during the time that we were playing against Full Sense. During the first half or the first game against Full Sense last time, they really stepped on the gas and made Full Sense like they are a weaker team like that. But it's just so nice to see how Full Sense actually bounced back all the way from what happened to them, and it just goes to show that Full Sense is ready to step in here to our top 8 and just go in full throttle and in full mode and step on the gas continuously against the other teams that we are going to be having. But aside from that, what would you say would be the team that you actually miss the most heading to the top 8 teams? I know this is the most powerful teams that we have right now in the top 8, but who will you be missing actually? Raph, you first. I know you're thinking already and you're like, you have 12 choices, man.
Honestly, if I had to narrow it down to 2, I would have loved to see Onyx really play inner knockouts. I would have loved to watch Bonkers evolve even more, especially with that amount of personality and flexibility on that team. Again, Oceania looking so good for the future. And I have to say, despite not making it to our playoff stage here, I can only be so hopeful for everybody who's competed, who's really shown up. One team that we also have to take note of is Oblivion Force. They have so much raw talent that people have to keep track of HKT dubs a little bit more now.
Through that, that's one of the teams that I actually like the most too. But other than that, how about you, Asarai? Do you miss any team that we are looking at here that are out already of the equation for Asia Pacific knockouts?
Well, since they're from the Philippines and we've seen their
oh no,
their journey, I gotta give it to MiTH Esports.
Ouch.
Yeah, it was their first showing in the international scene, and they did, I think, as good as they can, considering that they went up against a team like Bleed Esports and Onyx G, who we touted as really strong powerhouses from their specific respective regions. And that being said, there's just more for them to learn, but it really is sad that we couldn't see them get further and maybe even qualify for the knockout stages.
Put analysis to it, and I was about to say, like, my favorite team that I would like to see is Bonkers. I just miss seeing logos on the screens, you know? That's the only thing. That's why I miss them. But let's check out the team's code itinerary towards the main goal of the week, to fly to Iceland for the Masters. Let's go ahead and check out the tournament format.
Something like this, though, with all about that dual play. I told you, dude.
Welcome to the VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs. The journey to Masters starts here. VCT Challengers APAC Playoffs features the top 20 Valorant teams from Asia Pacific as they compete for one of 2 spots in the first global event of the year, Stage 1 Masters. The tournament runs from the 10th to 27th of March and is made up of 3 stages: the play-ins, group stage, and knockouts.
First of Paper X now down, and Bad Guy comes in from behind and retaliates too.
The 2 teams which make it all the way to the grand finals qualify for Masters, where they will meet the best teams from around the globe, plus the lion's share of the $150,000 prize pool. APAC Playoffs begins with teams placed into the play-ins and group stages based on their performance at domestic competitions, and the goal of distributing teams from same region into different groups. The 8 play-in teams compete in 2 4-team double elimination brackets, with 2 teams from each bracket proceeding to the next stage. Things don't get any easier with the now completed 4 groups competing again in 4-team double elimination brackets, where again the top 2 from each group proceed. The surviving 8 teams will then be sorted into a final double elimination bracket, with the grand finalists qualifying for Masters and battling in a deciding match to be crowned APAC champion. There is a rising tide in the Pacific. It is the rise of the next heroes, and it continues to grow stronger. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
There you have it, the itinerary, or as we call it, the flight towards Iceland, as we know. And Raph is already saying in the background, like, oh, you know a thing or two about traveling.
Wow.
Yeah, man, I've been stuck in a country because of it.
Flexing the Europe trip. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I mean-
Nah. But moving forward, we saw the tournament format right there, and I just love how it's double elimination for each stage, because it just goes to show like how we filter out the teams that we have right here. But moving forward, as we look at the match schedule here on the screens later on, we are going to be seeing who are the teams that will be fighting it out for today. And I'm very excited to show you guys, of course, definitely the first series for today. I'm already excited to talk about it. But looking at the Group A, day one, this is the schedule of what we are talking about. I already asked you guys a while ago, and we were talking about it and chatting a while ago, that if you were, I asked you, what were the teams that you were missing and you enjoyed last week? What about the matches that you are actually looking forward to seeing today, Raph?
I mean, again, just to go back to what Asarai said, we've all enjoyed our fair share of nows. We would have loved to see more of them. But right now, if you're looking into our opener for our knockouts, I am honestly so excited how Boom Esports can continue this momentum against a team like XERXIA. I don't think that Boom Esports has really gone head-to-head with a team of that degree. Again, this is not to discredit anybody, going into our day. But Boom, they've just been so convincing. It's been so hard to doubt them, to really tout that, are they gonna perform?
That's honestly true. Like, there's so many things right now, because before we were talking about how Indonesia seems to be the strongest region coming into APAC Challengers, but Thailand is the rising tide once again. That being said, my matchup for today doesn't even have Thailand or Indonesia. It has to be PaperX and Southbuilt Esports. Not because we're Filipinos, but I feel like
nobody ever said anything. Whoa.
And no one is saying anything.
Bias?
Right? I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Just continue, man.
Okay, my slight bias, all right, is in this match because there is a heavy underdog story for Southbuilt here. And PaperX definitely is probably the strongest team that we have right now in APAC. And this is gonna be such a David and Goliath matchup coming into that last series.
It is true. Finally, the storyline of the underdogs versus the veterans here in the Asia Pacific stage. I would also say the same in here. When it comes to PaperX, they're one of the teams that are actually consistent and moving forward throughout Masters or throughout SEA Challengers even, and in their own specific region. Obviously, they are one of the strongest teams right here. But I would say the most exciting match for me today is gonna be the first match, which is gonna be between Full Sense versus Persija. And we were talking about it behind the scenes a while ago, how Thailand and Indonesia are trying to fight for the right, to actually say that I'm better here in the FPS scene. I'm better when it comes to Valorant, because this is such a good matchup that we are looking at. And as we move forward and take a look on the teams that we have right here, of course, Full Sense, we've seen them time and time again. And Persija, known as Boys with Love before, are now stepping here onto the stage. But these are familiar names for us too. They have Eeyore, they have other team members that are very familiar to us, like Asterisk as well. But as we move forward, let's take a look on the lineup and what team we are looking forward. Let's start with Full Sense.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well, a penny for yourself, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, putting on for my city like OAG.
That was Full Sense, ladies and gents. And as we look and stare into the screen and see what the actual roster is, we have Chalala, John Olsen, Lamy Snacks, PTC, and the Love family. Now, a very interesting lineup that we are seeing here. We talked about it from the previous panel before. And as we look into Full Sense here, I would like to ask Asarai, of course, what are the winning conditions when it comes to Full Sense? Like moving forward versus Persija, obviously, what can they have or bring to the table that are different or that is different from the previous weeks that we've seen them?
I think I'm not sure if Raph is gonna agree to this because I value his opinion very much.
I want you guys to fight here in panel.
Oh, okay, so all right, you're gonna pin me against him. This is fine, totally fine. But yeah, I think for Full Sense, specifically in this matchup, one thing that they can really focus on to beat the opposition, which is Persija, is that I feel like Full Sense is a team that can be designed to outlast aggression. You know, they can dish it out themselves, but I really feel like they can stretch out a round for as long as possible, save key utilities, and still be able to fight each and every interval that Persija might push against them. That being said, the point of aggression that I did talk about is John Olsen, where from time to time, he does tend to overheat a lot and actually cost a very valuable player for Full Sense being knocked off too early in the round, which forces PTC and the remaining other 3 members of Full Sense to kind of deal with what John Olsen has done, but he's been very controlled as of recent.
Oh my god. Look at Raph. He's mad already. He likes, okay, I hear something. I'm gonna fight Asarai later on. But moving forward, Full Sense is gonna go up against another team for today. You already said the winning conditions of the team, but let's talk about the other team, which is Persija. Let's take a look at their roster right now.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like hello. Yeah. I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. Putting on for my city like old ages.
That was Persija, also known as Boys Will Love, before they step here in the knockouts or in the group stage. But this team consists of Asterisk, Eeyore, Famous, Flinch, Roastify. If we actually watch the videos from the previous matches where we actually asked the other teams if they can build a perfect team for their own specific team, who will they put? They say Famous, Flinch, and other players as well for Persija Esports. But I would like to ask Raph here, what would be the winning condition right now for Persija Esports?
Very good question, especially that Asarai brought up John Olsen earlier. Now, it's not that I disagree with Asarai. John Olsen has been a pivotal player for Full Sense and is a definite target for Persija, but to say that the other members are kind of have to, or rather forced to deal with whatever John Olsen does, I don't believe that's the actual play there, because everybody, Lamy Snacks, Chalala, they all have amazing clutching power and already amazing fragging power. So it just kind of pales in comparison to John. But now let's put our perspective towards Persija here. At this point in time, they all have the trademarks to be a great prototypical Indonesian powerhouse. But for them to convincingly topple Full Sense, they need to be a little more complete. In reference, the last team that gave FS the L was Onyx. The most obvious difference between Onyx tenure and strategic depth, all honesty, put on the table. With Flinch being such a literal hit or miss player, Famous has been the perfect complementary teammate. We really can't ignore the fact that he's been so stable. His stock has been on the rise, both in play and in honestly interest from everybody. Now, everybody on both sides, as I've mentioned, contributes in bunches. But Persija's ironclad defense will be tested against Full Sense bend or break offense. We know how both these teams operate, and the stark contrast is going to be fireworks.
So you would say that the cue here, or basically the momentum for Team Persija right now, is not to stop just John Olsen? What?
Everybody.
Everybody?
Yes.
Oh man, that's a problem. But let's take a look at the head-to-head right here, since we were talking about the players anyway. And I think Asarai has a violent reaction towards that.
Yeah, let it be known that it's not the thing that makes full sense that John Olsen thing. That was just a occurrence that could happen. That being said, this head-to-head is really, I think, what encompasses this entire match is the John Olsen versus Flinch 1v1. Is that John Olsen can do so much with what is little given to him, but Flinch, on the other hand, it feels like he needs setups. He's been the hot and cold for the Persija roster, and we did see that multiple times when Persija went up against Paper Rex. He was just hitting left and right shots with the operator. I believe at one moment in like Icebox, he got like 16 sniper kills, and then when they went up against Bonkers, he just couldn't find anything to get things started. So there really is going to be some point of pressure here specifically on Flinch, because I feel like Persija does rely a lot on Flinch and Famous, as you were describing there, Raph.
Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Raph.
No. Kidding. I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, if you were gonna say something, go ahead.
No, as I was saying here, the stats are being shown already, and obviously it's in the side of John Olsen. But I honestly feel like when it comes to Full Sense, whenever they play out their matches right here, if John Olsen is popping off, then why not play around him? That's the mindset right now for Full Sense. Like, if John Olsen is performing and it's working out for the rest of the team, then why not keep doing it? That's why I really think that John Olsen is one of the factors or one of the winning conditions here for the team of Full Sense. On the other hand, for the side of Persija, we have Flinch, like you said, Asarai, who's not really that hot and a cold rather type of situation for him, but with the other team members of Persija moving forward, standing up and standing to the ground and holding the fort down for the rest of the team, it still works out in the end.
Yeah, it really does work out for Persija, but the thing about Full Sense as well is, you know, we always talk about John Olsen and how he creates so much tempo. What if he's not there? We've seen as well other players step up, most specifically there was, I think, a match in Haven where he was just entry fragging because he was left to actually make things work, and he did that on a non-duelist agent. He did that on a chamber where it just relies on how well he can react to the situation, and boy did he definitely react to it succeedingly.
So I'm glad that you brought up tempo, because I feel like that is going to be dictated completely by the maps we're about to pick. But before we jump into that, we're going to let that marinate a little. Like I said, right, the prototypical Indonesian powerhouse is Persija. If anything that they can take away from that Onyx versus Full Sense matchup, we are going to see the fruits of it when it comes to our head-to-head here. Okay, Persija taking split away, that makes a lot of sense. Full Sense have been super strong here. Again, this has been the bread and butter for Full Sense, at least at our group stage, and it does look like Persija is going to deny them of that chance to open up strong.
I would just say that for the opening match, if it was split, it can go 50-50 in any way, shape, and form for the side of Persija and Full Sense. And I honestly think that Persija can go up against Full Sense. I actually haven't asked you guys, Asarai, if we talked about the winning conditions of the team, let's also talk about like how will they have a hard time, in what shape or form will they have a hard time, or as we call it here, they're losing conditions right now for Full Sense, would you say?
For Full Sense, honestly, I feel like in this specific matchup, they don't really have that many losing conditions, which doesn't really put a lot of pressure on them. I think the only real thing is if you look at Persija, it's always going to be the condition of Persija, because Persija, I feel like, doesn't have the best follow through as a team, and that's where, again, I mentioned a while ago that Full Sense just can create tempo in every single point of the round, where Persija does not. So Persija, I feel like, is the losing condition for Full Sense if they can actually bring their A game to the table today.
Ooh, interesting choice right there of words, Asarai. How about you, Raph, when it comes to the teams that we have here? And we are looking at, actually, the first map is going to be Haven. And it's chosen by Persija right here. Any reactions to that?
Well, Full Sense, they've been very strong on Bind. Haven as well for Persija. We've seen them perform, but I also kind of want to go back on what Asarai said. He said that Persija is like not the team to create the tempo. And I honestly, I have to agree, but I feel like that's what sets them apart. That's what makes them so strong, because Full Sense, they're the type of team to create the waves in the water, right? But Persija, they're the calmness, the stillness underneath all of that, if that makes any sense. But yeah, Persija, once again, I've touted them to be such an Iron Man-like team that they really hang on as well as they can. It doesn't seem like they are bothered at all by all that rhythm change, all that intensive tempo, how do I put this, tempo control on the side of Full Sense. So once again, this is gonna be interesting to see. Persija taking that ascent away is only kind of telling me that, yeah, we still don't want to deal with that mid pressure. And Icebox moving forward, all right.
Okay, I like this. This is maps that I feel like there will be some really good rounds for Persija here. Even that second map on Bind, we have seen Persija really explode quite well on that. When they went up against Bonkers, I believe they've used Neon, they've used Raze on it as their primary duelist, and Famous was actually playing that Raze. So I think it's still a map pool that will be comfortable for Persija. Again, we always have to keep talking about Persija here because I feel like Full Sense still have that enormous amount of advantage. You mentioned, Raf, how Persija feels a bit calmer, but I feel like it might not really be the case when you think about Eeyore and Rosify trying to clutch by themselves against Full Sense. It might have worked against Bonkers, but against Full Sense, I don't think it's going to be the same outcome that we're going to be looking at.
So these are the three maps that we are looking at, and the last or deciding map is actually, Raph and I were dressed for the occasion already. It's gonna be Breeze for the deciding map that we have right here. But in any case, we have to ask the panelists. We are the panel, and we have to decide for our predictions right now. It's time to lock in, boys. So for you, Raph, if you were to predict, is it gonna be a 3-map series? Is it gonna be a 2-0? And which side are you on?
I really think this is going to be a 3-map series. We know that Persija is a team that won't give up. Like I said, they're sturdy, they persevere quite a bit. But I've been talking about them, I've been highlighting them, but only because I feel like they're the ones that really need to step up. They're the ones that can't overextend. So I'm going with Full Sense 2-1.
Full Sense 2-1. Aserai?
I'm gonna go Full Sense 2-0, and I really do want to go for Persija here because their journey has been incredibly satisfying to watch, and their performance as well. But Full Sense just feel like a more complete team coming into this series.
What? I could have changed my predictions, but it's already locked. All right. Okay. It's going to be Full Sense for me as well. And I honestly think it's going to be a 3-map series here. So all aboard for the Full Sense board here in the panel right now. And did you say, Raph, a while ago, was it going to be 3 games for you, you think?
I think so. And
yeah, we are the same. Yeah, we are twins. We are definitely twins right here, ladies and gents. If I just remove my glasses, it's still the same. It's me and Raph are twins. But in any way, we have to move forward as we head in to the first map or first match of the day. It's going to be Full Sense versus Persija. Passing you to the casters right now to game, or finally to the start of map number 1.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
Eto na, playoffs na tayo dito sa Asia Pacific Challengers at nagbabalik sa Filipino desk si Nomad. Kasama ko si Ray Ray. Kamusta ka naman sa araw na to?
Well, Nomad, super excited ako dahil this is going to be the last week for the APAC Challengers knockout stages na nga, guys. No turning back, and we will be seeing the 2 representatives going into Masters. Pero bagong lahat, syempre, pasalamatan muna natin ang amazing sponsors natin. Now, of course, they are starting strong with a fiber strong, family strong, with a new G Fiber only 2,099 ang globe at home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.go globe.com.ph/broadband. Now, as we're gonna be going in dito sa Full Sense versus Persija, nakita na nga natin yung power na meron yung Persija when they went up against Bonk. Ibang klase nga naman talaga ang naging laban between the two, and it really looked like as if Bonk was overtaking them already. Pero yung amount of willpower and how experienced their players are, we've seen them na talagang nag-stand strong. But going up against Full Sense, this is the bigger question. Kasi para sa akin, tama si Azuray, it's going to be a clean 2-0 because all of the maps are favoring Full Sense.
Oo, tapos kung makita mo na nakita na natin yung performance ng Persija laban sa Bonk na sabi mo nga kanina na hindi maganda yung di gaano kaganda yung pinakita nila, and they lost to another Thai team on Boom Esports. So with that, talagang Thai team to an Indonesian team, a stronger team sa region nila, which is Boom Esports. With that being said, ang hirap talaga na sabihin na masa-shutdown na Persija Esports yung Full Sense, kasi kung nakita mo kung makikita natin stats ni John Olsen pa lang, siya yung may pinakamalaking ACS sa buong liga, siya yung may pinakamaraming kills sa lahat ng mga tao na naglalaro ngayon sa playoffs, and it's going to be tough. And sinasabi ni Raf din kanina sa panel na yung buong team yung kailangan ma-shutdown ng Persija. Kung si John Olsen pala yung nagpa-pop off, paano pa yung iba? Most of the time, sumusunod sila sa flow ni John Olsen. Pag gising si John Olsen, gising yung buong Full Sense. And I feel na magiging 2-0 yung scoreline natin dito sa laban natin.
Naisip ko na nga din na it's just gonna be just Full Sense. Pero tignan natin, kasi itong Persija guys, kapag kunyari natalo yung mga teams dito, meron pa naman silang lower bracket. So, huwag kayong mag-alala kung sakasakaling natanggal sila sa pinakaunang seed dito sa lahat ng mga teams. But going back already here, I think very entertaining kung actually titignan how actually Full Sense can actually take a good risk. Kasi minsan yung amount of willpower tong Persija talagang palong-palo. At guys, tatandaan nyo, buhay pa ang isang rep natin, SBE. And your champions. Joke lang guys. Sample pa lang yan. Pero ngayon, sisimulan na nga natin kagad sa side ng Persija ito. Pero walang Full Sense, hahabulin lang talaga sila. What?
Habulan tayo.
Parang ginawang parang ginawa ng Full Sense dito. Gusto nila mag-aggressive pero di nag-work. Buti na lang isa lang din na spot nila. But on the other side, si Eeyore nakuha na nga kagad si Lamis Taxon. A is up for grabs onto the side of Persija.
At si Flinch nakapasok na sa side. John Olsen gets one bago siya ma-takedown ni Flinch. At medyo nagustuhan ng Full Sense na nagkumuha sila ng information sa C. Na-confirm nila na isa lang yung tao na nag-push doon. Pero mamaya-maya na natin pag-usapan yan. T-Love will take down Eeyore. 3v3 retake is possible. Medyo mababa rin yung HP ng Persija Esports. Mag-aabang na sila mga pasok dito sa site natin. Unti-unti na, Trailblazers gonna get shut down. All utilities gonna be thrown out. Ito na yung retake. PPC, pasok na kagad. Pero Asterix and Flinch, they will clean it up and get the first round on the board para sa kanila.
Oy guys, si PTC, wala pa ring ambag. First round pa lang. Wala nang ambag si PTC guys. Tatandaan natin na walang ambag na naman si PTC. Pero ngayon, I think yung nakabawas, kapag si Lamis Nax talaga yung kahit pabawasan siya dito, pero kung naka-trade off siya, super laki na nun sa side ng Persija. But this is a good round for Persija. They got the first round and nakakita tayo kung paano nga ba nila i-take over ang aggressive team such as Full Sense talaga guys. Alam naman natin. For me, very familiar kung you want to base it on the scene dito sa Pilipinas. Yung Full Sense, may pagka, yung style nila may pagka, may pagka parang APH. Pero dito sa Full Sense, syempre, ayun, may pagka-style lang sila ng APH in such a way. Pero as of now, ang mga miyembro ng Persija, kita naman natin, onting pick-offs muna. Pag nakabawas tayo ng isa, that's just gonna be the way already to actually go into a site. Pero looking at this, heavy relying on control pagdating sa may garage ang mga miyembro kagad ng Full Sense. And ito na nga, sisimulan na nila. Alam na nga ni Crucify saan kagad ang mga miyembro ng isang miyembro, rather, ng Full Sense. And now, they're just gonna be aggressive once again here. Makakabawas ba si John Olsen? Wala, dahil siya din naman ang nabawasan, pero baka sumunod na nga isang miyembro at hindi niya alam na meron na kagad sa kanan that's just gonna be Eeyore himself.
Mada-double pick mga siya dito. Na-confirm na lang yung pwesto ni John Olsen. Kailangan niya mag-back off. Si Lamis Nax will take down Famous na wala ng bala si Lamis Nax. You will pay the price for that. 3v2 kaagad tayo dito.
30 seconds
Full
left.
sense. Dapat hindi sila mananalo sa eco round pero they're making it work. Rosify na lang yung mag-isa dito. Will not get another kill off of that. 1-1 scoreline. Sila ang economy ng Persija. Papasok yung full sense na medyo okay pa. May Spectres pa sila. Going to the next round. Ang ganda ng economy nila. Already seeing double vandals kay John Olsen and Lammy Snacks. And gusto ko lang i-point out yung nangyari nung round 1 tapos yung difference na nangyari ng round 2. Round 1, hinanap kagad ng full sense yung nag-push silang tatlo sa C, naghanap sila ng information kung saan maglalaro yung Persija Esports. Na-notice nila isa lang, they started rotating over to A. And now, dito sa round 2, binagalan nila yung playstyle nila, hinayaan nila na mag-push. Partly because of the fact na naka-pistols na sila at kailangan na talaga nila mag-hawk ng angles. Pero as soon as they got information na yung Persija magpo-push na sila sa A, they started rotating kagad. Trailblazer, nice pick para kay Chalala doon. Nice assist pero nabulag si Chalala bago mag-push out pa kagad. Naipit sa paint shells and Famous nakaabang na lang pero wala siya makikita. Asterisk already at Silong. Pero mata-take down siya ni PTC. John Olsen also takes down Famous. 3v2 na kagad tayo dito.
Okay, early pick-offs mula sa Full Sense. They have the advantage. Di nga in-expect ng Persija that Full Sense can actually win that round. Nag-hit talaga yung mga pisto sa kanan. And I think it was too late for them to actually realize na yung mga miyembro kagad ng Full Sense ay nasa A side. Pero ngayon na may alam na nga sila, Lammy Stacks will just be calling with his teammates and sabihin nga nila, okay, padali na lang natin sila. Pulls of the Shock Dart just to be able to tackle them down. Although he's been revealed na dyan na nga yung follow-up at flank mula kay D-Love. And finally, Full Sense will be able to win this with a 2-1. So nakita talaga tayo guys na yung Full Sense, they take a good read, good start for Persija. But then, Full Sense, mukhang pumapalo na rin naman sila at finally si PTC nagkaambag na nga rin. And that is pretty huge. Lammy Snacks talaga yung kailangan mong bawasan sa A site. Then it's just gonna be a Persija as what we've seen earlier on. Pero pag hindi nyo siya na bawasan, that's gonna be the next problem that Persija has to face with. Kasi usually makakabawas si Lammy Snacks ng isa or dalawa bago siya ma-trade off ng mga magiging kalaban nila. Pero si PTC nag-sky na ulit ngayon. Kasi paano ba naman? Walang ambag eh. Joke lang. Pero ito ngayon, okay, pops of the flash, pero walang kukuha at hindi kakainin ng Persija ang pain against Full Sense.
Pero gising na yung Full Sense dito ha. Kailangan ma-shutdown ng Persija yung, at least yung round na to at para sa kanila, para maging komportable lang. Yung Full Sense, kahit na alam natin na paggising na sila, dire-diretso lang yung arangkada nila kumbaga. Pero si John Olsen, dire-diretso lang din yung kills. Hindi niya makuha si Famous. T-Love with a refrag though, down to a 3v4. Make it a 3v3 as Eor takes down T-Love with a trade. Unti-unti papasok sila sa site pero tignan nyo yung mapa. May lurk na nangyayari kay PTC and kay Chalala. Baka hindi ma-expect ng Persija to. Ipit sa taas si Lammy Snacks pero naghahanap pa rin siya ng information. Eor, nakaabang na sa short. Nakarinig ng footsteps. Nakarinig siya ng reload. Hintay na lang ng pick, nakakuha ng isa. PTC nakabang sa kanto. Magkakaambag ba siya ulit? Oo, magkakaambag pa siya. 2v2 na tayo dito sa laban natin. At paunti-unti nang papasok ang Full Sense. Seekers gonna be thrown out. Iniikutan na ni Rosify si Lammy Snacks. I am the better Sova. Pero hindi niya napatay. Drop down. From the top, make it drop. As Asterisk takes ng PTC. 1v2 para kay Lammy Snacks. At mukhang mahirapan siyang counter a crossfire na pwede mangyari dito, but he does get Asterisk. Nawawala na siya ng oras, has to go for the defuse. Pero ito na, ang Shock Bolt takes him down and that's the round for Persija.
Sayang lang, advantage ng barrel din ang meron ng Persija against Full Sense. And nakabawas pa kasi ng isa. It's gonna be Eor before he was actually traded out by PTC. But good try sa Full Sense to actually use this Seekers. But it's too late already din. May pressure na nga din kagad. Sayang lang kasi dapat swingingan na parehas si Shalala to eh. Tsaka ni PTC. Pero kung naswingan nila yun si Eor, then it's just gonna be them winning it. And finally, we're down with a 2-2. Pero alam niyo ba guys, fun fact, ang taas talaga ng percentage talaga. Kapag na-50 kayo ng second round, magiging 2-2 talaga yung scoreline. And magkakatalo na lang talaga sa fifth round kung sino magkakaroon ng lead. But as of now, John Olsen, may hawak-hawak na nga siyang operator, tries to see information. They see Asterisk now trying to make some few noises ngayon papuntang Silong. Pero speaking of, si naunahan ni Eager si John Olsen doon. Hindi siya pickers advantage, nag-timing lang din kagad eh. And di man lang niya nabawasan ni isa. And now that's just gonna be a good way for Persija to actually manipulate, maybe going into B. Pero mukhang kakontest pa rin nila tong A side.
Timing nga, pero si Flea will take down Flinch sa loob ng Ecoms. Eeyore will fall down. Flea nakadalawa na kagad. And mapapalipat sila sa C. Rotates from full sense papunta sa A. Cosmic Divide, bababato na kagad para mapadali yung pasok nila sa site. PSG has a spike plant, definitely. Abang na lang talaga sila sa pagpasok dito. Mas papasok na si Lammy Snacks. Silip-silip lang, Recon Bolt's not available just yet. Should be available right now. Nag-owl drone lang para makakuha ng information. Showstopper, prop, pero walang makikita ni isa. Hindi siya sure.
Oh no! PTC, wala na namang ambag! Ba't siya Bakit siya gano'n? Out in the open. Okay, sige, bala siya. Basta siya masaya. At ngayon, alam na ni Fame saan magagaling yung mga member. Si Asterisk, dyan na lang kagad sa follow-up. Isa na lang kagad natitira. This is gonna be Lammy Snacks. And finally, it's a good kill. 19 HP and a dream. Asterisk is up for the follow-up. And finally, Persija takes that. Okay, kasalanan na naman ni PTC! Part 2 sa round 5. So magkasunod na round na kasalanan ni PTC guys ha. So alam nyo na, medyo nakawala na naman ng ambag yung tropa natin. Pero alam nyo ba guys, wala mga may pakialam kung sino man nanalo dito. Dahil tunay na event mamaya ay ang laban ng SBE. Yun ang tunay na event against Paper X.
Lahat ng mga pagkabayas ibubuhos na kagad dun sa laban na yun. Kailangan sa Untitled Esports yan. Pero syempre, alam ko may mga fans si John Olsen dito sa chat natin eh. So medyo nasasaktan sila ng very slight lang sa laban. Pero hindi pa naman tapos yung laban. Round 6 pa lang. And medyo okay naman yung bias ng full sense. Just a bulldog kay Lammy Snacks. Siya lang yung naka half armor lang din. So kahit paano mabubuhay sila dito. Makakalaban pa kahit paano. You have to take in consideration din na si Flinch may Blade Storm at naka Marshall lang din. So not as much of an impact pero kita natin lumalapit si Love dito. Hunter's Fury gonna be thrown out. Nice timing para ma-push out si Flinch. Palayo ng pwesto niya. Napapasok na kagad dito si Famous. Di siya nakapag-satchel papasok na maayos. It's a 3v4 na kaagad. John Olsen na nakaabang. PTC nagkaambag. Bumabawi siya sa nangyari kanina. Asterisk gonna fall down from that. Pero matitake down kagad siya ni Rosify. 2v2, Eeyore Rosify has to make it big para masecure nila yung 2-round advantage. Pero nandito yung lurk ni T na nakakuha siya ng isa kay Eeyore. Nakita na rin niya kung saan si Rosify. 1v2 and a dream. Multiple angles. Nalaman pa kung saan siya nakapwesto. Shockball pa para tatama sa kanya. Chip na nga yung HP niya, hindi pa tatama yung bala.
Okay. Nice retake. Tignan nyo guys, basta si PTC hindi kasama sa pag-retake, mananalo yung full sense. So ngayon, we're back with a 3-all. So really tells us that pagdating sa knockout stages, sobrang familiar na din yung mga teams sa isa't isa. And I think sa dating roster ng PSG before they finally boys with love dapat yung name nila eh. Pero nagpalit sila to Persija. I think pagdating kay Eeyore, pagdating sa kay Asterisk, nakalaban na nila tong full sense. So it's not new for them in one way or another how they'll be able to make strategies to take down full sense. But I think full sense naman, wag lang dapat sila magmadali and they can actually take them over. But right now, alam na nga din. Guys, magaling ako mag-sova eh. Sa mga nanonood na live team ko, pero Diyos ko po, PTC bumabawi na talaga. Bakit pa kasi natin ito tinatrash talk? Kaya tuloy, naka-4 kills na kagad siya. At ano yun? Nag-audition, pina-audition ng mga miyembro ng Persija. Ano ba naman yun? Yan ang magic ng Phantom. Yan ang magic ni PTC pag sinabihan nung wala siyang ambag. Dahil ngayon mag-aambag na siya. Rosify gets the tap on the head. And finally, John Olsen takes him out. And finally, full sense, leading by 1. Diyos ko po, PTC, ano ba naman yung kinain mo ngayon? Yan kasi, puro inaaway ng mga casters na walang ambag. Ayan, nagkaambag. O, kita mo, ginawang bata. Yung mga miyembro kagad ng Persija. O, top lang. O, 2. 3. O, 4. O, wala. Easy.
Alam mo,
sabi niya.
Alam mo ba't sila nag-audition?
Bakit?
Kasi pangalan nila dati, Boy with Love dati. Di ba? Eh di nag-audition sila sa BTS. Pa isa-isa. Di sila aware na yung BTS ay naging PTC.
Okay. Sige, Nomad.
Tinry ko
Next
lang.
time Next time na yung joke mo
Ayusin ka.
Nomad.
Umaga pa lang naman. Sorry. Nag-warm up pa ako.
Naiintindihan ko. Ginagawa natin to para sa main event mamaya. Naiintindihan ko, Nomad.
Oo.
Okay, last na yun
Hindi ko mapapangpak kung yun ay last. Ay, nako. Nakakamiss sa Filipino broadcast. Pero mamimiss ba ni si Flinch? Nakaabang sa Gedli. Pero makikita niya si Famous. 1 and down. Hindi siya mag-miss. TP out. Abang-abang na lang.
Oh. The clinch. Okay. That tries to make some good openings. Okay guys, habang naglalaban sila, si Vil mamaya at si Nomad, first 2 games ako, sila magkakas mamaya sa SP. Bawal ako eh. Pag nagko-comment kasi ako, nag-OT yung SBE. Kaya medyo mahirap-hirap. Oh! Patay pa nung 6 pa, no? May turret si Eeyore. And finally, kapakamot na lang ng ulo si Eeyore. Di ko pa naswingan yun, pre. Alam ko na kung nakasaan eh. Ba't yung timing? Ba't pag ako nakabandal? Walang tuto. Pero yung kalaban ko, may tuto. Mga usual complaints sa mga pro player. Pero natalo lang talaga siya doon. Nice try sa'yo, Eeyore. And now we are finally into full sense 2-round difference. And mapapasave na naman ang mga tropa natin. Unless if gusto nila i-force Pero to si D takes out 1. But I think yung ginawa ni Eeyore doon, sobrang ganda. Pero yun, nasa likod na niya si Shalalala. And finally, mag-half by si Eeyore. Pero siya naka 3K siya. Tapos iba puro sheriffs na.
Si Eeyore yung umangat sa kahirapan sa round na to. Para sa kanila. Pero hindi tatagal. John Olsen na lang yung snaps. Nakakawin yung Spectre, pati yung yung Sheriff. At kasi bilis ng pangyayari. Mas famous, nakapatay rin ng dalawa kahit papaano. May pera siya sa bangko. Pero easy round para sa full sense. Fast round na rin para sa kanila. Pero going into this round, may barrel na dapat yung Persija. I feel like kailangan nilang baguhin yung strats nila. Yung take nila sa A, minsan gumagana, minsan hindi. Take nila sa C, hindi talaga gumagana. Feeling ko it's time to B.
It's just the same all over again. Kaya super dali-dali lang ng full sense to actually retake. Pero alam niyo ba guys, pagdating talaga sa mga retakes dito sa Haven, mahirap talaga sa A. Kasi kung tutusin, ang hirap humanap ng pick-off unless may utilities ka. So usually guys, kapag sa A site, wala ka ng utilities. Kaya ubus na dahil nga yung kalaban mo sa attacking took so much time and na-exhaust lahat ng utilities mo. Minsan, hindi na nila nire-retake after all kasi sobrang sikip eh. And at the same time, hirap kumuha ng angle. So, marami nga talaga nagsasabi pagdating sa A site, it's really an attacker-sided type of site compared mo sa C tsaka sa B na possible pa yung mga retakes na yan eh. Pero dito sa A, sa sobrang sikip, ang hirap-hirap talaga. And I'm happy to say that for full sense, buti na lang ang lalakas ng anchor nila dito na nagsistay sa backside kapag papasok na yung mga kalaban nila. Kasi they know how hard it is once napitas yung mga miyembro ng nasa A. So, kaya kayo guys, makikita talaga kayo ng hard stack minsan ibang teams sa may A side. Kasi, lalo na kung paulit-ulit yung ginagawa ng kalaban. Kasi sobrang hirap talaga kapag i-retake nila. Pero speaking of, play for picks lang ang mga katulad ng Persija ngayon. Ayaw na nalang mag-aggressive play. Pero si D-Love, okay, sino mag-audition, di siya tamama. Alam ko na kung nasaan mga pre. Pasok nga kami patutang Sewers. Diba? Pag sabi ko Sewers, magalit si Bill. So, dapat Sewers daw yan.
Medyo ako rin na-trigger ako doon. Konti lang. Konti lang naman. It's sewers, guys. Sewers. Papasok na nga. Fire in the hole para kay Famous pero wala siyang makikita ni isa. Wala makikitang target para sa showstopper. Spike will easily be planted. Slight tag kay PTC. Pero Gucci lang, all things considered. At kailangan na mag-retake ng full sense. Utility-wise, medyo marami-rami mga utility na pwede gamitin. Yung full sense papasok dito. May recon bolt din sila kay Lamy Saxon. He needs to stay alive para makakuha siya ng information. Cosmic Divide from both sides will be thrown out. So may di pala Venn diagram, parallel lines. Ang meron pasok si John Olsen, nakalusot pero Eeyore nakaabang. Crossfire, napakaganda. Nag-crossfire sila dito sa Valorant. At dalawa na lang natitira sa side ng full sense. Pag swing si Famous dito, naku po, wala siyang masasaksak. Hindi to Tondo Lods. Sa Haven tayo.
Wala na. After that Cosmic Divide, I think for full sense, hindi na sila nagparitik. Pero si PTC humanap na lang ulit ng ambag sa round na ito. And finally, we have Persija takes again this round against the hands of full sense. Pero yun nga eh, Persija, they take good pickoffs. It's really, really okay for them. You take out Lammy Snacks, you take out some members ng nasa A side, then it's gonna favoring them. Pero I think what really helped them was that Cosmic Divide. Diba? Ang hirap talaga guys, i-retake yung A side. So yan, mga learnings lang. Kaya kung nahihirapan kayo, go A side na lang kayo para yun yung best strategy na magsama-sama kayo. And that's how PSG was able to take them off. But on the other side, Rosify na nakasuve. Maghihintay lang ngayon ng mga miyembro na manggagaling mula sa full sense. Pero wala, pero mukhang lahat sila inatake na kagad si PTC dahil ngayon kanina wala siyang ambag, ngayon wala rin kagad sumunod doon si Chalala. At tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira. Nice push, nice agree kasi gusto na lang mag-play na for the trades eh. That's a good way for actually PSG to take them over. But knowing that there's just 3 left, alam na nga nila kagad kung saan yung isa and waiting sila sa isang pick-off mula kay John Olsen. Pero mukhang mahirap to. Pwede mag-save. Save na lang nila to. Kung ako si John Olsen, tatakbo na lang ako at magsisave na lang ako. Pero sige, try lang daw ng try. Pinaglaruan. Pero meron na kagad nakaharap sa kanya. He gets a second K. And Famous takes him out. Still on towards the flank. And finally, 6-5. Humahabol talaga ang Persija.
Humahabol and I guess dito na papasok yung usapan na kailangan gising si John Olsen. I mean, bago yung 2K na nakuha niya doon, medyo nasa gitna lang ng scoreline si John Olsen. Even then, yung retake nila going into the seaside, hindi 100% full sense talaga yung galaw. Lahat nila nanggaling sa garage, na-epic sila ng dalawang miyembro ng PSJ. Hindi sila naka-follow through after that. And John Olsen had to run away with the operator. Ngayon, walang operator si PSJ, si John Olsen, si Flinch. Nakakuha ng isa kay PTC. Early kill pero John Olsen gusto niya bumawi. Takes down Rosify kaagad. Makes it a 4v4 para at least kahit paano mag 7-5 scoreline para sa full sense. Komportable na yun para sa kanila. Lockdown. Pamuntang B-side pero hindi pa 100% committed yung PSJ. Parang yun naniligaw sa inyo.
Right here.
Ay, yan yung mga nakakatakot. Yung magpaparamdam lang. Sasabihan ka ng maraming bagay tapos wala lang naman pala. Diba? Kaya shoutout nga pala kay Direk. Mga
shoutouts kay Direk.
Kaya ano kaya sketchy talaga yung mga taong ganyan eh. Kunyari, ka-comfort ka, ganyan. Uy, okay lang yan. Yung pala, marami kayo. Ginawa kang collectibles. Grabe pala. Isa ka lang palang palamuti. Kaya ngayon, wala akong pinanguhugutan. Wala lang. Nalalaman ko lang ang mga bagay-bagay. So, ano ba?
Ano pala?
Ikalma mo! Oy! Si Famous! Yun, di ba? Nag-collectibles din sila. Si Chalala, tsaka si Lamis. Sumunod na John Olsen na lang. Pag ito nakotse John Olsen, babalikan pa talaga siya. Pero mukhang hindi niya makaklatch. Ayaw nang balikan. At muli, Asterisk takes down John Olsen. At muli, it's gonna be a tie between the two teams.
Ano yun, Ray? Nag-eat well ka, busog na pala kasi ang dami nag-eat well.
Ay, oo, sa sobrang dami. Actually, meron ako alam eh. Sabi niya papatayin lang daw niya yung PC niya. Umabot ng 2 months. Ewan ko na lang kung ano nangyari sa PC niya. Bakit pala ano yun? Windows 3. Wait lang, papatayin ko lang yung PC ko
Di na bumukas ulit.
Inabot ng 2 months? Ano yun?
Ay, sorry, late. Ganun na sinabi. Shoutouts kay Direk. Yun lang yung masasabi ko.
Ay, kawawa naman si Direk. Pero mataling shoutout sa mga nasa Twitch, sa mga nasa YouTubers ngayon, at sa mga nasa Facebook. Ayan.
Tama.
Mayroon na din Atlas nag-call ng context dito mula sa nangyari kay PTC. Salamat sa'yo, Daniel Minyoza. Isa kang alamat. Oo nga di ba? Lang ambag yung pa talaga
Pero tumitibag.
Yung tropa mong ikaw na nga bububuhat pero sobrang lakas mga away ng kalaban. Prediction, Sersha and SBE sa birthday. Yan ang gusto ko sa'yo, Zyke Perez. Isa kang alamat. Dapat talaga ganyan ang mga prediction nyo, guys.
Reserve ko na tawa ko later. Baka mag-joke ulit si Boss Nomad. Di mo bakit? Ba't nyo ka lang i-reserve yung tawa nyo para sa mga jokes ko, guys? Maayos naman yung jokes ko, di ba, Rere?
Ha?
Diba?
Anong gusto mo? Yung suporta, yung real talk o yung bilang kaibigan?
Kaibigan naman kita, di ba?
Siguro Nomad talagang ang mga audience lang ang makakapagsabi kung ano mga ba ang totoo. The truth will set you free, my friend.
Sige. Thank you for the kind words. Pero this round will set Persija free kung makuha nila tong pistol round na to against Full Sense. Hard C stack para sa Full Sense at walang nakaabang pa. Aside ng Persija, iniisip-isip pa nila. Pero going into this, I feel like this round might go to Full Sense. Unting-unting nagigising si Full Sense, si John Olsen, si PTC, saka si Chalala. Yun na nga, nasa site na kagad si John Olsen. Walang nanosor na nakalatag, pero Asteris will take down John Olsen kaagad-agad. They will not get a free plant off of that, pero the rotate is now on for Persija Esports. Kumpunan lahat sila sa crates. Sabay-sabay pumunta sa city. Nakaabang, nakita yung alarm bot, nakita yung boom bot, at Chalala, makakuha ng dalawa Lamy Snacks, makakuha niya si Asterisk. Ay kay bilis naman maglaho ng mga miyembro ng Full Sense, ng Persija dito.
Bilis Okay, bilis naman maglaho ng pag-ibig mo, sinta. Daig mo pa ang isang mata. Sample lang yan, guys, kasi nakita nga natin. Ang ganda ng ganda sana ng play ng ni Asterisk eh. Pero nga lang, ang nangyari, dahil lang sa paint shells, iba yung ihip ng hangin. Na iba yung lineup si Famous, bumalik sa kanila eh. Alis sila eh.
Sobrang init ng panahon, biglang lumamig yung simoy ng hangin sa kanila. PPC. Dumadami na yung ambag niya, taking down Eeyore. Monsi take ulit ko para sa kanila. Split take papuntang garage, pero nakaabang sila sa potential lurk na nangyayari as Flinch spots out dun sa likod. Nakikita niya si Senior T Love, pero mag-back out. Full Sense after that kill, T will finally take down Flinch. 2v5, walang weapons yung Persija. Free round for Full Sense dito, no doubt. So at least ma-maximize na nila yung damage. Pero si John Olsen nakaabang na, push lang dito. Famous will take down John Olsen. 2v4 pa rin tayo dito. At tapos na naman ang round. Ganun kabilis, 8-6 para sa Full Sense.
It takes. Parang si John Olsen, hindi natin siya nahiting yung super highlight niya na 2K, 3Ks. But at least he's making the impact kills. And that's pretty big already sa side ng Full Sense. At ngayon, nakikita mo, lahat sila. Sobrang equally distributed ng kills. Mas synchronized sila ngayon. Wala na sila parang, relay lang tayo, John Olsen. Everything is gonna be alright. But on the other side naman, sa PSG, baka ito na ang oras na babawi sila against sa Full Sense. But PTC, nakita na na nga niya kagad, yung mag-agri. At yun, nakapitas si Dila, pero PTC, ginamit lang yung maliit na, medium size boga, nakabawas pa ng isa.
Nagmalasikyo lang si PTC doon, medyo mababa na rin. Sobrang baba na rin HP. John Olsen nakapasok sa city na walang problema, wala nakabantay. Nakaabang, knife out, Rosify will take him down. 2v2 na kagad tayo dito, 2v1 pala. As ganun na naman nangyari, Flinch at meron tayong 6-9 scoreline in favor of Full Sense.
At ngayon, Full Sense pa, yun na nanalo doon. Bakit ganon? Persija, parang nawala isang dunk per shell ng nakasin. Siguro dahil siguro ang nangyari sa side ng Persija. They just didn't expect after. Yung flash talaga yung sobrang vital nun. Nakapitas ng isa, tapos naboga sila niyan eh. Naboga sila ni PTC. Bigla pumapalo si PTC ah. Yung pala pag inaano si PTC, gumagana eh. Okay, sige, okay lang yan para 2-0.
Okay lang. Okay lang talaga.
Okay lang. Okay pala tayo.
Kasi gusto kong mapaaga yung laban ng SBE mamaya. Pero John Olsen pinaaga ang laro ni Ear. Sa round na to, Lami Snacks will take down Famous. Flinch na kabang with the Blade Storm na timings. Kuha na sana niya si Chalalala in the morning. Pero hindi mangyayari. Nag-uusap-usap pa sila. Kitang-kita sa camera. Nagka-call sila. Chalala. Kabang makikita niya si Flinch. And hindi siya magkakaroon ng opportunity na ma-take down si T-Love. And from the off of this, Full Sense secures another round for themselves. Unless Rosify bigla siya magwala dito. Pero hindi, mangyayari yun. Lami Snacks sa kabang, the better Sova in that engagement. 10-6, palapit na palapit ang match point, Ray.
Okay, nice one. Alam mo guys, ang tawag dito ay trailer ng kung anong i-expect natin sa laban ng SBE mamaya sa PPGL. At ngayon, we are trimming it out to just 4 round difference at 3 na lang before Full Sense could finally take it. At mukhang nawala sa isang iglap ang meron mula sa PSG. And even if their kills are really equally distributed, but I think Full Sense is getting the upper hand when it comes to outsmarting them. But on the other side, buti na lang nagkaroon sila ng control ngayon, hindi nga lang tumama, pero buti na lang PTC, wala na namang ambag. O sige, mag-audition na kayo sa harapan ni Flinch. Flinch got talent. Susunod, si John Olsen, sino ang mas magaling? Ayun, na Jet Diff. At ngayon, dalawa na lang kagad na titira, pero wala na kagad ang way for John Olsen to actually take it up. Pero ito si Chalala, na-clutch to. Okay. Feel ko medyo mahirap. Babalikan ko kapag nangyari ay
pag na-clutch ni Chalala, babalikan ko, Rere. Ganun ba yung mangyayari?
Babalikan ko pag na-clutch ni Chalala.
Kita mo yung dulo ng baril, nakakuha ng isa, 70 HP na lang. Medyo nagising ang diwa ako doon. Babalikan ba ni Rere o hindi? Depende na lang kay Chalala. Pero 70 HP na lang, medyo mahirap to. Ang dami pang mga utilities na nakakalat sa mapa. PSJ, they just have to hold the angles. Sige sa sila na site. Dapat tig-isa lang talaga. Doon dapat. Nice read dun sa turret. Chalala, get slightly debugged, pero si Asteris nakabang, walang balikan na mangyayari.
Ganyan talaga guys. Hindi na dapat tayo marupok.
True.
True. Choose yourself. Umuhugot 12 PM pa lang. Alam nyo guys, usually kung kaya nyo si Link, kapag kami yung nagkakas, tas mga gabi na, nung lumalabas yung tunay na sad girl namin. Pero ngayon wala muna. Kaya happy muna tayo. At ngayon, down to 10-7 na nga tayo. Bumabawi pa ang Persija, bigay nyo na to para sa SB, para maaga tayo matapos. At ngayon, para maaga talaga. Si Flinch.
Si Flinch, narinig ka niya, Rere.
I've got your ayaw pa. Trailer nga lang to para sa main event natin mamaya, tapos ayaw nyo pa ibigay sa Full Sense. Isang map lang Pero to si John Olsen, alam na nga nila kung nasaan, pero yung iba, nagtatago lang sa may ecoms. At muli, 3 na lang ang natitira, pero nga na si Flinch, ayun, pinasabugan ng maliit na boga at 2 na lang kagad natitira sa isang igla, pero nalaman na nga ni PTC kung nasaan si Rosify, pero will just be able to tag Chalalala going up against 2. Very familiar yung mukha ni Rosify, may kamukha siya Tropa natin yan na streamer. Basta alam ko, ang galing nun mag-FPS game. At Lami Snacks takes down Rosify. And finally, Full Sense still wins this round. And 2 na lang. At mukhang walang pera pa yung Persija. Okay, mag-risk na sila ng buy dito. Ay, ang hirap pa rin Bibili pa rin sila, sure ako.
I have to. Play for win dapat lagi lahat yung mindset nila dito sa tournament na kahit na double elimination side dito pag nasa lower bracket kayo, yung pressure mas malala talaga yun kahit anong mangyayari. Kahit anong angulo mo tignan, ang lala nun. Kaya feel like Persija, they have to go for force buys here. Dead joke lang. I wanna play it safe. Play for overtime na lang ang gagawin nila. Flinch nakabang sa Gedli. Kita rin nila kung saan si PTC and yung full sense. Hindi sila magpo-full commit sa ngayon. Pero Lamisnax push na timingan pero nakita niya yung gilid ng katawan ni Jet kahit sobrang siksik na siya dun sa Gedli. Pumasok pa rin siya. Full sense. Full stack papunta dito sa A. Already making the entry si Love. Chalala, hindi siya mananalo against Famous pero John Olsen nakaabang for the retake. 2v4 kagad tayo dito ngayon. And Eeyore Asterisk, wala silang kagamit-gamit. Wala silang kabaril-baril para ma-take on yung 2v4 na meron ng full sense. Ngayon, mag-isa na lang. Si Asterisk, nakita pa siya ni T-Love and that's the round. And that's the match point.
Okay, guys. And your winners.
And blue! Joke lang.
Hey. Hindi ko rin alam kung bakit last. Ay, hindi guys. Gets ko na kung bakit last yung SBE. Kasi sila din talagang last sa schedule. So, ayun. So, sila pa rin yung last. Diba usually Paper X tsaka yung SBE nasa huli?
Oo.
Ayun. Kaya sila yung fourth match ngayon. Nagkataon lang guys. Okay lang yan.
Alam mo naman kasabihan na save the best for last eh.
Tama. Tama yan naman. Tama behavior.
Tama behavior.
At pag nanalo SB ka, hard pass po. Di po ako marunong kumanta. Tignan niyo, pause na pause nga ako. Sobrang hindi ako marunong kumanta.
Balita ko kasi may mga karaoke na ganap for the past couple of days eh.
Dito nga kanina nagkakaraoke lang kami ni Derek eh. Bago kami
nakikinig din naman ako.
natin.
Nakikinig din naman ako habang nakikinig ako sa panel may background music.
Nice. At ngayon, tatapusin na ba ng full sense? Okay, may ibang na-scan through lang kung nasaan ba mga posisyon nila. Pero si John Olsen nakikipaglaro dito. O Patintero yarn. Pero Lamisnax sa the other side. Kamukha ni Lamisnax si PTC, no? Magkapatid ba to? Alam na nga ating isang miyembro. Sasayawan niya to, mababawasan niya to. Ay, di pa pala. Pero
wala pa rin.
Lang. May showstopper? Okay. Wala nangyari sa showstopper ni Famous. Nagamit sa wala.
Hindi ginamit ni Famous yun para makatakas siya dun sa Hunter's Fury. Famous! Kamuntikan ng hindi makuha si PTC dun. Lazarus gets the info kay Lamisnax. Cosmic Divide horizontally across the map. B side plant. Nice nila. Good post plans for full sense. Nag-rotate na yung ibang member dito. Shot not gonna connect. Famous will take down Fee. 4v4 and Rosify will make it easier. And ang ganda rin. Ang Cosmic Divide na ginamit nila, mawawala lang sa pwesto ang onte. Pero nawawalan na ng time. Hindi pa rin nila ma-defuse. Flinch will take down Lamisnax. 1v3. Chalala nakaabang sa Gedli. Pero hindi. Buhay pa rin ang drain sa Persija para makuha yung map 1. 12-8 para sa kanila.
May. Umahabol pa ang Persija. I think okay na sana pala yun. Akala ko sa ginamit ni Famous eh. So, para pala makataka sa Hunter's Fury yun. Pero, okay. So, right now, 12-8 ang nangyari. Pero I think the patience game lang talaga meron yung mga taga-Persija dito. And I think nga talaga guys, sobrang hirap i-contest yung mga bagay-bagay kasi ginamitan pa ng Cosmic Divide ni Asterisk and together with Shalala. So, I think this is quite complicated sa nangyari kanina sa post plant. Pero ngayon, ano ba ang next try to come up from full sense? Guys, parang nagmamadali ata yung full sense tsaka yung Persija. Siguro para talaga tumamaya sa game natin between SB tsaka Paper X.
Oo. Bubuhos lahat mamaya dun sa SBE Paper X match mamaya. Definitely yung Persija. Gusto nilang kumambak dito kahit papaano. Aggressive angle dito para kay Flinch. Is to get information. Only gets one pero here's a lot of footsteps forcing the rotation sa Persija. Not as much. It's still a 5v4. Nakabang yung operator ni Flinch. Makukuha niya si PTC. Immediately down to a 5v3. At naka-abang yung full sense for the retake. It's a 3v4 take dito sa A. Medyo mahirap din yung kailangan nilang tahakin kasi si Flinch naka-abang sa Seawers. Once na nag-push si Lamy Snacks, definitely matitake down siya, pero already pushed out of the angle. Rosify will take down John Olsen. This should be another round for Persija. Lamy Snacks will not be able to get that clutch. 9-12, tatlo na lang ang pagitan.
Uy, ayusin nyo, full sets! Pero in fairness, ang bilis ha. Parang nag-cast tayo mga 12, natin, 12, ay, 11, 35. Ganon. Or 11, 40. Ang bilis, speedrun lang. Okay yan. Ang bilis lang. Actually, ang bilis na lang kami. Wala kang makitang slow plays. Wala sa dalawang team na to. So, hirap kasi pag may ipit ka eh. Ang galing pa naman mang-ipit din ng Persija. Ganon na lang hinuri yung mga taga-bonkers pagdating sa Haven map. Pero, going back to the track, full sense, buy pa rin sila. Hirap kasi pag hindi pa nila tinapos to. Tapusin. Okay, hindi pa rin sila. Oof! John Olsen. Ay, grabe, ganda ng timing niya. Pero alam na nga na nakapasok yung first go for a plant. Pero nga may happy spirit na kaganda na labas. Si Rosify, and alam na nga rin ba kung nasaan siya, may trade-offs lang mula sa ating pinsan na si PTC. Pero yung nagawa niya, bakit yung inasim yun? Ba't yung inasim? 2 HP ka na lang. At alam mo may naka-operator. So medyo complicated to sa side ng full sense. Pwede sila mag-B, pero nga yung BTEC medyo ipit na nga sila with the utilities right now dahil pwede rin si ER makapitas unless if John Olsen might be able to come up with something. And now that they know it, they'll plan for the safe one. So may backside banda. Pero sinabayan na nga din kagad ng lockdown. Wala sa Persija. Gamitan ngayon. Pero baka maipit na sila because Flinch is actually right there. And Lamy Snacks tries to go for a kill. At it's gonna be just John Olsen.
Oh,
pero
no!
Detention. Ay! Okay, yan na. Sinaksak. Sinaksak. Oh, yun. Hindi siya natondo, pero detained kasi. Pero sige, natondo na lang din si John Olsen. At yun, 12-10. Full sense. Medyo gipit kayo doon ha. Pero tatandaan nyo ha, isa-isang nilalabas ng Persija. Yung mga ultimates nila. So far, nagamit na nila lahat para lang makuha yung rounds against Full Sense. And ngayon, na wala na silang ultimate at all, will they finally take that retake? But on the other side, ano ang next na move ng Full Sense dito? Will they actually fall by this? Or no? Wait, maganda guys, i-wait na lang na yung next round. Para ang mangyayari, wala pa rin. Wala. Si Famous lang ang meron, pero showstopper lang yan. Pero madali lang yan kung naputa na stop nila. Pero kung wala, actually hindi pa pala abot. So pwedeng mangyari guys, ibigay nila tong round na to at mangyayari 13-11. Kasi ready naman na si John Olsen, si D-Love. Pwede na yan. Pwede na yung ganyan nilang ultimate na pwede nilang gamitin as an opening sa site. So, let's see. Anong gagawin ng Full Sense ngayon?
Well, yung nakikita mo pwedeng gawin ng Full Sense dito is yung brute force, pasok site, force plant, play for retakes na lang eh. Yung play for retake, play for post plant na lang. Yun na lang yung best course of action sa kung ano meron silang gamit. So, pwede pa rin sila mag-drop ng kagamitan sa mga teammates nila kung nais nila. And, full vandal buy, PPC, get that phantom half armor. Mukhang yun nga yung plano ng Full Sense dito. Force nila yung plant. Force themselves sa buhay ng Persija. Ang hindi nila inaasahan. Out of nowhere.
At
shoutouts nga pala kay Faye. Ayun.
Napakatamis ng pag-ibig.
John Olsen, ito na nga yung sinasabi ko. Papasok na lang ng bigla-bigla, hindi nakita ni Eeyore yung mga kaganapan. Pero si Asterisk, sila PTC will take down Asterisk as well. 4v3. At mukhang nasa dehado pa yung PSG dito para sa comeback. Paint shells para lang ma-delay yung plant ng saglitan lang. Pero nakaabang na ang the man himself, the first and last name, John Olsen. Nakaabang!
Oh my goodness!
Famous and Rosify, baba! Down kagad, and Flinch lang mag-isa. Naka-operator pa siya, not the best weapon to use in the retake, lalo sa itong sitwasyon. And Full Sense will get game number 1 in this best of 3.
Walang kadalas-dalas. Hindi man lang pinagpawisan yung Full Sense doon. Pero, it's still a 13-10. A good game well played mula sa side ng full sense. Sabi ko sa inyo, pinaubos lang ata nila yung mga ultimates na nanggaling mula sa Persija, and finally, they're able to get it straight right through, but that was very important coming in from kay John Olsen. He took out the first guy, and sumunod na nga sila pa isa-isa, just eradicating everything and finally getting that first map na pinili ng Persija Esports.
Yeah, and banggit mo nga kanina na yung mapa na to talagang going into the side of full sense talaga, pero nakita na rin natin yung capabilities ng Persija dito sa mapa na to. Ang ganda ng pinches nila, pero mas maganda yung performance at the end of the game ni PTC. 2.1 KDA compared kay Flinch na may 1.2 KDA. Ang laking assistance na binigay ni PTC doon. Almost every single time na sinasabi natin wala siyang ambag, nagbato na siya ng guiding light. Nagbato na siya ng trailblazer para makakuha ng information, para makapag-follow up kill sila John Olsen sa si Lami Snacks doon sa laban natin. Pero at the end of everything, kita natin na yung full sense, medyo nagsastruggle sila against an Indonesian team. Persija, onting adjustment pa. Nakita natin na for the most part, ang ganda ng pinches na ginagawa ng Persija sa full sense, and that's how they shut them down, especially in the earlier part of the game. Pero yung full sense, just being full sense, Ray, talagang sila yung mananalo dito.
Ay, sobrang quick game mula sa dalawang teams na to, and yet you can really just feel how aggressive, how lively the members of Persija together with full sense. But I really do think yung first yung pinahirapan palang kagad ng full sense sa second half, yung Persija, tuloy-tuloy ang kanilang momentum there. Yun na yung oras talaga na makakaramdam ka that full sense will somehow take this one way or another against Persija. To be honest, this is one of the maps na Persija is really, really strong. They had a good start. But the fact that it's a 6-6 sa pinakahunang half sa kanilang attacking side, doon talaga tayo makakita na nga, hindi naging outstanding yung pagtambak sana na plano ng Persija. But I think in a one way, itong full sense talaga, Persija is a good team. No doubting that. Pero yung, I think, one experience at second is how they outsmart yung mga taga Persija, especially yung sa kanilang attacking. Doon talaga sila nawalan ng pag-asa eh. And biruin nyo, maraming oras kung kailan na in duel pa lang, palong-palo yung mga taga full sense. Hindi ko din alam ano nangyari sa full sense, kung anong kinain nila. Pero sure ako na pumapalo talaga sila in handling those post plans. The retake also is somehow workable sa first half. But the aggressiveness talaga na meron yung full sense is somehow we need to take care of when we're gonna be going up against such a strong team such as them.
Yeah, I mean, kailangan mo talaga makuha yung full sense kung paano maglaro yung full sense sa mapa. And we've seen them time and again na yes, may set strats sila going into the matchups, pero at the end of the day, yung raw dueling capabilities na meron yung full sense, yung number one na kailangan bantayan ng mga teams. Nakikita natin dito sa last moment ng game. Gumamit na si John Olsen ng Blade Storm, nakapag-free reset pa siya sa dalawang tao kasi naka-align sila doon kasi ganun kaganda yung tutok niya talaga. And there's really no doubt kung bakit ganun kataas yung ACS niya throughout the entirety of the tournament, kung bakit siya yung highest performing player, highest performing duelist na meron tayo dito sa Asia Pacific Challengers. And moving on to map 2, I feel like it's still going to be a full sense sided map. We're going to bind next, and ang hirap nun para sa full sense definitely. Ay, para sa Persija Esports.
They did great naman last time when they went up against Bonkers here in Bind. So, may pag-asa yung Persija to actually tell us that their Bind map is actually good. Pero syempre, may kita natin kung magiging pabor nga to sa kanila as we're gonna be going on a break here in a VCT, in APAC Challengers. Kami yan yung shoutcasters. Ako si Rere at syempre, kasama ko si Nobad, and see you guys after the break.
Prosperity. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the
Hi guys! What's up? Good afternoon sa inyong lahat at nandito pa rin kayo dito sa APAC Challengers as we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Rina at kasama ko dito si Nomad at nakita na nga natin ang first map between Full Sense and Persija Esports sa Haven. It's a 13-10 in a map pick by Persija Esports. Nang panalo ito ay napunta sa Full Sense. Pero as we're gonna be going on towards the next map, which is going to be in Bind, a map picked by Full Sense, one of their best maps para sa akin. I think this is just gonna be it. A 2-0 maybe onto the side of Full Sense. Pero ikaw, Nobad, what's your opinion? Kung makakuha ba to ng Full Sense ng clean 2-0 or yung Persija manlalaban pa rin sila dito sa second map?
Nafe-feel ko na 2-0 din to yung scoreline kasi just watching John Olsen play as well as PTC as well as Chalala throughout the entirety of the game, gising na gising yung D1 nila. Gusto nila mag-represent ulit sa Masters. Gusto nila makapasok ulit doon. And kitang-kita na naman natin sa performance nila all throughout the entirety of the group stages na walang katalo yung Full Sense. And I feel like Persija, their team na kaya nilang labanan yung Full Sense. Pero Full Sense just being that better team na meron tayo sa region na to, I feel like 2-0. Kita pa rin talaga yung scoreline. And you said it best na ito yung one of the best maps na meron yung Full Sense at yung pa yung pick nila. Natalo pa yung Persija sa Haven. And I feel like kung nakuha sana ng Persija yung game 1, we might have a 3-game series. But now, it's not going to be the case. Hindi makukuha ng Persija yung laban sa Full Sense. Like, hindi na makukuha yung mapa na to. Bind statistically has been the better map comparatively against Persija Esports. Full Sense has won more maps on Bind than Persija. And just watching the group stages as well, na yung Persija, nahirapan sila sa bunkers when they were at Bind nung second time nakita-kita sila. it's not going to be the same story talaga. Hihirapan yung Persija dito sa laban na to, Ray.
At yan na nga yung magiging complicated na bagay kung ano man yung mangyayari, especially here in Bind. But pagdating sa Persija din naman, they actually gave us a good game last time when they went up against Bonkers in this very particular map. And usually iniiwasan nila yung Bind, pero super close actually na nangyari for them to win that against Bonkers. But on the other side, Full Sense, we know how good they are when it comes to this map. They've been one of the teams that has been consistent in every map that they take, and I think this is a good way to finally get yung ano man yung weakness mula sa Persija's side. So guys, talagang nakaka-excite kung titignan nga natin yung playstyle nila pagdating sa Bind. But are there gonna be changes, or are they gonna be sticking with the roles that they usually show us when they went sa group stage natin? But looking at it, ang ganda talaga ng pagiging stand strong nitong Full Sense. Pero malay natin, yung Persija, mag-come up sila ng bagong strategy and they can actually just take over the guys of, Full Sense. Pero ngayon, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood sa atin sa YouTube, sa Twitch, and sa Facebook, guys. Alam ko, it's still Thursday and yet I'm seeing you guys watching it. Talaga usually pagdating sa ibang bansa, syempre pag wala na ibang Pinoy team sa talagang nawawala yung iba. Pero ang dami nating viewers still pagdating na, lalong-lalo na sa YouTube tsaka dito sa mismong PPGL page natin sa Twitch. Pero guys, tatandaan nyo, may English broadcast din tayo. Meron na nga nito sa Valorant Esports Philippines, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Pero right now, as we're gonna be heading on towards that agent selection, it's still the same. No Omen, just Brimstone sa PSJ and Shalala with that Astra. Here's a side of Full Sense.
Different sa controller yung meron, as well as the double duel setup is the side ng PSJ on their banking on the fact na pagdating sa attacking side mapasok na sa site na walang problema. And Famous, he does a good job on the raise Bind, pero if we're gonna be looking at map statistics for the past 3 months dito sa parehong team natin, yung Full Sense on Bind 4-1 yung kanilang scoreline. And yung Persija Esports, as Persija Esports during the group stages, 1-1 yung scoreline. So medyo 50-50 pa rin sila sa Bind. Individually, may experience si Persija going into Bind in different teams, and they've individually played good in Bind. Pero as a team right now, as pinag-uusapan namin sa panel last time na all-star team ng Indonesia, I feel like hindi pa rin nila kaya yung Full Sense. Just by the raw numbers alone, and just by the performance na nakita natin kanina, medyo nag-struggle yung Full Sense, sure, in closing up the maps, pero Persija, the end, they kind of dropped the ball on Haven. And I feel like it's going to be the same case dito sa Bind. Shoutout nga pala kay RJ Borlongan na dinagdagan na ang aking alter ego dito sa Filipino broadcast. Ako naman daw yung drummer ng December Avenue.
Madami na pala May multiverse na pala
Una si
hanggang
G.
sa dulo ng ating walang hanggan.
Tug sa likod.
Hanggang ang puso'y wala nang nararamdaman. Marami na pala Meron na palang multiverse ngayon. Buti na lang ako, wala akong kamukha. So, I am unique. Kaya, yeah.
Ikaw si Unique.
Okay lang. Ha?
San?
Ha?
Darating.
Hindi yan kanta. Sino? Yun yung kanta ni Unique yung nag-solo na siya. Pero yung mundo, yun yung nasa 4 of Spades pa siya, di ba? Yan. Shoutout nga
Sa
pala sa 4 of
Evos.
Spades. Saan kaya ang when kaya ang comeback? Oo nga, kamukha ka ni Nomad yung drummer ng December. Isa sa mga favorite ko yan, December. Autotelic din, favorite ko sila. Pero
nakasabay namin sa isang gig yung Autotelic dati, wala lang.
Diba? Wala lang, galing kaya ng Autotelic.
Yes.
Pero, balik na nga tayo ngayon. Tsaka, Flamingo. Yan, saan ginagalingan masyado? Inspired ka ba?
Inspired. Oh!
Uy, naalala. Naku, lahat tumututok na talaga yung mga member ng Full Sense. At ngayon, si Rosie na lang si Flinch ang natitira sa isang iglap. Although alam na nga nila kung nasaan sila. Pero syempre, to take care nila yung flank. Meron pa isa. Pero Rosie on the other hand, seryoso to. Mananapak na to. Pero nga lang, tatlo, dalawa ang nakatingnan. At ngayon, na si Flinch na lang ang nag-iisa. Nakaabang na ang si PTC na walang ambag.
Napaka-egol. First round pa lang, gano'n na kagad ang tutok ng Full Sense. Persija medyo... hindi sila magigising muna ngayon. Hanggang sa dulo ng walang hanggan muna ang kanilang galawan hanggang makakuha sila ng baril. Grabe talaga. Kita-kita niyo yung tracking pa lang eh. Yung tracking pa lang nila sa ulo. Gising na yung Full Sense. Tapos double sheriff pa dito, double marshal pa dito yung Full Sense. On the attacking side, by the way. Not a typical thing that you'd see going as an attacker na doble yung marshals. With John Olsen, shots will not connect. T, nag-set up na kagad ng TP. Aggressive push pero wala siyang makikita for now. Pero yung spike wala rin sa hulog ngayon, nasa spawn pa rin. And John Olsen nakaabang kay Flinch. You get the initial kill. Nakaabang din si Famous sa Hoka pero hindi pa siya papasok kaagad. Free information para kay Lamy Snacks for the team. Still, they're making their way on over towards A. Yung ibang member ng Full Sense. Famous will take down 3 PTC. On the other side will get a kill. Ear nag-reposition na lang dito. Trailblazer will not spot anybody. The 3v4 in Full Sense, they still have the advantage. Already making their way on over towards A. Nasa loob na sa side, and Lamy Snacks take down Eeyore. Down to Famous in a 1v4. At naka-marshal din siya. Not the best weapon for the retake, pero he has to make it work. Kahit makakuha pa siya ng isa pang kill para may pera sa bangko. Sana all may pera sa bangko. That's Famous. Abang lang sa Gedli, pero John Olsen off angle will take him down. 2-0 para sa Full Sense gun round. Para sa PSJ.
At and your winners, Full Sense.
And no!
2-0 yan. Manifest that, Full Sense. Kailangan namin yan. Kasi gusto namin panood yung syempre, ang main event natin, Paper X. Mga tropa din natin sa Paper X versus SB. Pero syempre, panalo SB at 2-0. Yan din ang, alam nyo ba guys? Oo. Alam nyo ba, na ang Full Sense, na ang Paper X ay sa mga problema din dati nung Bren na ngayon Team Secret. So, kapag nalampasan ng SBN, champion siya, pupunta na yan ng Reykjavik. Pero ngayon si PTC, he got Eeyore. At ngayon, nakonkas pa nga si Asterix. Ang sakit nun. Mas nasakit kapag iniwan ka din on the other side. But the Vandals are actually working. And I think, D-Love, anong ginagawa mo? Medyo stretch yun to have to take that part. And we only have PTC.
PTC na lang mag-isa. To the Vandal. Willy Clutch. Unlikely. Naspatan pa nga siya ni Rosify. First round on the board for the Persija. Gun round. The full gun round para sa Full Sense na ngayon. Both teams that matter. Pero replay to ng nakaraan. At ang replay nung nakaraan pa rin kasi nangyari na. Medyo nagigising yung Persija. Medyo lang naman pero di natin makikita yung difference ng playstyles ng teams as we go into the full gun round.
At ngayon, interestingly, itong mga tulad ng Full Sense ay wala lang, ang advantage ng PSG kanina ay yung mga baril. Pero ngayon, maybe they'll come up with something. Pero kumukuha lang ngayon sila ng information with the bot at di nila alam. So, isipin siguro ng Persija na, uy, walang manggagaling sa kanila. Baka mag-A tong mga to. O, kita nyo, tatlo silang nasa A. Pero I think, konting ingay pa lang ang ginagawa ni PTC. So, hinihintay siguro ng Full Sense in a way na magpapaka-aggressive ang mga katulad ng Persija. But looks like Persija on the other side, they know how the guys of Full Sense actually make a move right now. But then, konting pitas lang mula sa full sense is gonna be favoring them. But on the other side, medyo slow push to Wala din kasing ready sa kanila eh. Eto, mag-iingay na sila. Nag-regroup na sila ngayon and PTC takes out those flashes. And finally, alam na nga nila kung nasaan sila. Nilabas na rin kagad. PTC ngayon ang kanyang mga cabbage. Pero makakabawas ba si Famous? Yes, there's just a trade coming in. Pero alam na nga nila, alam na ng mga miyembro kagad ng PSG kung nasaan ang mga taga-fullsets. Pero si PTC naglakad na nga din kagad. Pinag-audition sila isa-isa. And we only have Asterisk. And finally, the love. Sabi niya, your love is like the sun that lights up my whole world. And finally, Fullsense is leading by 2 and mapapasid ngayon ang Persija.
At walang magagawa yung Persija dito. Beautiful play from Fullsense na they dragged out the utilities. They dragged out the information capabilities na pwede mabato ng PSG bago sila comment sa isang site. Nag-regroup na sila, walang nakuha information yung Persija. Yung next information na nakuha nila, oy guys, nandito sila sa B. Yung kakampi mong nagko-call lang na, oy guys, B. Tapos di binilang kung saan, hindi binilang kung ilan yung mga tao doon. Pero, flinch! Nag-flinch siya doon sa shot niya. Talala, buhay pa rin!
Siyempre!
The smoke criminal!
Siyempre, smoke criminal, na-miss ko sa si Stewie.
Stewart 2000.
Yeah, Stewie. My man. Alam mo ba, okay, mamaya na ako magkikwento kasi ayoko muna mag-share ko lang. Pero hinabol na nga kagad si PTC ngayon. 4-1 is finally trying to play something right now. Pero mukhang, okay. Oh, what? Naswingan po siya ni PTC noon. Okay, kawawa ka naman. Bawi, next life pagdating sa Persija. Pero, ayun nga guys, si Stewie, kasi syempre, nasa kabilang bang-bang pa ako nun. Nagkakas din ako kabilang bang-bang bago ako mag-cast dito sa Valorant. Si Stewie talaga, nakuha niya talaga yung yung attention ko. Diba? Sobrang, kung nung nasa C9, grabe. Sobrang, sila ni Sean Gares, di ba? Sobrang, takas ko talaga. Doon nagsimula yung pagiging smoke film niya. Tama ba ako? Okay,
tama.
Doon
nagsimula.
Siya yung naglagay ng biglang naging meta yung smoke sa kabilang bang-bang. Pero balik na nga tayo dito. Sana nandito siya, no? Kung nag-controller yan dito, oh my goodness, sobrang mabalik mali yung puso kay Stewie. Pero ngayon, di niya maintindihan kung ano nga ba yung una na kukunin. Pero at least, si John Olsen, na-pick off na din siya kaagad at ngayon, babalik na sila sa may B-site muli. Bumabalik. Sana all bumabalik. Pero si Famous, pinutas nga rin kaagad si John Olsen. Ano ba nangyari? Distracted ba itong mga miyembro kaagad ng Fullset siya ng mga Persija?
Orbital strike. Bigla naging 1v1 ang usapan. Lami Snacks, 87 HP versus Asterisk na 50 lang. Paunahan na lang sa pwesto. Spike, wala kay Lami Snacks pero iisa-isa niya yung angulo. Asterisk, nakaabang. Pero, nakita niya yung Spike, hindi siya magkakomit muna. 30 plus seconds remaining. No smokes available, no recon bolts, no shock bolts. Para kay Lami Snacks para makaroon ng information. It's just a gun game. Yung laban natin. Yan, naka-recon bolt na. Should be able to spot him out. Joke lang, hindi. Medyo tense yung sitwasyon na Lami Snacks. Will get a spike, will get a plant. Tamang top revenge lang dito. Pero Asterisk will swing on through. Will spot him out and get the win for PSJ.
Parang... Si Bill kasi, nagsisimula na naman eh. Ako pinagtitripan eh. Shoutout nga pala eh, Bill. Gising na muli siya. Salamat Bill sa sa spread ng pagmamahal dito sa PH Broadcast. Pero naikutan na 100 IQ gameplay si Lami Snacks. Okay lang yan, Lami Snacks. Pogi ka naman daw. Sabi ng mga friends ko. At ngayon,
friends si Ray,
40. Friends ko yan. Ako, wala akong crush sa Valorant. Di ako ganun eh. So, ayaw na ganyan.
Is this true, Stone?
Oo nga. Diba? Wala akong crush sa Valorant. Mga 5 lang. Joke lang. Cash lang eh.
Wala namang
Okay
problema
yan.
doon. Wala namang problema doon.
Okay. Diyan also, lahat po.
Party's
Ayun, napigilan. Ba't ka nagmamadali? Famous ko ako sa'yo, dapat di ka nagmamadali. Dapat dahan-dahan lang. Ba't ka nagmamadali? May opportunity na sana kayo. Tapos, nangyayari, ganyan pa. Pero kayo, dyan, Olsen.
Gising pa rin.
Shot ngayon, na 3 na lang. Kagad sa isang iglap. Mula sa PSG.
Gising pa rin yung D1 ng full sense dito, men. Na showstopper satchel in si Famous pero na-track kagad siya. Mahirap yon pero dahil sa full sense sila, madali lang yun para sa kanila. Pero nag-rotate na kagad yung full sense dito, going to the path of least resistance. At least pagkakaalam na sa information. Ear nakaabang with the tour de force. Nasira! No scope gets the one on the PTC flinch. No scope din kay Chalala. Down to a 2v2. Nasa alanganin as Flinch gets another one, gets that flick. John Olsen hindi niya makakuha yung spike plant dito on time. Question mark, he does still. Asterisk rotating on over. Spike will be planted, tailwind out. 1v1 completely doable para kay John Olsen. Asterisk binabagalan niya yung peak niya dito. Wala sa angulo. And Asterisk will still win that out.
Ba't ka pa umakyat? John Olsen! Trash talk yun, no? Nilagyan na Steam Beacon si ano. Sabi niya, nice try. Prefer Sage. You want zigzag, bro? You want the Betamax Pro Max,
Beta
bro?
Pro Max.
Beta Pro Max, bro.
I want the Beta 11, bro.
Ay, naku po. Daya. Nakita mo yung mga patch ngayon sa Valorant. Kawawa naman ang mga Reese main. Shoutout nga pala kay Super MG kung nanonood ka. Okay lang yan. Kahit anong duelist pa yan, malakas ka pa rin.
Si Brim medyo na-nerf din eh.
Sige. Si Brimstone. Like, kind of just little bit of that nerf, I think.
Little nerf lang. Adjustment lang.
Binalance lang siya for me. Binalance lang siya. Pero, yeah, guys. I think, kawawa naman ang mga controllers ngayon. Kasi masyado kong binabati na ang gagaling ng controllers ngayong VCT Stage 1 eh. Kaya tuloy, sabi ni Valorant, tara, i-nerf natin lahat ng controllers. Pero okay lang yan, guys. That's how the game goes well pa. Siyempre, kailangan i-balance talaga yung mga agent.
Okay, nagiging from time to time, depende sa mapa, nagiging dual controller meta talaga eh. At dahil lang talaga sa 4.04, dun lumabas yung full capability mga controllers natin. Ito na yung mga petchay na binato kasi gusto mag-samgyup. Joke lang, lettuce pala yung ginagamit. Tama, lettuce, petchay, di ba? Basta hindi ko alam. Basta mamaya na rin pag-usapan yun. John Olsen, mamaya na rin nila papalaruin si Ears sa si Azeres. Collateral kill. Easy side take para sa nila. Rosify na lang mag-isa with a bulldog. Pero hindi sapat ang bulldog sa ganitong sitwasyon na 5 tao nakatutok sa kung saan ka man manggagaling. And Rosify will spot out the barrel pero not enough to take the kill. 3K for John Olsen, 5-3 para sa full sense.
Uy! May trader na nag-comment.
Hello!
Uy, shoutout nga pala sa'yo, Taylor.
Shoutout,
Sa kang alamat. Grabe naman si John Olsen. Biruin mo! Kung kaduo mo yung mga katulad ni John Olsen, ewan ko na lang. Talagang matutuwa ka ganyan yung kaduo mo? My goodness. Kita mo, 13-4. 8-12, 3 point... Keme, di ako magaling sa math, guys. Wag niya nasahan sa akin. Pero 13-4 yung kanyang KD.
Mas positive KD.
At ito, wala namang Sova diff. Pero meron tayong tatawag na Jet diff. Yan,
sobrang laking diff. 8 points in diff.
Galing. Galing naman.
Round 9 pa lang tayo, by the way. Double digits na kagad si John Olsen. Kung ano yung kinulang niya nung nasa Haven tayo, binuhos niya kagad lahat dito.
Siyempre. Persija, bumabawi every time na statistically wise, Persija, iba yung performance hindi talaga tiwala yung mga tao sa performance nila dito sa Bind. But I think now that they're really into it, so happy na somehow they make this really close against Full Sense. Pero alam mo, may sense din naman kasi. Bakit pa pinili ng Full Sense yung bind? So, it's one way or another, it's still a 50-50. But I think the best part dito is that Full Sense, kapag magto-third map pa, sobrang mas pabor sa kanila against Persija talaga. All in all, the map details are really into the side of Full Sense. Kahit pa nag-haven tayo kanina. Pero ngayon, ito, may nakakalakan upo dito si Famous. Yun.
Kinagat ng 7 Lions. John Olsen, inside na kagad. Take down Famous. 5v4, walang gamit yung Persija Esports. Eeyore, crispy headshot kay PTC, pero John Olsen will trade him out. Rosify will get tagged by the Recon Bolt itself. Pero the round is done. 4K para kay John Olsen. Give him the ace. Give the man his ace. Flinch. I-aalay na niya kanyang sarili dito. Pero gusto ko pag-usapan yung topic na binitaw mo kanina, Ray. Na yung lahat ng mapa natin sa side ng PSG. Pumunti ka pa magka-ace. John Olsen. Tumalong lang sa peak pero it is what it is. Pero yun nga, pag-usapan natin yung in terms of yung lahat ng mapa for Full Sense. For the past 3 months na naglalaro yung Full Sense on Haven, they've won 8 maps, lost 1. Well, 9. On Bind, they've won 4 maps, lost 1. Sa Breeze, 100% win rate pareho, pero 8 maps yung napanalunan ng Full Sense consistently for the past 3 months. This goes to show na yung series talaga natin, one way or another, even if makuha ng Persija to, will still fall to the hands of Full Sense.
Nung nasa Champions ang Full Sense, ito talaga yung ginagamit nila against mga taga-NA or EMEA teams. So, nakita natin talaga that this is one of their specialties. Pero, akala ko mag-omen na kagad tong Full Sense. Akala ko may pagbabago, pero wala. Ganun pa rin. Parang yung pagmamahal mo lang sa kanya. Pero, alam na nga nila si Rosify, and after making quite a few notes, hindi nila ma-hold ng maayos kasi kung mag-back off na din sila. I think okay na din yan. Parang rin nakakapila si John Olsen, pero palong-palo. And finally, John Olsen nakapasok na kagad sa side, and Famous was able to take out 2. At, dalawa na lang kagad na titira. D-Love. Makakapatay ba siya dito? Naka-operator, hindi to switch. Okay, nag-switch na nga siya into RTX. At tignan natin kung makakapag-clutch nga ba siya or not. Magpa-line up ba dito si Athens? Sumakto. Kala ko mag-line up. Mas mga napala niya ngayon ng kanyang Phantom. And feel ko, 6-all na naman to.
Feel mo? Oo, feel ko rin. Pero depende kasi as a slight hiccup for Full Sense, sure. Pero they still have weapons in this round and I feel like they can push it to a 7-4 scoreline. Just judging from the fact na hindi naman lahat sa kanila ay may baril sa side ng PSG. Half armor pa nga si Flinch. Yes, he has the operator. Yes, he's been very impactful with the operator. Pero more often than not, na nakita natin during Haven, na kahit na naka-operator si Flinch, ma-outduel pa rin siya ni John Olsen with the Vandal. That may just be the case right now, pero depende na lang kay Lami Sax if he swings out properly. Hunter's Fury to clear things out. Trailblazer will spot out Flinch and nakakuha sila ng information na nandun yung operator player and they will still push in towards B. John Olsen making his way over towards Hoka. Wala nakaabang, pero nandiyan na kagad si Flinch nakatambay na nakaabang kay John Olsen if ever napapasok siya. Will get smoked out. Beautiful usage of utilities here for Full Sense pero hindi pa sila magko-commit just yet.
Takot sa commitment. Yun. Ano lang, ang Full Sense, pero Rosify. Okay, good way naman to, may recon din siya. So, they can just wait. Pero, uy! Ano nangyari? Oy!
Oh, no!
Oy! Ano nangyari? Yun.
Ayun.
30 seconds okay na. Ay, hindi. Nag-iintay lang sila.
Akala ko.
Ano ba? Niloko ba tayo ng mga to? Anong gusto nyo? Magtatango ba? 20 seconds? Ay. Oo nga na wala.
Wait, ano to? 15-second hit?
Ano?
Huh?
Okay.
Hindi, oo. Kung ano
10 seconds
iniisip
left.
natin, yun yung nangyayari. Yun na nga na may narinig kami bukas sa tenga namin.
Tama nga. Ano nangyari? Yung
Halos
okay na
lahat
sana.
eh, no?
Last round before the
Oh.
switch.
Okay. So, mapapaano tayo dito?
Tara, kwentuhan muna tayo dito rin.
Anong kikwento mo sa akin, Nomad? Anong kikwento mo?
Ayun, yung kwento ko dito is yung alamat ni Vil.
Anong alamat ni Vil dyan?
Nung isang araw, si Vil, pumunta siya sa Asia.
Mm.
At doon lumabas ang mall doon sa Asia.
Vilo, may sinasabi si Nomad.
Hoy, wala akong sinasabi.
May sinasabi, Wala ako
Wala,
dyan,
wala akong sinasabi.
Wala ako dyan.
Wala akong sinasabi.
Mabait ako.
Wala akong sinasabi.
Wala ako
Wala akong
dyan.
sinasabi. Wala akong sinasabi, Riri. Wala akong sinasabi.
Bait ako,
Mabait din naman ako. Mabait din naman ako na kaibigan.
Wala ako dyan. Asta ako. Tahimik lang ako.
Ako rin naman, tahimik din naman. Hindi, paano tayo tahimik? Shoutcaster tayo. Paano yun?
Ay, gano'n ba yun? Ako tahimik lang talaga, guys. Sa personal, tahimik lang ako.
Ay!
Hindi ko nga alam bakit ako
Hindi.
dinadaldal ng mga tao, tahimik ka lang.
Parang iba ata yung iba ata definition mo ng tahimik, no? Parang naalala ko nung nag-samgyup, ang dami mong kwento eh.
Madami lang, pero wala, tahimik lang. Shy type ako, guys eh. Kasi pwede sa pamilya ko yung maingay.
Sige. Pero go ka lang ng go eh.
Go lang ng go. Laban lang kung laban. Kahit mahirap, kakayanin. Char.
True.
Yan.
Pero yan.
Shoutout
Shoutouts.
nga pala.
Ayun. Sige, ikaw mo shoutout.
Mga nanonood sa atin dyan. Dito sa may Twitch. At dito sa may YouTube. At dito sa Facebook. Kain na kayo ng lunch, guys. Ayoko nagugutom kayo. Ako na lang magsasabi niyan. Eat well.
Oo. Pero syempre may iba dyan na sinabihin na eat well ng isa. Busog na pala kasi may 5 pang nag-eat well.
Hindi. Meron dyan. Marami siyang pinagsasabihan ng eat well.
Meron din nun. Oo, meron din.
Marami pala kayo. Yun yung malalaman mo. Na hindi ka naman, di lang ikaw yung kausap. Madami pala kayo.
Madami
pero okay
talaga.
lang yan. Ibig sabihin, friendly lang siya. Kayo naman eh. Pag marami kausap, friendly lang ang tawag doon. Isa siyang friendster. Okay? So, kapag...
Ano po yung friendster?
Di ko pa alam. So, friendly lang talaga yung mga ganun. Ano ba kayo? Naghahanap lang talaga siya ng BFF. Hindi talaga siya naghahanap ng ng pang full-time commitment. Hanap lang is pinag-a-update niya. BFF nga ang gusto niya.
Yung mga tumatambay sa Cubao Expo.
Ba't mo alam, Nomad? Excuse me?
Ba't biglang may nagsalita sa tenga ko? Na parang tinamaan na ata. Pero ayun, bumalik sa logo ng VCT at babalik sa amin ang camera habang inaayos ang kung ano man yung nangyayari sa behind the scenes. Shoutout sa mga tumatambay sa isang lugar sa Cubao. Shoutout sa direct kasi mamaya-maya kailangan natin magpahinga muna. So ngayon habang inaayos kung ano man yung nangyayari sa teams natin, ito ang Asia Pacific Challengers Playoffs. Ako si Nomad, kasama ko si Rere. Magbabalik ang laban ng Full Sense at ng Persija Esports.
Cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch. Nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch. Nah.
Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working in 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
What's up, guys? Alam ko, may hindi gumalaw yung mundo kanina on that round between Full Sense and Persija. Pero nandito muli kami. Ako si Reyna at kasama ko ngayon si Nomad. At kami anyong shoutcasters para sa first series na to. At quick summary lang, guys. Leading na sana yung Full Sense on that very first half. Pero looks like may nangyari lang na onting pause. And huwag kayong maggalala. In just a few, we're gonna be right on track mamaya-maya lang. Pero ikaw, Nomad, so far, on what we can see onto the side of Persija, I think this is quite impressive pagdating sa performance nila ngayon.
Yeah, very impressive na napipigilan na yung Full Sense sa ibang attacks na ginagawa nila. Hindi natin nakikita yung signature style ng Persija na nagpipinch sila ng maneuvers kasi they know for a fact na pagdating sa aim duels talaga matatalo sila. Nakita natin time and again na when they try to go for flanks, talagang natitake down kagad sila ng Full Sense. The only time na nakita natin nag-pinch sila was when they definitely had the upper hand in terms of numbers. And nakita natin mostly sa B side, sa A, medyo nag-struggle sila dun in terms of playing the retake. Pero for the most part, nakakasabay yung Persija. And may it's the same story sa nangyari sa Haven. It's just that na attacking side lang ngayon yung Full Sense at sila yung mag-aabang lang ngayon. And I feel like Persija, they can push it hard dito sa laban natin na siguro 13-10, 13-11 yung score lang natin para nangyari sa Haven. But I still think na yung Full Sense at the end of everything, they would still come out on top of it just because of the raw mechanical skills na meron sila na pag nagkaroon tayo ng set plays sa laban natin, yung Full Sense, talagang lalamang sila against Persija Esports. And now, napapasok tayo sa laro, back to the 4-6 scoreline. Medyo magbabagay ihip ng hangin ng Full Sense in terms of how they're gonna be playing the 11th round.
Mm-hmm. At is this gonna be it? Aside ng Persija? Or still somehow Full Sense will be able to come up with oh, naglalaro lang na tamaan pa yung paa ni D-Love right now. And as we go back, looks like si Flinch. Ay, dyan yung mga face cam nila, guys. Hindi magkakasama. Nagkakasama ba sa bootcamp to? Parang hindi.
Persija,
Wala,
hindi. Magkakaiwalay sila.
Ang ganda ng bootcamp ng Full Sense. Ang luwag.
True.
Ang ganda. So far ako para sa akin lang to Ang mga nagagandaan akong bootcamp sa Bren tsaka sa Naos. Ayan.
Ay, yung bootcamp din ng Velocity maganda eh. Ay, nga lang, pero sa PH ba? Oo, mas Naos na sa akin ngayon kumpara sa Bren. Naos na yung top.
So, nakapunta ka na ba dun sa Naos?
Pumunta sana ako eh. Mahal lang ng gas eh.
Sana sumabay ka sa amin, pero ito na nga, isa-isang bumabagsak membro ng Full Sense and finally Famous takes down Chalala together with Lammy Snacks. And now, it's likely nga. Di lang nag-update guys pero 5-6 na yan. Ay, hindi inulit pala, 4-6. O nga pala.
5-6, tama. Nanalo sila last, wait, ba't round 11 pa rin tayo?
Round 11. Oo nga eh. Nag-roll back.
Ito na yun.
Tama. So, yung kanina guys, yung nawala sila sa isang iglap. Nag-roll back tayo. So, 4-6 ulit tayo. Okay guys, lilinawin lang namin. Bang malito kayo. Ako din mismo nalito ko. Pero 19-7 pa rin si John Olsen.
Wait.
Cap.
Round 12 na ngayon. Tapos 4-6 yung scoreline. 5-6 na nga yung scoreline natin ngayon.
Get out of my way! 5-6. Nag-update na. Sorry, Amin.
Sorry guys. Kakamali kami. Pero John Olsen, hindi magkakamali sa shot niya kay Flinch. Make it a 4v5. The aggressive offers that we have here sa region showing his stuff. Already, we're seeing the rotations from Persija. Nakaabang si Lammy Snacks and he will take that kill onto Asterisk. He will not take down Famous. Nakaabang Eeyore with the tour de force will take down John Olsen. Make it an even 3v3. Pasok na si Famous dito.
Search Famous! 2v3, ipet ang Full Sense. Yun lang, nawala lang ang katulad ni Chalalala. At ngayon, mukhang Eeyore was able to take down D-Love and we only have Purified. We were able to win that. Low HP na din kasi si Chalala and we're down with a 6-all in favor of both of the teams. So, tie na yan guys 6-6 as what we've seen kanina sa Haven. And now, we're gonna be starting as we switch sides. Nasa defending naman ngayon ang Full Sense.
And yung defending side ng Full Sense, kayang-kaya nila yung place na ng Persija Esports na kahit anong bagal na ibato ng Persija Esports, Full Sense, yung pagiging aggressive nila to get information, that's definitely the game changer dito sa half na to.
At ngayon, 5-6 na nga ang, rather,
6-6
all na nga. But I think pagdating sa defending side, mas comfortable yung Full Sense pagdating dito. Especially when John Olsen gets his own plays already. He's been doing his individual impacts already for the team. It's really hard to shut down ang mga katulad ng Full Sense.
Yeah, talagang mahirap ma-shutdown. I mean, if we're gonna be looking at the stats, statistically speaking, yung Full Sense on bind, they win 60% more. They get more wins sa defending side kumpara sa attacking side. And that's a 7% difference. Malaking bagay na yun. Mas marami silang round wins on the defending side. This is definitely the side for Full Sense. And I kinda get kung bakit nila inuna yung attacking side para lang maka-rack sila ng rounds. I mean, yung PSG nag-select na mag-defending side muna sila. Pero Full Sense definitely wanting to get that edge sa attacking side. Unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha yung ganong karaming rounds as they wanted to be. Pero on the defending side, definitely magsa-stack up yung rounds ng Full Sense. They are comfortable with this composition. They've been winning consistently with this composition as well. Pero tignan nyo yung score ni John Olsen. 20. Second half pa lang 20 na kagad. Doble siya sa score ni Famous. Doble. Sa ano ni Famous. Pero we're going in on to the 13th round. 6-6 ang scoreline, mga kaibigan. John Olsen. And again, yung aggression na pinapakita ng Full Sense on the defending side para lang makakuha sila information pays off. They get one and down kay Asterisk. Yung controller pa talaga na wala. And Philov will reposition himself on over para sa retake. Playing for retakes na lang dito. He's already low on HP. He has an idea kung saan naglalaro si Lami Snacks. Will not commit just yet. Ito na yung spike plant. Full Sense up for the retake right now. Already inside the side. Flinch will get the tag onto John Olsen. Smoke's gonna be coming out. Gets a 3 kill off of that. Now it's down to a 2v2. As Rosify and Eeyore has to play for the post plants. HP on APTC is low. Wala nang guiding light para dito. Hindi niya may healing kanyang sarili as Eeyore takes down PTC. TP out. Taps the spike. Will spot out the one. Will take down Eeyore. Will get spotted out by the recon bolt pero na-caught in between the reload. 12 HP in a dream. Kailangan humedshot siya dito. Will not get that kill. Rosify will get that. 7-6 scoreline. Nasa lead ang PSJ.
Nako po. Sayang yun. Nalo kasi din si Chalala dun eh. So naglaruan na lang siya eh. And I think the retake medyo kinulang. Look at everything. Full Sense. Di na nakita kagad si Prince. Nakapag-pikas pa siya. And si Eeyore. Ganda. Ganda ng post plant dito ng Persija pagdating sa kanilang pistol. So most likely makita tayo ng big lead mula sa Persija. But it will really question itong approach ng Full Sense. How will they be able to actually stand up here? But then, I think they can just take their time. If it's gonna be an 8-6, no problem. On the side of Full Sense. Kaya naman nila bumawi. Kaya naman makapag-igib ng operator kung sakasakaling gano'n ang mangyayari. But the timing! Buti na lang may follow-up galing kay Eeyore. 4-4. Pero nga lang, ngayon, pinabagsak muli ang ibang mga miyembro ng Full Sense. Don't tell me this is gonna be a big Full Sense win as they are actually outnumbering kagad ang mga miyembro ng PSJ. Pero nga lang, pagdating sa mga barel, advantage nga to at meron na kagad si John Olsen with the Marshall. But will it actually work with those classics, with those ghosts na meron ng mga taga Full Sense? Or baka maunahan nga nila to? Speaking of, si Asterisk na nilabas na at meron na lang kagad si Phoenix. Mga clutch ba nito? Hindi, dahil wala nga siyang ambag. And finally, Persija wins that 2v3 and still leading by 2 already against Full Sense.
Leading by 2 pero gun run na to para sa Full Sense. Beautiful round there for PSJ, all things considered. Kahit na nahihirapan sila sa Full Sense in terms of just them having the pistol. Yung advantage natively mapupunta talaga sa PSJ kasi meron silang Spectres na sa round na yun. Ayan, magbabago na yung usapan. Vandals all throughout for Full Sense and a timeout is going to be called para mag-gets nila kung ano ang dapat gawin kontra sa PSJ. Medyo sumusobra na yung PSJ in terms of sa attacking side eh.
At Full Sense, I think medyo ang pait na nangyari kanya. I think it should be a win situation eh. Sa Full Sense on that previous round. 3v2 na yon, papalo naman yung classic nila tsaka yung kanilang ghost. But I think it's Asterisk that I didn't expect na naghihintay sa mismong plant, sa mismo spike. So iniswingan na niya kagad. Tapos yung flank, di rin nag-work. So it was them going one by one onto where Asterisk together with Fringe ata if I'm not mistaken. So, Full Sense, hindi nga sila makakapag-igib ng operator.
That works.
At least, kompleto naman yung utilities nila. So that's what they prioritize ngayon instead of giving Olsen that. And, di ko alam kung gagawin nila this very close contact against Persija or talagang they'll try to increase something with those pick-offs na lang, pero alam ata nila. Pero buti na lang dyan sila Stocks. This might be a good play! And speaking of, hindi... Oh no! Buti na lang nabawasan at PTC. Lumabas ka agad sa likod. Ibig sabihin na nangyari lang dito yung mga taga-Fullsense. Tatlo sila. That was a good one to actually tackle down. Sabi sa inyo, close ang gagawin ng Fullsense ngayon. But Ear is out there. He takes John Olsen out. And Lamy Snacks tries to get some good pick-offs dito kung sakasakaling makakuha ng information, pero alam niya, medyo somehow nakatunog siya. Nasaan ba mga miyembro nito ng PPC finally sees them, pero aware ba sila na may isa lang na nasa you-all, and suddenly the advantage pagdating sa barrel is what gives Fullsense their powers, and finally getting it into a one-round difference na lang against PSG.
Yeah, ang ganda ng play. And yung sinasabi ko, yung aggression na ginagawa ng Fullsense sa defending side, none can compare talaga. So kung paano maglaro yung Fullsense on the defending side. Early on nung first round, push out sila sa B, nakakuha sila ng kills. Pagdating natin sa previous round, TP na lang sila para makakuha ng information. They got the pincher off of that, and that factored into getting that round talaga 100%. Now going into this round, crucial para sa PSG na ma-secure nila to para sa sarili nila. Kasi they want that 9-7 lead. Pero yung Fullsense, switching it up a little bit, hindi sila kumukuha ng aggressive information, they're just letting PSG come in, and they know how important it is na magstay lang sila at mag-hold ng angles kasi pareho sila may barrel. Pero ito na yung PSG papasok na sa site. T, kaabang with the judge, will get a kill onto ER. That's the initial kill, that's the important kill as well. Pero Fullsense will now go for the retake. Hiwa-hiwalay. The lurk from John also might be big. See, Kaabang will get the second off of that.
Alamang pa nga yung Fullsense. Oh, ganda nun. Pero nga lang, nasayang kagad. Yung ginawa ni Asterisk dun, medyo minadali niya yung kanyang ultimate pagdating doon. And then yun yung meron sa ultimate ni Brimstone eh. May ano pa eh. May delay ng onte bago mo ma-pop off. So, ngayon, Fullsense takes the upper hand. We're down with the 8-8. Naboga nga nila yung mga pagmumukha kagad. Si Delavo, tinalunan lang eh. After he picks up ear, you already know that it's the sign. And walang trades. Ito nangyari sa Persija. Ayun yung meron kapag nakaboga yung kalaban mo. Tapos isa-isa kayong pumasok. You know that they're gonna be tackling them. And John Olsen, they put him already sa may B-side, pero buto na nakapag-flank na nga rin siya para maipit. And now, looking at it, they're getting the round in which na mapapasave nga ang PSG. Pero ngayon, as they have those sheriffs, hopefully, Fullsense may be able to capitalize on this. And looking at it, nabawasan na nga kagad si Flinch. Oh! But the tap goes right in kay Famous. Possible na ma-open kagad ang B-side. Pero PTC ngayon, mag-aasim to. Mapapatay to. Hindi na pala. Buti na lang. Sumakto din kagad ang flash sa pagmumukha kayo ni Rosie Pie. Although alam na mga nila. Pero mukhang mahihirapan ng mga miyembro kagad dito ng PSG. May kasama pang ang Hunter's Fury mula kay Lamy Snacks para na ma-confirm ang round na to. At Ear na lang together with Famous ang natitira. As si Ear ngayon may 2D force na nga na pwede niyang gamitin pero di niya nagagamitin ito. Medyo sayang. Oh, ginamit na nga pala niya. Narinig na nga natin. Nagamit-gamit niya. Pero here it is. The flash comes in. At yun, pumunta sa langit si Famous. And Fullsense gets this round. Gets the 1-point lead already against Persija.
1-point lead, something na kailangan ng Fullsense to get the momentum up. PSG, may pera pa sila going into the next round, pero for the most part, nagising na yung D1 ng Fullsense sa second half. Nahirapan sila ng onte nung first couple of rounds, pero di natin nakita yung full potential ng Fullsense. Ika nga, napalibutan nila kagad yung PSG, which is something na ayaw mo talaga mangyari if you're on the attacking side. Ayaw mo mapipinch ka. Fullsense just made a lot of space para makapag-rotate ng talaga si John Olsen. Makapag-rotate ka agad si PTC para makaharap ng opening sa attack na meron yung PSG. And now, going into the 18th round, I'm pretty sure mahihirapan na yung PSG dito now that they know na if they lose this round, dire-diretso na yung Fullsense.
Oh, Oh no, this is really making a huge toll sa PSG kung natalo pa muli sila sa round na to. But not impossible. Still, para makahabol against Fulton. It's just one lead. And yun nga lang, si Dilav ngayon, meron na siyang 2 de force. Pero will he actually get that close? Okay, ganda nito. Pag sumakto yung pagbaba nila against him. Aware ba sila? Oh, here it is! He gets one! Traded out by Famous, pero na dyan na kagad. But there's just a trades happening. Pero looks like on the other hand, it's gonna be a 2v2. And naiwasan nga lang nila yung mga miyembro. Expected kung nasaan ang mga taga-full says John Olsen together with Lamy Snacks na lang kagad natitira. And he might be controlling here sa may elbow side. But si John Olsen, will he actually get that good pressure against PSG? Si Asterisk at si Flinch ngayon, nasa site lang mismo. They're watching out on those angles. Pero complicated to. Shock dart, pwedeng gamitin Lamy Snacks. Pero ba, swingan lang siya eh. When he pulls that out, at ngayon, alam na ba nila? Alam na nila kung nasaan. He tries to go for that click. Pero nga lang, as they're trying to playing out with him, will he finally get that trick? Buti na lang, Flinch is up right there, and he gets the win. Di na siya nakita eh. Timing is perfect. Something unexpected ng full sense against Persija, and tying it down to a 9-9.
Timing is key dun sa post plant na ginawa ng PSG. And for the most part, ang ganun sana ginawa ng full sense dun sa pinch na ginawa ni John Olsen sa Lamy Snacks. Commendable si John Olsen kasi sinunukan niya kagad si Lamy Snacks get that a little bit of a confusion sa side ng PSG. Pero at the end of everything, Flinch is holding the right angle at the right time. Nagpanalo sa kanila dun. Economy is still good for full sense going into the next round. Pero all things considered, ang ganda ng pinapakita ng PSG. Closest game we've had so far sa series natin na ito. And a technical pause will be called once again.
Sabi ngayon ng Persija. It was really good. Okay, may execution sana yung full sense doon eh. Kung hindi lang napita si Chalala sa may corner ng site, sa tingin ko, bago magbilong, sa tingin ko, panalo sana yung full sense. Pero napita siya ni Flinch eh. Kasi ito si Flinch, after taking down si Asterisk, he's at the backside, and that's something na hindi na matatrade off din ni John Olsen even if naka-operator siya. So, very wise decision making is coming in from Persija. But as we're going into the tech pause, guys, ito na naman. Unang series pa lang, tech pause agad. And full sense, if they lose this round 19, then we can all say na pwede pa rin pala ata sila makabili. Pwede sila mag-force next round. Okay, not bad. Pwede pa rin pala. May pera pa sila. Feel ko ang mas crucial dito ay ang Persija. Kasi if they lose this, wala na silang pera. May isa lang, pero malamang sasabay. Pwede siya mag-hero buy, Malakay Flinch. So, those are the upper hands coming in from both of them. But I really do think na ang full sense, medyo may mga oras lang na nagmamadali sila na dapat hindi. Chill lang dapat, guys. Chill lang kayo.
Chilling like a villain lang.
Obsin.
Yung Persija, pwede pa sila mag-chill kahit paano. May para pa sila. Close pa rin yung score na. Pero as soon as may isang team na nag-double digits, doon na magbabago yung ihip ng hangin. Ray-ray. And then 100%.
Oh.
Pero shoutouts sa lahat ng mga nanonood from Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. Shoutouts sa inyo. Alam namin na weekday at hapon na hapon, gitna ng araw, may mga nag-exam, may mga nagtatrabaho at nanonood pa rin kayo. Shoutouts. Isa kayong malamat. Sana sinasagutan niyo yung modules niyo habang nanonood kayo.
Yun.
Sana nagfo-focus kayo habang kahit nanonood kayo.
At sana bati kayo ng mga jowa nyo ngayon. Yan. Huwag kayo magbe-break, guys.
Ay, oo.
Yan.
Totoo. Shoutouts kay Faye.
Ayun, napakatamis naman pala ng pag-ibig.
Siyempre, pag-ibig kung pag-ibig.
Yun. Endgame na naman. Endgame na.
We will see.
Yun. Napakatamis eh. Sana all endgame.
Di pa tapos yung first half, ika nga.
Di pa tapos. Ano pa lang to? Yung parang
Planes pa lang,
part
planes pa
1.
lang. Malalay pa yung knockouts.
Okay guys, Road to Forever na si Nomad.
Ikaw ba, Ray? Road to ano na ba?
No, road to pa-audition na ulit tayo. Back to audition tayo ngayon.
Akala ko, so road to road to Samgyupsalan ba yan?
Ano muna tayo Okay lang tayo ngayon, guys. If you're asking, I'm okay. I'm okay. And I'm happy. All by myself.
Oh, knock.
By myself!
Hindi, wala na. Hindi ko na itutuloy yung knock.
Gumawa talaga si Taylor tsaka si Raph. Ang cute.
Yep. The Multiverse. May mga nagtatanong pala sa chat. What time PaperX Southbuilt Esports? Mamayang gabi pa yan, guys. Yun yung pinakahuling series natin. Pero oo, si Raph sa si Taylor. Parehas pa yung damit nila naka-Hawaiian shirts sila
Siyempre. Ano yan kakanta na sila. Sila talaga ang tunay na vocalist ng Ben and Ben.
Oo. Totoo.
Diba? Marami na tayo. Meron tayong vocalist na. Meron tayong drummer ng
December.
Si Bill may kamukha daw sa Urban Dub
Hindi ko sasabihin si Gab Alipe yun, pero yun lang naman. Si Ray, vocalist daw ng Freestyle South Border.
Freestyle? Wait lang.
Oo, may nagsabi lang sa comment kanina
Ang lalayo, guys. Wag kayo mag-joke time, guys. Ang layo.
Guys, nandito naman
Wala
si
talaga akong kamukhang artista.
Nandito si Rufa Ray, guys. Nandito si Rufa Ray.
Wala akong kamukhang, pero real talk to, wala akong kamukhang artista At okay lang yun. Ibig sabihin ay unique ako. Ang kamukha ko talaga ay ang nanay ko.
Darating ang mga salita.
Mababait yan yung 4 of spades na yan. Mababait yan. May picture nga kami ng isa nilang member Kasi family friend ng minahal ko dati. So, ayun. Mabait yan.
Pero, alam mo, mas mabait.
Mas mabait, syempre, yung mga viewers natin.
Oo.
Yan.
Kahit na tinawag na pinuno ng ni Meralco Spratleys. Ayun.
Paano naman kaming mga wala? Pare-parehas na nga tayo, Hans Crab. Pare-parehas na nga tayo. Ayan, Oo, masakit talaga pag iniwan ka. Iruin mo.
Oo, masakit talaga pag iniwan ka. Gano'n naman talaga yan pag kapag ikaw ay iniwan.
Oo naman. Na yun.
Yan bang...
ganun talaga guys kapag... pero pag sa mga heartbroken dyan, okay lang yan guys. Makakaahon din kayo. Okay?
Makakaahon din kayo tapos babagsak ulit. Ganun naman mangyayari. Pero there are the rare instances na aahon kayo tapos pataas na pataas. Fly high butterfly yung mangyayari sa feeling nyo.
Yan. Yan na daw. So, eto guys. Marami dito. Sino ba naman kami para sabihan nyo ng good night? Alam mo guys, so isang araw yan. Kasi baka may nag-send sa akin na message ito. Tawan-tawa ako
ano yan?
Pang sad girl Parang, good night guys. Sorry guys, ako lang to. Simpleng babae. Hindi fit sa standard nyo. Pasensya na kung hanggang dito lang ang kaya ko. Pero sana nabigay ko yung dapat. At ikasasaya nyo. Tawang-tawa talaga. Sorry, ito lang ako. Ayan. Ayan kay Hans Crab. Ayan kay Takoyaki. Ay, Takoyaki. Miss Kape. Ang cute naman.
Ayan, sa Twitch ka pala. Sa Twitch ka pala nagbabantay.
Minsan wala din ako gano'n. Yung mga nasa YouTube guys, maawa naman kayo pag pinagsabay-sabay namin. So, mag-comment na lang kayo sa Facebook tsaka sa Twitch para masaya. Yan. Ngayon, balik na. Buti naman nakarinig na yung full sense at yung Persija. At magsisimula ngayon kay D-Love. Kung meron ba siyang mapipitas mula sa
Ito na
Persija?
naman yung aggression ng full sense sa defending side. Tignan nyo yung bilong.
Okay.
Pinush na nila papuntang site. Papuntang spawn at walang kaalam-alam yung full sense.
Walang kaalam-alam yung full sense. Ay, yung Persija.
Ay, yung PSG pala. Sorry. Tawa lang. Pasensya na.
Okay lang. Oh, no!
Ilog.
Ba't nila swiningan si Flinch do? Ay, ba't nila swiningan si Dilove? Alam nila, tinignan nila pero wala sa chance kundi kailangan nila yung dapat di sila matakot. Famous picks 1, 2v4. Alam na nga din nila nasa ng isang miyembro nila. It's gonna be famous. Sige, hinahabol talaga siya. Winawallbang na siya. Lahat pinuputa na nga kagad. Kung nasan siya, isa na lang kagad. It's gonna be Asteris. And finally, he tries to go for a plant. Will he be able to clutch this knowing na wala na siya ganong armor? 4 HP na lang. At 4 ang magpapakita pero bawal mag-audition na. Mahirap na. At ngayon, pinagtitipan na lang siya. Will he finally get there? And yun na lahat sila pumunta na sa kanang harapan. Avengers ang mga taga Full Sense. At ngayon, they will be leading by 1 ulit against Persija.
Yep. And di na napapasok yung tension na sinasabi ko na once yung double digit na isa, the other team, especially more so sa Persija, ay mahihirapan na talaga. Pressure is on their side, money is not. So talagang all or nothing na lahat ng gagawin ng Persija dito. To the point na baka magkaroon pa sila ng errors for the most part. No, ang ganda naman inap ng mga tao. Na-share ko lang. Pero yung full sense, share lang din nila yung ideas nila going into this paano nila defend as PSJ will go for the timeout para lang mag-gets nila kung paano gagawin sa full sense.
Bakit ba sa tuwing sinasabi ko nagpapauli, si Super MG naman unang naisip ha? Ay, kayo talaga. Pero shoutouts nga pala kay MJ. Hello sa'yo MJ. Sana okay ka lang.
Yahoo!
Wala guys. Talagang, yan? Alam niyo ba, parang gusto ko gumawa ng content. Pero kasi dalawa lang kaming ni Taylor dito na Totro pa. O Jojowain na challenge. Pero balik na nga tayo dito. Marami na tayong nagpo-podcast Pero, Persija, siguro ngayon na-eco sila. Wala nila mag-chat. Kasi ito na yung last call nila They lose this. It might just full sense be winning this with a clean 2-0. Especially with how Olsen right now, na meron na siyang operator. So, ngayon he's quite confident about it. Imagine at 23-14 KD right now. Ito na yung next na magiging problema that Persija has to face with. And with that, puro iba sa kanila, classic lang. So, it's quite complicated unless we're gonna be seeing Eeyore come up with something right now.
Ahead.
Yep. Has to go all in here for PSJ. Pero will the shots connect kay Ear and Rosify and Flame? Sila yung may operative weapons na talaga makaka-take down ng tao. Pero John Olsen will take down Eeyore. Make it a 4v5 kahit pa paano. Now this should be another round for them as John Olsen gets another on that Ray.
Nice one.
Down to a 2v5 na ngayon in Asterisk and Rosify. Nakatayo ay. Okay. Kala ko nag-stop down sila Pero
Hindi na. Na-trauma na si Nomad sa mga nagsi-stop dance. Pero ako si Rosify together with Asterisk. Complicated nga lang to. You have that one frenzy. But unless Rosify gets Lamisak, pero I think complicated. Going up against 5. Alam na natin kung nasan sila. And finally, John also nahuli na nga akong kagad
30 seconds left.
si Rosify at knowing na si Asterisk na lang with that frenzy sa malayuan na angulo. Kung ako yan, mahirap makipaglaro sa mga miyembro ng full sets. Kaya tignan mo, si John Olsen, focus lang talaga. Focus. He tries out to cover something. Maybe get the exact timing, but John Olsen, tignan sa kanya na to. And yep, it's the fourth one. Almost an ace mula kay John Olsen. At ang full sets, dalawa na lang. Bago nila maipanalo to. And bago mapunta, siguro, ang Persija sa lower bracket.
I have the first team going on there, pero kahit na may weapons yung Persija, I feel like John Olsen just holding those angles being accurate with those shots, hindi pa rin magbabago yung scoreline natin. Now that we have full weapons sa side ng Persija, I feel like it's still not going to be enough. Matalo sila dito, wala na naman silang pera. All down to Full Sense to capitalize on that fact. And again, Full Sense, hindi sila nagbabago ng playstyle. They're being slow, they're being methodical. Kumbaga, hard stack sila sa A kasi medyo bad read din para sa Full Sense. But they can always rotate immediately, and the call to rotate is now on PTC. Already made that call. Rotate na kagad sila ni Specs to get information. Nakakuha ng isang information sa Trailblazer. PTC will get the one. Hunter's Fury is gonna be used up. Papasok dito. Razorus will take down PTC. Retake is now on. Spike's not yet inside. You're gonna be repositioning, not getting anything off of that. Orbital Strike gonna be thrown down, pero hindi pa rin matitake down yung Full Sense. Pero the numbers are down bad for Full Sense. 2v2, 3, low HP. And Rosify and Eeyore, they have all the time in the world para matanim to, but John Olsen has the operator in hand. At sobrang delikado pa. Matapat si John Olsen dito as he get a kill. Ngayon si Rosify na lang mag-isa. 1v2. Pinches is real. John Olsen watching that angle, but si C, nakaabang na kaagad. Match point for Full Sense.
Full Sense. Let's go. Sayang yung round na to. Winnable sana kaso yung si John Olsen talaga. Pagbuhay pa rin to. Sure ka na makakapitas sila And ngayon, ang Persija. Ang mangyayari sa kanila, force na lang talaga on what they have. But looking at it, it was a good way also for PTC to actually mag-asim ng isa. Pero nga lang sinabay ng Hunter's Fury. But it's just it. Akala ko makukuha. Iniswingan ka agad ni Your timing lang talaga yung perfect dun. And si Dilove nakapag-search na nga kagad something didn't expect. And looking at it, kulang na kulang talaga tong Persija pagdating sa mga buy nila ngayon. Broken buy, Flinch might be able to capitalize with that Blade Storm, pero ang Full Sense mag-aasim na nga sila ngayon sa may A-short banda, pero dapat hindi sila mabiktima ngayon mula sa kamay ng Persija. Dahil kapag inagre lang to ng Full Sense, baka sila pa ngayon ang mapitas at sila pa, possibly, makambak pa sila ng Persija.
Baka lang naman. Pero Full Sense, they're not gonna be playing it very aggressive. Information onto Rosify at the very least for PTC. Still, PSJ, they want to take it slow. They want to make it cool and calm. Fake Stim Beacon lang. Bait out ng rotation pero hindi mangyayari. So far, ngayon, undecided pa rin yung PSJ.
Oh guys, si Vil tsaka si Nomad mamaya, magkakasa SP, okay? Yan, sa mga nagtatanong. Si Vil kasi pinaplansya pa niya yung susuotin niya at hinahanda niya ang kanyang 100% lakas para sa main event natin.
Si Taylor, hindi
si
ako.
Taylor pala. Sorry. Si Taylor tsaka si Vil ang magkakas. Yung mga Damods natin. Ayan, sila ang magiging sagot mamaya sa event pa. Looks like there it is. 3v4. Meron ready si Chalala somehow. Asterisk goes with the plant. Dalit lang ng sobra, but at least after that read, again, ito mga taga PSJ, na-control nila kagad yung site. But will Full Sense actually retake this knowing na medyo alanganin? But if Chalala, pwede pa siyang makakuha ngayon dito. So may inaabangan siya. He tries to bait it po sakasakal. And speaking of, nilabas na kagad ng Cosmic Divide. Oh no! Hindi na pitas si Flinch. Ano nangyari? We're down with a 2v2. Makuha na nga ba ito ng Full Sense? Pero buto na lang. Asterisk tsaka Eeyore. Pinagplanuhan. Kamuti ka na nga manalo ang Full Sense doon. Ayaw pang umuwi. Alam niyo ibig sabihin yan? 13-10. Sayang yung Cosmic Divide dito diyan.
Yun nga, napaka-crucial pa sa atin ng Cosmic Divide na yun. Pero buti talaga din yung teammates ni Flinch para mag-follow through sa kills niya. At, it could have been a kill talaga yung Blade Storm na initially. It could have been a lot easier at wala masyadong mababawasan sa kanila. Pero all things considered, good round for PSJ. They keep it close kahit pa paano. Pero look at the utility na meron yung Persija. Famous magkakaroon na ng Showstopper si Asterisk, magkakaroon na rin ng Orbital Strike. Aside na ng Full Sense, nagamit na nila yung Cosmic Divide. So, in terms of retake, mahihirapan sila kahit papano dito ng Rosify. Yung spot out PTC kahit papano, throw out that Shock Bolt. to try to get a bit of a dink there. But in PSJ, already making their way in towards A. Everything is rhyming. A, but Love will get one. Will not get a follow-up kill onto a famous Chalala. Will pick up the pace. Orbital strike gonna be used up. 3v3 na lang kagad tayo dito ngayon. And still, the time it's taking for PSG to go for the plant. It's a 2v3 retake for FS.
Last player standing.
Oh no. Seems like it won't work well ngayon. John Olsen na lang going up against 3. At ready na kagad siya with a Blade Storm. At ngayon, ano kaya ang mangyayari sa side ng full? Sakit na niya balikat! And ito na nga, meron na i-pull off kagad ang kanyang Blade Storm if sakasakali. Pero as the disciplined way goes into the side of Persija, may oras pa ba si John Olsen to actually make this work? Pero I think medyo complicated ito. Nakawatch din kagad si Prince sa kanya. So I think it is just it. Gonna be at 12-11 most likely. And buti na swingan pa ni Rosify. Kundi may oras pa kagad si John Olsen to actually make that good clutch. And suddenly, 11-12 na nga ang makikita natin ngayon. At talagang dikit na dikit pa ang laban between the two teams. At nakakatuwa na alive at kicking pa rin ang mga katulad ng Persija.
Yep. Alive and kicking yung Persija, and it's only one round separating themselves from from overtime or diving into the lower bracket. Sobrang all or nothing para sa Persija to. In full sense, binusan nila lahat. Operator on the side of John Olsen. No, not much in terms of ultimates here for full sense, and P paid the price for that. That was crucial for him to stay alive. John Olsen at least will take down Famous. Make it an even fight kahit papano. Still, yung PSG, they're taking their time. They don't want to rush things. Pero if they go to A, baka mahirapan si Chalala to get the retake off of this, or to actually survive off of this.
This is really complicated, full sense, pero may trade-offs lang. Ayaw pa talaga umuwi ng mga taga-PSJ. Ayaw pa nalang mapunta sa may lower bracket part. Pero ngayon, Flinch, nakapag-stretch siya. The control coming in from the UOs is very important. And he was able to make it up to it. Pero Chalala, masasaktuan yung flank sana ni Eeyore. And PTC suddenly pops off that flash, tries to play it out. Pero nga lang, hindi mag-work yung boga kagad ni Flinch. And we only have one. Asterisk tries to go with a clutch. Pero wala na nga rin kagad. And here it is. Give up a lot of rounds. Talagang exhaust ang meron sa lahat ng PSG side. And we are into 13-11. A clean 2-0 mula sa side ng Fozens. And finally, magproproceed na nga sila sa next bracketing pagdating sa mga maglalaban na teams. But on the other side, ang mangyayari sa mga taga-Persija, well, they'll be going sa lower bracket and may long way pa sila bago nila makuha ang slot going into Masters.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very long way para sa Persija at this time around. They're not strangers to the lower bracket na bagsak sila sa lower bracket dun sa groups nila dahil sa full sense for that matter. Or Paper Rex was it? Hindi ko na maalala pero John Olsen, 30! Get that 30 bro, John Olsen, 2.3 KDA para sa kanya and he finally woke up. And it's not that hinard carry niya yung team. The entirety of full sense just was performing all cylinders. Like, yung gas nila, yung premium gas na sobrang mahal na ngayon. And yung PSJ, ang lapit na sana pero it's all down to the raw aiming na ginagawa ng full sense. They get out-dueled for the most part. Positioning is a lot better than full sense. At PSJ, in the lower bracket, I feel like they will have a better chance moving forward. Pero for now, it's full sense just getting that victory.
At yun, I think full sense, we all know why Bind is one of their favorites. At kung bakit nga ba na kahit na dikit ang laban against Persija, I think every retake that full sense will be able to execute, every second half that they had, ay babawi sila. Alam ko na sure talaga sila that they're really confident into actually making this series to a clean streak in favor of them. At tatandaan nyo, nanggaling ba saan ng full sense? Nanggaling sila sa play-ins. And ngayon, they're really standing strong. Looks like the play-ins was just a really big bonus for them. But overall, I think this is the full sense performance na inaabangan talaga natin. This should be the full sense performance coming in from the LAN, coming in from champions. This is it for them. And magtataka nga yung iba bakit isa sila sa team sa nasa play-ins, pero siguro lang talaga may mga strong opponents din pa naman tayo, but this is just the Thai region teams telling us that this is how outstanding they are so far as the first series dito sa knockout stage natin.
I mean, yung buong run ng full sense sa play-ins, I mean, pinag-usapan namin sa panel na yung full sense, hindi naman talaga siya dapat sa play-ins. Ba't sila napadpad dito? It just goes to show na sobrang intense na talaga ng competition sa region ng Thailand. And full sense, they're trying to make that mark na we're still the best in the region, all things considered. Na kahit nandiyan yung XERXIA, dalaban kami. And ngayon, nakikita natin yung full potential ng full sense na I feel like na habang tumatagal yung tournament natin, lalong lalakas yung full sense. For Persija, they can use this time to adjust bago nila malaman kung sino yung next na kalaban nila. Ma-adjust yung place nila, get a little bit more strats going in. Kasi even though na ang ganda na ng pinapakita nila, it's still not enough to go up against Thailand's finest.
Oh, I guess this is just it. Full sense, sobrang nakuha nila talaga yung kailangan na ine-expect ng tao sa kanila. But I think all of the angles itself, all of it are really perfect for them. Although may mga simple mistakes lang sila, like minsan nagmamadali sila masyado. They've been stretching too much for the first few rounds ever since nagkaroon ng kalamangan sa kanilang Persija. So talagang sa tingin ko, mas discipline lang talaga kapag nasa defending side kapag dating sa bind. It's hard to stretch so much kasi yun din kagad yung nalaman nila. But at least, GG sa pinakaunang matchup natin between these two as we're gonna be heading on towards the next. Kami yung shoutcasters niyo. Ako si Rated, syempre kasama ko si Nomad. And see you guys for the next series.
This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. No matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever?
Welcome back to the panel. Still here, Terror, and of course the Terror Multiverse with Raph and finally a new guy. Hello there. Hello. I actually removed my glasses just to check if John Olsen is a real guy, if it's a person or is it a robot playing. Because that map that we just saw John Olsen perform on those two maps, that was mad crazy. But let's talk about the game and what happened. And coming right at you, first off, we have the first map. Course, we have Haven, and this was actually a map pick or map selection coming in from PSG, but they actually stumbled upon Full Sense, giving them a very difficult time. Now, Raph, when it comes to this positioning from Full Sense and coming from PSG as well, when you actually see PTC is performing on this specific map, he has always been on point with utility plays, very aggressive defense from Full Sense as well, and it definitely worked out. How did PSG work around this? That the aggression that they showed.
Remaining.
Wow, actually very intelligent points from our panel host. Something that I have to get used to here. But moving on to Haven, right? As you mentioned, PTC has always been a contributor, whether it has been on utility presence or just map control. But this time around, he's been showing his ability to frag. Quite honestly though, Persija, they did have a bit of a plan in mind in Haven. They occupied quite a lot of forward positions to cut off those retakes, at least on their attacker's side. But my goodness, weathering the storm is truly the primary plan against Full Sense because their offense just comes in spades. If it's not John Olsen, it's literally everybody else, and it's been such a big problem.
And taking forward positions, that was something kind of a plan that they also did on Bind on the defensive side, at least for Persija.
Definitely true. Aside from that, we were talking about a while ago, we were watching the game, and there are different layers when it comes to Full Sense attacking side. And we can touch upon this team, specifically with you, Raph, knowing that, of course, if you actually hop into the match, and Asurai mentioned this, that there are different kinds of attacking side for Full Sense. It seems like there are two different teams when we look at them. They have this passive-aggressive movements, they have the aggressiveness, or sometimes they just know when to battle it out, right?
Definitely, that's something that you see, I guess, from both of these sides, that it just is kind of that back and forth when it comes to the duels. Obviously, Full Sense, that's kind of what they want. Persija, they really kind of played into the hand of Full Sense. I think they pretty much gave Full Sense what Full Sense were expecting to play with.
100%. I mean, Full Sense just took it to a 2-0 in a very clean 2-0 fashion. But actually, once the operator also was on the hands of Flinch during that first map that we saw a while ago, it seems like they were also holding the fort really good. But the scoreline was really just in a match point where they had no opportunity to make mistakes for the side of Persija. But moving forward, in this second map, it was actually chosen by Full Sense. Now, John Olsen's performance just shows that the Jet doesn't own him. Valorant doesn't own him. He basically owns Jet and Valorant at this point. Full Sense knew their battles this time around. They knew how to play out the map. They were focused on the objectives, not only the kills. And the defense of PSG just seemed to crumble in this second map that we were looking at, Raph. And looking at it, it just seems like PSG, they are really having a hard time in this specific series, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, we talked about it with Black and Blue 2 backstage about how they have all these great ideas in their head, but the execution is just floundering just a tiny bit. I think one of the reasons why Bind was a little more wayward when it came to the side swap was because I think Persija was really anticipating that double up setup that Full Sense have been pretty much known for. So there were a lot of times they're walking into open sites but getting caught. They were getting caught by those retakes and just the clogged side lanes, basically.
100% also, like, looking at it for the time being for this specific matchup before we move forward to the next series. One of the factors that made Full Sense resilient is having the utilities from PTC as well. They might lose HP from time to time, but with the slow plays coming in from PSG, the regrowth or the healing capability, and even the guiding light coming in from PTC, just make sure that the information is intact and they have made Full Sense intact, or maybe just went through and through. If we must say, basically. But moving forward for the next series here, we are going to be having VCT Esports versus MiTH. time for the hot takes. Time for the hot takes here, ladies and gentlemen, because I have a question for the two panelists that we have right here. Now, the time being, they had a matchup between XERXIA last time. I would like to ask for your opinions, gentlemen. Do you think Black and Blue, if it was a map or actually a game that went through and pushed through for Bleed and XERXIA, it would be a different result?
Unfortunately, I do have to agree and think so. I do think if it went to that way, for the most part, it might have even been a 2-0 in XERXIA's favor. They could extend it to a third series. Bleed, yes, they do have really high highs and they have lots of potential, but I don't think that that kind of standard performance is what we expect from them just yet. They are kind of wavery sometimes, and I think it could have almost definitely been kind of XERXIA going in as the upper seeded team from their group and potentially either Bleed or Onyx making it through. So they did get fortunate in that one, but it is the nature of the beast, and I still do think they're very deserving of the spot that they're in right now.
How about you, Raph?
You know, if we were to recall our predictions, I think both me and Black and Blue did pick XERXIA over Bleed, because once again, we both agree that XERXIA, they have this potential, this ceiling they have to reach, but we have to watch them actually make a good baseline, and I feel like that matchup could have been their footing, could have been their statement game on, hey, this is where we belong, because truth be told, like we said, we thought Onyx would have made it through, we thought a lot of those teams would make it through. Didn't help, they were in the group of death, but other than that, with the mix of playstyle that Bleed have, they do make for an interesting dynamic playing against their fellow C teams.
I mean, it's true also. Like, expect the unexpected when it comes to the Asia Pacific stage. There are teams that really stood tall and stood up for their own sakes, and especially in this series, in the top 8 contenders right now for the rest of the teams here in Asia Pacific. This is the battle of the best teams out here, and of course they're battling out their flight towards Masters Reykjavik. But these two teams, aside from that, of course, moving forward, this is a totally different matchup that we are seeing. It's done and over with for Bleed Esports versus XERXIA. This time around, it's gonna be Bleed Esports versus MiTH. So let's take a look on the roster of Bleed Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Hello. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like all ages.
This is Bleed Esports. I saw their tweet and said it's not the way they like to win the game against X10, or rather XERXIA, last time, but this is now their chance to actually show what they are capable of. Darion, Lene, or Lexi, Maxi, and Pith, 2 players right here, Black and Blue, are actually from the previous roster of G2. I just wanted to ask, like, what do you think? How is the EU strat book coming into play here in Asia Pacific stage?
I do think, actually, you know what? I'm going to counteract that. I think a lot of people are looking at this team. You know, obviously you got Maxi, you got Pith, which are very huge names, but a lot of people look at this team and see, like, you know, how can they kind of incorporate the EU style of play into, I guess, an Asian team, where I've been seeing the exact opposite. It's more like how they incorporate EU players into the Asian style of play instead, and I think that's really where they've been trying to make their mark for it. They want to play the APAC style, they want to play the C style, and you're trying to look how they convert, or rather how they incorporate these players who came from a different region. I think in that aspect, they're doing really good in that. Obviously, they're the 2nd seed. There is PPGL, but they've had more tenure in that. But you look at the team that this entire roster has. You look like players from Lenny, who came from Louvre, another big, I guess, very high-performing team off of the official circuit during the break, and you look at Lexi, who came from Uwu. So basically, this is like an all-star matchup of every best Singaporean / Malaysian player who wasn't already part of PPGL, and I think that combined with the I guess foreign talent that they got is really a big testament to how well these teams have already kind of worked together with.
I mean, if we actually take a look, you actually changed my mind, Black and Blue. At first, I was looking at it and just staring into the screen like, how can they incorporate? But you're actually right, and I totally agree with you. How can they incorporate, or rather, as a team, as a whole team, playing in Asia Pacific? Because this is not the EU stage, and you're totally right about that. You changed my mind. But will the players, or rather the viewers, change their mind too when it comes to certain predictions? But as we look into the second series for today, of course they're gonna have opponents. Let's take a look at Made in Thailand.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like hello. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got then breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAG.
Bleed Esports and MiTH. This is the second team that we have here, Made in Thailand. And we are looking at the roster right now. Alone fills the land, Kadum, Conga Red, and Wanna Fly. We were joking on the Tagalog stream that Conga Red is like the 10th version here in Asia Pacific. Maybe they kind of look alike or something like that. But moving forward, MiTH right here,
Oh,
Raph.
boy.
What are your thoughts about this team? How are they performing for the past weeks as well?
Truth be told, Made in Thailand, they've honestly exceeded quite a number of expectations, because we probably thought that they'd be a bit of a meddling team when it came to the group stages, but they've had their W's, they've had, honestly, results that are true to such a fabled name. Now, stacking up towards Bleed, though, I think this is going to be interesting because both these teams are incredibly default heavy. The fluidity is going to be there, so at any given moment, those playstyles, they could honestly devolve into a crescendo of violence. But Made in Thailand, we've seen them be as cool and composed as they have been all throughout their run. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Well, they might be named MiTH, but they're very real here. And have showed us that they're very capable of claiming that title, especially in such a tightly contested region as is the Thailand scene. Maybe arguably the most close region, maybe in terms of the skill gap between the top and the maybe second, third seed, as compared to like Indonesia as well, which is also very tight. So for them to be able to really claim the slot is already a big crowning achievement for this roster.
I mean, we also have, or we are looking at the roster. We're going to be having the head-to-head really soon, and I'm excited to see who are the players to look out for here on this team. But if you were to say for the specifics right now of Bleed versus MiTH Esports, because I remember MiTH's Kadum had a difficult time finding the kills or even entry frags when it comes to their matchup between Boom Esports. But as we know, this time around, they're facing Bleed, and it is a completely different team that we are looking at right now. Do you think, Raph, that Kadum is a hot or cold player type of guy, or is it more of it's just Boom Esports just dominating the match?
Well, it's Boom, so it's really hard to gauge at times. But Kadum, if I'm not mistaken, he joined the core of an already existing Bleed. So once again, or not Bleed rather, Made in Thailand, getting confused here, getting a little bit of information overflow. But yeah, that being said, putting any team against Boom makes it incredibly difficult. I feel like this is a much closer matchup. Like I mentioned, the defaults, they are going to be much more free-flowing. And I feel like if they're going to field Darion today, it could prove to be a little bit of a problem.
But if that is true, I'm sorry, Nico, but if that's true, that means we are expecting a very slow play coming into these teams, right? Black and blue.
Yeah. All I wanted to say is, once again, I agree with Raph wholeheartedly. That was pretty much I think he hit it right on the money. These teams, they do play quite similar in lots of ways. Their defaults, good, not great, but good enough to get them this far. And I think that's kind of what we're going to see. And that's why we're going to expect a very intense matchup between these two teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the head-to-head, by the way. We were talking about the players anyway, but let's take a look at the head-to-head of the two players coming in from the respective teams as well. As we are looking, it is actually Darion and Kadum right here, not too far off when it comes to stats. And we talked about Kadum a while ago if he's a hot and cold type of player, but you said it's just basically Boom Esports dominating the match. But looking at this stats graph right now, do you think it is still on the side, or as a player, as a very specific player, I would like to ask you, is it on the side of Darion or Kadum in a team player setting, not only in the solo?
I'm glad you brought that out, because I would always say that it's not just about the spearhead, the entry, it's really the follow through. And like I said, thank you for bringing that up. Now, again, very, very similar systems where they have so many defaults. I would have to say, though, that Bleed slightly puts more emphasis on cutting off rotations. So that being said, when Darion entries on the site, you typically only have 1 or 2 reliable traders off him. The rest of the team, they're kind of, once again, occupying those lanes where Mid in Thailand want to rotate from, giving them a little bit of that hesitation to really gauge what is safe and what isn't. Now, on the side of Kadum, though, I feel like Black and Blue might have a better opinion on this.
Well, I mean, you see it in his name. What rhymes with Kadum? Kaboom. That's what this guy brings to the table. He really does have that explosive power when it comes to this roster, and that's kind of what they need of him. When you have a team that maybe might not be as refined tactically nor strategically as some of the other teams we have here, especially from their own region, teams like, XERXIA, for example, then you really do need kind of that firepower to kind of shoot yourself out of a bad situation. And that's what I guess is the hallmark of both of these teams, is where they might not always be placing themselves in the best situation, like tactically and strategically, but they're more than capable to make it happen, to really make it work out in the end of things. So that firepower, having Darion on one side and having Kadum on the other side, is a really big, I guess, focal point that these teams do utilize to their fullest extent.
I know that you have seen the head-to-head. We have seen basically how the teams right now falter into the line when it comes to Asia Pacific stage, but not only with the solo players that we look at into a head-to-head situation. I want to ask here, Raph, do you think there are other players to actually highlight on specific or respective teams that we are looking at? Because I know the head-to-head shows like maybe the duelist or this specific role, but as a team, this is a team tactic game style right here in a 5v5 situation. Is there any other player that you would like to highlight?
I mean, we've already talked about Maxi and Pith so much. Yeah, we've talked about them so much. But Kadum alongside with WannaFly, who really holds down the fort for them to be that clutch, to be that anchor on that sentinel role, has also been quite a focal point. Because sometimes when you're such a default heavy team, it's not so much what happens in the middle, it's how you start and how you end that truly encapsulates that team as a whole. But now we look at the map, Beto. Fractured default ban, but thank you once again. Great points being brought up by Taylor.
Okay, thanks.
It's almost as if he's very good at this.
It's the same. It's almost as if Raph and I are the same person.
It's almost
right?
as if you two share a strand of DNA, and so you're all immediately connected mentally. Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about the mental game of things here, I guess to kind of harp back to you, Taylor's question a while ago, there is a player I do want to talk about, and it's Lexi coming in from Bleed's side. He did come from that former Ulu squad that we did see last VCT Challengers 3.
Say it again?
No, that was the one.
Continue.
That was the one. So, yes, from the UWU squad. We did see during last VCT Challengers 3, and I mean, Bonkers was kind of like, the fan favorite name-wise and logo-wise, presentation-wise. This year, it was them last year. Not only that, they were really, really good, and they were able to prove it coming out from a scene that wasn't necessarily known for having many other great teams aside from Paper Rex. And for them to have him on this roster, I really think he brings more to the table than the final scoreline might suggest. Him being that initiator kind of flex sometimes as well is really what helps his team be what they are. And I think that's also true when you look at the other side. For Conga Red being that flex, on the MiTH side, it really does come on in. But I mean, we're already in the ban phase here, the veto phase. And for the map number 1, to be picked by Bleed, going on Ascent, I think this is one of their better maps, and at the same time, one of the more okay maps of MiTH. So I do like his opening Ascent pick from Bleed.
Oh man, just leaning into the flavor that is known to be a lot of defaults. A lot of pressure is gonna be being based off how they're gonna pressure the mid lanes of this map. Ascent mid, Havens B. It's gonna be true focal points for them. To tell you the truth, I feel like this is still looking in the favor of Bleed. So them taking out Split is only gonna hinder Made in Thailand more. But we have seen so much of that brilliance on Haven. Maybe that's the great equalizer. MiTH, they still have one more veto that we're happily waiting for. But once again, that being said, a lot of these rotations, a lot of the lanes are gonna be attempted to be occupied here. Bleed, they probably caught on to that. Made in Thailand, maybe they want to hold strong. Just a little more questions to ask, I would suppose.
If I would think about it too, I would like to ask both of you just a quick question, yes or no answer, just making the panel fun here, basically for the two players, or rather two panelists that we have. Do you think how important, or is it important to actually take mid control, Ascent and Haven map? Yes or no?
It's one of those things where you do or you don't. It's really a hard commit because we've seen the importance of Tree and a short on Ascent. Haven, a lot of times when it becomes round specific, so against anti-ecos, you typically don't want to go on a... Why are you giggling?
I love how I ask like it's a yes or a no, and then you just decide like it depends here and there.
Hey,
yes
I love
no.
going into that gray area. That's what an analyst is for. But okay, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about you, Black and Blue? Do you think it's important to take mid control?
Yeah. Very much. It really is, though. I mean, that connection that you have, quick rotates between A and B on either side, is very important, especially when you have a darn C site as well on Haven. So I really think that's going to be important. But I think an important thing what we kind of glanced over is the fact that they picked Haven for map number 2 here for MiTH, and that's a map that Bleed have notoriously, at least in these past 2 weeks, struggled on. The last 2 times they played it, they pretty much got destroyed on the last 2 times they played Haven. Even though normally it's been a good map for them, they haven't been feeling it lately. So hopefully for them, it's 3rd time's the charm. But MiTH, I think they really do have a good veto here.
It's finally time for the thing that we've been waiting for. It's the prediction time. Gentlemen, it's time to lock in your predictions. I'll go ahead and predict mine first, just to give you a heads up. And if you follow me, man, that's about you. But I'll go for Bleed. It's going to be a 3-map series for me, but it's a 2-1 for Bleed Esports. How about you, Raf?
I mean, it's kind of hard not to have the same answer when you say it first. And me and Black and Blue have to follow through.
Same DNA. Remember that.
I mean, it's not all the time you and your sibling get to do what you love the most. But anyway, moving forward, yes, I would have to agree. We go Bleed 2-1. It's gonna be a long and drawn out series. I feel like this could be the longest one of the day, actually.
Ooh, about you?
I'm going to phrase this differently because you guys pretty much said my prediction. So MiTH are gonna lose this 1-2.
I love how you just tried to change it up, but there you go. The lock-in of the predictions is all Bleed Esports. But I think it's time for MiTH to prove us wrong as we head into the game and pass it to our wonderful casters. Casters, take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
At ito na, nagbabalik tayo para sa second series of the day. It's Bleed Esports versus Made in Thailand. Ako si Nomad, kasama namin si Ray. At syempre, bago magsimula lahat, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating sponsors, G-Fiber. Syempre, Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G-Fiber, only $2,099 ng Globe at home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.ph.com.ph/broadband. And yung panel kanina, nagsabi, lahat sila Ray Bleed Esports. Tapos nung nakita mo yun, medyo may violent reactions ka na onte pag dating doon. Parang feeling mo ata MiTH yung mananalo dito.
Yeah. I think mali yun, panel. Wala man lang naniwala sa MiTH. Ako kasi, I think I find MiTH very impressive and at the same time, very secret. It's like a secret lover that you don't want to tell everyone because you're enjoying the private time. And ganun ang meron pagdating sa MiTH. At ako, even if they don't trust this team yet, I give my trust to them. And I know that they'll be able to fight it out. Kasi looking at the map veto, this is not the full sense kind of one-sided map veto. This is both specialty ng MiTH and Bleed. So I'm expecting that this is just going to be close also. And I'm expecting a map veto. But here in Ascent, I'm not sure. Kasi si MiTH, strong sila in their own way. Although wala naman talaga tayong pakialam kahit sino manalo. Basta manalo ang SBE. Pero sa tingin ko yung MiTH, they're having that sense na if you don't know much about them, they'll get the upper hand. But let's see, how will the guys naman ng Bleed at the same time come up? Kasi sa tingin ko, Bleed, kung naglaban sila ni XERXIA, baka matalo talaga sila. Pero they got that chance nga to be part here sa ating knockout stage mismo. Pero knowing that it's MiTH, very close to how XERXIA plays. So this is gonna give them a real scratch sa kanilang mga ulo kung gaano ba magaling din ito ng MiTH. And ako, hindi ko i-deny talaga how the big performance MiTH so far has in store for us. Especially sa group stage, nakita natin yan.
Pero kung gusto natin pag-usapan yung mga numero dito, unang mapa natin Ascent, past 3 months, MiTH, 4 wins, 3 losses. Kumpara sa Bleed Esports, may 1 win, 2 loss. And then if we head on over to Haven, Bleed naman yung lamang dun kasi sa MiTH. So, I feel like pagdating nun sa Breeze, it's a big 50-50. Hindi pa natin nakita yung maglaro ng Breeze, yung Bleed Esports. And I feel like mag-agree ako sa'yo doon, Ray, na yung MiTH, yung potentially mananalo sa series natin. Pero, syempre, pag-usapan na natin ito one game at a time. Simula na kagad kasi round. It's Ascent, already inside the side kagad yung Bleed Esports. Darion, working on the switch, closing on the door. Pero dalawa yung nakabantay sa loob ng site sa side ng MiTH. Nandun si Pith, nag-rhyme sa MiTH. Pero tatama ba ang lahat? And they are already inside. Fast take for Bleed Esports pumunta sa side. Retake is now on for mid in Thailand. Congrad Kadum in the land. Already making the place count. Congrad with the triple kill off of that. Getting a 4K as well to wrap up the first round.
Talagang lively ang mga miyembro ng MiTH. Diba? Sabi sa inyo, bias caster ako sa MiTH ngayon. Dahil di naniniwala sa MiTH tong mga taga-panel natin. Joke lang. I really do think MiTH has something in store for us. I'm excited about it. Yung Bleed kasi tinalo yung yung Naos. Kaya nagagalit ako. Joke lang, guys. Pero, the other side naman, Bleed, I think di lang talaga nila in-expect that Conrad would just gonna be following them out behind their back. So it's a good way to start for them. At tatandaan nyo, si Astro ng Nigma Galaxy, si Wits ng Team Secret, dito din sila nanggaling sa MiTH. So lumipad lang silang dalawa, if I'm not mistaken.
At
ngayon, nandito na sila. Pero si Alone Fuso, mino-wallbang lang si Lexi. Yun, patay. Blagadum,
blagabag talaga gaganapan. And medyo napatagal ata yung pahinga ng Bleed Esports kasi nakita natin hindi sila nakapaglaro kalaban yung XERXIA last week. Unfortunately, hindi nangyari. Hindi sila nakapag-warm up leading into this. And as much as gusto ko maniwala kay Pith kasi Ninjas in Pajamas fanboy ako dati, odds are stacked on the side of MiTH talaga na sila yung mananalo dito sa, at least dito sa game na to. Pero moving forward into this game, like as soon as the first gun round starts, I'm pretty sure na mahihirapan yung MiTH kasi yung Bleed Esports ang ganda. Nung aggression nila, ang ganda ng recon ball na bitan nila. Alone Fills gets 3 agad. Big impact information gathering there, and Wannafly will take down Lenny gamit yung nanobots, nano swarm.
30 seconds left.
Nice one.
Variable removed.
At ngayon, Wannafly gets Maxi. Sumunod na nga kagad si Pith. And there, and finally takes down, will be taken down. And now, MiTH, quick takes lang sa kanila. They know their upper ends. Pero alam nyo guys, nagtataka ako kung bakit pinilitan ng Bleed, to be honest. I don't,
30 seconds left.
I'm not really, paano ba? Hindi ako sobrang confident
One
sa
enemy
kanila
remaining.
when it comes to their asset compared sa mid. So talagang, medyo tagilid lang ng konti yung bleed. And if MiTH gets the real good strats on their defending, how that timing can come from Kongred talaga sobrang laki. Mahirapan talaga yung bleed to come up with something. Feel ko mas dikit pa talagang Haven kaysa sa asset map. But let's see. Ngayon na naka-full buy ng bleed when Darren starts to pop off na he's very, very unstoppable. That's gonna be the next problem na meron ng bleed. They have to, rather, MiTH, they have to face that out.
Cover going out.
Yep. They will hard stack over at A yung bleed mid control. Kukunin nila. Binitaw na kagad nila yung mid control sa side ng bleed. This should be impactful enough for bleed to at least get their way inside the site na walang problema. It's already giving away information na may tao sa mid and they're not rotating just yet. Babagalan pa rin nila and it feels like A pa rin ang nice nila, but it may just be an A short take for the most part. Kaabang si Delen at si Kadum. Darian already inside the site. Hindi siya masastun up. Lexi takes down Kadum. And already, Darian will also take down Delen. The 3v4 kagad yung situation natin dito. They're already making their way inside the site and Lenny Conqueror will get traded out there. 2v3 advantage on the side of Bleed, but they have the better weapons. Will they have the better timings here? They have to work with the Spectres and the Ares na meron sila. And yung MiTH, babagalan na muna nila ng onte yung playstyle nila.
Babagalan nga ba nila? O sadyang pangahawakan pa nila to? Pero sobrang layo pa naman kasi nila. And one, Ares, quite complicated sa side to ng MiTH. Pero as the lineup goes in, the timing is pretty perfect. And I think that's just it. Bleed takes it 2-1, a good post plant, already predicted where they are. And after ng pagka-pull sana ng ni Alone feels ng kanyang recon na timing na nga din siya kagad ng isang naghihintay sa kanya. And I think not bad for the early pickoffs mula sa MiTH ngayon. Because of that, Kadum will be able to pop off his operator. Tatandaan natin si Kadum! Sobrang nakakatakot yan pag nag-pop off na siya. Si Darian kasi it takes him so much time Pero if he's actually prepared for it, sobrang unstoppable din siya. Yan yung mga bagay na na-face ng Naos nung kalaban nga nila ang Bleed. So medyo complicated talaga ngayon. Pero as tries to pick off at least one. Wala man siya may kita, but at least there's the information. Si Kadum tries to pick off sa may mid, pero parang sabi na, wag na lang. Never mind. Come back at it again, but because of that alarm, but at least yung MiTH makakuha na sila ng information. Saan nga ba natin makikita yung mga miyembro ng Bleed na papunta na sa atin?
Saan nga ba? Medyo nais na naman ng Bleed Esports dito. This is a theme na ginagawa ng MiTH for the past 3 rounds na hindi mo na nila kukontrolin yung mid. Kaya na nila maging strong side ng either A or B. Saka sila mag-decide from that. Pero si Kadum, he has the operator. Nakaabang na rin siya kagad. It's definitely going to be a good call for MiTH to play this angle. Pero Kadum has to be crucial na makuha niya kagad si Darian if they want to get this round for themselves. And they're already making their run for it. At Kadum, kita lang yung paa niya. Yun yung sapat para sa kanya. Already inside. Hunter's Fury is gonna be used up aggressively for the side of Lenny. Hindi niya makikita si Alone Feels sa loob. Pero si WannaFly, one of the highest ACS sentinels that we have here in this game, in the tournament, still inside the site. Alone Feels will fall down, will get traded out. Down to a 4v3. Kadum will take down Pit. No time. Lenny, hindi niya masasalba to, and it's the game, it's the round. It's the round pa lang for MiTH. 3-1 scoreline for them.
Slow plays mula sa Bleed pero won't work against the MiTH. Guys, paano na ba matatalo yung MiTH? Si Killua Zoldyck dyan naglalaro si Conrad. Ang ganda na buhok ni Conrad no? Sakto sa atin. Mga members ng MiTH ngayon, mahilig magpakulay ng buhok Gusto nila ng ganyan. Gusto nga tuloy i-bleach ulit yung hair ko. Yung puti ulit to para maiba naman.
Pa-bleach din kaya ako.
Bagay ba sa'yo, Nomad? Parang mas gusto ko black-haired ka. Ayan.
Magmumukha akong Gremlin.
Okay na yung black haired mo, pre. Okay na yan.
Okay,
Pero
okay.
to si Darion, may kamukha siya eh. Isang MOBA na pro player. Hindi ko nasasabihin kung sino. Mahilig kumanta.
Akala ko
Mahilig
sasabihin,
magkaraoke. Kasama ni Kuku. At ngayon nga lang nalabas na kagad ang pagyanig ngayon. Pero uy, tumalon-talon lang si Delend. And he still gets it. Pero on the other side, mukhang may pag-asa pa atang makuha ng Vito. Pero isa-isa na nga sila bumabagsak. We are down with a 2v2. May lockdown ba dito si Wanna-Fly? And baka maiko pa nga ngayon ng bleed ang mga miyembro ng MiTH. Pero as Maxi goes for a plant, hinayaan niya po na magpa-line up ngayon ang mga miyembro ng MiTH. Will they actually take this? Pero aware na nga din kagad sila dahil speaking of, sige, kalibat kanan tayo maglalabasan ngayon ng mga lockdown. Sige, kung sino man matatrap, okay lang. Sino man magkakaroon ng perfect timing, but protect fit, gets him out. And it's gonna be a 1v1. Let's see, para sila ma-detain. Nakadetain parehas! Sige! Sino mas mauna? Mauna si Wanna-Fly! Mauna si Wanna-Fly!
O, sa kaliwa.
Wanna-Fly takes him out! Sabi niya, time is gold! Ibig sabihin, yan ng mga katulad ni Wanna-Fly, coming yan sa Back to the Future. At tignan mo, nahulaan ng oras. And finally, MiTH takes it. Too easy! 100 IQ gameplay. Yan ang mga gusto ko.
Yan talaga. Buti magkakaroon tayo ng replay. Siyempre, kailangan ibigay mo talaga yung 100% of the time mo. Dapat maintindihan mo yung time mo sa katapat mo. Parang first time ko lang ata nakita na nangyari ever. Nasabay nagkaroon ng detain.
That's the first. That's the first.
Definitely a first and definitely going to be a significant boost for MiTH in terms of their confidence. Kasi they have 3 rounds ahead of Bleed. They still have money to work with, and the collateral kill from Kadoom. Big opening for the MiTH and Bleed. They're bleeding right now.
At ngayon, ang mangyayari sa MiTH, leading na nga sila at isa-isa na pick off ang mga miyembro ng Bleed. Sayang yun, siguro napakamat ng ulo si Maxi doon. Pero looks like aware na kagad ang mga miyembro ng MiTH. Saan na nga ba ang isang manggagaling? Hindi nakuha ni Maxi yung pick off doon against Conrad.
3v5. Ang hirap gumalaw nito if you're Bleed. Pero Maxi is still gonna be getting the control for himself. Alarm bot definitely gonna be spotting out Maxi kung makikita siya. So with the smokes coming in, and MiTH will get the initial kill onto Wanna-Fly. Recon Bob will get 2, and that's gonna be forcing out the rotate from MiTH. Pero Maxi gonna be playing the lurk over here at mid. Alarm bot not gonna be triggering at all, and Maxi will take down Conga Red. 3v3 na kagad yung situation. TP Palace, alone fills, will spot him out, cancels the TP, and the time is ticking. Bleed, kailangan nila mag-play dito. Maxi, already inside the side, spike will be planted, and it's a 2v1. Delend has to go big.
Has to go big. Pero will this actually be a good clutch from Delend? Meron pa siyang isang star. He can pop that out, pero alam na kung nasan siya. Sayang.
Oh, Dominion sana.
Finally. Len will be able to take that. Oh, tinignan na. Oy! Kala ko, may kasama pang aasar, pero wala. MiTH leads by 2 pa rin against the Bleed, and good pick of the sana against kay Kadoom. Ganda nun, natuhog na nga, may isa pa, pumangalawa pa, may bonus pa, lahat na lang, nasa iyo na ang lahat. Pero hindi nakuha ng good pick up ng mga MiTH yung miyembro dito ng Bleed. So medyo na-rattle lang sila sa may B-site mismo, but Bleed forces themselves into a timeout. Baka pa kasi matrifty sila ngayon ng MiTH eh.
Baka pa ma-thrifty. I mean, time and again, nakita natin throughout the entirety of the group stages na yung MiTH na eco round, doesn't matter, mananalo pa rin sila. Pero yung Bleed, you have to manage the bleeding kasi 2 rounds na yung lamang nila at medyo nahihirapan sila, all things considered. And I feel like this round, mahirapan pa rin sila. 1 or 2 mapipick off sa Bleed and might capitalize on that, yung MiTH. So much needed timeout para sa Bleed talaga to.
Di ba? Biruin nyo, si Maxi, tsaka si Wannafly, nanggaling talaga yan sa future, marunong magbilang ng oras yan. Kaya kung wala kayong oras para sa kanila, bibilangin nila kayo. Sabihin pa nila sa'yo, bakit? Nung February 14 ba, around 7 p.m., binigyan mo ko ng oras? Hindi! Hindi mo ko binigyan ng oras. Ganon ang nangyayari. Marunong magbilang yan. At marunong din manumbat. Pero mas marunong ngayon ang Bleed dahil sila ngayon ay naka-full buy. On the other side ng mga MiTH, may Mini Boga, Mini Frenzy, Classic, Spectre, mula kay Kong Red. At ngayon, sa Bleed, pwedeng ma-close nga nila yung gap against Made in Thailand. Pero kayo guys, iba yung naiisip nyo dyan sa Bleed na yan. Kaya nakakatakot kayo eh. Now, Kadum, alam na nga rin kung nasan siya. Nakita na nga siya ngayon. And he will just back off while ang lumilipad na CCTV tries to take on for some information. Okay. At ngayon, si Maxi, Kadum, saan ka napunta? Medyo inaantok ka pa nga ata dyan. Kapag, nakita natin to, pero si Lexi, okay. Ganda ng pangalan talaga ng mga players natin ngayon, di ba? Very, very creative. Alam nyo guys, matutuwa ako pag may player pa na Ray. Mamahalin ko yan. Promise. So yan, Ray. Eto na nga. Ang mga taga-Bleed, pumasok na nga here in A site, pero sa tingin ko medyo complicated talaga sa meeting nila naman yung mga baril na kasama nila ngayon. At yung Boga, baka yan sa short distance, may pang-dash ba dito si Sova? Wala! Kaya ang problema pa sa kanya yung kapo niya. Pero handshot mo yan si Mr. Sova. Pero ngayon, si Kilumazoldik, si Konga Red, na kuryente na nga siya ngayon dahil marunong siya manguryente. Yan talaga yung power ni Kilue. And at the same time, ang MiTH tries to go for a retake. Pero will it actually be possible dahil complicated na nga to eh.
Napaka-complicated na sitwasyon. Parang yung sitwasyon nyo ngayon. As yung Bleed Esports, they will run away with this free round in MiTH. They have to fall down on this round, get exits. Kung mukhang makakuha sila ng exits dito, papunta sila sa di Conqueror in Wannafly. Nice flash coming in from Conqueror, getting the double kill in Wannafly. Gonna be following through as well. Good economic damage there for Made in Thailand. Round still going to the side of Bleed Esports, but that is a good exit from them.
At speaking of good execution, I think MiTH, wag lang magmadali. The hold ng site sa B, medyo weak pa yung nagiging foundation nila. But as for Bleed, they're finally cutting up with the momentum. Nice suppress. Buti na lang. Kung yun, baka ma-pick off na naman si Konga Red right now. Although, ouchie lang yun sa side niya. Please. Bleed is getting enough information while si Kadum. Patience, Patience game. Marunong maghintay.
Tularan si Kadum. No. Marunong maghintay, pero nainip siya ng onte. Lumipat siya sa A. Atras na ng onte. In Bleed, mamataan nila yung B site ngayon. Heavy stack para sa nila. No mid control again from Made in Thailand. Pero double stack sila dito sa B CT side. Mukhang 30-second hit ang pwedeng gawin ng Bleed dito. They're dwindling down time, trying to get information as much as they can. Joke lang sa 30-second hit. Might be a 40-second hit. Recon ball's gonna be big kung mahuling alone fields to. But isa lang makikita niya. Let's see, Darian pa talaga naspatan niya. All things considered, yung Bleed Esports mag-rotate na, yung Made in Thailand mag-rotate kagad dito. As alone fields takes down Darian with that recon bolt, and the Hunter's Fury will take down Wannafly. 3v4 na lang kagad. Already inside the site yung Bleed Esports. Made in Thailand, lahat sila magagaling sa CT. Then Lexi will take down the one, and now it's just down to Kadum in a 1v3, pero hindi siya tatagal. Maxi takes him down. It's a 4-4. It's a tie scoreline, Ray.
Gosh. Bleed is doing it. Napatay pa nga nila ngayon. And this is one of the perks when you have that breach. And finally, kasi last time, pag nakita ko ng breach player dito sa Ascent, I'm seeing just a few ones lang talaga na na-utilize at na ma-maximize ang mga katulad ng Bleed that has that breach comp. Pero ngayon, sobrang perfect ng timing ni Lexi. And Lexi, he never disappointed me. Every time na nakikita ko siyang nakikipaglaban sa APAC, in their own scene, he's getting that good timing every time. So, yun talaga yung meron ng Bleed right now, how to cut off itong MiTH with how they have that KO together with that Sova. Kasi, pwede lang ma-pick off ni Lexi yung mga miyembro ng MiTH na sobrang aggressive. And we're gonna be seeing how Bleed finally has that good adjustment against MiTH.
Pero an aggressive push here from Made in Thailand. The Doom will take down Darion. This might be big. They get a little bit more there. I don't know. Body's already going to be falling down 2v3. Kagan sa side ng Made in Thailand. The Spectre and a Sheriff, not really much to work with. Pero kayang-kayang gamitin niya alone kills and what if light to. Hunter's Fury is going to be used defensively to delay the plant. Lenny still gonna go for the plant. Maxi nakaabang na lang sa angle ko sa manggagaling yung Made in Thailand. Pero they're still slowing down. They still want to get the most out of the weapons that they have right now. Pero the utility usage from VCT Esports, 100% there. Pero lockdown is there as well. Recon Bolt, the Shock Bolt will actually take down the lockdown. The Lone Fields will take down Lenny. 2v2, both of them playing from A main. Running out of time. Wala sila masyadong utilities dito. Nano Swarm is going to be thrown out. Maxi will get the 4K out of Wanafly. Might potentially get the 5K here, but he will not. Alone Fields has to stick this. But Pith definitely has this in the bag. 4-5 scoreline for Bleed Esports.
Oh, great timing mula sa Bleed. 4-5. At ngayon, nakikita na natin yung solusyon ng Bleed to actually manifest that. Great pickups once again. Pero nga lang, may pag-asa na sana yung MiTH doon. Pero I think all of a sudden, pagdating sa advantage ng baril, Bleed got the upper hand. And what can Alone Fields do with that Odin of his? Ano bang ilalaban mo sa top ngayon? Pagdating sa Bleed with the Vandals that they have, Conrad, medyo nasasayang na kagad yung knife. Sa tingin ko, dapat hindi niya pinapop off yun too early. Kasi after he pops up that, yun na yung sign kagad ng Bleed to actually go inside eh. So, yun yung problema pag yung knife mo wala sa perfect timing, especially here in A-main, it's too early for you to throw it out. So, kapag naging too early at parati nang nalalaman ng Bleed yun, they can just make some of the few noises and finally going in to the B side. Pero puto na, nakabawas na kagad si Kadung ngayon. Lexi's gonna be punished and that's a good way. Lexi out. Good retake lang most likely ang manggagaling sa Bleed this time around. Maxi yan na lang together with Tit ang natitira. And Wanafly gets the perfect timing. Takes out Maxi. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira sa isang iglap mula sa Bleed.
Man, down to Lenny and Pith to try to clutch this. They have the plan for themselves, but the numbers advantage not going to be playing around them. Naiipit pa nga sila. Para kung saan si Pith, naglalaro siya sa Speedway. Lenny. Abang na dito sa CT sa may stairs side. But will they be able to take this? Lenny goes big with a triple kill off of that. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v2. Lenny has to manage this. Spots out the Killjoy, the Wanafly, has to play this magnificently, and he does. Hindi niya kailangan mag-reload, kailangan naman yung classic niya, and that's a tied scoreline, 5-5.
MiTH, finally, nakikita naman natin eh, na dapat lang pick-offs ang pinaka-importante sa kanila, and Wanafly has been doing so great for his team. At buti na lang din yung flank na patay dito. Pero complicated pa rin yun. That was just a good hold coming in from Pith. At buti na lang sa 1v1. Napaano ni Wanafly. Although alam na nga din kung nasan siya. At bakit kasi siya ay wala na pala bala tayo na Wanafly takes him out. So ibig sabihin, nag-cross lang yung dalawang miyembro ng Bleed yet. Or members ng MiTH pa yung bumagsak, pero at least dahil doon ang Bleed ngayon, magsisave sila. They don't want to force it out of themselves para lang next round may posibilidad pang maitay nila to against MiTH.
Lead. I mean, oh, this is a big Hunter's Fury. Will it cancel out MiTH? Yes, it will delay the rotate kay Papano. Pero already making their way inside the site, they have to capitalize on the angles. Pistols ang meron yung Bleed Esports as Kadum takes down Lenny. Up in si Kadum, he wanna fly. He's gonna try to fly.
Spike planted. Get out of my way.
But for the most part, it's a 4v5. Spike is planted. Has to manage this. Blade Storm's not gonna connect. And here comes the Rolling Thunder. Catches a lot. Maxi and Darian. This Ecoron is working well for them. 4v3 na kaagad. Conquered and Delenda na lone fills. Kailangan nilang isa-isahin yung mga angulo kasi ang dami nila. But sa lone fills will take down Darian.
Si MiTH, pero buta na si Conquered. At dalawa na lang kaagad ang natitira. Maxi gets the top. Meron siya operator pero nga lang, continue lang talaga dito. Yung lone fields ang kanyang pag-refuse. And now, MiTH was able to grab onto that. Buta na lang na pick off nila yung last case sa may boathouse. Para lang talagang magka-advantage sila. And as we're gonna be switching, as we're gonna be all on the last round na, in go good way actually yun for MiTH to manifest that. Pero muntikan pa silang ma-350 doon na ma-350 ng Bleed. And now, after Bleed taking the timeout earlier on si MiTH para lang talaga magkaroon ng 2-round difference against them, they're gonna be pushing it with a timeout. Pero ganda dito, inasim pa rin ni Darian. Biruin mo, palong-palo.
Palong-palo talaga, pero yung Made in Thailand on their attacking side, they perform a lot better on the attacking side on Ascent, honestly. And if they can get the 7-5 scoreline dito sa round na to, it's definitely going to be a big factor moving into the second half. Yung Bleed, not really as impressive in terms of stats pagdating sa attack, sa defending side on Ascent. Eh kung magpapatuloy lang mag-pop off si Conquered sa si Kadum dito, feeling ko magi-game to na kagad tayo eh. Feeling ko lang naman. Depende pa naman yun sa players natin.
Feeling lang.
Feeling lang. Kutob-kutob lang.
At ngayon, MiTH tries to see if pwede ba nila tong maitay against Bleed. Pero Bleed, lahat sila na dito. Sige, stuck lang sila dito. No problemo. Sayang, hindi din nakatingin yung mag-operator na si Kadum ngayon sa may Cubby side. And let's see if he'll be able to get at this one. Okay, protect na dito. That, may kita na nga nila na meron. Tackle him now. Tries to concuss him. Perfect for Kadum to actually bail out of that. Si Kadum, kamukha niya si Edward sa isang bang-bang. Diba? Kahawig. Ang dami-kahawig ni Edward. Edward Multiverse. Meron din siyang kamukha sa isang mobile game eh. Pero ngayon, si Dalend, he tries to play it very disciplined inside the smoke, pero looks like it won't work well against the side of Bleed. At meron na tayong si Alone Kills together with Wanafly and Conquered. Will they actually get this good retake? Wala naman silang ultimates na pwede gamitin ngayon, kundi na lang ang kanilang mga utilities. Pops off that flash. Will it actually blind the guys of Bleed? But looks like won't be able to. But at least they have an idea na meron pang isang tao sa garage. Meron na din kagad sa may aiming banda. And now the second come up with the flashes right now. And looks like the tap is actually working. At isa na lang kagad natitira. That's gonna be Maxi. It's gonna be out 2v1. Yep. And finally, Conquered! Si Kilua Zoldyck! Na-ace pa nga niya. Minama ng KO. Ang mga miyembro ng Bleed. Too easy for Kilua. Conquered. Letter K plus letter K. And how MiTH right now is getting that big advantage is all because of Conquered. 20 to 7 KD.
Napakaganda talaga ng sinasabi ko na eh, yun, if hindi mapigilan ng Bleed Esports si Conquered going into the second half, hindi sila magkakaroon ng opportunity na mag-pop off or makahabol kahit paano. It honestly feels like this might just be games. I mean, magsisimula pa lang yung pistol round natin sa second half, pero the way that Conquered has been playing this entire game, I feel like gusto na niyang tapusin kaagad and move on over to the next map that we have. 27-4, and that's how you played the KO talaga. I like the subtle mechanics na ginagawa niya. Kasi if you're on an elevated place, tapos nag-right click ka gamit yung flash, means hindi mo na kailangan lumingon pa na malayo eh. Kasi mabubulog talaga yung sa harapan mo, tapos ikaw hindi. It's like very minor mechanic na ginagawa ni Conqueror, but that makes a huge difference pagdating sa laban.
Yan. Ang pwedeng mangyari sa mga miyembro ng both of the teams, but seems like si Delend controller diff against Maxi. Yun lang talaga yung meron. I think pagdating sa Ascent, I am more of an Omen fan already kaysa sa Astra. Hirap eh. Dati kung ito yung version ni Astra na di pa siya na-nerf, sobrang effective talaga. Pero ngayon, seems like it won't be working anymore. So, may mga team compositions na kung hindi na mag-work yung Astra, they're like sa bleed side, mag-omen sila tapos katulad ni Lexi na magbe-breach. So, this is a good comp onto the side of bleed. And we've seen this naman na ginagamit na ng mga teams. Like, they bent back to what it was before. But let's see kung ano pang pwedeng pakita ng bleed ngayon sa kanilang defending side. Because sa MiTH, if si Conqueror right now, which is really performing well, takes a good on those shots against the bleed na naman sa attacking side, this is the dangerous thing na pwedeng ma-unfold ngayon ng MiTH against bleed and mag-continue lang ang kanilang lead against them.
And yeah, going into this, Darion, he needs to wake up talaga. I mean, despite the fact na may controller diff talaga na nagaganap ngayon sa laban natin, I kinda wanna see Darion slack kasi nasasayang yung potential niya as a player kasi at least in this game, he's been not like Darion. Hindi ito yung usual performance na nakikita natin kay Darion at all. For the most part, he does pop off on the jet. Pero now he's been sitting on the side for the most part. Si Maxi and si Lenny lang talaga yung nagpa-pop off. And as we go into this technical pause, yung MiTH, mukhang may pinagdadaanan sila ng onte. We kinda wanna talk about how MiTH has been very dominant here. I mean, for the most part, on the defending side, they did perform good. Their better side is definitely on the attacking side. But just getting that 7-5 scoreline off the back of Conqueror didn't want to fly to really hold down the site. That made a huge difference. And Wanafly, he is the sentinel that has the highest ACS for the entirety of the tournament as a sentinel. And that speaks big. Kung yung sentinel mo kaya talagang mag-hold down ng site, kaya mag-anchor, talagang wala kang problema sa defending side. Now, the question is, Pith, will he be able to do the same anchoring na ginagawa ni Wanafly para ma-prevent yung aggression, yung aggressive playstyle ng MiTH going into the site? It's a question we have to find out.
So, tech boss, wala pa rin. Rakers. Okay, big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Yan. Shoutout sa iyo, Raven Gavino. Ayan, sana masaya ka sa buhay mo. Sa mga Twitch people and sa YouTube people. Hello. Yeah, guys. Si Pith, nanggaling siya sa G2. Oh, wala lang yung G2. Super fan ako ng G2 nung ngayon. Kasi dati hindi talaga. Pagdating sa kabilang bang-bang. So, ngayon, sobrang outstanding talaga ng G2 right now. So, yun lang. Share ko lang kasi share ako. Pero guys, napanood nyo ba yung laban ng Fnatic against Gambit?
Hindi ko napanood yan. Ano ba nangyari doon, Ray? Kwento mo naman.
Ay, hindi. Tama ba? Oh, ay, M3. Tama ba ako? Kung Gambit yung nakalaban. Tama. Okay, kasi yung Gambit kasi diba nag-switch muna sila ng name, M3C if I'm not mistaken. So, naglaban sila ng Fnatic kapag sobrang ganda ng laban. Lahat ng mga players palong-palo. Like, as in, ang ganda, wala ka I think one of the best matches yon na nakita ko so far, and I love nung performance ng Fnatic. Deserve talaga ng Fnatic yung I think they've been madami nilang pinagdaanan, ang dami nilang masasakit na talo, and I'm happy that they're still doing it despite yung mga mishaps na nangyari sa kanila. So yeah, sobrang nakita ko yung tweet ni Boaster. Kasi guys, fan ako ni Boaster. Kasi natatawa ako sa mga kanta niya. Yung mga ginagawa niya ng kanta sa TikTok. Kaya yun. Tapos pinopost niya sa may Twitter. Kaya, this guy is, funny.
Nalala po yung kay Boaster yung sa last year after nung champions eh. Yung sinasayaw-sayaw niya ang 8-8. Fond memories. Pero not really fond ang pwesto ng Bleed Esports dito. I mean, tingin mo ba naging factor in yung hindi sila nakapaglaro sa XERXIA kaya hindi sila nakapag-scout pa ng information, kumbaga? As punta tayo sa logo ng VCT, mga kaibigan. Mukhang babalik sa mga...
mapupunta yan.
Sa atin mapupunta yan.
Meron yun. Kapag nakakita tayo ng logo ng VCT, ibig sabihin mapupunta sa amin to. So, nakita na namin may tech pause, guys. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Because it's just the first half. So, kakatapos nga lang ng first half natin. 7-5 in favor of the guys na made in Thailand. But on the other side naman, wala pa tayong nakitang lead mula sa Bleed, especially right now. But dahil nga sa tech pause, guys, we're just gonna be heading on a short break here in APAC Challengers. Kami yung Shotcasters nyo. Kasi kasama ko dito si Nomad, guys. And see you after the short break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around.
We are back here sa laban between Bleed together with Made in Thailand. Nagkaroon lang tayo ng konting tech pause dito sa my after the first half here in Ascent. So to just give you guys a summary, 7-5 na nga ang ating scoreline between these two teams and nagli-lead by 2 ang Made in Thailand. So let's see if mananalo nga bang Bleed para sa pistol round, or maybe it's just gonna be Made in Thailand really giving those good pop-offs against Bleed.
I feel ko, like, I mean, just judging from the previous half na talagang Made in Thailand pa yung nanalo nun going into this, I feel like it's going to be the same story na yung Miss mananalo sa pistol round. Pero ang aggressive ng push nila dito in fifth. Ganda ng combination na ginawa nila with the paranoia as well as the aftershock. And Kadoom will get 2 off of that. The blind will come in for V3 kaagad tayo dito. Made in Thailand. Nabagalan ng onti yung push nila and they may just rotate out, and they will. Pero nakaabang lang si Kadoom just in case they do decide to push out. But again, it may just be the same story na yung Made in Thailand makakuha nila yung pistol round. Just with how good these guys are.
Ooh, Lexi, oh, nice coming in from Kadoom. Buti na naka-frenzy siya doon at hindi siya natamaan. There yun na lang ang natitira together with Ian, and looks like si Ian na lang going up against the members of MiTH. 4 yan, makuha pa ba niya yung clutch right now? Pero looking at it, super hard already to get the perfect timing dahil yung mga swings ngayon, pwede na lang siya paglaruan ng mga taga Made in Thailand.
Yep, Divman ace. Kadoom spots him out, and no ace for Kadoom, but Lenny will take him down. 22 HP and a dream. Has to reposition, pero will he at least get another one? That's a question. Pero with this HP, mukhang hindi. This round again, as expected, we'll go to the side of Made in Thailand talaga.
Tama ka na lang talaga sa hukay dito. Side ng mid. And Monofly finishes him out. And MiTH still wins the first round against Bleed dito sa second half ngayon. At unti-unti yata natin may kita ang kapangyarihan ng MiTH ngayon kapag nagtuloy-tuloy ang kanilang performance.
Already nakita natin na si Kadoom already buying up that Vandal, and it's going back sa previous round. It's crucial entries for himself to secure the pistol round at the very least. Can't put the Doom in Kadoom. Kaboom in Kadoom kasi ang explosive na papasok niya sa B-side. Pero going into this next round, walang katao-tao sa A. Para sa Bleed. Hard stack over at B, and this might be a good call. Sana for Made in Thailand to start rotating on over, pero ang aggressive na push na ginagawa na Bleed Esports ngayon, Ray.
Oh, killing them softly. Nakabawas, the spray is, trade is there, pero pagdating sa baril, mananalo ang MiTH dito. Pwede sila makakuha, yes, but I think that's just it. At isa na lang kagad na natitira sa kanila. That's gonna be fifth with that classic. Siyempre baka makakuha na nga din siya ngayon ng baril. And speaking of, nakakuha na nga siya. Tatakbo na kagad ang mga miyembro ng MiTH papuntang A-site.
3 round once again for Made in Thailand. Pero sa fifth, the man from EU, the man from G2 has a Spectre. Want to try to keep this as well as try to get a couple of kills in the process. Pero alam na nila kung saan manggagaling ang tropa galing sa kabilang region. Nothing much that PiTH can do here, honestly. 3v1 na lahat nakatambay pa sa A main. Masyadong pag nagsabay-sabay sila mag-peek niyan, walang magagawa sa PiTH. This round is done, definitely. 9-5 scoreline tayo, 100%.
At yep, si Fifth exit frags na lang ang habol, pero Konga Red finishes him out and MiTH finally wins this round. 9-5 na nga. Okay, so talaga seryoso tong dalawang team ito. Yep, diba? Ang ganda ng laban. Iba, sa inyo, mas isa sa best? I think, yeah. I think it's time for Boaster to actually get that recognition din talaga. So, it's been, sobrang tagal na din niya sa scene. So, yeah. So, right now, going back to it, ito na ba yung oras na yung Bleed can finally manage to secure this round or talaga magkaka-lead pa rin ng Made in Thailand against them?
I feel like sa current weapons na meron yung Made in Thailand, yes, Bleed might just be able to get this round, make it a 6-9, pero look at mid. Proper market control, but Fizz will stop Kangarin and Lexi and Darion as well will shut down Made in Thailand. Dalhin na lang mag-isa in 1v5 at naipit pa siya sa gitna ng karamihan ng member ng Bleed Esports. Alam nila kung nasan siya. That's a round. That's a flawless round for Bleed and it's a 6-9 scoreline.
Quick rounds sa Bleed this time around. Medyo hindi nga kasi bumuli yung mga member ng Made in Thailand. That's a wise way also to actually get that. Pero ngayon na full buy, ito na ba ang oras kung kailan gusto na ng MiTH magkaroon ng double-digit scoreline? Dahil ready naman kagad si Kadoom right now with that Blade Storm, but I think he won't be using it. But on the other side, konting piece na lang mula sa Bleed at pwede sila makapag-unlock ngayon ng lockdown coming in from Pith. Pero as they try to push in, to be defensive lang sa kanilang mga hold positions, MiTH on the other side tries to take a lot of information saan ba ang mga member ng Bleed, but at least Kadoom was able to stretch himself out like this, pero mukhang makikita na kaagad ni Pith na meron ng isa na manggagaling mula sa mid side.
Ito yung team like nabanggit na yung Raf kanina sa panel na sometimes may teams na kinukuha talaga nila yung mid control sa Ascent, sometimes wala talaga. And even so, na kukunin mo yung mid control sa Ascent, most of the time, they're hanging back like this kung ano yung ginagawa ni Lexi for the most part. And on the attacking side, it's even really more important na makuha nila yung mid control dito kasi it cuts off a lot of the rotations as well as gets you access sa iba't ibang entry. Speaking of entry, the Lend has to win against Darion in this entry potentially here, pero dalawa na sila nakaabang for a trade, and Darion back off lang muna dito. Nakakayanin. Will still get spotted out by the 0 point and will swing through. Beautiful blind! Pero hindi siya nakapag-follow through ng second kill doon kay Alone Fields. Pero Mid in Thailand, that is what they want to happen in that push. They're already inside. They know where Lexi is. Max is gonna be pushing, kicking forward to the smoke. Hindi siya smoke criminal. And then Wanafly will take down Lexi. Down to a 2v2. 2v1. Pith na lang mag-isa and they know where he is. He's in heaven. Pith as he take down MiTH, but it's not gonna happen. 10-6 scoreline, double digits para sa Made in Thailand.
Oh, yeah. Gusto na tapusin namin. Go! Go, Made in Thailand!
Yes, go!
Let's go! And
May SB pa mamaya.
Need a drop.
Oo. Pero wala lang din silang choice, kaya sila nag-Haven. I think all of the teams right now is really into Haven. They're not bad for Darion to actually do that. Buti na lang si Wanafly nakapasok na kagad to site and he took out Lexi. So that's the usual problem na kailangan hanapin ng Made in Thailand. And finally, we still have 3 rounds left for MiTH to actually take this, and they take in also the timeout dahil full buy na din ng Bleed on the other side.
At in terms of weapons, walang masyadong gagawa. Made in Thailand, meron mag-half armor sa kanila. Kadoom can drop out the Venom for his teammate para mag-Blade Storm na lang siya. Also, they can also work with the Cosmic Divide na meron si The Lend as well as the Null Command na pwedeng ma-pick up ni Conqueror if he gets the orb and an additional kill. And it's looking like B yung nais na kunin na Made in Thailand dito. Bleed Esports kind of reading it right. Heavy stack over at B. Pero We'll see. Maiden Thailand nagro-rotate on over towards A. Paiba-iba iisip nila. Pabago-bago. Parang ihip ng hangin nung nililigaw mo yung crush mo.
Get out of my way.
Oh. Tama na yung crush na yan.
Tama na talaga.
Ano muna yan sa mas masaya mag-Valorant. Pero ito na nga. Okay, nice. So, smoke there, Maxi. Pero on the other side, Dylan can just pop off already his ultimate. Pero may counter din dito ang Bleed. Ayaw na magsayang ng oras into their Maiden Thailand, capitalizing on it against them. At apat na nga sila ngayon na nagbabantay sa mismong A-side. So, MiTH, tingin ko medyo komplikado na to. If I were you, I'm just gonna be throwing myself back in B. Pero tignan mo, may ibang mga miyembro ng Bleed na sasay ko sila ngayon. Dahil inuulaan nila, saan ba natin makita ang mga miyembro ngayon ng Maiden Thailand? And Maiden Thailand, they're just wasting a lot of time. There's a smoke also coming from Maxi to just not allow them to actually retaliate. But remember, meron pang kasamang lockdown dito mula kay WannaFly.
Yep.
Right here.
And once na pumasok sila, nakuha nila yung lockdown, everything's gonna go down for Bleed as Piz and Lexi. They take down 2 in the process, 3v3. Lockdown still available for WannaFly pero hindi pa niya ibabato kaagad. Spike is out in the open. Venn diagram ng lockdown na mababato ngayon. And Lenny, Kadoom, trade them out. 2v2 at kailangan nila mag-run out dito. Mukhang may mahuhuli na naman na lockdown. Well, isa lang naman nakuha ng lockdown. And Darian will take down Kadoom, and this round is done. Alone Fields has nothing to do here anymore. Save the Vandal na lang.
Nice buy time. Sobrang, dahil yan sa Rolling Thunder na ginamit ng Bleed, di na nila hinayaan pang makapasok yung Maiden Thailand papunta sa A-side. Di na nila ipang-retake yun. Kasi some way or another, baka mabasa na naman sila ng Maiden Thailand eh. Pero dito, after that, it's really pretty. Pero nga lang, ang daming angulo na kailangan i-clean up. Naipit din sila mula sa mga traps din. So, kind of a bad call for Maiden Thailand. And wala na ring oras. So, that's just it. And finally, leading na muli ang leading pa rin naman ang Maiden Thailand. Huwag lang siguro magpapabaya ang mga miyembro ng MiTH na makahabol ang Bleed against them.
Kinda like that move na ginawa ni Pith. Nakaabang si Darian with the operator pero Pith sabi niya hindi ako na pag-take down ng turret para hindi nila alam nandun yung operator, and WannaFly, he peeked and he took the damage dun sa operator. Once again, may control ang gusto kunin ng Maiden Thailand. Pero yun pa lang ang meron sila ngayon. Wala silang foothold sa mapa kasi it's a 3v5 numbers advantage on the side of VCT Esports. Si Delend slowly making his way over towards Catwalk, towards 3, pero mukhang it's not the best call to go for here. He will go for the smoke. But will the lurk from Congared be impactful enough to at least take down Pith? In this, the flash comes in, full flash. So Pith, and he's down 3v4. They make it manageable. And kind of forces the rotate dito sa side ng VCT Esports. But with Congared going down and that info onto the lane, that's crucial. VCT Esports, nagko-collapse na sila dito. And this should be it. 10-8 scoreline for themselves. Si Delen kanina, si Alone Fields kanina patakbo ng takbo, wala siya mapuntahan. And that's done. That's the round, 10-8.
Ooh, leading pa rin ang MiTH pero hindi sila makapasok ngayon sa site and Lexi is doing it. Pero nyo, because of him just really popping off, it's super harsh already. Pero yung replay natin,
akala ko ako lang. Oh, ayun.
Nandito na ulit tayo. Hello guys, di ba? Na-miss na kami. Na-miss na kami. Kaya nagpakita muli kami sa inyo.
Hindi pa natatapos yung laban. Nang miss na nakakit kami. Grabe naman kayo guys. Pero, yeah, yung Maiden Thailand, nahirapan sila going into that site. They were really scraping off of kung ano may meron silang utilities. And wala silang masyadong utilities to work with to begin with. Yung VCT Esports, unti-unti na nababasa yung laruan ng Maiden Thailand. I feel like baka may chance na mag-10-10 yung scoreline natin dito moving forward if VCT Esports can still slow down Maiden Thailand. Kasi for the most part, they're running off the backs of Congrad and Kadum going into the site, and as soon as nabatay silang dalawa or hindi sila successful sa entry, saka mahirapan yung Made in Thailand. That's how MiTH Esports got the couple of rounds in a row for themselves. Aside from the eco round, syempre na meron yung Made in Thailand. Pero for the most part, it's a close fight talaga, and Made in Thailand, kailangan nila magising talaga, like at this point in time.
Gising na ata ang mga taga-bleed, but let's see. How will Made in Thailand actually come up with those surprises once again? Kasi kanina they've been consistent. They won the rounds already by 2 against Bleed. But I think yung perfect timing coming from Lexi talaga yung nagde-deny sa kanila ngayon.
And Lexi, just very sexy.
Si Lexi kasi yun.
Oo nga,
Hindi si Lexi.
pero it rhymes. Ano ba yun?
Okay.
It rhymes. Basta it rhymes. The Maxi rhymes with Lexi, and they've been the good tandem here for Bleed Esports for the most part. I mean, see Pith as a sentinel on that Killjoy, not really as impactful. I mean, compared kay Wanna-Fly, di ba? Ang laking difference talaga nun sa mundo. Pero Pith kind of needs to wake up just a little bit more para mas ma-defend nila yung sites for the most part. Pero shout out sa inyo guys na nanonood ngayon. Pasensya na, nagkakaroon tayo ng tech pause sa City. Mga players natin syempre gusto nila maglaro on an even playing field. And big shout out sa mga nanonood from Facebook, Twitch, and on YouTube as well. Pero yun, Ray, ano ba ang dapat gawin na myth dito para gumising na sila? Ano ba yung number one thing na kailangan nilang gawin?
I think they just need to restructure once again kasi talagang the timing is really favoring the guys of Bleed. They know when to shut them down. So, yun siguro yung kailangan na lang i-fix as we're gonna be heading on a short break here in APAC Challengers. Once again, kami yung shoutcasters nyo. Kasi kasama ko dito si Nomad, guys, and see you after the short break.
Control, looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back. So to see, you chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands, Delilah. Don't you know I've seen your
Hi guys! What's up? What's up? Alam ko na ang dami nating technical pause ngayong araw pagdating sa laban between the Bleed together with MiTH Thailand. Pero we are back. Ako si Rated, syempre. Kasama ko ngayon si Nomad. And what we've seen earlier, mukhang makakahabol ata ang mga katulad ng Bleed against MiTH Thailand right now here in Ascent as they're just down to 2 before they can finally tie up the score.
Yeah, and for the most part, yung MiTH Thailand na pag-usapan natin kanina medyo nagsa-slow down sila just a bit here on the defending side kasi yung VCT Esports unti-unti na nagigets. And MiTH has yet to make an impact as a sentinel in at least in the next couple of rounds para matie up nila to. And for now, we're seeing yung MiTH Thailand looking like they wanted to take B initially just to get additional kills. This might just be big as MiTH pushes forward at the impact na gusto mo makita. Again, nice timing from VCT Esports using Lexi to really capitalize on just gaining superior advantage pag hawak na angles. Recon Bolt will catch who wanna fly, and you MiTH Thailand, they're not gonna be committing to any side just yet, pero it looks like an A take might just be in store. Kailangan nila bawasan yung numbers ng VCT Esports.
Sayang si Kongarid, biglang mabilis na shutdown lang mula sa Bleed, and the heavy setup is actually nasa side ng Bleed also. So ito na yung nagiging problem nyo. When si MiTH super magpa-pop off na siya, that's gonna be the biggest problem that MiTH Thailand has to face. And it also happened when the Naos went up with Bleed. Nung first map, hindi natin nakita ano ba nangyayari dito kay MiTH. Pero nag-switch na tayo ng map. Tapos, hindi na nakabawi ang Naos at all because MiTH has been shutting down. Blurred, shutting down Kakarot. Hindi na talaga makagalaw ngayon ang Naos ng time na yon. Pero ngayon sa MiTH Thailand, Kadoom! That was pretty! Coming in from him, gets the top against there yan. Assign already na kailangan na pumasok sa may side, pero kailangan na nila batayan na maraming bagay. And as Alone Fields tries to go for a plant, pinipigilan lang talaga siya ngayon, pero he got the plant. Pero something that you need to watch out for is the flank coming in from MiTH. And still, Bleed will be able to be successful. And nangangamoy ata comeback mula sa team na to.
Comeback Israel na nga ata. Pinag-usapan natin kung ganong ka-importante yung mag-show off si MiTH. He did show off right now. Nag-umpisa yung round na nakakuha siya ng pick-off kay Conqueror. Initially, that was already worth it for them. Pero the next 3 kills na sumunod para kay MiTH made it that much closer for VCT Esports to secure MiTH Thailand. Ganda sana nang ginawa ni Kadoom dun eh. Fully flashed out, and then within the smoke pre-fire, he still gets a kill. The MiTH pushing through threes. That's it. That was that.
Ako po. Hindi naman lang si MiTH. Sabi naman kayo, guys.
Placing alarm bot.
Grabe talaga. I mean, nawala rin kagad yung smokes nila dun eh. The only problem that they have is Lexi takes down Conqueror. And these are crucial picks, ha? Like, kung wag natitake down nila sa Conqueror, natitake down ng Bleed yung MiTH Thailand for the most part.
So, we're seeing those particular plays. Wala talaga sa Bleed ngayon. Ito na yung meron sa kanila. Init na si MiTH. Nabagalan lang ng first half. Pero looks like he's back on track, but Kadoom tries to go with the taps. He gets the MiTH, tries to make a good opener already. Nako, wala na si MiTH ngayon, so maybe that's gonna be a biggest chance that they have to face. Pero si Maxi tries to go for a TP already, pero nga lang, sinamahan lang niya ang isa ng kasamahan ngayon. And mahirap pagkatapat mo talaga ang Odin.
Mahirap talaga. Nilabas niya yung Odin niya at hindi niya kinaya yung Odin. 3v4, Alone Fields. Wanna fly in the land. Pushing through B main has to make it big here for this round. Masalba lang nila kahit papano. With 30 seconds left and Lenny just in this corner. Mahirapan sila dyan as Lenny takes down the land, sprayed down na lang para madali yung push, and Maxi will get a double kill to wrap up the round and make it a 10-10 scoreline. The comeback Israel, Ray.
Move. Comeback.
Right there.
I do believe sa comeback talaga pagdating sa Bleed. We've seen this. Kailan ba na-disappoint? Kailan ba tayo din disappoint, rather? ng Bleed every time na nasa defending niya sila. Diba? Sobrang laking shutdown lang. And right now, the biggest mistake that they have there is just the trades are not there. Plus the disadvantage pagdating sa mga baril. Pero ngayon, MiTH, this is their last chance. They lose this, then makaka-comeback story talaga sila ng Bleed, and that's pretty big kapag nawala pa sa kamay ng MiTH ito. Pero may intindihan na naman natin kasi map pick to ng Bleed. And they know that even if wala silang experience, makakahabol sila kahit papano. And speaking of, yan, won't be allowing a lone kills to actually pop through. Pero to si Lexi, it's a perfect timing kapag nag-out siya dito sa smoke. Ayun ang next na magiging problema ngayon ng MiTH. And speaking of, hindi pa pala sunod-sunod lang na si Maxi ngayon, nag-play ng discipline ngayon. And finally, takes down Wanna-Fly. And Bleed, humabol. Coming in from 6-10 ngayon, 10-11 na in favor of them at dalawa na lang. They can finally win this map against MiTH Thailand.
Man, ito yung mga Swedish counterparts natin na biglang nagigising yung Matt. Si Pent kanina tulog, nagising na ngayon. Tapos si Maxi sumunod kasi nainggit siya dun sa galawan ni Pent. And he made the high impact kills in the start of, at least on that take na ginagawa ng MiTH Thailand. And now, na nahirapan sa weapons yung MiTH Thailand, it feels like match point might just go to VCT Esports. And yung panel, matuwa pa dito. Pero you still can't count MiTH Thailand out just yet kasi kahit na naka-eco sila, they can still make impactful kills to make it easier for themselves. Hopefully makapulot sila ng baril. But they have to watch out for Dario. They have to watch out for Maxi and Pith kasi sila unti-unti na nagigising.
Enemy marked. Pero ito na ba? Ang oras ng MiTH Thailand. Mataas to take a look. Need very careful lang kasi nakahawak na kagad ngayon ng ultimate pa rin sa game. So, you just don't know paano nga ba panghahawakan ng MiTH Thailand to, pero scary pa rin to at the same time. And speaking of, magsisimula na nga kagad ang kanilang pagpunta sa A-side and hopefully makakabawas ngayon si Kadum, pero nga na nandyan lang ang podcast, nandyan lang paggalig ngayon ng mga miyembro ng Big and si Ed, pinag-audition na kagad 1 by 1 mga miyembro ng MiTH, pero kailangan na i-confirm ni Kadum at na-open na nga na kagad ang site mismo. Walang tao sa may boathouse, guys. So, Conrad can actually just play it out. It's gonna be a 3v4. Pero nga lang, advantage pa rin to ng B dahil meron pa kasama ngayon na lockdown mula sa side ng Bleed. And finally, Lexi is just going down. But then, yung lockdown. So, may oras. May oras actually. Pero nga lang spike. Kadum ko sa plant. Pero nga lang, wala na atang oras. And that's just gonna be the VCT Esports clutch moment of the game. At Bleed ngayon, they're gonna go with a match point already. Isa na lang. At ano nangyari doon? MiTH na delay lang kayo just because of a lot of pressure coming in from Bleed. Pinaglaruan lang din kasi sila ng lockdown. Pero okay na sana yung gagawin ni Kadum doon. There were the opener kills coming in also from each of their members. Pero wala lang talagang oras. And now, MiTH Thailand, ma-overtime ba nila to or hindi?
Hindi. I mean, it's not unlikely na pwedeng ma-overtime ng MiTH Thailand to, pero the pressure is definitely on their side. Bleed, kailangan na lang bagalan na muna yung playstyle. Huwag sila maging as aggressive as they want to here. Already mid-control on the side of MiTH Thailand and si Darian. Abang-abang na lang. Spike still making his way on over kahit anong site. Mukhang B. Ginaya silang kunin. Pero si Lenny naka-O din. Si Maxi naka-abang on the side.
Ooh. Complicated na ba to? Hindi sila maka-entry. Di talaga sila maka-entry at all. My goodness. Kasi kung hindi, samahan lang ng paranoia ni Max or yung contrast galing kay Lex. And speaking of, diba? You should run. era ngayon na may mga utilities na pwede itapon ng Maiden Thailand just to be able to confirm this round. Speaking of, Maxi is just gonna go down. Sinamahan ng atin kagad ng Cosmic Divine ni Delend. So they can just take a lot of time. And speaking of, it's heading on towards the perfect play na kailangan nilang kunin. Pero speaking of, wala na rin mangyayari ngayon kay Fifth together with Yen. At si Dario na lang together with Lexi ang natitira.
Last player standing.
It's a 2v5, 2v4, 1v4 na lang. Nito and Maiden Thailand, they can still get the tie coming up. And Lexi, not really much he can do against Wannafly there. Overtime over the horizon. Paring Ray. Pwede mag 12-12. Money meron pa rin yung VCT Esports dito, pero will they be able to close it out? That's the question.
This is the biggest problem that Bleed has to face with. No ultimates ready. Ang pwede gawin ng Maiden Thailand dito is actually use Alone Fields as that opener of a Hunter's Fury unless walang silang plano na gamitin yan, but I'm sure they will. Dahil isa na lang, and speaking of, na-scan through nga talaga kung nasaan si Darion, pero makakalipad nga lang din siya kagad dito. Mababawasan lang kanyang armor, but at least pwede na din yon sa side ng Maiden Thailand. Pero nga lang nalusaw, nagmadali masyado ang mga miyembro ng Bleed. At tatlo na lang kagad ang natitira sa kanila sa isang iglap. Wannafly is on towards the flank, but I really do think it's gonna be harder for Bleed to actually make this good of a retake unless we're gonna be seeing some openers mula kay Maxi, mula kay Pit. Pero nga lang, are we expecting that? Because it's quite complicated, but looks like Maxi will be able to. Kailangan lang ba talaga yun ng mid and yun, sininga na nga kagad, pero the advantage coming from Maxi is doing it, and buta na lang Kadum is there, and Wannafly is up there for the flank, as we only have Pit going up against the team members kagad ng Maiden Thailand, and finally, we're gonna be seeing the overtime sa pinakaunang mapa pa lang between these two, and it's gonna be still here in Ascent.
And pag-usapan natin na yung defense ay yung maganda yung defense ng Maiden Thailand sa Ascent, and it feels like
Enemy remaining.
double overtime, question mark. I mean, from what we were seeing here from Bleed Esports, they have what it takes talaga to take down Maiden Thailand, but it's just that they couldn't close it out. Despite that beautiful entry from Darion, I'm sorry. Still wasn't enough. Gotta associate that with the Alone Fields is playing around in A when they made the retake. Pero same Bleed Esports here, changing up the tactics. A, inayos nila, mid-control. Gusto nilang kunin para mapahirapan naman kahit papano. No operators here on any side. Want to maximize the armor that they have. Pero double stack over at A main yung Maiden Thailand dito. They will not spot out Maxi just yet. Pero this push, look at, may just be delayed by Conquered. Gamit niyo yung fragment. Already, Bleed Esports papasok na sa site.
So ngayon, Maiden Thailand, patience too strong, Conquered. Okay, hindi nila alam na meron. Pero, oh no, wala talaga. Alam na nga din nila ngayon. Pero, buti na lang, they finally kinda got it. Na, hirap mag-push through sa mid. We just need to go here sa may A-side. Pero nga, sinaraduan na kagad tayo ng pintuan. At buti na lang, na-pick off kagad. What, mid? Oh no, na-desync! Na-desync! Ano nangyari sa mid? Sa isang iglap na bura sila. Yung mga push, hindi nila in-expect. At ngayon, Alone Fields na lang together with Wannafly ang natitira sa Maiden Thailand.
Yep, and ang hirap nito, it's a 2v5. Wala rin sila masyadong utilities. Wala silang smoke to play off of. And really, it's all down to proper aim duels dito para sa Maiden Thailand to try to come back from this. But Wannafly takes down Darion, Lenny, and Wannafly na lang mag-isa gets a triple kill, make it a 1v2. Maxi and Lexi na lang natitira. Pasok siya dito, classic! Right click, oh, it's more than enough, Maxi. 1v1, has to play for time. And Maxi will take that 13-12 match point for Bleed.
Oh, Wannafly! Nice try yun! Sayang na sayang talaga. But yeah, I'm expecting so much for the Lend. Hirap din talaga. Pero kita mo, the sprays itself, he gets the top. Oh, sige, palong-palong. And now it pops up the classic grab. It should have been an ace. But then, wala kang ka-info-info. Nasaan yung isa? He could just play it out. And speaking of, he got it. And nasa momentum talaga tong bleed. Mapapa-time out ng MiTH Thailand. Pero nangyari kay Delend, I'm expecting so much out of him. Pero feel ko, nahirapan talaga siya with how kay Astra as of now. Medyo hindi ata siya really comfortable with how he plays.
Maybe big factor. And banggit mo kanina yung controller diff. At mas lalo naging apparent yung controller diff dito. Maxi fully awake in this game. 23 frags. As a controller ha? As a controller. And Derion sitting there on 13 pero slowly but surely nakakuha naman impactful kills. He force bought the operator for this round at the very least. So we may just see Derion put a stop sa push ng MiTH Thailand. Even more crucial this round is for MiTH Thailand. Kakakabahan na sila dito definitely.
Placing swarm grenade.
The round is starting.
At,
Ito yung push na lagi ginagawa ng VCT Esports. Natuto na yung MiTH Thailand sa wakas. Pero it's a bit too late to adjust for it.
Little too late. Mula sa MiTH Thailand. But here it is. CN, meron lang siya ng mga nakuha dito. Load field. Susunod na nga kagad sa unang mababawasan onto the side of MiTH Thailand. Will this is be it? Onto the side of MiTH Thailand as really, it's pretty harsh for the post plant. Nabawasan na naman Derion ngayon si Kadum at ngayon post plant na lang natitira load on HP pa si Congrade. So anong kaya ang mga next chances pa na kayang dalhin ngayon ng MiTH Thailand dahil ngayon pinagtitripan na lang nila. And finally, we only have one. Makakrush ba ni Wanafly itong hirap? Nasa A-main siya. Lahat magsiswing lang sa kanya ngayon eh. May alarm bot pa, okay? But Derion goes with a defuse. He got it! He got it! And that's the very esports clutch moment of the game! What was that, Wanafly? Somebody stop this guy from popping off! Akala ko matatalo na, but that was just really a disciplined way to get it straight up to 13-13!
And this is the reason why Wanafly is one of the highest ACS sentinels that we have here. Kahit na ilagay mo siya sa sentinel role, kaya niya may pagsabayan sa barilan. Just patiently making use of the angles. Malas lang talaga na nag-line up si Derion sa si Maxi para sa kanya, pero at the end of everything, Wanafly saved it for the team. Definitely. Kung ako yung nanginginig-ginig na yung kamay ko.
Paano yung hinig? Oh, Kadum, don't want to get it the second try. He got it already. Pero there was just a trade. Alam na nga din nila kagad that he can be a wall bangable. 13-13, 4v4, up ahead. Pero buti na lang, parehas na jet mula sa dalawang teams ngayon ay nabawasan na.
Yep, no entries for now for Bleed and MiTH Thailand, no duelists for themselves. For Bleed, they're still more than capable of taking this game away from MiTH Thailand. Finally figure out how to play around the defense na meron yung MiTH Thailand. And unti-unti binabawasan nila utilities and they're wrapping around. They have time to rotate. They force to rotate out si Congared. Kamunti ka na mag-rotate on over towards B, pero he's a little bit too late in repositioning going back into this. Flashes coming in, Fragment's gonna delay the push. Congared in a tight spot will get traded out by Lenny kaagad, and Delend, the only one on this side, has to defend for himself, pero wala rin siyang ganong stars. He's gonna get concussed. Delend swings through, fifth, nakaabang na kaagad, and naamoy na ng Bleed yung pagkapanalo dito sa round natin. Sa laro na to, sa game 1. Hunter's Fury gonna be used aggressively. Wanafly! Naglinyahan sila doon, and Lexi gets that round, gets another match point for themselves, pero si Wanafly, big impact players sa side ng MiTH Thailand.
My goodness. Konti na lang, Wanafly! Sayang nangyari kay Kadum doon. Dapat hindi na siya bumalik ng ano eh. Hindi na siya bumalik ng... dapat pumunta na lang siya papuntang doors siguro. Hindi na siya mahabol ng Odin. Sayang lang. Ngayon na,
Sayang
13-14. Ano na ang mangyayari, Bleed? Okay, they're gonna be pushing for a timeout, trying to fix everything. My goodness. Ito na nga nangyayari. Rayrakers, Omsim. Magtatagal pa nga ata tayo dito, guys. Dahil, nakikita niyo ba? OT na nga. May time out pa, may tech pause pa. Lahat na, nandito.
Lahat binuhos na dito sa first map pa lang to, guys, by the way. Hindi, kasi really pinag-usama mo kasi yung sa Fnatic sa M3E M3C eh. Nag-usapan mo ganong kaganda ng laban eh yun. Humahabol yung made in Thailand sa Bleed sa sobrang ganda ng laban.
Omsim. Ano talaga yan? Yung Bleed kasi. Pag mahirap na moment, sobrang composed pa rin sila.
Scanning ahead.
Sobrang composed. Kailangan na lang nila maging mga conductors dito para mapag-compose ng strategiya. Made in Thailand. Mid-control na naman yung nais ng hawakan. Si Lexi nakaabang sa mid. Holding the passive angle. Mukhang A yung gusto nilang puntahan dito eh. Stars already gonna be thrown out. Slight info gonna be given. Taking down that turret, pero hindi pa rin magkukomit yung Made in Thailand.
Ayan, no? Made in Thailand. Medyo playing really slow. Pero si Pit ba yung something ni-expect nila? Speaking of, alam na nga nila, walang magagawa si Pit ngayon to just really stay slow as he's just gonna be there, staying still against the members of MiTH. Pero ito na nga ata ang oras. Alam na nga din nila saan na manggagaling ang ibang mga miyembro ng Made in Thailand, pero Bleed din ay makakakuha ng information. And muna na si Wannafly, pumipitas na nga lang na manggagaling sa mid. And now that Darian is out, what will be the next retake coming in from a Bleed part? Pero Maxi, speaking of, he just traded off si Wannafly 4v4. Naghihintay lahat ng mga miyembro ng MiTH ngayon. Ayaw na nila magkamali katulad sa ginawa nila kanina on that previous round. But as the retake goes by, kapag may na-concast dito, siswing na kagad ng Blita. Very smart way to actually win that day. Pero speaking of breaking the concast, lahat sila nabasag na there's the trade. Pero isa-isa sila bumabagsak. Isa na lang kagad natin na that just it. Bleed wins the first map. We're just here in a set sa kanilang map pick. Sa lahat ng slow plays na ginawa nila, super clean na naging retake nila against Made in Thailand. After those two OTs, these guys are making a statement right now. Comeback is real and Bleed. Talagang sigaw na sigaw ang kanilang mga players, a mix of the veterans and the new face that we have coming in from EU. But right now, sobrang amazing to see them actually surviving that against Made in Thailand.
Sobrang ganda ng pinakita ng Bleed Esports. I mean, for the most part, kami, naisip namin na yung Made in Thailand, statistically speaking, kayang-kaya nila makakuha yung map na to against Bleed Esports. Pero with just sheer determination, yung Bleed Esports, they came out on top, comeback sila, tied it up, got the lead, and then eventually went to overtime and still came out on top. Lenny, the MVP of this, and I would arguably agree. 1.7 KDA para sa kanya, 27 kills, but he has made a lot of impactful recon bolts for the most part, getting information against Made in Thailand. And no matter how hard Kadum tried to carry the entire game, 29 kills to his name, it still wasn't enough kasi at the second half, yung Bleed Esports, na gets nila, ay wait, pick off natin si Congared, baka mahirapan sila. And for 3-4 rounds in a row, ganun ngayon nangyayari. If pick up si Congared, yung Made in Thailand, hindi na sila maka-follow through after that and Bleed. I want to see map 2 go their way this time around. I don't think Made in Thailand might be able to get Haven for that matter.
My goodness. Sobrang tilting talaga no round. Okay na sana na-hype na sila nung binuwat ni Wannafly Pero yun, yung previous round after that, isa-isa na lang sila bumagsak after taking out those operator, tapos trade off lang sila kagad ni Yen. I think that was the biggest problem that Made in Thailand has to actually face. So, medyo nakakagulat na ganito ang naging turnaround. But I think we have a reason. Bleed has a reason, even if their asset is not that good statistically. But right now, they're proving it here in APAC na their asset can actually be the game changer that they can play against Made in Thailand.
Yeah, moving forward into Haven, if Bleed Esports is a momentum-based team, kailangan talaga nilang mag-ride off of this momentum. All of the highs that they felt during this game na nakakalaro sila against arguably one of Thailand's oldest organization, one of Thailand's best teams around here. Bleed should be feeling good going through Haven. This entire match, all highlights, ang daming aces, ang daming 4Ks sa laban na to. From both sides for that matter. The moment na nagising talaga yung Bleed Esports was the moment that Pith decided to choose violence the second half. Once that started, everything just started to go the way of Bleed Esports. No matter how hard Made in Thailand tried to go for the aggression, tried to go back to their aggressive plays, di pa rin. Kahit gano'ng kaganda pa na play ni Wannafly, at the end, Bleed Esports, they come out as victors here.
Think the hold ng meron atong Made in Thailand pagdating sa attacking nila, yung hindi nila panindigan. They play it too slow. They can't get the perfect timing. Atong Bleed, they were just very calm and composed. Ang sayang lang. Actually, itong round na to talaga yung naging determining factor that Bleed was able to secure it against them. But still, GG's pagdating sa Made in Thailand. And meron pa naman tayong next 2 maps kung sakasakali magkaka-gameplay tayo. But we're gonna be heading on towards the next map, which is going to be Haven. And sasabihin ko lang sa inyo, magaling ang para sa teams ito pagdating sa Ascent at pagdating ngayon sa next map, which is going to be in Haven. And ngayon, pinakitaan nga nila na magaling sila para sa Ascent because of the 2 overtimes that they had, those specific gameplays that they've shown to us. So, really making a statement here ngayon ang Bleed that they can actually make those good impact against the Made in Thailand.
And just before we go into a short break, I kind of want to touch up on the fact na Bleed, mas maganda yung stats nila in terms of the past 3 months over Made in Thailand. Pero pag-usapan natin yan mamaya as we go into a short break. When we come back, game number 2 between Made in Thailand and Bleed Esports dito sa Asia Pacific Challengers Knockout Stage. Napaka-close fight na nangyari kanina sa Ascent between Bleed Esports and the Made in Thailand, pero going into Haven, I feel like mas madikit pa yung laban. Ito yung game 2 dito sa best of 3. Ako si Nomad, kasama natin si Ray Ray. Siyempre bago natin pag-usapan yung laro dito sa best of 3 natin. Siyempre pasalamatan muna natin ang ating sponsors na G-Fiber. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G-Fiber. Only $2,099 at ng Globe at home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. And the Haven map pick. 75% win rate for Bleed Esports. MiTH, hindi maganda yung performance nila, Ray. After that performance, tingin mo ba magke-carry on pa yung moral na Made in Thailand dito?
I think so. Dahil syempre, it's just the first map that we have, and then we kind of expected it for Bleed to actually pop off, especially on those last few rounds. Even if nakahabol pa yung Made in Thailand, it was really exhausting for them actually. And I think yung mga little mistakes na ginawa nila was really, really giving that hold on sa nangyari sa Made in Thailand. Yung mga small mistakes nila, minsan talaga, yun yung nagiging impact kung bakit pa nagkakaroon ng advantage ang Bleed kesa sa kanila. But as we hop on here in Haven, I think this is somehow of a specialty that the Bleed has in store for us, and hopefully, magawan nga nila to ng paraan. But on the other side, Made in Thailand naman, I think they just need to stay calm. You know, it's just the first map. Meron pa naman tayong third map kung sakasakali. And when it comes to Haven, I think lahat ng mga Thai teams are actually pretty good in this map. They know how to come up with those plays, with those slow retakes, slow pushes. Kailangan lang talaga nila dito is to eradicate yung mga small mistakes nila as like what they did in a set.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, yung map history na meron tayo dito sa Bleed Esports na 75% win rate, and ito yung map history na for the most part, wala si Pith, wala si Maxi. So, completely different Bleed Esports roster na naglaro dito. And for the other side, Made in Thailand, kahit na 43% win rate sila na 3 wins, 4 losses, those 3 wins were very decisive wins on their side. And going into this, talagang malaking bagay na lang talaga na makuha ng Made in Thailand at least yung first half para sa kanila, para mapadali na lang yung buhay nila. Pero that's still a question kasi Bleed Esports, they're awake. They're wide awake going into this.
Very curious as to what we expect from them. But ngayon, Bleed, they kind of told us na, okay, we want this to a clean 2-0 as what the panel told us. But Made in Thailand, sa tingin ko, yun yung naging problem nila actually. When they went up a lot of teams in their own group, is to actually close a series. So, luckily, they were able to go into nga here sa knockout stage natin. So, nakikita natin yung mga comparison lang talaga. Pagdating sa how they execute it well, plus, paano nga ba sila magkakaroon ng magandang closure? Pero wala di talaga. Nawala, na-exhaust talaga sila sa mga nangyari, especially on those OTs. And I think si Wanafly na lang talaga yung nasa composure pa eh. And Wanafly, I don't usually see him pop off like that. Pero ang daming huge plays na ginawa na just to be able to save his team from losing the Ascent map. Pero nangyari. We're gonna be heading on to the next map, and hopefully hindi pa nawala yung fuel dito ng Made in Thailand to actually make a good comeback against Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, paulit-ulit ko sinasabi kanina pa na Wanafly, one of the highest ACS Sentinels that we have going into this tournament, and he just proved kung bakit ganun kataas yung ACS niya na when it matters the most for his team, talagang he will pop off, and he did. Save Made in Thailand nung papunta na ng overtime and a couple of rounds in overtime as well. But Bleed Esports are a completely different beast right now, and I feel like Made in Thailand medyo shaky sila, pero just with the experience alone that they have, I'm pretty sure na makapag-reset sila ng mindset going into this fight. And speaking of reset, sana kayo guys nakapag-reset na ng maayos, na papasok na tayo dito sa second map natin na patagal yung kanina. Pretty sure mas matatagal lang pa, so sana nakakain na kayo, sana nakainom kayo at habang kahit nag-aaral, nagtatrabaho kayo, nanood pa rin kayo sa gilid. Shoutout sa inyong lahat na nanood ngayon. Pero do you think ba Ray, na we might go into a map 3. We might go into Breeze. Like, from kung gaano yung takbo ng laro ng Maiden Silence sa ng Bleed ngayon.
I really do think na pwedeng nakaka-exhaust kasi yun sa side ng Made in Thailand on that Ascent map. So I really do think it's gonna give them kind of, rather, si Bleed pa yung magkakaroon ng leverage for the next map. So talagang very curious pa ako, I think. If Bleed can actually manage to put a big 10-5 already against the guys of Made in Thailand, siguro makita na tayo ng kung sino man ang maglalaban next. Pag nanalo Made in Thailand dito, maglalaban sila ng full sense. Pero kapag hindi, kalaban ng Bleed ay full sense, and Made in Thailand is gonna go up against Persija. So, may kita nga natin na gano'n yung magiging matchup. But as of now, it's still the same way. Like what we've seen earlier on, sa side ng Bleed, it's just the same composition that they had earlier on in Ascent. And pagdating naman dito sa mga taga Made in Thailand, this is also what they have, what they usually play here in Haven, that Astra, that Sky. So really curious as to how they take things here. Pero usually talaga parehas ang usual composition pagdating sa Haven and Ascent. But I really do think na sa Bleed, ito lang same lineup eh. So, curious ako paano nila ito lalaroin talaga.
I mean, you gotta have a look out for the Sentinel seats sa laro natin kasi Haven, 3 sites, a lot of angles na kailangan bantayan ng mga teams, and on the defending side, sobrang luging-lugi yung sino magpe-play doon kasi pwede mag-crash yung attacking side sa isang site at wala silang manpower, and it's all down to the Sentinels to try to stop it. And we're looking at Pith and Wannafly to make the big impact plays para sa kanila. Speaking of which, the Esports will be starting on that defending side. Heavy emphasis sa mid para sa Bleed Esports dito. And you made Thailand spread out, wanting to get information before they commit into a site.
Scanning ahead.
Now, starting ang Made in Thailand sa attacking side. Baka makita na nga tayo ng changes ngayon. Pero oh no, nagpaka-aggressive lang sila. And Kaduk gets a 2 heads kaagad. Isa na lang natitira si Lexi pa dito sa may window part. Pero looks like sa isang iglap. Maxi na lang together with Yen ang natitira. A good reset talaga ang pinapakita ngayon ng Made in Thailand as we only have Yen. Tries to go up against 4 members pa ngayon ng Made in Thailand.
1v4. Medyo unlikely na si Lenny makukuha niya to. Sobrang unlikely. He gets spotted out, 4 HP pa. Wannafly gonna rock that out. 1-0 for Made in Thailand. Something that they want to happen here.
Nice flash. Wala kay Kongred. Iba talaga ang kinuha Zoltik ng Made in Thailand. And ngayon for the teams, they're kind of strong on the attacking, and this is a good way. If si MiTH, nag-start sila sa attacking, tapos they come up with a good composure lang all throughout, then we might see na talagang baka makabawi na din sila ngayon and maybe having that third map.
And I kind of like this from Bleed Esports na nag-hard stack sila sa C. Good read kahit papano, but and that slows down the aggression from Made in Thailand. But for the most part, sobrang vulnerable ng B. Sobrang vulnerable ng A kasi si Lenny lang nandyan. Naka-pistol pa sila. And if anything, parang mas gugustuhin ko pa na lahat sila, sabay-sabay silang nag-stack na lang talaga. As that is happening, they spot out Lenny. Tag him heavily, and Kadum will take him down. Caught mid-reload. Will get stunned up, and Congared will still take down Darion. This should be another round for Made in Thailand, but Pith gets 2. The Len takes down Pith. 1v3 Alexi. Sheriff in hand. I don't think it's going to be enough. 2-0 for Made in Thailand. Gun round. Bleed Esports, magbabago na yung ihip ng hangin dito, Rere.
Tanong, magbabago nga ba ang ihip ng hangin or just Made in Thailand all the way in? Kaso ngayon, nakikita nyo, agree lang ang kailangan ng Made in Thailand. Dapat di lang sila natatakot makipag-duel and fast pace against Bleed. So that can be a way that they can actually start this against Bleed.
Revealing area.
Okay. So parang nawala yung partner ko. So, ang mangyayari ngayon, Kadoom waiting for something to actually make it work against
Here.
Bleed. Pero dalawa na kasi ay ang ganda sana pero oh no! Close ones! SMG is in the works, Kadoom! Takes out 2 members kagad ng Bleed. Even si Conger namatay. Ano nga ba ang isa kung dalawa din naman ang mapipitas mo? Big possibility pa na pwede makapag-push through here in C-site at inaabangan pa ni Kadoom kung meron siya matatiming. And speaking of, buti na lang there's the trade. 3v2 is what we have. Open na pala kagad ang A-site sa kamay kagad ng Made in Thailand. And looks like they really want to win this.
They do. They really want to force a game 3 here pero it's not looking good for VCT Esports na gun round para sa kanila. Nahirapan pa sila. With the free weapons na meron yung Made in Thailand, they should be able to wrap this up. Potentially 4-0 para sa kanila kasi yung Bleed. Hindi maganda economy nila going into the next round. Maxi has to manage the angles, gets spotted by Alone Fields. That's another round for Made in Thailand. Dito na lumalabas yung ano eh. Dito na lumalabas yung anong pakialam ko sa statistics. Magpe-perform pa rin kami dito. And it's all from Kilua. Sabi nga ni Ray Ray, that opening 2 kills definitely became a huge factor. Napakamaras na talaga nag-line up yung VCT Esports doon. Pero this time around, this should be another round for Made in Thailand. Walang kagamit-gamit at all.
Ngayon, uy! Ngayon in Thailand, 13-0 ata ang gusto para may nahabang. May kadate! Gusto na kagad mag-map 3 na mga taga-Made in Thailand. And their approach right now against Bleed is quite scary. Press W, make those headshots work, and finally, make Conrad pop off. Kita mo naman, palong-palo. Si Kilua, na-buff na naman bigla na gising. Sana consistent ang Made in Thailand para baka biglang mawalan ng fuel after the first half.
Baka nga, mawalan ng fuel. Medyo, hindi naman sakit entirely na Made in Thailand, pero sometimes it does happen na bigay sila sa first half, pagdating sa second half, medyo wala na silang gas sa tangke nila. At mahal pa naman yung presyo ng gasolina ngayon. Beautiful.
Hoy, nagmura na, Nomad.
Eh, kahit pa paano, pero ang taas pa rin.
May kotse ka ba?
Sorry, nakamotor ako.
Ay!
Pero pis,
pala.
na lang, mag-isa in a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
Yan si Nomad, mahilig yan road trip ang motor niya. Pero ngayon, si Pith, okay, yun lang, nag-timing. And di na-expect na dalawa pala yun. And finally, Made in Thailand leading by 4 already against Bleed. And di natin nakikita na natatakot sila going up against them. They just press W, let Kadoom together with Conrad do their work. And they attacking talaga.
One enemy remaining.
And it's tricky. You're on the side of Bleed Esports na nagbe-bleed out kayo from those first 4 rounds. Medyo mahirap yung adjustment na pwede nilang gawin, na dapat nilang gawin against Made in Thailand. The adjustment that they're trying to do here is a heavy stack on the C, aggressive push from Derion, pero I don't think they will not get information off of that. And as long as Kadoom is on fire like this, dire-diretso lang yung Made in Thailand for sure.
Nakita tayo ng pwedeng probabilidad ng Made in Thailand still just putting on a stop against Bleed right now. At ngayon, si Yen wala and stuck ngayon, oh. Sobrang hindi makakagalaw ang baso ng Bleed ngayon unless, speaking of, Wanafly comes up with something. Pero speaking of, ipit. Kala ko may ipit na lang mid in Thailand, pero buti lang nagka-spot out kagad si Wanafly, palong-palong. Munti ka na makagat ngayon si Darion as is the only guy remaining. Pero looks like he's gonna save. Oh no, he's gonna go into A site. Lahat ng miyembro kagad ng mid Thailand. Who's me?
30 seconds left.
And again, time and again, Wanafly coming up big for mid in Thailand.
Planted.
Again, when it matters the most for his team, he's gonna pop off as a Sentinel, guys. Just take note, Sentinel yung gamit ni Wanafly. And he still pops off. Something na talagang reliable sa side of Made in Thailand. Darion definitely gonna be saving his operator. Another round for Made in Thailand. 5 straight for themselves. Motivation, definitely their morale, 100%. Nakita pa ni Darion yung barrel ni Conqueror and he's down. But still, it's a 1v2. Nothing much that Darion can do here. That's what's done is done. Wanafly, commendable talaga 100% Ray.
Isang daang porsyentong lakas. Made in Thailand! Let's go! Gusto niyo ba mag-map 3 ha? Ginagawa nila to para magkaroon talaga ng magandang laban yung SB against PaperX. Tatandaan nyo, 4 na matches ang meron tayo ngayon ha. So pangalawa pa lang to. You guys do the math. And mangangamoy map 3 pa to pag magtuloy-tuloy lang to Made in Thailand.
Pwede magtuloy-tuloy ito. Yung Bleed Esports. Force buying this round. Half armor, bulldog. Utilities, sure nandun. May lockdown sila na pwedeng gamitin kay Pith, Lenny. Konti na lang Hunter's Fury na meron siya. Still not as enough.
Ngayon, Bleed. Bibili pa rin sila dito. Pero Made in Thailand, oh. Palong-palo. Ano nangyayari sa team na to? Si Edward. Yan si Edward. Dito na naglalaro. Kinuha na yan ngayon ng Made in Thailand. Si Kelra pa kayo na medyo din sa lap trip.
Ibang best
Mga magkakamuka.
Mga magkakamukha talaga. Ganun talaga sa esports. Talagang may parallel lines pero nice rolling thunder to delay the plant. Pero may oras pa naman yung main side dito para mag-reposition if they want to. They're playing around the Cosmic Divide for the most part. Still a lot of utilities being expended sa side ng Bleed Esports. Good utility usage pero Made in Thailand, they're gonna be rotating on over towards B. Magkukumit sila dito ulit.
Tingin ko side ng Made in Thailand. Oh, good opener alone. Nasa sayo yun. Takbo! Kadum! Nakatakbo. Pero nga lang, sinagsabayan lang ngayon ng kanika nilang mga lockdown. 4v4. Post-plant ngayon ang magmumula sa Made in Thailand. Lexi tries to go for a concast, tries to go with the pick, but unfortunately Conrad will be able to spot him out at di nila alam na meron katulad ni Alon. Sakita na nga na karagad. Di niya hahabulin pa. Mahirap pag hinahabol mo ang taong mali para sa'yo. Kung alam mo na bang part ka lang ng kanyang collectibles. At ngayon, Pith, Darion, kung ako yan, sisave ko na lang yan. Pero si Pith tries to go for exit frags, pero last na yun. At meron pa isang gusto magpakita sa kanya. He takes his still Kadum out and still a Made in Thailand wins this with a 0-6 against Bleed.
Big significant lead on the attacking side sa Haven. We get 8 at least. That's enough comfort for you going into the second half on the defending side. And tactical pause, definitely gagamitin ng Bleed Esports going into this matchup. Ang hirap i-shutdown ng Made in Thailand. Paano masa-shutdown ng Bleed yung Made in Thailand? Yun yung number 1 question dito, Ray.
Ay, nako. Ang hirap ng time out na yung Bleed. Nasa sad boy na yung Bleed eh. Sad boy na. Nakikita mo yung mukha eh. 0-6 eh. Nagulat sila eh. Uy, pre, ayusin natin. Hinabol nga natin yung kasi tayo pinagmukhang pagod. Akala ko made in Thailand, buti na lang nakapag-reset. Eh, syempre, lugi ka talaga pag may mga anime characters ka sa teammates mo. At ngayon, Bleed, it just seems like they can't punish Myth from being aggressive. Look at how Kongred makes those impact flashes. Sobrang ganda. And I don't know why, but Wannafly this time around popping off, and I think all of them is back on track. Then and also has been performing sobrang sa ascent, sobrang destroyed siya. But ngayon the attacking, this is a good way for Myth to actually start.
Very a good way talaga for Myth.
Here.
As long as ay hindi pa pala namamatay si Wannafly at all. 6 rounds hindi namamatay si Wannafly. Pero yun, as long as Made in Thailand keeps up this pressure na slow down sila whenever utilities are being used up sa side ng Bleed Esports, they should be able to get round after round after round. So in terms of aim duels, medyo nawawala na yung Bleed Esports dito. Hindi nila kaya may pagsabayan sa Made in Thailand. Lenny at least will get information kung nasaan si Conga Red, pero they're not gonna be capitalizing on that just yet. There yun, nakaabang with the operator in hand. Will get smoked out, pero he's still gonna be holding that angle. Pith for the backup, kasama ni Conga Red for the trade. But this would be big if biglang gumalaw yung Made in Thailand sa kaabang pa sa angle si Darian.
Take flight.
Oof. Spot na, alam na nila. May lineup. Oof, alam na niya sa nasisimulan ngayon ng mga miyembro. Sino ba matutuhog ngayon? Ni Alone Fields. Wala, pero distraction ang palang gawa lang yan. But Darian was able to hold his angle out. At di nila alam, natira na si Kadoom. Naglalaro ng kaboom. And 3 left na lang. Pero si Pinoy, tumit kasi likod yun. Kagawa niyo, Met! Matitrifty pa kayo. Wannafly na lang ang natitira. Ano na? Ang mangyayari kay Wannafly ngayon, alam na din kung nasaan siya. Lexi tries to go for the fuse already, tries to play it out, pero walang mangyayari. At yan ang sinasabi ko, always check kung sino man ang nasa likod. Kapag hindi ka marunong lumingon sa likod mo, GG's ka talaga. And that's a good way, good discipline kay Pith. Marunong maghintay tong battle to.
Marunong maghintay talaga. Patience play kasi for the most part, alam lang nila nandun si Darion. Hindi na nila binother i-check in sewers, which is a deadly sin. Na kahit na napass mo na yun, double check, triple check kung kailangan para masiguradong nandun nga, na masiguradong EFAS nga talaga ipupuntahan nyo. Timeout call by Made in Thailand para lang mga bagalan yung momentum ng Bleed Esports. They kinda need to change up their game plan here kasi nagbabasa na sila ng Bleed Esports sa parang libro.
Sana all marunong basahin. Kasi feel ko na outplay lang nila just because of Pith. Could turn a different way sana. But it is what it is. Check your flanks always. Wala din silang setup na nangyari. Medyo minadali nila yon. At ina-expect nila tapos na kagad yung mapipick off nila mula sa sewers. So, mukhang si Miss okay lang. We just lost 1 round. No problema for us. We can still stand strong for the next 2 rounds against Bleed. And so far, ang Bleed din naman ay ready na also for those ultimates that they can use against Made in Thailand.
Yeah, definitely ready to perform. Sa Darion, munti ka na niya makuha si Conga Red. That's still information. Made in Thailand still gonna be playing it the same. A-stack, tambay lang muna tayo sa A-lobby bago tayo mag-push out. Wait for utilities to be used up. Bleed, hindi sila magbibigay ng utilities at all whatsoever throughout this entire at least standoff for now. Darion forced to tailwind out, spotted out by the recon bolt as well. Myth slowly but surely trying to get the gears turning dito sa mapa. At least dito sa round na to. They go ahead and make their entry. Shot misses. Kadoom gets the kill. Lexi gets the trade off of that. It's now down to a 4v4. Lexi nakaabang na lang dito to go for the flash. Try to delay the push, and Myth ibahin lang muna namin yung strat namin, guys. Ikot muna kami.
At ngayon,
30 seconds left.
tingin ko, dice point yun. Nakatandaan nga pala natin, onting throwback Thursday lang. Ang bleed kasi mahina daw sa Heaven. They went up against Naos, diba?
Oh.
Nung time na yon. Pero feel ko hindi rin at the same time. Sadyang nagka-momentum kasi yung Naos. Sobrang unstoppable na nag-start sila. Pero bumawi din kasi yung bleed. Pero ngayon, yung oras, wanna fly! Ayusin na! Bye-bye! 2-6. Wala na. Bye-bye. Bye-bye next. Nice try. Nice deny from Lexi. Pero yeah, gotta get it. Not 10-2 nga sila dito ng bleed. Ay, ng Naos yung bleed. But I really do think nagulat lang yung bleed how Naos was really getting that W win. Pero ngayon I think ngayon medyo against some myth. Kaya nila to. Kaya ng bleed to be honest. Pero on the other side, yung myth, medyo, yun na. Bumibitaw na naman sila sa pagiging consistent when it comes to taking care of those angles. Nako, dalawang palya na. Kanina kay Pit. Ngayon ulit, mauulit na naman. 2-6 na nga. May posibilidad pa ata itong maging 6-all.
May posibilidad. Nababasa na ng Bleed Esports paano maglaro yung myth. Pero pag nakuha ng Bleed Esports, so sira na yung economy ng Made in Thailand. Likely talaga na mag 6-6 scoreline tayo. Pero at least 4-8 para sa myth na babasa ko dito going into the second half. That's all dependent on these guys. Sa side ng Bleed Esports kung hayaan nila maging 4-8 to. More so sa myth, they have what it takes to make it a 10-2 scoreline for themselves.
At ngayon din, ang Made in Thailand nakapasok. Easy side take for them. Pero no problema lang to sa bleed eh. Oh, ay may line up. Oh, diba? Talino ng Frenny natin. Hindi na destroy. Hindi namin nakita yun. Alone feels okay lang yan. Naiintindihan ka namin. Wala na magagawa. Bye-bye!
Oh, no. Unfortunate. Alam mo, feeling ko si Pith binangga niya yung yung shockbolt eh. Hindi ko ganun nangyari kaya hindi nasira eh. Napaka-unfortunate na pangyayari yun para sa Main Silence. Kuha na sana nila yung round na yun. Sa kanila na dapat yung round na yun.
I don't know. Ang Made in Thailand. Well, those few mistakes, anong nangyayari? It suddenly crashed down. It's going down. Bleed. Natuto na sila sa Naos siguro. Alam nyo guys, feel ko, sobrang hirap talaga ng bracket ng Naos eh. Siguro kung may konting mas shuffled pa yon. For me, kung mas shuffled pa yun ng sobra, siguro nakapasok din sila ngayon. I just really do think. Together with APH. Siguro na gano'n lang nangyari sa kanila. But, move on na tayo. Like, it is what it is already. Hopefully, makabawi sila sa next impact. Pero ngayon, alone feels. Sino nga ba ang next na mabibiktima niya dito? Wala. Pero at least, oh no. Check out the info. Tapos ngayon, napapagyanig pa mga miyembro ng bid. Pero buti na lang, wala doon yung spike. Pinasa lang ngayon sa isang miyembro. 4v3 is up there. And Conrad, sa kanya tayo at magtitiwala. Tiwala ko sa iyo, Kilua. Tiwala nga sa iyo si Gonfrix eh. At ngayon, paglalaroan niya pero, why do that Conrad? Okay, there's the follow-up coming in from Alone Fields, 2v3.
Yeah, it's a 2v3. It was a 2v4 kanina. And this positioning from Wonderfly, very impactful. Has priority para makuha niya yung post-plant. Has to peek it, pero not gonna be enough. Bleed Esports numbers advantage going into that. 4-6. Ray. 6-6 is possible. Very, very possible.
Actually, good half na to mula sa Bleed. Nakalayas na sila sa 10-2 scoreline last time eh. Against Naos last time, diba? So ngayon, they finally improved their Haven map. Hopefully makabawi sila sa attacking. Para 2-0.
Hopefully, oo, syempre. Kasi gusto natin makita kagad yung SBE Paper X. 2-0 nyo na. Pero depende pa rin yun sa Bleed. Fifth on top of the leaderboard para sa side nila. 15-8 KD. It's looking like a better Sentinel right now dito sa laro natin. I think on the defending side, we've stressed out kung gaano ka-importante yung pagiging Sentinel sa Haven and how good you should be in locking down sites. Pith been doing just that for the past 4 rounds for themselves. And because of that, yung MiTH Thailand, binabagalan na yung push nila. Di na sila tumatabi sa A-lobby, hindi na sila tumatabi sa C-main, C-long. Hindi rin sila nagko-commit kaagad na magpa-ramdown sa mid. Talaga napapahuli yung MiTH Thailand kung saan sila pwede pumunta dito. And lead, di sila nagbibigay ng information at all sa side ng MiTH Thailand.
Problema lang natin dito ay si Kadum still got the upper hand against Darion. Pero buta lang Lian is up there for the follow-up as he gets 2! Good ult coming in from him! Ipit ngayon ng mga miyembro ng MiTH. Oh, that's the good way of how Maxi can manipulate the map. Can manipulate the site itself. Wanna fly, tries to get at least a good pick off dito sa may garage. Pero that won't be able to. Sa Lone Fields. Medyo nasa psycho sila ngayon. May kasama pa atang concuss. Alam na nga din kagad ni Maxi kung nasaan pa ang mga miyembro at dalawa na lang kagad at titira sa MiTH Thailand. The pressure also is gonna be coming in from the time. Pero Pith, he can just delay it and goodbye sa'yo. Wala nang oras. Kadum, save that Vandal. Takbo! And Bleed is back on track. 5-6. And sabi ko sa inyo, diba? After that Naos talaga, getting that upper hand, sure ako na natulto talaga yung Bleed this time around. And MiTH, the MiTH Thailand, the small mistakes, yun ang nagiging rason ba't nakahabol on almost all of the rounds ang MiTH Thailand against them. Delayed yung oras, nasa scan through, hindi na check yung flank, yun lang.
Isang one small wrong mistake lang talaga sa side ng MiTH Thailand. Yun na pala nila. And it's crucial right now sa knockout stages where as much as possible you really want to play in the upper bracket para kahit paano konti lang yung games na malalaro mo, no risk of elimination. Hindi ka masyadong mapapressure. If you're a team like MiTH Esports, really eyeing that out. I mean, coming in with two new fresh faces on Pith and Maxi, they want to prove na worth it yung pag-acquire nila. With that being said, MiTH Thailand, gusto nilang bumawi dito kahit paano. The first time in a while, B sila nagtanim. Darion pushing on forward. Not spot anybody. This pinch might be big pero nakaabang yung MiTH Thailand. Tatlo ang nakaabang to be exact. And narinig, tumakbo. Will get taken out by Lone Fields. Lockdown is gonna be preventing this push from coming in, but MiTH Thailand wanna fly, getting 2K off of that. Lexi na lang mag-isa in a 1v4. Detained pa siya. It's done. 7-5 half for MiTH Thailand. Same story sa nangyari sa atin sa Ascent kanina, Ray.
Comeback to? Naniniwala ako. Okay to. Pagdating sa side ng Bleed, good half na to, to be honest. Pero sayang lang din syempre kay Bleed into actually taking that retake. Pero that was a good extension of MiTH Thailand. And let's see. If this pistol won by Bleed, malaki yung chance nila to actually fight it off. Pero ngayon si Darion, we're not seeing the Darion style of how he wants to play this. But hopefully it's gonna work well.
Look at Pith though. Hard carrying MiTH Esports to at least get a 5-7 half, pero kaya na sinabi mo, Darion needs to wake up. This is not the Darion that we're used to seeing As well as Maxi, completely different feel sa Ascent compared ngayon sa Haven. It's kind of lacking there in terms of performance, but hopefully the second half on their attacking side, magising sila. Mukhang may tech post tayo dito. Ray, muli. Second half, kakastart pa lang.
Yun. I'm so interested to see ang made in Thailand kung talaga makikeep up nila yung moment. Kasi talo naman sila eh. But I think very sayang yun. I think it could have went a clear 11-1 take or 10-2 against Bleed if only they haven't gotten the small mistakes. So sayang lang yun. But on the other side, let's give it. Kung ano nga ang meron naman on the other side, ang mga taga Bleed against Smith dahil ngayon na nasa attacking sila. Hopefully they'll have that. Ito, buhat na ang Killjoys ang dalawang teams ngayon. And tries to start it off with that Sova. Pero mukhang very careful pa rin sila eh. No room for mistakes. And hopefully ma-figure out nila na marami. 4 na miyembro yan ng MiTH. Naku po na concuss pero always look in your corners. He gets 2. Mag-audition na naman pala sa harapan ni MiTH ang mga miyembro kaagad. May kasama pang Nano Swarm. And looks like Bleed will be able to manifest it all alone. Wanna fly. Nag-audition din ang dalawang miyembro. And finally, dahil lang kay Fifth at dahil sa push sana ng MiTH, knowing that's gonna be effective, hindi nag-work.
Well, let's look at it this way. Yung ginawa ng MiTH, commendable sana kung nag-pull off siya. They pushed us 4 na yung plano nila is to get information kung meron tao sa A. Kung walang tao sa A, magpupush sila paunti-unti papuntang B or papuntang C. Maganda na sana yung para sa Made in Thailand. Pero yung ginawa ni Pith doon, just getting those initial 2 picks, throwing down the Nano Swarm para ma-delay pa yung push potentially ng Made in Thailand, just beneficial for Bleed Esports para lang mag-reposition in order for them to get that round for themselves. And with that, Spectres and Bulldogs here for Bleed Esports on the attacking side, definitely going to be big. Another 4-man stack sa Made in Thailand dito. 3-man stack for Bleed Esports going on over to A. Pero hindi pa rin magko-commit yung Bleed Esports dito. Gusto nila makakuha ng information as much as they can.
Anong plano ng MiTH ngayon? Malay nyo. Madala ko dito. Akala niya. Nakita niya. Nice way. Nice.
Dalawa.
Pero may isa pa. Shock dart. Alis talaga yan. Meron si Conrad Diyan lang siya Pero feel ko di na pupush siya ng Bleed. Nice one yan! Play them out! The classic diff! Ano ba naman yan? Di pa tumama. Pati sa na-specter pag gano'n na angle Minsan okay, madalas hindi happy birthday kay Nina. Nga pala.
30 seconds left.
Happy birthday sa iyo, Lod, says Maxi. Says happy birthday kay Wanna Fly. Dun sa garage. And now na Bleed has a spike down. They're playing for post plants. All playing from A long and walang pinch na magaganap dito from Made in Thailand. Brute force na papunta dito. The lens still has 2 stars to use para ma-block out lang yung vision kahit papano sa spike. Let's put that way wide in the open. And there yun! Just blindly spraying through the smoke, still gets a kill. 2v3. Alone Fields na lang mag-isa. Actually, Alone Fields and Delend na 2v2. They have to go for the defuse here. Pero si Maxi already has a pre-fire. Piniping na lang kung sa yung side ng Delend. Yeah, needs to get the kill. Goes for the spray down, but it's not enough. 8-6. MiTH finally gets the score on the second half.
Bleed! Bakit ganon? Tapusin niya na.
Ganda na sana.
No.
Pero, wala talaga. To be honest, wala na sila magagawa kasi they planted it wide that long, that far. Tapos naka Spectres sila. May Bulldog si Maxi, si Si Darian kanina hindi na napulot. So hindi na mag-maximize yung right click ng Bulldog to aim at that distance. Fortunate na Spectres yung ginamit nila para mag-spray down doon. Pero it is what it is. The round goes to Made in Thailand and now Bleed Esports. Wala silang kagamit-gamit this round.
At yun. Opo, Bleed. Huge mistake, sabi ni. Na-trip din ng MiTH. Sayang yun. At yun, wala silang choice. Disadvantage sila sa baril. Bumili na kagad yung MiTH just to confirm this round kagad
Yep, pero Darian still manages to get a kill onto Conqueror. Make it a 5v3 eco round, making it work for Bleed. It's a 3v2. Wanafly takes down Darian. You get information kung saan sila. Kung makapulit ng baril yung ibang members ng Bleed Esports dito, might just be doable, pero Wanafly will take down Maxi. Lenny's gonna fall down. He has a Soul Vandal dun sa side ng Bleed Esports, and Pith has a Spike, has a Vandal as well. And he can clutch this if he chooses to. That's going to be the case, but no, the Lend take him down, make it a 6-9 scoreline. Very nice for Made in Thailand, and nagising na sila this half.
At ngayon, 6-9! Nice!
Nice.
Nice score. Talagang gusto pa nila umabot hanggang 5 p.m. hanggang 6 p.m. ata yung casting natin ngayon, Nomad. Tatandaan nyo, pangalawa pa lang to. Meron pa tayong 2 games. Sama-sama. Hanggang sa gabi. Talaga. Pag gano'n na nangyari. Pero ngayon, hahabol na ata ang Bleed. Is it time to finally close this series or not yet?
It doesn't feel like mag-close out kaagad yung series natin dito. Kasi Bleed Esports and struggling on the attacking side. Sure, statistically speaking, mas maganda yung stats nila sa Haven, pero again, that was a completely different Bleed roster. They're not playing with Pith, they're not playing with Maxi nung panahon na yun. It's a 5v4 in favor of Made in Thailand. Doom just getting that kill onto Darian, already big impact for them. And the tanong na lang dito is if Bleed would be able to secure this for themselves. As soon as Spike gets planted, I'm pretty sure si Pith hindi siya yung plant ng Spike, Doom. Takes down Maxi. Lenny gets inside the side. Conquered will get taken down. His Fury to just buy a little bit more time, but Lenny will take down Kadoom. HPs are extremely low for Bleed Esports. Kamuntikan pa nga si Lenny doon. Wanafly. Lone Fizz playing from heaven. Lurk here from Deland. Pith takes him down. The timing is real. And Wanafly not in the Lone Fizz. At least kahit paano they will get that kill. Lockdown's gonna be thrown down. Lone Fizz takes down Lexi. Pith has to go big. Not planted for him at all. At nakaabang si Wanafly. Lockdown's gonna be going in. Nobody is gonna get caught, but that buys out a lot of time. Pero the recon bolt gives away his position. 6-10 Made in Thailand. Gusto nila mag-game 3, Ray Ray.
Oh, MiTH is doing it. Feel ko tong Bleed okay sana in defending, pero nangyari sa attacking nila. Kala natin close na close sana, pero I think if only MiTH weren't able to get that 50 round against them, should have been destroyed. Pero wala eh. Ganun talaga.
You should run.
Pagdating lang sa ganitong way, but fine. MiTH is doing it. They want to go to the third map. They want to go up against Focus. At ngayon, Konga Red, currently concussed. Medyo mahirap. Pero, as it tries to get some good information, may nakagat. At simula na ata ng Bleed, pero may trade-offs na ang galing kay Kadoom. Together with Darion, finding them out, getting that good entry once again. At 3 na lang kagad titira sa isang iglap mula sa Made in Thailand.
For the first time in a while, alanganin yung Made in Thailand dito. good positionings para sa MiTH, pero Blade Esports easy take down Kadoom. It's a 3v2. Darian needs to start pushing out. Ang ganda ng timing pero hindi maganda yung tutok niya doon. And nahuli pa kasi Maxi. Na-miss time pa niya. That's definitely going to be the defuse coming in. 6-11. Pero napigilan. Maxi gonna be repositioning, making a lot of noise. Gonna get the tap. Half yung spike natin ngayon. Let's play it slow and the shot connects. 7-10. Maxi clutches it out. Thrifty round for Bleed Esports. They're still in the fight.
My. Beautiful. Tap mula kay Maxi. Sayang yun. Well, ano bang, sino ba naman? Pag naka-sheriff yung kalaban mo, my goodness. Pero buti na lang, ang inuna ni Biz yung nag-defuse. Yun na lang niya yung bibitawan eh. And the Psycho Games is there. And Bleed looks like ayaw pa nalang tapusin to against MiTH Thailand. So baka maulit muli. Itong sa slow burn nila against MiTH Thailand, 7-10. So if they're back on track, they know that they'll be able to get it against MiTH Thailand. At yung amount of mental fortitude ng Bleed when it comes to those comebacks, super important. Pero mag-i-A ba talaga sila? Sure na ba to? Buti na lang, hindi nila naisipan. Hirap na.
Hirap na talaga. And it's all down to Wanafly to defend this push. Nice paranoia. Definitely gonna be catching Wanafly. Di ali sa pwesto. Wanafly gets fully blinded. Will not get a kill off of that. And Bleed Esports already making their way inside the site. 3v4 na kagad tayo sa situation natin. Making a 2v3. May no 1v3. Mag-isa na lang si Kadoom. At malayo pa si Kadoom. Manggagaling pa siya sa garage. At mahihirapan siya going up against here. Bleed Esports. Blade Storm is available. Hindi siya spot out, pero he does spot out Darian. Pero Lexi, decent doon siya kagad for the refrag. 8-10. Pwede maging 10-10 muli. Ganto yung nangyari. Yung ascent, Ray.
Naramdaman nyo na! Please, gusto ka na mag-SBE, oh. May next pa to, di ba? Yeah, may next pa to eh.
May boom sa XERXIA pa.
XERXIA pa.
Mag-iisa pa ako. Dire-diretso tayo dito.
Okay lang yan, Nomad. Ikaw ang alay ngayon sa PH Broadcast.
Alay din ako bukas sa PH Broadcast.
Parati kaming alay eh. Araw-araw kaming alay.
Don't worry, araw-araw din ako alay. Para sa bayan.
Sa first 2 weeks, kami lahat. Parati kami alay, araw-araw. Okay lang yan, Nomad. Dati sa last week ka lang alay. Kaya ngayon, ayan, maghahabol. Let's see. Tries to get it to it. Kulit to. Alam ba niya na meron pa? Feel ko din niya. He always makes the good calls. Okay guys, wag na natin i-push yung MiTH Thailand dito. Lugi pa tayo, pero there's already ang pagyanig ngayon ng Bleed at mukhang effective nga talaga to eradicate those angles, and Darian tries to clear out everything and looks like
Wanafly.
Bigyan niyo pa ang gulo si Wanafly. Sige, lahat! 3v3 may nakagat! At ngayon, 2 na lang sa 3. Buhay pa ba ang mga taga-Bleed?
One enemy remaining.
Lenny na lang na buhay para sa Bleed. That's an 8-11. Game 3 is likely, Ray.
Okay. What could possibly go wrong ngayon? What the? Pero okay lang yan, guys. No problemo. Kapag magkaka-gameplay, most likely talaga itong very higpit talaga itong series na between these two teams. So, kahit pa paano, nakakuha tayo ngayon ng idea kung bakit. Pero exhausted pa rin yung economy ng MiTH Thailand. So, pwede pang yung Bleed manalo sila dito, then malay natin, maging 11 pa in favor of Bleed.
Malay lang naman natin. Pwedeng humabol yung Bleed. Just gotta play it slow kasi yung playstyle ngayon ng MiTH Thailand very defensively heavy. Pero Darian katabi lang si Wanafly pero hindi siya magpo-push through.
No charges left.
C side is going to be taken properly. Wanafly has that lockdown available. And the lockdown is gonna be used up sa side ng Bleed Esports as well as sa side ng MiTH Thailand. They're already making their way inside the site. One of them will be destroyed. And it should be a good post plan for themselves. Wala lang silang utilities that can be used dito sa post plants. So aim duels lang talaga kailangan nila. No smokes raining for themselves. No cloud bursts as well. It's a single flashpoint. And MiTH Doom will take down Darion. Will potentially get another one. Will he look at the angle? No! 2v2 kaagad. Ray. Tensions are high dito para sa Blade Esports. Lenny will get taken down. Oh my goodness, 9-11. Blade Esports still hanging on.
Keep holding on. Bleed, sabi ko nga, diba? They lose this. Probably baka mag-eco lang sila. Pero buti na lang inasin nila. Yun lang kailangan ng B2B actually confident eh. Nagawa nila to kanina sa Ascent. Hindi ko alam kung ba't sila natakot. Pwede kayo actually play it out with the duels against MiTH Thailand. And looking at it, magti-thrifty itong MiTH. Sana hindi ma-thrifty yung Bleed. Kapag na-thrifty sila dito, then we gotta go to the last map, which is going to be in Breeze.
Potentially we can go to Breeze here as MiTH Thailand. Defending side, yeah, they're looking good. Pero in terms of economy, mukhang tatagalan pa bago tayo lumipad papunta sa Paraiso. Probably they can make this into a 10-11 score line, but Conquered has other plans. Beautiful kill, not gonna be able to pick up the weapon there. But at least slow down yung push ng Blade Esports and at least nabigyan ng konting advantage yung MiTH Thailand dito in terms of manpower. Dalawa pa nakita ni Lenny off of that. Laking bagay. Pero Blade Esports, rotate na lang muna tayo dito. PPGL versus WannaFly, the battle of the Sentinels. Something we have to look forward to. Pero si PPGL, oh no!
Ay, the timing!
Hindi dapat nangyari yung ganun timing.
Somebody stop it, please! Somebody stop it! Grabe naman. Pero ako, di ko na pipigilan yan para 2-0. So, ano na? Sayang yun, MiTH Thailand. Sana sa kanila na yun, but the timing! How can PPGL can actually take this one out? Nakaabang ko. Oh, no! Pag-audition. Sige, pag-audition lang kayo sa kanya. Pwede naman.
Pwede naman talaga. Alone Fizz and Conquered have to go big. Pero 4K for PPGL. 10-11. This is what Blade Esports wants. Nagising si PPGL. 30 frags para kay PPGL in this game.
Ayan, gising na. Shoutout nga pala kay Vil. Hello sa'yo, Seb. At ngayon, ang Bleed, inagaw ni Lexi yung yung ace. Mapapatay mo talaga tong MiTH Thailand.
Sino ba namang hindi? Ganyan na ganyan. Ang laki na lamang kanina kahit papano, all things considered. Tapos biglang 11-10, isang puntos na lang. Sino hindi mapapa-time out yan? Sino hindi mapapaisip kung ano yung kailangan nila gawin para ma-take down yung Blade Esports? Kasi for the most part, information game is strong for Blade Esports. As much as WannaFly and Kadoom are popping off, dalawa lang sila against an entire Blade Esports roster. And all things considered, si Lexi at si PPGL lang yung nagpa-pop off dito. Side ng Bleed, hintayin na lang na mag-online si Darion, doon na magbabago yung usapan. If in the next couple of rounds si Darion nagising, could be a 2-0.
Possibly that 2-0 is what we can have, pero pwede pang lumaban ng MiTH ngayon. They had a timeout, they need to restructure once again. Pero ang hirap magbigay ng closure itong MiTH. Patapos na, nahabol pa. Pero ganun talaga. Bleed, they have that manifestation talaga. Kapag mahirap na situation, they're able to carry out themselves. And I think ito na yung oras na si PPGL, sobrang unstoppable na niya.
Unfortunate na he was in air nung nakita niya si Dalen. Pero still, at least it's a 3v4 for MiTH Thailand. Seeker's gonna be thrown out of his Fury as well as a Rolling Thunder. para lang mahirapan ng onti yung Made in Thailand, pero si Wanafly has other things in mind sa 2v3. Lexi na lang mag-isa. In 1v3 Spike, wala pa sa kanya. He gets spotted out, gets the first initial kill. Has a couple of utilities, but doesn't have a lot of HP left. Spots out kung saan si Kadum, and he just has to play for time. Will get tagged by the recon bolt. Alam na alam nila kung saan siya manggagaling. Shock bolt gonna be thrown out, pero hindi tatama. Pero ang daming nakakaspatan sa kanya. Ang dami niyang kalaban na hindi pa lumalabas yung Made in Thailand. And this is a 12-10 score, and this is match point. We may have game 3, Ray Ray.
Match point. At tingin ko
One enemy remaining.
sa side ng lead, okay na sana pero ganda lang ang hold ng MiTH dun. Nag-crossfire na naman sa Valorant. Pero to, may pera pa rin sila. They make this, then maybe, they'll say your prayers already. That we might be having that overtime. Pero si Darion, ako po, naipit somehow. Pero aware na din ang mga taga-MiTH saan ba nila i-expect ang isang player kagad ng bleed.
Paano lalaro ng bleed to? They're playing it around 8. 3-man heavy stack. The spawn garit. Kanina pa nagpa-pop off. Lexi will take him down at least. Mapadali yung buhay ng bleed kahit papaano. Pero it's still up in the air kung bleed nga ba yung makakuha na itong laro na to. At least itong game na to. Kung makuha nila yung series. Kung at least mapag-overtime nila. Kadum gets raided out by Lexi and Made in Thailand. Bon, they want to end this now, and they do. 13-10 for Made in Thailand. We're going to breeze, Ray Ray.
Oh, map 3. Curse. Very curse. Pero okay lang. Mas expected ko to kaysa sa Persija together with Full Sense. And Blade, hindi pa oras nila para tapusin to. Dahil yung MiTH, it was still a close call on the first map. So, there's no denying that maybe we're gonna be throwing ourselves into prison. Looks like they did. Pero all I can say is that was a good thing mula sa MiTH to actually counter everything that Bleed has. Tapos, they're far more disciplined already than compared sa pinakaunang map.
Yeah, discipline really shows there for Made in Thailand. Pero there have still been multiple times na dapat hindi talaga makuha ng Bleed Esports yung rounds na yun. Pero it is what it is. And on top of the leaderboards for both sides are our Sentinels. Wanafly, the MVP of the game, and Pith. Definitely worth a second mention kasi 31 kills para sa kanya on that Sentinel, picking up from where Darion was lacking in the kills department. Nandyan siya. And ever since the start of the defending side for Blade Esports, Pith really was the anchor, kept it together for Made in Thailand. Na kahit na lumamang yung Made in Thailand for 5-6 rounds, Bleed, they still caught up. They still made it difficult for Made in Thailand to close it out. Now, going into Breeze, the main question here is, does Bleed even have a strat here? We've never seen Bleed Esports play on Breeze, and if we're just basing off of the performance dito sa Haven as well as on Ascent, I feel like na 50-50 tayo going into that. Pero syempre papasok muna tayo sa replay para mapag-usapan pa ng onte yung laro ng Bleed Esports. I mean, at the get-go, hirap na yung Bleed Esports. Kitang-kita naman natin off the backs of Kadum and Pongared to start off the round. Especially kay Wanafly na rin. Just getting frag after frag after frag for Made in Thailand to just string up the rounds for themselves. Pero as soon as this round started for Pith na nakapag-lurk siya, everything just started to cascade towards the side of Bleed Esports na paunti-unting na-open up yung mapa dahil lang sa moves ni Pith. On the second half, that opening round from Pith definitely just gave that little bit of momentum. Pero at the end of everything, Made in Thailand, just the experience as a team is more than enough para ma-secure nila yung game.
Talagang itong sa Made in Thailand, they just really make sure. Pero sayang lang yung pag-pop off ng Bleed eh. Pero I think yung timings then also. So, the last rounds were kind of crucial when you take a look on those perspective. But okay. Baka lang talaga nahirapan na ang mga taga-bleed. Okay, GG's go next na lang sila. There's just a lot of times na they buy so much time bago sila makapag-commit sa site. Pero nonetheless, it's still a GG's coming in from a bleed dahil pupunta pa tayo sa next map. It's going to be in Breeze and I'm not sure already sino ang pwedeng manalo dito, but hopefully those resets are very important, especially sa bleed that was really draining on their side. And mali natin, ito na ang oras kung kailan pa pwedeng sabihin ng bleed. Pwede sila makabawi. Pero ngayon, mag-short break muna tayo as we're gonna be flying on towards the Breeze. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako sa Ririk, kasama ko si Nomad, guys. See you right after the break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take.
Nagbabalik tayo for Game 3 in this Best of 3 series. The finale for Bleed Esports and MiTH Thailand. Ang dikit ng mga laban natin. So far, malalaman natin kung ganun kadikit pa rin ba going into this map on Breeze. Also, Nomad, kasama natin si Ray Ray and man, Haven and Ascent. They were close. Pero pagdating natin sa Breeze, ganun din ba yung magiging usapan dito? Considering the fact na yung Bleed, they have never played Breeze in the past 3 months, Ray? May strats ba sila going into this against MiTH?
Alam mo, hindi ko na alam. Kasi kanina, all I ever think of was maybe Bleed kaya na lang umabol. Pero mukhang na-pressure talaga sila on the second half. But then, as we're gonna be going to Breeze, tingin ko, it's just gonna be the same as what happened sa first 2 maps. Close fight talaga to. And I think, pagdating sa lahat ng teams ngayon so far sa knockout stage, nakita natin sobrang dikit ng mga laban. Walang one-sided so far. Although it may have started into a one-sided one, pero hindi siya mag-e-end like that. Talagang walang gusto mapunta sa lower bracket kasi you're gonna be going through a lot before you can finally manage to get that slot going into Masters compared kapag nasa upper bracket ka. But I think on the other side naman, ang pagdating sa Bleed, etong roster na to, sobrang pinagpaguran talaga nila to actually make them to really get that good standout. So, maraming pagdadaanan ng Bleed, but hopefully, makakasabay sila sa Made in Thailand because Made in Thailand on the other side, the amount of experience pagdating sa mga Thai region teams, sobrang hirap talaga i-take down, to be honest.
And the Bleed Esports, I mean, all things considered, they're playing with a new roster here na I mean, nakita lang talaga natin maglaro for the past since play-ins. I mean, dun sila nagsimula maglaro na kompleto sila. And for Made in Thailand na kompleto yung roster nila ever since. I feel like ito yung mapa na talagang mapapunalo na Made in Thailand for everything. I mean, if you're looking at the statistics here on Breeze, sure, ang pangit ng stats na Made in Thailand at a 40% win rate, 2 wins, 3 losses. Yung Bleed, wala pa silang ni isang mapa sa Breeze, and maybe this may just be a big factor na nagtatago sila ng strats na pagdating sa playoffs ilalabas na nila. Who knows, this may just be a big factor for them. Pero ikaw, Ray, tingin mo ba big factor yun sa Bleed Esports going in to this matchup na wala kayong alam na strats sa amin, wala kayong ni isang VOD sa amin dito sa Bleed, dito sa Breeze, baka naman manalo pa kayo. Ganun ba yung mangyayari?
Yeah, pwede yun. Sa Asad nga, parang akala ko, okay, this might be a myth map, pero hindi pala nangyari. So, the more that you don't know about a team, the more that they kind of stand out. And nakakita naman natin yan, based on the group stage, may mga teams na hindi pala magaling sa split, pero they were able to survive split. So, siguro talaga, all it matters na lang is how they execute well during their practice and how they're able to apply it here. So, trust the process. Then, knowing naman na yung Bleed, ang ganda pa rin ng coordination ng team na to. So, baka makuha nga nila to against Made in Thailand. But on the other side, there's no denying na Made in Thailand, I think, for full sense, for XERXIA together with Made in Thailand, they're really good in Breeze. So, ano kaya yung counter strats na pwedeng ipakita ngayon ng mga taga-Bleed? Will they have a different lineup? A double initiator ba yung magiging solution, or a double duelist? Well, how they be able to come up with those confident styles to take down the guys of Made in Thailand?
I mean, the last time we've seen Made in Thailand on Breeze was, I mean, one of the crucial matches they were in was during the finals VCT Thailand. They were 13-9 against XERXIA Esports, and that is already a big statement. And for the past group stage, I believe wala tayong nakita ni isang match ng Made in Thailand on Breeze. So matagal-tagal na yung huling laro nila doon, and yung last game pa nila is a defeat of Thailand, arguably Thailand's best team. Now, it's a question of if MiTH, yung mga nabasa nila sa Bleed Esports of how they play, they could capitalize on just how defensive Bleed Esports is. That may just be one key factor going into this. Pero for Bleed Esports, they have all the VODs they can watch against Made in Thailand on Breeze, and definitely the research and development na meron yung Bleed Esports into getting strats up against Made in Thailand, definitely there, and that's definitely an edge going into this. Pero syempre, it's all down to the composition as well, kasi for the most part nakikita tayo ng semi-shake-up sa composition. May nakikita tayo sometimes Neo na lumalabas dito sa Breeze just because of the fact na ang bilis mag-rotate from one side to another. Chamber making an appearance here. Maybe si Wanna Fly mag-swap out the Killjoy into the chamber, who knows? Depende na lang talaga going into this agent select.
At, spicy takes mula kay Nobat. Pero ako, hinihintay ko pa rin yung magiging play ngayon ng Bleed. Will they finally impress me here in Breeze or still Maiden Thailand? Mga ito pa rin ang they just gave out yung ascent. Very, kapag nakaka-comeback kasi kayo ng isang team, sobrang draining talaga yan. Especially pag pumunta pa kayo ng overtime. They already have 4-round difference against Bleed. Yet, di nila na-come up na solution how to stop how to actually get their good hold pagdating sa post-plat. Pero ngayon sa Breeze, iba to. Kakaibang magiging play pagdating sa bigger maps. So, hopefully, hindi ma-pressure talaga ang mga katulad ng Bleed. But as we're gonna be going to the agent select, what will be the next step ngayon for particularly Maiden Thailand? Will they come up with something new or still stick to what we usually see, how they define the line here in Breeze?
Yeah, we'll figure out kung if it's Maiden Thailand taking this map away, or if Bleed, if they have some hidden strats na tinatago nila for a long time going into this. It's a big question. Lots of questions in the minds of people here. Siyempre, yung momentum is definitely on the side of Maiden Thailand. The comeback is there. Pero sabi nga ni Ray, it was as draining as ever. And we are seeing the chamber on the side, the Pith, the Vipers coming in, Cypher making a comeback here for Wanna-Fly. Everything else, halos walang magkakaparehong agent for the most part. And it's looking good. Double initiator here for VCT Esports on Breeze. Definitely something to look out for.
At ngayon, okay, chamber. This time around, Cypher. Oh, sabi ni! Magsa-Cypher yung Maiden Thailand! Gusto ko may mag-Cypher. Okay. Usually kasi chamber na ginagamit ng teams na to eh. So, okay. It's gonna be chamber versus Cypher game. Pero Maiden Thailand, wow. Cypher, once again, we've seen a lot of teams naman use Cypher here. Pero mostly, nag-iiba-iba eh. Minsan Killjoy, minsan madalas chamber, as what we've seen. Pero ikaw, Nomad, anong take mo sa lineup ngayon ng Bleed?
I mean, nasa Breeze tayo, ang daming long distance angles and ang daming ways to get information sa lineup ng Bleed Esports. I mean, meron kang Trailblazer, meron kang Guiding Light, meron kang pang Owl Drone and Recon Bolt from the side of Bleed Esports. And since there's something on the defending side, those tools are really what they need to use. And considering the fact that Pith is on the chamber, in traps niya would also give away information. I feel like Bleed has a better composition on the defending side at the very least. Attacking side, baka 50-50 pin. As Darian takes down Conga Red, Kadoom will take down Lexi to open up the pistol round here on the third game.
Ngayon, okay, trade-off sa MiTH ngayon. KO, most likely KO. Kada KO Cypher. Hindi nag-KO tong Bleed eh. Kundi nag-sky sila. Kung may Cypher, kasi dali lang i-track doon. Basta may KO ka eh. So, tignan natin kung mapipigilan nila si Wanna-Fly from actually anchoring the site. Pag hindi napigilan ng dito, going to the hands of a MiTH. Pero looks like they're giving us a big impression. Kadoom is just gonna go down. Pero nga lang, nakapag-rotate na kagad ang MiTH dito sa may A site.
And now rotates A, walang katatakas inside the Bleed and Wanna-Fly. Would just be a dangerous flank here. And very dangerous to that. Pith gets taken down. 3v3 na kagad tayo dito. And the postmans are still real here for Maiden Thailand. And dito na lumalabas experience na playing on Breeze as Darian pushes forward. Tailwind out. Delen will take him down. Lenny will go for the trade. Sila 2v2. No postmans na pwede mo gawin alone. Fails. Get taken out by Lenny at mag-isa na lang si Wanna-Fly. And Wanna-Fly sobrang layo. Wala pa sa kanya yung pag-plant ng spike. That's around the going to the side of VCT Esports.
At ngayon, Bleed. Good hold coming in from them. So, ganda simula dito nila. pero tingin ko stock up lang talaga masyado. They try to just really far to stretch out ngayon. And at least Lilian got that 4 taps. And finally, Bleed. 1-0 pa lang naman. Ito, Made in Thailand. Sumabay oh! Oh, tapang oh! Tapang ito. Made in Thailand. Sige! Go!
Baka malugi pa sila dito, and it's already starting to look like that. There yun. Take down Kadoom initially. The 5v4, and Congress at least gets a trade off of that, and Wanna-Fly making use of the Spectre, go for the third down on the pit. Not able to take down Maxi. 3v2. Dala ni Congress, very expensive round para sa side ng Made in Thailand. Spike will be planted. Pero nakabang si Lenny. Has the Bulldog, superior firepower here, and narinig niya tumatakbo si Dalen. Just Congress on his own, sobrang low pa ng HP niya in a 1v2. Has managed the angles, they know where he is. 3k for Lenny. And a very expensive round from Made in Thailand. Bad call on that guy, man.
Could win mula sa Bleed, pero nag-force yung Made in Thailand. So, what's gonna happen right now? Save talaga. Sinabayan nila ng buy. Nasasayangan lang ako. Kasi, dapat hindi na lang Pero okay, wala naman nila yun. Kasi mas malala pa yung risk kesa sa mag-buy ka na lang ng third round. But okay. Now, Bleed might just steal this away from them. Dahil si Darion ngayon, naka-operator na.
Yep. And this is a weapon if you want to have on a map like Breeze, sobrang haba na angulo. And in fact, that Made in Thailand are stuck with pistols. Mahirap tong round na to para sa kanila. Unless they go big, which happens sometimes. Eco round, hindi siya loose round, kumbaga. Mark gets destroyed, get information. Kamunti ka pang mapitas si Darion. Parehas silang nag-miss. They have the information kung saan naglalaro yung off-player. So, definitely not gonna be committing to any side just yet. They might just want to overpower the B side here.
Oof! Okay, wala pa. Kaya makapasok pa ba, MiTH? Pwede pa ba? Hirap na hirap sila so far. Hirap kasi wala sila advantage sa baril So nga lang. Look at that. Nice setup going in from Bleed. I love that! Oh my! And finally gets alone. And looking at it,
30 seconds
MiTH still gets the upper hand. Pero nga lang, pagdating talaga sa advantage, we all know, nag-audition na sila pa isa sa kay Darion at isa na natitira. That's just gonna be Wanna-Fly.
And with that wrap around, Wanna-Fly definitely mabibisi siya dito already. The push here for Lexi to spot him out, and that's the round. The Bleed Esports. It's 3 in a row kumpara sa Made in Thailand. Pero gun round definitely coming up for Made in Thailand.
30 seconds left.
Ganda na recon book na binato kanina.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
At ngayon din, Lexi finishes him out, and still solid ang Bleed ngayon, 3-0, diba? The more that you don't know about how a team plays here, the more na you'll find in a way na, okay, di natin sila ma-figure out And mystery pa rin talaga ang Bleed so far sa MiTH. And yung MiTH, although I love the setups coming from kay Delend, to be honest, pero di pa rin gumagana against Bleed At ngayon, naskantro pa nga sila. Oh, walang takas si Kongred! Sige, Lua Zoldyck. At ngayon, 4 na lang sila at buta na lang na-check out ni Deled. At meron na sana magpa-flank sa kanila. That's going to be PPGL.
Yep. And Made in Thailand is losing Kongred in the process. That's already a big factor. One flash down for themselves to make themselves para makapasok sa site. Big thing dito sa Breeze is Lenny will take down Kadoom. Recon Bolt, at least we'll get information na at least may isang tao over at mid. But all things considered, as long as the game keeps progressing, in Thailand makakahanap sila ng information sa kung paano naglaro yung Bleed Esports, just gauging it off of kung paano sila naglaro. And Darion misses that initial operator shot kay Alone Fills. Might just fight them in the back, but it's a 2v4. VCT Esports should get this.
Oy, ang bagal-bagal. Made in Thailand. Sobrang malaking kabagalan. Ayaw nyo ba akong magka-date? Merienda muna kayo. Ayan,
10
guys.
seconds
Magmerienda muna kayo. Dahil total, wala naman nagsasabi sa inyo na kumain na kayo eh. Pero yung iba dyan na sobrang daming kumain. So sobrang daming nagsabi na kumain kayo. Nabusog na kayo dyan.
Ay, oo. Ang dami nun.
Yep.
Sobrang dami nun. Yun na ata yung solution sa world hunger, pero joke lang. Operator on the side of the land. Darian still holding on to the operator pero wala masyadong gamit. He made in Thailand. Force buys and they're playing around the lens buy here. Bigay na lang kay Kadum.
Kay Kadum? Bakit?
Wala lang. Change it eh.
Revealing area.
I mean, for the most part, yung Jet naman talaga yung best agent to use the operator kasi mas makakatakas, pero as I say that Kadum take down Lexi. Lenny will take down Alone Fills for V4. Low HP si Lenny will get taken down by Kadum. Should be the round here for Made in Thailand. Viper Spit is gonna be thrown out para magkaroon sila ng slight advantage is VCT Esports. Pero kitang-kita sa Gedli. Maxi take him down, gets another round to conquer it. It's a doable 2v3 na ngayon, Ray Ray.
Made in Thailand, ano nangyayari? Okay, feel ko mariritik. Ay, hindi ito makapaniwala, Fly! Pero sige, nakay the land, ang kamay. Maxi, nasa iyo ang baso, 1v1. May paline up pa siya dito. Okay, tries to go for a defuse, pero nga lang yung oras. Viper to Viper, Viper deep. Kaya yan mag-saw controller eh. Pero yung mga controller minsan may iba. Niwalap ko bakit, pero biglang naglaho. The land gets Maxi and finally Made in Thailand takes it. Pero napatay pa rin si The Land, pero at least may pera ang mga taga Made in Thailand.
Medyo nasa alanganin yun para sa Made in Thailand. Yung unang part ng retake, Maxi just went big. This Viper player, the Swedish Viper player, almost had it. Pero be fair, it wasn't really something that he could win. Like at any given point, if you're the Viper and you're playing around the smoke, if you're the Viper to throw down the Viper Spit, you always have that advantage. And Maxi just didn't have that time. And I feel like yung snake bite na binato niya, nagkamali din ng onte kasi it landed on the spike.
Ay, nako. Myth. Kinikilig kasi ako, guys, kasi may nakita akong yung K-drama, yung pangalan A Business Proposal. Kasi ganito yan, nag-start yan sa manhwa, tapos binabasa ko na yan, tapos kilig na kilig din ako. Tapos ayun, ngayon, K-drama na siya, di ko pinapanood pa, iniipon ko pa. Kinikilig ako masyado, kasi kamukhang kamukha, like, yo! So, may nabangan pa akong isa yung, alimutan ko yung title, pero ito na nga, 4-1, Made in Thailand against Bleed. At ngayon, wala pa rin tayong nakikitang konting pagbabago mula sa mga miyembro ng Made in Thailand, pero Bleed still gets the upper hand. Ayun yung positively yours, okay din yun. Pero ito na nga, there yun, pinag-audition nila, takes down, pero yung mga miyembro kagad ng Bleed, naka-rotate na kagad, isa na lang natitira, si The Land. Nasa na si The Land? Si Legend. Going up against 4, kaya ba niya maklatch siya? Medyo mahirap-hirap talaga to para ma-clutch. Pero mukhang sobrang kawawa na siya, and yan, finally takes him out, and 5-1 still. Bleed takes the upper hand by 4 rounds.
4 rounds, double operator sa side ng Bleed. If you're Made in Thailand, sobrang hirap na hirap mo dito. Darian's initial pick, initial 2 picks dun sa B main really was a factor here to at least secure an easier round for themselves. Give it away for himself, but look at this. Double operator. Pith. Offer siya sa ibang bang-bang. Darion. very capable on that operator as well. They're holding 2 different sites at the same time. Made in Thailand. Medyo kakabahan sila dito. Naka-sheriff lang sila. Kadum heavily tagged as well. Walang mag-heal sa kanya. Could be an easy round for Bleed as Pith takes down Kadum. Seeker's gonna be thrown out. These may information kung saan si Lexi Conga Red will not be able to spot out Pith. And Pith gets a 3k off of that. Pwedeng 4k, pwedeng ace. Depende kay Pith. And he's gonna be repositioning himself kasi medyo low on HP. Lexi throws up Trailblazer to get information. Hindi siya makakagat. Gets a 4k. Give the man his ace. Kanina pa niya inaabangan yung ace niya at hindi pa rin niya nakukuha. Mukhang ito na yun. As Alone Fills falls down by the hands of Pitts with that ace.
Of course you did.
Ngayon, grabe naman yun! With how he manipulated that, he's doing it fifth with an ace coming in from Bleed. Sige, pag-audition natin ng mga miyembro kagad ng Made in Thailand. Pero nga lang kasi, puro naka-pistol ang mga taga Made in Thailand.
I mean, all things considered, it's already a given round para sa Bleed. I mean, on a map like Breeze, as naka-pistols ka lang, talagang malabo na makukuha mo yung round. As I say that, aggressive push by Kadum already in pyramids. Watch out where Darion is. Natag siya na Owl Drone and Lenny will take him down. The Lenny will go for the trade onto Darion. Making a 4v4. Lenny will get another one before getting taken out by that fragmentation. 3v3 na kagad tayo dito ngayon. Conga Red. Holding doors. Hodor. Ika nga sa Game of Thrones. In between the pyramids is where the spike is planted. Conga gets 3 in the process. Mag-isa na lang si Maxi. Potentially a 6-2 scoreline for Bleed Esports, for Made in Thailand. But these kahit papano maintain themselves here in this game. Stick White is going to be preventing him from pushing forward. And Maxi just has to save this Phantom. Get an exit, save the Phantom. That's the best call that he can do.
Really, actually take at least one pick-up. Won't be able to. At ngayon, ang Bleed. Buti na lang, humahabol din ng MiTH kahit papaano. Good flash coming from Conrad. Yun lang talaga. 11 HP, no problemo. And sa tingin ko, ang hirap pa ng stretch ni Maxi coming in from the cave. So, yeah. MiTH, they can still get it eh. They just need to relax a little bit with how they play. Pero kasi sobrang slow, Bleed can just take the upper hand. And usually sa big maps, mahirap pag it takes so much time for you to actually make a decision.
Especially considering the fact na sa sobrang laki na mapa, ang hirap mag-rotate kagad as Kadum. Pre-fires through the walls, will get 2 kills off of that easy round for Made in Thailand, definitely. Pero Pith, Lexi, and Darion, they're still capable of turning the tides of this battle.
Alam nga lang kung nasaan ang mga taga Bleed. Pero, ang mga members MiTH, nandun na sa site mismo. Bleed na lang, hirap na mag-retake. Exit frags can be away, so that's a good retaliation coming in from MiTH. Just go and trust your setups, and it's okay. Yeah.
Pretty much so okay. Darion takes down Kadum kahit paano. But still, Bleed medyo nababasa na sila na Made in Thailand in terms of how their defense is playing. That's definitely going to be a tactical timeout on the side of Bleed Esports para ma-ice lat. But Bleed, MiTH Esports, MiTH, Kadum, just off of that recon bolt, getting 2 kills opens up everything for them.
Siyempre, gusto ko manalo dito kahit sino eh. Kasi, dito naman sa PH broadcast kahit sino naman. Okay lang diba? Uy, shoutout nga pala kay Vil siya, kay I miss you guys. Miss nyo ako masyado Wala na naman kayo mapagtripan. Kaya ako yung inaasar nyo. Ayo talaga, oh. Grabe talaga kayo sa akin. At
Shoutouts.
yan, shoutout sa mga shoutcaster. Uy, Taylor, ba't ka napunta sa kabila? Isa ka na bang, ano ulit, Tridor? Taylor Tridor.
Mukhang
Yun
ganun
talaga
na nga
no?
ang naganap.
Mhm.
Pero ano ang kaganapan dito, Ray Ray? MiTH, nababasa na nila yung Bleed Esports. May 2 ult pa yung MiTH for post plans and information. Paano lalaruin ito ng Bleed Esports? Nababasa na sila.
Oo. Ay, nako, let's go! Bleed! Pero made in Thailand, walang naka-operator pa rin sa kanila. Si Darion, quite confident with how he uses it. And hopefully, itong made in Thailand, matatackle down nila tong si Darion once he will be popping off. Pero slow talaga oh! Stick together. Title talaga ng kanta ng Bleed ngayon is Stick With You. While, ang title pala ng kanta ng Made in Thailand is Stick With You by Pussycat Dolls. Kaso si Wanna Fly, checking out kung meron mang magpapakita sa kanya pero wala naman pala. But as of now, good holds from Bleed will actually save them. And once again, Wanna Fly, na-pick off na naman siya. Wag mo na paulit-ulit gawin niya Wanna Fly. It won't work anymore.
Already the aggressive Hunter's Fury gonna be thrown out here by Alone Fills. But PPGL will get a triple kill off of that. Defensive Hunter's Fury to delay the push, delay the plant from coming in. They spot out kung saan si Conqueror and get the tag as well. It's now down to a 2v3. Manageable para sa Bleed Esports. Mag-isa na nga lang si Alone Fills dito. In the corner, we get the kill onto Lenny pero alam nila kung saan siya manggagaling. Updraft Blade Storm for Darian to secure that kill. 7-3 scoreline. Nako. Parang lumalapit yung curse.
9-3. 9-3 curse ata to. 9-3 curse to guys. Kasi 5 PM na. Tatandaan nyo, second series pa lang to. At meron pa tayong dalawa. So magkikita-kita bata tayo hanggang bukas. Hanggang 12 midnight magkakasama tayo. Ganito na ba ata yung gustong awitin sa atin? Pero feel ko di naman. Mga hanggang ano lang. 11. Ganon. Kaya kung ako sa main event sa SB, tapusin nyo ng 2-0 against PaperX. Thank you. Nakita ko nga yung post, guys. Yung mga yan, nagkalaban na yan sa dating Bang-Bang eh. Ang nanalo, South Build. So alam nyo na, yung dating brand. Pero uy! Kadum, ano ginagawa mo? Hilo ka na ba? Ganyan ba kapag iniiwan? Hindi na alam, di na rin alam para alaglaan ang sarili. Speaking of, yan na nga nangyayari. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa isang iglap sa MiTH MiTH. At ngayon, si Alone Fills na lang, mag-isa na lang siya. Two less lonely people in the world. He gets the taps, dalawa na lang kagad. They try to destroy him, pero wala siya dyan. May pag-asa pa bang maipanalo to na Alone Fills? Pero mukhang meron pa nga.
Meron pa. Mababa. Pero meron pang pag-asa. 30 HP na lang siya. And Alone Fills, they make it possible. Kahit off angle pa si Darion, hindi sapat. Alone Fills rotating back. Puntang A. Should be manageable for him. He should be able to get this round pero wala siya information kung saan manggagaling si Lenny. Yun lang yung problema. North's wide open so pwedeng mataniman.
30 seconds left.
At nagkakasalisihan pa nga sila.
Nung hinahanap mo, pero wala na pala sa'yo. Nasa iba na pala. Ganon yun. Kaya
hindi nagkakaintindihan.
Hindi nagkakaintindihan. Hindi pa sinusuporta. Ganon yun. Mo, si Alone Fills, siya na lang mag-isa. Malaman nila yan. Nandiyan pala siya. May recon din siya. Huwag mo nang gamitin sana. Hindi, pwede na nang gamitin sana. Wala din siya. Hindi din niya alam eh. Pero sure kaya siya na nasa B. I think oo. Sure naman siya. Pero kailangan lang niya mag-ingat. Or magsisave ba si Leon? Hindi.
Ano gagawin niya? Pupush in si Lenny. Mauuna pa si Alone Fills. 4K for him. 4th round for Made in Thailand.
Last round in the half.
Oopsie doopsie. Pwede pa atang ma-half ng MiTH ito. Pero Buti na lang. Alone feels. Ganda ng top. Na-take out pa ni isang member. Really smart way for him to actually take Darian out. But why it happened like that? And that's just it. The very esports clutch moment of the game.
Big clutch definitely. We close out the first half. Bleed Esports. Medyo nagbago yung playstyle. Medyo aggressive yung push ni Darian. May nagparinig na boses ka tenga ko. Ready na para sa susunod na laban. And Darian misses that shot. Kamuti ka pa nga makuha. The short he misses as well. Anime battle na yung nagaganap dito sa B main, Ray.
Oh, Alone feels. He takes Lexi out. At ngayon, mukhang nanlalaban pa rin ang MiTH. Don't tell me this is still a 7-5 score. Diba? Sobrang dikit. Nakaka-drain. Ba't di niyo patapusin? Pwede naman lumaban sa lower bracket eh. Ganun talaga yan. Okay. Okay. Oh guys, gusto ko talaga yung kidap. Pero mahilig ko magbasa ng manhwa. So, kung alam niyo yung yung Painter of the Night, yun, mahilig ako doon. Pero ngayon, nilabas na nga kagad ang Viper's Ultimate. The land goes for a plant. Okay, Kongred, Kilua Zoldyck, nagpakita na nga ng kanyang Zen. At mukhang 3 sa 5 pa against Made in Thailand. How will the retake actually go? Si Maxi nandiyan na. What a fly will be taken off. Pero mahirap-hirap pa rin to. Papasok ka ba sa pit na Viper's pit? Pak, ganun. At 2 na lang matitira mula sa beat. Pero time is really pressuring them. Looks like Yen was able to take down the lane. At ngayon, alam na ba nila, there's just gonna be the trade-off. Pero nga, it's gonna be a 2v1. Pero yung oras para kay Lien, siswingan na lang siya. Pupuntahan na siya. And finally, takes him down. And 7-5 ulit! So first up! Ano na?
7-5 ulit, pero at least this time around, Bleed yung lumamang. Kanina, it's always MiTH taking the 7-5 scoreline sa Ascenso sa Haven. This time around, Bleed looking a lot better. Pero MiTH gets na nila kung paano maglaro yung Bleed. Pero on the attacking side, things may just be different. Hindi pa rin nila alam kung anong strategies meron yung Bleed Esports going into this matchup. And it feels like Bleed might just get at least the first couple of rounds bago makaka-catch up yung Made in Thailand sa kung paano yung playstyle nila. But it's as close as you can get, Ray. Ang close ng scoreline natin.
Oh, halftime already. And I think dito talaga figure out. Feel ko may kita pa natin sa round 20 plus on who can actually win this. Pero so far ngayon, with the performance of Made in Thailand, they take so much time to actually adjust pagdating sa Bleed. Yet, kapag nakapag-adjust sila, sunod-sunod naman yung panalo nila. So hopefully they'll be consistent.
It's the halftime pause para makahinga yung mga teams, yung parehong teams natin kahit papaano. Konting breather lang para sa Made in Thailand. Konting breather lang, lalo para sa Bleed Esports na unti-unting hinahabol ng Made in Thailand. Pero if you look at the scoreboard, so Badip is 100% there. Not really much to say on the Sentinels as well kasi Pith just outperforming WannaFly on the Sentinel duty.
Hopefully. At ngayon, on the side naman ng Made in Thailand, WannaFly, medyo nawala talaga yung momentum niya. He wasn't getting those good anchors ngayon. Siguro kasi, ang hirap nga naman pag dalawang map binubuhat pa rin mga kakampi mo. I think it's time naman for others to actually pop off. Kadoom is doing it. And on the other side naman, sa Bleed, we've seen si Pith, si Maxi kanina, pero ngayon, it's actually Yan doing it for the team. So really, it takes so much shuffles. But laki ng ginagawang impact from all of the players. At ngayon, nag-switch tayo ng sides. Maybe it is time for Bleed to finally get the good lead against Made in Thailand.
this be the case. Hard mid-stack para sa Made in Thailand, and Lexi will take down one of Fly at the very least. Gets another one onto Kadum. Will not get a third one, pero free plant sa kanila sa A. Medyo risk gameplay ng Made in Thailand doon and didn't work out for themselves. It's a 4v3 for the retake. And Bleed. If lurk pa sila, galing kay Darion over at CT spawn. Darion will take down Conquering, and that's already that. That round, this round is definitely going to go to the side of Bleed Esports. 8-5 to start it off. At mukhang Ray mukhang ngayon na ma-finish up ng Bleed Esports yung series.
Oo, mukhang ngayon na nga talaga. Siyempre, Bleed yan eh. Gusto na nalang tapusin to. Ayaw na lang pahabain pa unless Made in Thailand will be able to come up with something. But overall, it's just been Bleed very consistent with how they push it through and buti na lang. We've seen those Sky plays mula kay Lexi, and right now, 3-round difference. An advantage din sa barilang meron ngayon ang Bleed.
Yep, big advantage. Should be a 4-round lead for Bleed Esports after this round. Close positioning, close push from Made in Thailand. Oh, they lose one of Fly in the process. Information gathering, medyo nabawasan kahit papano. Para yung Bleed. Petix na sa mid. Medyo na-trauma sila sa ginawa ng Myth kanina. Medyo lang naman. Fake drop. Para hindi magpapaloko yung Bleed Esports.
Ay, dapat talaga kasi kayo nagpapaloko. Mahirap na pag niloloko kayo. Ipinapaikot-ikot lang kayo. Yan. Shoutout nga pala kay Derek na nakaka-relate.
Ay, oo.
Yung pinaikot-ikot ka lang. At sinaktan. At sinabihan na na joke time lang pala. Ayun yung mga hugot. Wala lang. Humuhugot lang. May masabi. Kasi share ako eh. Pero ito na nga si Kadum. Nauntog! Pero puto lang sila na. Oh my. The Tap is doing it. Pero nauntog ang si Kadum. Naging doom talaga ang nangyari sa side ng Made in Thailand. 9-5 it is. So will it be at the 9-6 scoreline? Nice one? Or Bleed all over again with how they play it? The taps work well. Papalo lang niya ng Guardian ang mga miyembro ng Made in Thailand. Pero we just gotta give it also to Made in Thailand kasi naka-pistol lang sila.
And timeout for Bleed Esports. Just so that kahit pa paano mabagalan yung momentum ng Made in Thailand. Also, considering the fact na buy round na to for Made in Thailand, they have to come up with a strat to overpower the weapons that they have. Kasi Guardian, Spectres, and a single Sheriff, Marshall, yung meron sila against composition na may Vandals and Phantoms. Ang hirap nito on the attacking side specifically.
At ngayon, ang Bleed, sila pa ngayon nag-timeout. Sila na nga nag-lead, sila pa yung tao. Pero I think this is a wise way. They get this 10-5, then I think it's kind of over already sa side ng Made in Thailand.
Ayo. If Made in Thailand loses this, they lose the next round hypothetically just because of wala silang pera. It's gonna be big na Bleed may just get match point after that round as well. Sa sobrang laki ng deficit, sobrang for the most part nahihirapan yung Made in Thailand sa Breeze, like in historically speaking. I feel like Bleed, yung fact na wala silang ka-info na nilabas bago pa sila maglaro ng Breeze is already becoming a big factor here as the Lend and Congared will take down Lenny and Pith para mapadali yung buhay. Kadung takes down Darion. 5v2, and dito pumasok yung advantage na meron yung Myth sa weapons. Should be a 9-6 scoreline. Should be.
At ngayon, ang mangyayari sa Made in Thailand. baka ano pang pwedeng mangyari. Pero buti na lang, they just got the members of Bleed. Pero for Maxi and Lexi. Sorry, si Taylor kasi tsaka si Bill eh. Kung ano pinagsisend eh. At ngayon, si Kadum takes down Maxi. And Lexi's finally gonna close down. Yung mga, alam niyo yung mga video sa Facebook na nakakatawa, guys? Hindi ko alam, bakit tong si Bill, bigla na lang siya nag-send habang nagkakasta ko.
Ganyan naman talaga si...
Sorry.
It's
Yung
okay.
mga nakakatawa na short clips. Ayan. Ngayon, I think, pagdating lang talaga dito sa beat, by disadvantage lang sila sa baril.
And same standing na ngayon yung Bleed sa MiTH Thailand in terms of weapons. Pero utilities, not much being used to delay the portion already inside the site. See Darian, Kadum takes down Lenny. He's just now watching the angle. Gongre will get another one. And MiTH, what happened there? Fifth na lang mag-isa. And he can't teleport away. Kitang-kita siya ni Wannafly. Flawless round there for Bleed Esports, for MiTH Thailand rather. And Ray overtime. Feel ko.
Oh, feel mo overtime? Ako, ayoko na eh. Gusto ko lang matapos yung... Gusto matapos to eh. Tapusin niyo na, MiTH. Sige na, ang ginapagalaw pwede naman.
9 is all they get? Question mark? Considering na nakapesos na din sila, oh, it's possible.
Oh, okay. At ngayon.
Oh, Darian.
Oh,
Darian.
no, Bleed, hello?
Free weapon there for Maxi. 2v4. All things considered. And all of a sudden, yung advantage na meron yung MiTH Thailand napunta na sa side ng Bleed Esports. They have to spike it down. They have two Vandals in their hands. Sige mo ba pa to? There yun. Oh, actually beautiful recon both there. Will get Lenny as well. Aleki, I mean. Now, kinagat ng 7 Lions si Wannafly. The postman is still on the side of Bleed Esports. They should be able to get this round. Actually, just managing the angle. Go for the spray down. 10-7. Paunti ng paunti. Mananalo na yung Bleed Esports dito.
At ngayon, Bleed, excuse me, MiTH Thailand, ano nangyari doon? But okay, Bleed can just take a lot of time, pero Darian, when he gets that momentum talaga, alam mo, na it's just gonna be sucking away all of the energy that MiTH Thailand has, and that's how they were able to win it. At ngayon, a double digit na ang scoreline ng Bleed ngayon against MiTH. Makaka-rise up bang MiTH ngayon? Pero ngayon, full buy na parehas eh. So we can see the advantage, or maybe MiTH can still actually take this one.
Maybe. Operator in the hands of Kadum. He's playing the angle as well na pwede siyang i-challenge ni Darian. The MiTH Thailand, kalat lang sila dito sa sites, just trying to get information if they can. Same for Bleed Esports. Tamang abang lang sila dito. Kadum already smoked out. Laking bagay na yun para sa Bleed Esports. One less angle to worry about kahit papaano, kahit saglitan lang. Pero MiTH Thailand, di sila nabibigyan ng information at all for Bleed at nahihirapan sila as time progresses, as the round goes by. They have to make a decision. It looks like B yung gusto nila puntahan. If Deland makes the initial kill, Viper's Pit will be thrown down over at B. And it should be the game changer for MiTH Thailand at the very least.
Ngayon, ang Bleed,
30 seconds left.
We have those ultimates already at Celia. Nasisimulan na nga na ngayon. Parang good Viper Spit. Okay, so they're gonna be planting na sa may edge, most likely na side, so that may hirapan kagad ang mid to actually take them over. Pero nga lang, looks like Darion won't be able to come up with something with that flank against the mid. At sila pa nga may ipit ang bleed. Ako, papasok na si Dylan ngayon and bye-bye. Buti na lang Max is just there to watch him over. And looks like yung mini boga nag-work out. At yun nga lang, may kita nila yan. He will be spotted out. And then also gets a 2K. 2v2 is what we have. Sinamahan na nga kagad ngayon ng ultimate mo nga kay Kongred. At si Maxi na lang kagad ang natitira. Pero 1v1! Billy actually by time! And yep, he will be able to get that very esports clutch moment of the game. And bleed! Dalawa na lang! Sige na! Tapusin niyo na!
Dalawa na lang talaga kulang ng Bleed Esports. And off the backs of Lenny and Maxi, they managed to salvage the round na nagmukhang pupunta na dapat sa side ng mid in Thailand. Pero Maxi, just like Stewie, just a smoke criminal that he is, able to clutch that moment out for his team. And now in mid in Thailand, they still have weapons to work with going into the next round. If they still lose this sa match point, ang hirap na nito. As the tour de force is gonna be used by Pith. Still, they're not gonna be giving away any information just yet. They will dwindle down the time. Ganyan maglaro yung Bleed Esports for the past couple of rounds. Papahulaan na ni Myth kung saan sila manggagaling.
Talagang mahirap to if magpapatuloy lang to sa Myth na nag-ano na sila eh. Bumali pa rin naman sila eh kasi Bleed has been winning. But then, if they still lose this, I think that's just over. Wala na silang pera. They just need to risk everything that they have. But will they finally settle for it? Ready na din kagad ang iba-ibang mga ultimate skill. Pero si Darion, talagang hinahabol niya. Gusto ko yung marunong maghabol. At buti na lang, nakuha din ni Lian at the same time ngayon. Si Kadoom, and finally open na kagad ang A-site sa kamay ng Bleed Esports. Tatlo na lang ang natitira sa Maiden Thailand. Alone Pills, The Land, and Kongred. Will they finally take that retake? Dahil ngayon, it will just gonna be upon kay Kongred. Will he be able to take it? Yep, mukhang si Alone Pills bumabawi pa. May counter flashes pa at mukhang may flank. Mag-work na talaga ang KO. And finally, takes out his utilities. Pero si Maxi nakaabang na sa kanila. Pinaglalaroan siya ng Leron Sinta. 5 na bullets. He still goes for the defuse. Uy! Oh my goodness! Silipin niyo! Silipin mo! Ang kulit mo! Yan! Silipin mo na! Nandyan na sa'yo! Papakawalan mo pa! And finally, yung Bleed, match point na against Maiden Thailand.
Dominant lead, and we're seeing kamunti ka na yung mapunta pa sa Myth eh. Buti sinilip na lang kagad. Pero for the most part, Kongred tried to make it work for the team. But Lenny, at least he was in position. At least natauhan siya ata siya sa mga teammates niya. Uy, peek mo na. Huwag mo jump peek. Barilin mo na. Natauhan na siya dun. And now match point for Bleed Esports. Made in Thailand. Not looking real good. This kind of feels like the last time that they went up against XERXIA Esports.
Ganda nun, no? Boom versus XERXIA. Okay yan. Siyempre. Si Foxes nandun eh. Takas ang ilang yan ni Foxes. Crashy. Jojowain.
Oh. Kala ko ba wala kang crush sa esports, Ray?
Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko alam para sa'yo. Basta ako, may crush lang ako. Crush lang naman eh. At taga-ibang bansa naman eh. Ayoko na LDR. Mahirap yan.
Okay. Makes sense. Anyway.
Unless ko si Foxes yan. Pwede.
Okay. Noted po na lang. Noted. As 12-7 na ating scoreline, the Lend gonna be the bulwark here sa potential B push ng Bleed Esports. Already splitting up onto elbow. Nakabang si Kongred, nakabang si Wannafly already inside the site. Si Darion. Kongred will pick up the slack, gets a double off of that. Now down to 2v4. Medyo nahihirapan mag-close on yung Bleed Esports. Medyo nagmamadali ata sila dito, Ray.
May habol pa yan ang date. Alam nyo ba, Nakita ko yung picture ng Bleed. Kasi kumain sila pagkapanalo nila after sa Naos. Alam nyo, ang meron pala sa Bleed, kaya naman pala nanalo, may bebe buff. Mahirap pag walang bebe buff. Yun naman pala, yung naging difference. Kasama yung mga bebe nagsasamgip, sana all. Sana all. Pero ito mahirap. Kasi paano ba makakuha ni Maxi yan tsaka ni PPGL? Ang layo at protektado ng ultimate ni Dalend.
Protektado. It's still possible. Maxi will take down Kadoom pero nawawalan sila ng oras paunti-unti. Not a lot of time to work with here. Just Maxi on his own, and a 12-8 scoreline definitely on the board here for MiTH Thailand. They're still hanging on, pero Bleed comfortable pa rin sa economy going into the next round. Pero nahihirapan na silang basahin yung laro, men.
Ito na yung nakita natin, yung complications mula sa mula sa Bleed, pero I think na-outnumber lang sila. So they can still have that 4 rounds, you know? Pero ngayon, last buy na nila. So if they won't be able to win this, then mukhang may pag-asa pang 13-11 to or overtime na naman.
Potentially, oo. Pero syempre, with the player like wanna fly na sa side ng MiTH Thailand, quitting is never an option talaga. I mean, for the most part, sa MiTH Thailand, quitting is not an option. Ayaw nila mag-lower bracket. Gusto nila mag-upper bracket run going into Masters. As Lexi, big impact information play there. Will get Cypher at least. Alam niya kung saan si Wanna-Fly and Maxi. Will take down Kadoom. Darion. Alam niyang may tripwire dito. Potentially try to get a lone fills. Pero he's not gonna be committing to that. Spike will be planted. Snake Pit will be thrown down as well as Conqueror will take down Lexi. Hunter's Fury is gonna be thrown down to get information, pero not gonna be amounting too much. Gets a tag until they will take down Darion. Now down to a 3v4. Yung Bleed Esports nakaabang na lang si Gedli. Pero hindi sila basta-bastang sisilip. Mag-aabang na lang sila dito. Pith. Abang sa Gedli. Goes for the tap. This will take him down. Will not get the kill onto Dalen. Maxi will take down Wanna-Fly sa 2v2. Time is ticking. Mag-isa na lang si Dalen. It looks like Bleed Esports may just get it, but Dalen makes it a 1v1. Not a lot of time here in Bleed Esports. They're moving forward. They're going to be facing off against Full Sense in the upper bracket.
I'm not tired.
They get the 13-8. They get the 2-1 victory here in this game.
Hi. Finally, after yung mga close games, started from an OT, then coming up with another one at 13-10, na mukhang nakapag-comeback pa ang MiTH Thailand. And now, here in after the first map, mukhang napanalo na nga ngayon ng Bleed against MiTH Thailand. One of the teams na kailangan mo talagang i-actually take down so that this can be actually a sign that Bleed can actually go up against the strong Thai teams that we have, and MiTH na nga isa sa mga pinatumba nila, and they will be able to face Full Sense. But looking at the stats itself, mga initiator pala natin ngayon ang nasa game point with how Kong Red really popped off, but unfortunately, it won't work against the guys of Bleed. Ian naman ngayon ang nag-pop off with a 2.6 KD, a total of 25 kills. Man, sobrang insane. Maxi also sumunod. So nakikita natin na pagdating sa dalawang teams ito, unti-unting nagpa-pop off, isa-isa sila. At ngayon sa Bleed, GG sa kanila, they will be facing Full Sense, while MiTH naman ay mapupunta sa lower bracket to go up against Persija.
And again, this is nung sa VCT Thailand, this is the same story na pinagdaanan ng MiTH. Pagdating sa Breeze, dun sila nahihirapan. It was a 39 scoreline. Now it's a little worse with the 13-8. And kitang-kita talaga yung struggle na nakuha na MiTH Thailand dito. And for everything that's worth, Bleed Esports, just the fact na they have no information out there kung paano sila maglaro on Breeze, definitely gave that advantage against MiTH Thailand. A strong competitor going into the series. Pero wala eh. Pith, Maxi, they popped off when it mattered the most. My goodness. I mean, the next question here is, will they be able to go up against Full Sense, another Thailand team na di maganda yung performance in sa local regional sila pero biglang nag-pop off. Pero as we have a look at the replay, kitang-kita naman natin kung paano nakuha ng MiTH Esports yung upper hand on the defending side for the first time in the 3 games na sila lumamang with the 7-5. Fifth, the Lend able to just get the crucial shots when they can. But Pith, even more so on this chamber, was able to get high impact kills for the most part dun sa first half. Second half game, made in Thailand. Medyo flipping switch para sa made in Thailand. Nahirapan na onte during the pistol round, pero it is what it is. Kita-kita naman natin yung efforts na Congared and Kadoom to try to carry the team out of that lead. Pero it was still a Bleed Esports game, all things considered.
I think made in Thailand is actually really doing it. Na okay na sana eh. Pero I think medyo nag-fell off na naman muli sila sa nagiging problema nila going up with a lot of teams. Pero nga lang, pagdating dito, mahirap talaga sila magbigay ng closure.
Nahirapan nga mag-close out yung Bleed Esports. Probably because nanggigigil sila. Probably just lack of experience playing against Made in Thailand. Pero at the end of the day, they still got it. They still got the W and they will go up against Full Sense. Kitang-kita naman natin yung tuwa sa muka ng players ng Bleed Esports. Pero moving forward, again, they're going against Full Sense. Another Thai team na hindi mo dapat underestimate, one of the stronger teams in this competition from Thailand. Questions remain there if Bleed Esports will be able to go up against them and kung kaya nilang at least maging kasing close ng laban ng Made in Thailand. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand, babagsak sila sa lower bracket kung saan dun magsisimula ang storya nila sa lower bracket run nila. Hopefully, we get to see a lot better performance from them. Definitely Breeze, mawawala na sa usapan dito sa mapa natin.
I think this is just really it mula sa parehas sa teams ito, and I'm happy that Bleed finally nakuha na nga nilang weaknesses mula sa kanilang mga kalaban. But guys, we're gonna be heading on a short breaks as we're gonna be seeing a Boom Esports going up against XERXIA. Once again, we are your shoutcasters. Ako si Riri, kasama ko dito si Nomad, and this is it for me today as we're gonna be seeing him cast with VIL. So guys, see you after the short break.
Test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, reverse from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet.
Welcome back to the panel. Still Terror here alongside Raf. And this time around, Ilustrado is joining us. Bleed just proved that they definitely deserve the spot here in the knockouts, knocking out MiTH Esports to the lower bracket with a clean 2-1 score, but it was a very, very long game. Let's roll back a little bit on the first map here, Ascent actually, which was chosen by Bleed. It was clear as day that Bleed had some superstar players here, clutches after clutches and multi-kills, but did they actually flourish as a team throughout those rounds and even through all the maps that we've seen today?
One enemy remaining.
I think we had such a lengthy conversation about this. MiTH showed that even in the face of an unfamiliar opponent, the bravado and the faith were there, you know. We saw a lot of heavy stacks from them, and definitely, as Ilustrado would say, it kind of devolved into just going haymaker for haymaker when it came to overtime.
Yeah, I'm going to agree 100% with you right there, Raf, because, you know, you take a look at how the first game went and for Bleed. It was completely a different picture from what we saw in game number 2 and 3. I feel like the reason for this was because we started to see a lot more of the Bleed playstyle start to be a little bit more dominant as the series started to progress, whereas MiTH were sort of dictating the pace in the earlier phases, earlier stages of these games. It wasn't the case later on in the half, later on in the series.
I also honestly think that on this specific map that we are looking at in the series highlights, Darian also had a hard time getting those frags on the attacker side specifically. Knowing that he was using the jet here, Raf, obviously you are supposed to be the entry fragger and also the duelist opens up the side, but it seems like he can't also get those frags that are very impactful for the entire team.
That is such a heartbreaker to hear, considering Darion was our head-to-head or, you know, marquee of the matchup. Yeah. But again, when you're the line breaker, you're expected to pop off. You're expected to start strong, because that's how the Bleed system really succeeds, when they get that pivotal first duel. But once again, Darion may be just having a rough day. Hopefully he can kind of shake it off, because MiTH, they were so close at points in the game where they could take the round swings, the round leads.
I think a lot of this actually came down to just the Bleed playstyle sort of evolving and getting their forces, I'd say, a little bit more closer together, a little bit more in tune to how they play with one another. Because you saw, yeah, Darian struggled, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're still doing this balancing act. They're on this tightrope of whether they're taking the EU sort of playstyle, whether they're fitting into the APAC playstyle against other APAC teams, or whether they're sticking to their own guns. We saw a lot of that evolution in that series in itself. Coming into the second and third games, we saw a lot more of that EU playstyle sort of play through. They like to play a lot more slow, more tactical, and I think that that's also the reason why you'd see, you know, players like Darion feel much more comfortable time and time again. Players like Pith stepped up, players like Maxi stepped up. It's because they were playing to their strengths as the series progressed. Now, earlier on, I think it was a lot of sort of feeling it out, trying to see which playstyle they'd like to go for, but in the end, they definitely figured it out and they took the series for it.
And not only that, heading to map number 2 though, we went to a 6-0. Lots of mistakes coming in from the side of Bleed Esports. And like Black and Blue a while ago was saying while casting, those minuscule mistakes can be impactful for the entire team and for the rest of the rounds as well. In the end, I honestly feel like even on map number 3 right here, in the end, it feels like it's a battle of mental fortitude between the two teams. Would you guys agree with that?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too, because we know both these teams are incredibly tenured, right? But it does look like Bleed, just from the body language of their players, their player movement alone, they absolutely revel playing in that speed. You can tell that they're just so happy, true to their name, to kind of bleed you out, wait for you to be so dry. You know, there were times where MiTH, it looks like, just please guys, please do something. You're bleeding us dry.
I'm definitely going to agree with it, but I feel like there's a very specific reason for that. A lot of those times they were waiting so patiently, and the reason was simple. They wanted to force MiTH to make those mistakes. They wanted to be the first one on their reaction. You know, the moment they overuse utility on the side of MiTH, they would wait for the shock darts, they would wait for recons to come out, and the moment that those were thrown out, that's when Bleed would start to make their moves into those rounds. And guess what? They were successful, especially in the last 2 maps.
Hey, there were moments that during the time on the pistol, they even played it waiting or patiently waiting on the sides. And like the caster said a while ago, there are a lot of mistakes, not only for the side of Bleed, but also for the side of MiTH. But basically closing things off here, it is a 2-1 score. Bleed actually proved themselves that they deserve the spot. And right now for MiTH, they're going to go to the lower bracket and wait on another spot or another team to go up against them. Moving forward though, the next matchup is going to be very exciting, because this is the first time we are seeing the most powerful team from Indonesia and the most powerful team in Thailand in a matchup right here.
I think this one is really the marquee, the header for the day. You have had, you know, matches from VCT Esports versus the other Indonesian teams. You saw Onyx, and those were amazing. Sorry, I was talking about, you know, Full Sands versus Onyx. That was amazing. And you saw a lot of the other Indonesia, Thailand, you know, matches to come out. But really, this is the one that we've all been waiting for. The #1 in Thailand versus the #1 in Indonesia. 2 titans of the region with very, very different play styles. Just the contrast, the stark contrast between the both of these teams is enough to fill a lot of my notes up for the upcoming days. So for this to come into fruition, for us to actually see how it manifests, oh my god, you're in for a treat.
Oh man, the top 1 teams right now on the stage, and we are finally getting a chance to look at how they play out for this matchup. Let's see, and let's check the first team that we are going to be witnessing.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like hello. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like old ages.
There you have it. VCT Esports, the #1 team rather here in Indonesia. Let's take a look at the roster right now for the entire team. We have Berserk's Blaze King, Flipsider, Frostmind, and Tebotol, the powerhouse or the powerful team coming in here from Indonesia. Both Boom actually and XERXIA annihilated every opponent in the group stage, aside from the time that XERXIA was forced to forfeit, but they also dominated the lower bracket. But let's take a focus here on the first team that we have, VCT Esports. I'm actually curious on our panelists' thoughts here. While we were watching the games from the previous week and even the previous days that we saw, and we have arrived to a conclusion here for Raf and I. And I think this is finally the time to talk about it. Raf, you were saying that VCT Esports is a deceptive team. Why would you think so?
I was lost in my thoughts. You know, again, I'm glad you touched on that. I'm glad Ilu touched on the contrast between these two teams. The reason why I say Boom is such a deceptive team is because if you really look at them, the thing that truly stands out is their ability to use subterfuge. They get that 4-round cushion and they never let go. The thing about Boom, you play against them, it never truly feels like it's out of reach. But once they actually get those strats going, once they get you at arm's length, you're not going to come closer because their defaults have been great, their adaptation has been great, their individual firepower has been really, really good too. So none of these fundamental facets are really lacking per se.
Oh, they're going up against XERXIA though. It's another powerhouse here from all the way from Thailand. Let's take a look at the roster actually right now.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like all ages.
Here we go, all the way from the lower now here in the knockout stage. XERXIA, let's take a look at the roster right now for the team. We have Cruz, Fox Z, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. We all know that Surf right here, 100% of the time, he picks the Jet. Ilu, we all know he came into the team when Fatifan left. Does he have the same impact for XERXIA right now?
Okay, I'm going to say this straight up. His KD is 1.33 and his ACS is 236.9. So yes, 100% he has been stepping up. He has been filling in the shoes of Patifan. But at the same time, you know, we had this discussion a little earlier. It's not actually as important who that duelist is, because XERXIA is a team that is absolutely phenomenal at knowing how to set up their duelist for success. A lot of the round, you don't have to have Patifan go absolutely ridiculous. You don't have to have Surf getting multi-kills each and every round, because the fundamental, the rock, the crux of that team has just been so fundamentally strong that you don't have to have those star player highlight moments from each and every one of these star players. It has just been a fluid, well-oiled machine for the XERXIA side through and through.
So, if you could close your eyes and not mention any teams, you can say the same thing about Boom. But this is where the difference begins. Like I said, Boom is so good at keeping a controlled lead. They'll keep it at 4 and then they'll start experimenting to see how you react. But XERXIA holds no quarter. They will run it up on you. They will run you down with as much utility and as much raw firepower as they can. And they also love to shuffle between, hey, let's slow down, let's look at this, let's dissect. But sometimes they just become that one wild swing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. It's coming down to the, you know, how we can look at these individual players rather and see who can pop off the most. Like, you look at Surf, sure, you look at Patifan, and they're absolutely amazing in their own respective right here. But who can play their game? Who can play their game more? And XERXIA is one of those teams that really are allowed, or really are one of those teams who can push their own playstyle onto other teams time and time again.
I mean, since we're talking about the individuality rather of the players right now, let's head in and look at the head-to-head here as we take a look on the stats of the individuality of the teams that we have right now. For the head-to-head, we are going to be having Blaze King right here and Fox Z. These two players are basically the fundamentals of the team right now. Not only that, for the entirety of the match and the series that they are playing, this is the two players that I would say is the most consistent for the team of Boom Esports, not only for Boom Esports but also for XERXIA Esports. Looking at Foxy's stats right now, stats don't lie as they call it, 221.1 ACS, and it's just a big gap coming in here for aside for Blaze King compared to that headshot rate. That headshot rate though, it's totally different right here.
Well, you see, you know, Blaze King, this is such a completely different turn, a completely new look for Blaze King. Because if we harken back to, you know, a couple of seasons ago, to how, you know, back when Blaze King was like the number one, like a duelist, one of the number one duelists in Southeast Asia. Him and Adern King were just top of the world and just absolutely amazing duelists. Now it's a completely different facet. He's in the back lines, he's supporting his team. He's bringing that killer instinct to the back lines, and I think that's such a strong way to support the rest of Boom.
You know what's crazy to me is, once again, the deception of Boom has a hand into this, because like you mentioned, right, Blaze King is Blaze King. You don't mess with him. And the stats too, they kind of lie just a tiny bit. Honestly, if we really compare the playstyles, Fox is a little more supportive. compared to Blaze King, where Blaze King really utilizes that innate fragging power. And we've seen that time and time again. Once again, I looked at those stats, I'm like, there's something wrong here. I don't believe all of this.
I think it has a lot to do with the last person to survive in the round, because Blaze King, a lot of the times you'll leave him to sort of being clutching at the end of it.
And also, I would just like to say that not only FoxZ is performing for the team of XERXIA here, but other than that, utility usage coming in from XERXIA, we mentioned it already, and one of the factors here, or one of the players, is gonna be probably Sushi Boys for the teammates, and he's actually a good fragger as well. And coming into the veto, or the map veto that we are looking at, and so far, for these two powerhouse of a teams in the specific regions, what are the maps that we are supposed to be expecting here, Raf?
Well, okay. So Boom take away Icebox, which is surprising to me because we know that's been the XERXIA map, right? But that's also the map that they've seemed kind of mortal in. We saw the notorious 10 to flip, which is something that has not left the minds of many fans. So once again, this is something that I really thought Boom wanted to capitalize on, but instead they get rid of it immediately.
You're absolutely right. By the way, just for a record here, I'm surprised that Boom banned this because Boom's record on Icebox is actually better than XERXIA's. So Boom Esports, they have a 71% win rate on it. They've played it. They've won 17 times and lost 7. Meanwhile, we've only seen XERXIA play it 6 times and it's a 50% win rate. The fact that they're taking it off means that they are still afraid of how good, and they know this, how good XERXIA can play on Icebox. So they want to take their luck elsewhere. What I'm expecting for Boom, they're probably going to want to play on maps like Bind. I'm expecting a Bind, maybe an Ascent, the smaller condensed maps where they can limit Surf, where they exactly like that. We're going to be seeing the Bind first.
So I'm glad you bring that up, right? Because that's a lot of respect being shown already. Getting that Icebox out of the way, trying to disable Surf and how he can take so much space. Again, Bind's just not the map you can wildly break into that enemy line. We've seen how, well, adept XERXIA has been at punishing. Obviously, their raw dueling power will truly shine on the bigger maps. Boom, I think they might actually run double controller here. I think this is what this map is telling me. But the map veto, still a little confusing. I really wanted to see that Icebox be played out, but yeah.
I have a quick question here for you guys. Since it's gonna be Bind and the second map is gonna be Fracture. Wow, interesting choices here coming in from Boom and XERXIA. Do you think it's gonna be a fast-paced game compared to the games that we watched a while ago? Since of course for Bind is a power that we are looking at. The chamber picks are probably like raised picks as well. I'll start with you, Raph. Do you think it's gonna be a good or it's gonna be a fast-paced game?
Ilu said no, so I'm gonna say yes just to disagree. No, okay, maybe not as a whole, right? But this Fracture map, we saw XERXIA employ the Neon. Obviously, Neon is all about that speed. We saw the battles. Wait, was that XERXIA? Again, so many of these teams are so interchangeable when it comes to power level, but honestly, I feel like the speed could be something that XERXIA could utilize because, once again, Boom is an adaptoid. They adjust really well. You cannot give them the time, or rather allow them to get in your playbook.
Absolutely. I agree with that, but at the same time, it's only got to go one of two ways. This game is either going to be super fast or super slow. No, I don't imagine there's going to be a lot of in-between here. No middle, especially if we look at the maps right here. We see Bind, we see Fracture, we see Haven. I think Bind's going to be really slow. I think Fracture's going to be really fast. And I think Haven's going to be a little bit more of the same. So Fracture, I love this. One of the reasons why I'm so excited to see Fracture is because, XERXIA, we've only seen them play it one time, really. Yeah, just one time we've only seen it playing before. Yeah. But the fact is, I think the reason why that they want to pick is there's just so much respect for Boom. There's so much respect for Boom that they're going to be bringing out the strats that they've saved. They're going to be bringing out those top secret, aces up their sleeves, and they're going to be throwing it right into the second map. Because if they do not win map number 1, I think it's all over.
That is Bind, that is Fracture, that is Haven. Any last thoughts, Raph?
Well, if there's something that Boom is so good at doing is feeding you information in such a harmful manner. The way that I've noticed them play is that, like I said, right, there's that 4-round cushion. But before that, they're leading you in to a trap. They're like, oh, so let's just say Blaze King is the Sova. He takes a lot of A control. Boom knows you're keeping attention to that, so Boom is gonna rotate that Sova somewhere else, and then you're just gonna rotate into a trap. So I feel like XERXIA, they have to find a good temperance of that speed because it's not really the speed that kills, it's a sudden stop.
Oh, that's true. Oh my god. Okay, I'm playing with science here right now, Rav. But heading towards the final thoughts, it's time. It's time to actually say our predictions. And this is a tough one for the three of us to predict. And I'll go ahead, basically, and start this off. I'm going for XERXIA here. I think it's going to be a clean 2-0, just to make it interesting. How about you, Raf?
Dear sister, we don't agree on many things, and this is one of them. I will respectfully disagree with you and say Boom will probably have this 2-1.
Oh.
Okay, well, yeah, I think it's going to be a tight series. It's going to come down to map number 1. I think a lot of Bind is going to be truly expository on how a lot of these teams play. Having said that, I do think if Boom has the capability, I think they're going to run away with it. If they can assert their dominance, if they can prevent XERXIA from playing the way that they like, and avoid Haven, if we can avoid Haven, I think it's going to be 2-0 Boom Esports.
2-0 for Boom Esports. Predictions have been locked in right here in the panel. But of course, the first map is gonna be Bind. Will Boom actually take it away, or is it gonna be XERXIA? Let's find out as we head in to our first map. Casters, take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back here to VCT APAC. My name is Phil, and syempre Pico. And alongside with me is Mr. Nomad right here. And today, it's gonna be a really special day to all of our Indonesian and Thai friends because maglalaban-laban na ang top 1 dun sa Indonesia, which is ang Boom Esports. Kalaban nila ang X10 or ang XERXIA Esports ngayon. Well, actually, Mr. Nomad... Well, actually, Nomad, napansin ko dun sa dun sa Boom. Apparently, undefeated sila. Undefeated kahit isang beses, hindi pa sila natatalo. Hindi ko alam kung anong merong mantra itong mga tao na to. Pero kahit isang beses talaga, hindi pa sila nagkakamali. And it's just tuloy-tuloy lang talaga yung connection ng mga players na to. Tulad na lang din ng ating sponsor, mga kaibigan. Fiber Strong, Family Strong with the new G Fiber Only 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. Okay, bago tayo magsimula, kakamustahin muna kita, kaibigan. Long time no see, brother. Masyadong long time no see na talaga, Brother Vil. At nandito na nga yung laban. Bakit mo kanina, Boom Esports undefeated sila all throughout their entire run. And may factor in dun yung fact na yung buong team ng Boom Esports talagang playoffs mode sila kahit sa group stages pa lang. And during the entirety of the panel, every time na pinapag-usap ng Boom Esports, yung panel, lagi nila sinasabi na yung Boom Esports, sila yung number 1 team sa Asia Pacific region right now as it stands. And yung XERXIA Esports, formerly X10, they're trying to be that, and they're the best that Thailand has to offer, pero going up against Boom Esports, big question mark. Sinabi ng panel na baka dikit yung laban, baka ganun yung mangyari, pero I feel like Boom will still come out on top of this kasi bago lang si Surf dito sa XERXIA Esports. Nagagamit niya yung nagagawa ni Patifan dati, pero it's still not the same. They're playing with a new player. Yung Boom Esports, they've been playing together for the longest time, and they're ready to take it away. Actually, ito mga players ng BME, mga kaibigan, hindi lang naman sila ngayon naglaro talaga. Napakatagal. Ever since last year, dito sa VCT Southeast Asia Playoffs, andun na rin itong mga players na to. So talagang in terms of experience, talagang meron talaga itong players na to. Lalong-lalo na dito sa XERXIA kasi isipin mo, nakasama yan sa VCT Champions last year. So nakalaban nila ang the best of the best here sa buong mundo. And for BME, kailangan naman nilang makabawi dito. Itong taon na to, sasabihin naman nila, there should be one Indonesian team na dapat makatuntong dun sa VCT Champions naman. Pero game number 1 is on already. And to be honest, if ever you're gonna ask me, I mean, yeah, there's a chance talaga na baka tawag dito? baka mag 2-1 siguro to in favor of hindi ko alam. Pwedeng BME, pwedeng XERXIA. Pero talagang kumbaga, pagalingan na lang dito mag-computer nomad.
Syempre, na 2-1 in favor of the deserving team na lang talaga yung masasabi natin dito, the esports answer.
Yeah.
Pero as the game progresses, yung XERXIA eyeing out the A side for themselves. B, completely wide open. Berserk opens it up with a kill on Pros. Hindi down to a 4v5. At ito na nga, Bill flips Jitter, takes down Scary, goes for the trade, and it's a 4v3.
Actually, like the entries na ginagawa dito ng Search Shadow, pero nga lang si Sushi Boys, it's just gonna take down Berserk na lang din talaga. 3 versus 3 onto this game right now. Just Foxy gonna plant the spike already. It's time for the players of BME just to get that head. Ito mga players ng Search, pero Tebotol, nakaisa pa with that frenzy though. It's gonna be really hard na post pa dito pwedeng gawin ng Search kasi tatlo pa dito sa BME, pero importante yung dalawa sa kanila is super low. So it's all up to Scary. Tatlo pa ang kalaban mo, kahit dalawa yung low dyan, walang malakas sa tatlo. And yeah, 1-0, really quick. 1-0 already for the team of BME. At saka dito sa bide na to, I mean, ito lang yung mapa talaga na sobrang daming OTs. Kung gusto nyo mag-comeback sa isang game, bind ang may pinakamadali na may comeback potential in terms of mapa, no, Matt?
Same. Gusto mong mag-comeback kayo ng duo mo, dalhin mo sa bind.
Yan, nag-away kayo ng jowa mo. Like, dito yung nalagay sa bind, men.
Dito magkakatapatan.
Doon kayo sa hookah. Kasi may sofa doon eh. Meron ba?
Pwede rin sa showers.
Pwede rin sa showers, di ba? Kayo bahala kung saan gusto. Pwede rin market, di ba? Mamili kayo ng mga bilhin pagluto nyo. Ng mga pwede nyo kainin mamaya. Pero yan nga.
Force buy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Nag-force buy ang XERXIA dito. If ever matalo sila dito, sobrang sakit ng economic loss sa kanila. Pero yun nga lang, isipin mo, talagang game 1 pa lang. First, literal na second round pala nag-force buy na talaga yung mga players natin. Pero nga XERXIA. At least napatay si Berserk dito yung flips. Nakakuha na nga rin isa dito sa side ni Fox dito. 4v4. The clock is already end. BME knows what's up. They know na nag-buy dito ang XERXIA, pero paano nila pipigilan to? At least alam nila na lamang sila in terms of utility. Yes, bumili sila ng half armor, bumili sila ng Spectre, pero meron pa silang utility. That's gonna be the biggest question here in this game. We're right now pushing it to a 2v2 situation. Scary, just hiding inside that smoke. Para lang siya magkaroon siya ng konting advantage dito kahit pa paano. Pero nga lang, Blaze King with that big flash. We're gonna catch one. Blaze King, 1v1 with a great one, and I guess napakagandang desisyon na ginawa dito ng XERXIA. Gonna get that force buy and will get that win. 1-1 already. And dito naman sa side ng BME, wala silang pera. Natalo sila kanina, nanalo sila sa game number 1, nag-buy sila, pero natalo sila sa round na to. It's just, puro 2,000 yung mga pera nila dito for sure. Pero dito naman sa side ng XERXIA, probably there's a chance na baka mag-Spectre lang din sila.
Potentially, pero nakita naman natin na split yung pagbili nila. Spectre sa iba, Bulldog sa Marshall para kay Surf and Scary. And it's looking really scary dito para sa Boom Esports. Not a good start that you want going into this matchup. Pero at the same time, as soon as yung Boom Esports nakuha nila yung weapons nila, sila naman may upper hand sa XERXIA kasi there's no other way around this. XERXIA is gonna be keeping this. Berserk takes out Sushi Boy at the very least. Tapos nakaalis pa siya. Frenzy lang, sapat na.
Frenzy lang talagang protection muna bago umaksyon dito. Pero nga lang, Blaze King. Yes, meron din siyang Frenzy dito. He knows already na dito lang si Surf. Pero flash, not gonna be able to get done. Ginawa dito Blaze, pero nga lang, Surf wrecking havoc. We're trying to go with the third one. Surf! Di ko kailangan mag-scope, di ko kailangan mag-right click. I can actually kill you. Kahit wala ka siya, go with the fourth one and Surf! Starting off with a 4K agad-agad. And sinasabi ni Surf again, give me the ace! Pero sabi ni Scary, anong ace? Hindi mo mapapost yan sa Valorant TH.
Mapopost lang yan sa Valorant TH.
Ayun, sabi ko TH.
Kala ko sabi mo PH eh.
TH,
pero
TH,
Surf,
TH.
wala yung right click. It's an option lang. It's not a necessity para sa kanya. Already very accurate dito sa Sheriff and able to get a 4K off of that. Gonna significantly give them the boost here, at least getting that 1 round lead, pero mag-iiba na yung story ng buhay ng XERXIA kasi weapons are up and a technical pause is called.
Simula pa lang mga kaibigan, technical pause na magandang pangitain lang talaga nakikita natin ngayon. Pero sana, halata naman natin baka si Blaze King may dala-dalang problema dito and hopefully talaga maging okay na. Pero actually, I mean, napansin ko dito sa bind, merong yung bagong patch, hindi itong 4.04 dito sa bind. Alam mo yung sa defender side. Sa defender side, may mga para mga kable dun eh. Yung mga kable na yun, colored na. Siguro may bagong pasabog na naman si Valorant dito na tungkol sa lore. And alam mo ba, sa the range. Di ba parang may ladder pababa, di ba? Di ba parang ladder? Di ba may stairs pababa, di ba meron?
May papunta din sa jump course, oh.
Oo, di ba? Meron.
Oh.
Dati, sarado yun. Yung pinto doon. Pero ngayon, bukas na. Tapos, meron ng isang room na, alam mo parang may mga audio, something, ganun. Basta sa baba nun, the-range kayo, tapos, di ba alam mo yung kung saan mo pinapatay yung mga bots, yan. Sa kaliwa nun, may stairs pababa, tapos dati kasi sarado yun, pero ngayon binuksan na nila. Tapos yun, may isang room doon na parang si Sova, may audio si Sova, si Cypher meron, parang kinakausap nila si Brimstone. Ibig sabihin, yun yung office ni Brimstone. Yung sa The Range yung office niya.
Pero may nabasa ako about dyan na yung teaser niyan bagong ahente na potentially parang Cypher, parang Sova, initiator na kuha ng info. Oo.
Bounty Hunter sabi ni Valor. Pero natin kung meron truck, Ginada, Windwalk, at saka yung third skill niya. Yung pag inatake mo magi-critical, ayun. Pero ibang bangbang na yun, guys.
Hindi nga bangbang yun eh.
Hindi, bangbang yun. Si Cardel nga nagbabangbang eh.
Diba?
Siya lang naman nagbabangbang dun. Siya lang may baril dun eh. Malamang.
True.
Pero nakakamiss sabihin yung word na Ginada. Grabe, kaibigang Gondar, men. Nasang ka man, sana okay ka lang.
Nagtatago yun, syempre.
Syempre.
Naghahanap ng runes yun eh.
Syempre. Dati sobrang lagi kong ginagamit yun eh. Pero ngayon hindi siya ginagamit sa laning eh. Kasi more on gank siya, di ba? Nice one! Hindi tungkol sa Valorant pinag-uusapan natin. Pero syempre okay lang yan. Pero Nomad, ikaw, long time no see. Kamusta ang flight mo from America to Pinas, pre?
Yun naman, maraming turbulence na ganap in between. Kaya medyo shaky. Pero at least nasa Pilipinas na ulit.
Man. I mean, welcome home.
Welcome home talaga. Coheed and Cambria. Ding.
Ito na si Berserks.
Wala. Berserks.
Na naman dumadaan dyan, kapatid. Pero ito mga players natin ngayon sa side ng XERXIA right now. We're gonna go here and hook na lang din talaga, pero medyo split lang sila ngayon. Tamang bait lang ang ginawa dito ni Blaze King at saka ni Berserks, pero ang sabi ni KB, nila Surf tsaka Crows pala, pero yung Surf with that dash not gonna be able to take down Berserks right now. Pero pinapasa Freddy, anong ginagawa mo siyang kapatid? Libreng operator para sabi ni Flips. Nope! Goes with another one right now, pushing into a 3v4. Si Sushi Boys nakakuha pa ng operator, free gun onto the players of XERXIA right now. Pero ito, Foxy with the plant of that spike. Sushi Boys gonna get that kill with that operator ito. Maraming salamat sa operator, kapatid. Pero ito, sa bind kasi, yung mga players, pag attacker ka, hindi naman usually talaga nag-operator ka, hindi. Kasi pag na-drop mo yung operator na yan, sobrang lugi ka, napakalakas ng defending dito sa bind, lalong-lalo na pag may operator. Foxy, kill onto Tebotol right now, pero Frostmind, 1v4. What's gonna happen here though? Probably talaga he's just gonna save that gun instead. I mean, wala naman siyang bawas sa wala naman siyang, marami na pala siyang bawas. Pero feeling ko talagang tamang exit frags na talaga yung pwede rin gawin dito. Pero ang problema nga lang talaga, makikita na si Crows and wala siyang idea at all na si Foxy ay nasa likod lang niya. Ito this is gonna be really scary for the side of BME. Lalong-lalo na
At nag-defending na ang XERXIA. Why? Because of Sushi Boy. Sushi Boys, mga kaibigan, whenever na you are gonna play chamber, sobrang dali na lumipat from A to B. Isang pindot lang nasa A ka na, isang pindot lang nasa B ka na. Ganun lang kabilis. So, medyo kailangan kabahan agad yung mga players natin kung paano sila makakabawi. Isipin mo, yung nasa dulo ng lamps na yan, tapos dun sa may kabi ng B, I mean, medyo malayo sila, pero para sa rendezvous ni Sushi Boys, hindi.
Man, that's the advantage that the chamber inherently has. Kahit anong mapa, even more so for Bind, pero it's gotta highlight kung gaano ka effective yung hold of XERXIA on the attacking side pa lang. I mean, stress out mo na agad kung gaano ka potentially effective si Sushi Boys on the defending side. Pero let's talk about the attacking side for now. Sushi Boys on the operator been really performing the past couple of days that they played dun sa group stages. And now, nasa playoffs sila, I feel like magpa-pop off siya definitely. And Surf, walang pressure sa kanya mag-operator. Sige, magbabandal-bandal na dito. Ako na bahala. Yan na si Surf. Kasi sabi ko,
bigla na nakaisa dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito nga, nasira ang momentum ng BME nung nag-force buy ang XERXIA. Then after that moment, talagang economy na talaga ang napakalaking problema nila. So paano sila makakabawi dito? Of course, manalo kayo ng 2 rounds. Yun lang yun, bawing-bawi na yun if ever. Pero yun nga lang, if ever na talagang sobrang you're in a huge slump and you can actually do anything sa mga ginagawa ng mga kalaban nyo like this, mag-isip-isip na kayo. Pero itong mga players ngayon na BME market will just going in already from home now. Si Persija nakaisa pa dito. Wala na siyang updraft so he can actually be aggressive. Just that dash lang if ever talaga makakaposa siya. Pero yung alam na lang masabi yung mga players ngayon ng BME. Pero Berserks though with a 2K pushing into a 2v1 situation. Berserks with that head onto Surf. This is gonna be huge for Berserks, mga kaibigan. Pero buhay pa si Sushi Boys. Pero nasaan si Sushi Boys? Narinig niya, gonna get to that Vandal, the half-game spike. This is gonna be really bad for Sushi Boys if ever. And Berserks will gonna get that ace done. And meron pa siyang time! And we're gonna get the operator as well! That is huge! Decide na BME na hindi na kailangan ng barel. Alam naman natin na paggipit sa patalim kumakapit. That's gonna use all the blazer na din na meron ako. Berserks! What a big play!
What a big play talaga na hindi mo makita yung mechanical prowess na meron si Berserks in this matchup. And that's why, for the most part, yung Boom Esports, kino-consider talaga na #1 team kasi individual players like Berserks, pag nagkaroon sila pagkakataon na magpa-pop off sila, and that just goes to show gaano ka-effective, gaano ka-efficient as a player he is. I mean, for the most part, kung hindi tumama yung isang Blade Storm niya kay Surf, it could have been over, pero it did. He still managed to find the head.
Pa talaga, pag madaling makakita ng ulo, alam naman din sa Valorant, medyo malaki yung mga ulo ng mga tao dito. Pero Sushi Boys, partida, kakatapos niya maligo kasi meron pang tuwalya sa likod niya. Tuwalya ba yan? Mukhang tuwalya eh, no?
Oo, actually. Actually,
diba?
Yung mga good morning,
hindi naman good morning towel, maliit lang yun. Isa mga bimpo.
Mali mo, nag-invest sila sa tuwalya naman. Na malaki.
Tingnan natin pero Sushi Boys magandang position dito mga kaibigan. Tapos pa-flash lang dito pero hindi matatama. Isa! Sushi Boys! Pagkapatay, out! Pero yung delikado ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng BME mga kaibigan. That is XERXIA! Foxy! With the Hunter's Fury. Actually take down 1, pushing it to 4v3. Frostmind, super low. Surf trying to catch someone dito sa may B mga kaibigan, pero alam na ni Frostmind na meron tao doon. And alam na rin talaga nagpupush ng mga players ngayon ng XERXIA mga kaibigan, parang Frostmind is in a lot of trouble. Natamaan pa siya, pero Surf gonna take down Frostmind instead. Surf in another one. Drop the flips. 4v1. Flips, kaya pa ba o hindi na? Kung ako sa'yo, pre, wag na. Wala naman bawas ang armor mo. And i-save na lang yung kung anong meron kayo. Yan kasi yung isang mali din ng mga players natin. Kaya ngayon, if ever lang kunyari 4v1, 3v1, tapos wala namang bawas yung armor nyo, wala namang bawas yung kung ano man, wag na kayong mag-commit. Hindi nyo na kailangang i-clutch yan mga kaibigan, i-save nyo yan. Tandaan nyo, hindi ka bayani, okay? Hindi ka bayani. Kung alam mong hindi mo alam, kung alam mo hindi mo naman alam kung saan yung kalaban mo, pumirmi ka na lang kung saan, magtago ka na lang. Hindi ka bayani, uulitin ko.
Tama, ang daming mga nag-aasim ng mga ganyan. Ito pro na yung gumagawa, yung mga tinitingalaan nyo. Diyos ko, pag 1v4, hindi kaya kung mag-clutch, hindi mo kaya.
Pre, wag na, tama na.
Kasi muna,
tigil mo yan. Pero to, perfect execution dito kay Foxy to with that Hunter's Fear. Pero at least nakakuha siya ng isang libre yung halo. Observe, muntik na mag-hesitate. Pero yun nga lang, that is actually a huge na kill through that smoke. That smoke, man. Hindi ko kailangan makita ka para mapatay kita, baby boy. Pero ito. Chamber, Sushi Boy, trying to be really aggressive ulit. Is he gonna take one down with that Vandal or not? Pero Berserks, at least nakakakuha na rin sila ng konting palag dito mga kaibigan. Foxy, nakakuha na nga yung isa. And Operator pa yung nawala. Foxy mga kaibigan, second pick, you're dead. First, ganun kasi yung thing, kung first pick, nakita mo na, sa second pick, sure na mapapatay mo na. Meron tayong mathematical equation sa mga ganyan eh. Hindi naman equation, pero mathematical study. Sa first pick lang talaga nagkakaproblema, pero sa pangalawa, sure na mapapatay mo na. Pero dito, wala ka na talagang magagawa. Nakungkas ka na, dalawa pa yung kalaban mo, baka mabu.
Baka
5v2. Crossmind and Flips right now. Medyo delikado na rin talaga. Pero dito kay Frostmind, hindi na i-commit yung Hunter's Fury. Sayang lang yan, man. 5-2. And XERXIA is trying to be really aggressive. Trying to overwhelm yung mga players ngayon ng Boom. Jaboom Twins.
Thoroughly overwhelmed yung Boom Esports dito. Off of the back of Foxes, off of the back of Surf. Talaga and despite the fact na kaya may pagsabayin ng Boom Esports sa tutukan, yung positioning na meron yung XERXIA going into the site and going for the retake, talagang walang advantage yung Boom Esports dyan. And rightly so, timeout gonna be called by Boom Esports para ma-figure out nila kung paano laruin yung laro ng XERXIA.
Paano mag-Valorant?
Paano mag-Valorant. Una, buksan yung monitor. Tapos pangalawa, sabi mo, game na.
Buksan mo yung PC mo, men.
Ayo.
PC mo.
Pangatlo, install mo yung Valorant.
Tama. Kailangan may internet ka muna, men.
So, pang-apat, kuha ka ng Globe Fiber.
Ayun. Kasi maganda yung connection nun. Isipin nyo, 2,099 lang. Meron ka na 150 Mbps. Unlimited internet pa. Unlimited, parang yung love mo sa kanya.
Sim.
30. Noong sa gawin pag 6:30 aga. Oy, laban ni mamaya, men. May mga nagtatanong kung magbabarong ba ako. Di pwede naman.
Buti sana may barong din ako, sabayan kita, pero wala eh. Huling suot ko ng barong nung high school graduation.
Uy, mali ka dyan. Huling suot nung barong.
Yung isang tournament nga pala. Pero hindi akin yung barong.
Yung sa akin kasi binigay na sa akin yun eh.
Sana all.
Alam ko nga binigay na sa akin.
Nope. Hiram-hiram lang.
Okay lang yan?
Okay lang naman talaga. Pero hindi okay para sa Boom Esports yung current scoreline natin. 2-5. If XERXIA gets a 7 scoreline at the very least, sobrang komportable nila on the defending side. They're stronger on the defending side din sa bind compared sa Boom Esports. And sabi mo nga, Sushi Boys, number 1 factor sa XERXIA.
Pero ito naman yung mga players ngayon ng XERXIA, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever kano ba mangyayari dito. It's just Foxy catches one already. Sushi Boys, tamang spray and spray lang din talaga. Pero nga lang, Surf trying to catch someone off guard though. Berserk's half HP. Pero Sushi Boys, there's a lot of trouble na lang din talaga. Kasi hindi na alam kung saan siya pupunta eh, no? Trying to be like a ninja. Trying to be like sobrang likot na tao na hindi mo talaga alam kung saan pupunta. Lalong-lalo na dito yung mga players ngayon ng BME, paano nila pipigilan yung possible post ng XERXIA ngayon. Nauna na nga yung Molly ni Tebotol dito, pero ito na yung Hunter Spirit na nilalabas ngayon ni Foxy pa sa
Spike down A.
orbital strike na meron si kaibigang Tebotol,
10
pero Frostman
seconds
gonna take one down. Surf nagtatago lang through that smoke, pero nga lang kitang-kita ng Berserks yung paa mo. 4v2, Sushi Boys. And Crows ang tinalitira dito mga kaibigan. Blaze King, but they actually take 2 down. And it's just a Boom Esports really thought na ito na yung fall nila. Pero as long as hindi pa 13 yung kalaban nila, is babawi pa rin sila.
Time. And for the most part, Boom Esports never really got a good retake setup going into that. They played off of the Hunter's Fury na meron si Frostmind. Medyo blunder on the side of XERXIA. Nalimutan ko sino pero yung nag-push through dun sa Hell na kitang-kita siya ng smoke, tumayo pa rin siya dun, hindi siya lumaban ulit. Small blunders like that costed XERXIA that round, pero for the most part, tutukan yung usapan Boom Esports. Lumamang sila ng kakaunti doon, and this should be a significant boost from them going into this round. Medyo dapat feel na nila yung sarili nila na umiinit na, parang yung makina ng diesel as Shockbolt takes down Surf. Tatahag pa siya heavily through that.
Just, na-shock dart yung player sa atin dito ng XERXIA. Mukhang ito nakatapagbangon ng api ng BME. Kanina talagang nilang paso yung kape, pero it's time! Nakabay ang magdalang paano sa inyo, pero nga nakita na nga nagsuchi po isang birdie ni Blaze King dito, pero he needs to take care kasi medyo delikado rin talaga siya if ever possible dito kasi pwedeng mag-crossfire or pwedeng mag-refrag yung mga players ngayon ng BME. We have Tebotol, we have Blaze King trying to stop the possible push of XERXIA dito sa may A to. Blaze King knows what's up. Alam niya na meron tao dito sa may showers mga kaibigan, pero nga ng Foxy. Medyo mabagal na din talaga yung pasok na dito. Andito naman si Tebotol. Pwede siya mag-smoke, pwede siya mag-molly, pwede siya mag-stim. He can do actually anything for him para lang at least magkaroon ng konting advantage dito. Ang parang naman din talaga, si Blaze King is meron siyang ultimate. Lumabas na ngayon ang Pecha in the Sky, pero yung nga lang, Diyos ko po, mahirap yan! Si Blaze King, kahit naka-flash siya, pagkatapos talaga naubos na, pero yung nga lang, hindi alam ni Blaze King kung saan pa siya titira! Crossman and flip, the only way remain for the side of BME. And 2v2, pwede pa naman, I mean, winnable pa naman ito, pero Diyos ko po, natutunaw! Muntik ng matunaw. Si ano dito, si Crows because of that snake bite na meron si Flips. Akala ko 2v2 mo si Crows. Pero nga lang, Flips going in already. 8 seconds remaining. Pero Flips trying to stop the possible plant of XERXIA. Pero Diyos ko ba, hindi na napigilan. Pero yung nga lang, pasilip-silip lang siya. And Scarrow gonna get that free. Sobrang sayang nun. Pwede sana niyang pwede sana nang pigilan. Pero ang problema, yes, nakapag-trade off nga. Meron pa siyang oras. That is 8 seconds. You still have 4 more seconds para syempre makapag-plant ka. How many seconds ba yun? How many seconds does it take para makapag-refrag? 1 second lang naman. Ay, ayoko na mag-mat. Hindi ako magaling mag-mat. Kaya ako nag-caster eh. Pero ito, galit.
Tama lang na nomad ka.
Ako dapat.
So dapat si Nomad, di ka galit eh. Pero, I mean, for the most part, ang ganda ng crossfire setup nila. Doon, kamuti ka pa ma-takedown si Surf. Medyo crucial kill sana yun as Foxes. Takes down Tebotol. Skirmish sa mid. Blaze King nakabang pero hindi niya alam kung saan siya titingin kasi napapalibutan sila parang yung kontrabida sa pelikula ni FPJ. Pero 3v5. Fully healed yung ibang members ng XERXIA dito. Flips jitter. Tinry niya mag-flank, pero hindi sapat. Sushi Boys nakabang sa box. Frostmind, one tap to the head shot. Frostmind na lang mag-isa. Has still the ghost, no weapons. This should be the round for XERXIA.
Yeah. All these one taps talaga, it's just really deadly. Dito sa side ng BME mga kaibigan. Pero but still, ito na si Scary. Finally spike already. 1v3. Frostmind. Aasimin ba niya o hindi na? Malamang hindi na. Meron siyang Vandal and the reason ko bakit hindi na inaasin because of the money. At least meron siyang Vandal and pwede pa siyang mag-drop sa kakampi niya. Kasi baka yung malay mo, yung isang BME, walang pera, diba? At least, got you bro. Got you. Kumbaga, spot mo naman ako bro.
Spot
mo muna yung Vandal pare. Istigafurfer.
Istigafurfer. Sheesh. Eyes in the veins kay Frostmind, pero magiging mabuting tropa na lang siya. Yan to gawin nyo guys. 1v3. Pulot na lang ng weapon. huwag kayong magparamdam. Huwag nyo i-try i-clutch. Lalo na't ganito yung scoreline. 3-7 para sa XERXIA. Lamang na lamang and hindi na niya kailangan mag-cover sa tropa niya. Kinover na lang niya sarili niya sa utilities. And this is the same case for XERXIA. Komportable pa sila going into the next round kahit matalo sila dito. If it's an 8-4, good scoreline for XERXIA. Even better kung 9-3 nila to. Operator on the hands of Surf this time around.
Meron na siyang operation, men. Ito na yung pagbago ng XERXIA. Tsaka syempre ng BME, pero walang mag-operator ngayon except Sushi Boys, of course, because of that 2 defaults. Pero tingnan if ever makakuha ba yung mga players ngayon ng XERXIA kahit isa lang, because I mean, if you have the 7-3 lead, you can actually ituloy-tuloy na to pa 9-3 if ever. Pero 2 more rounds just to end that first half. Mukhang lamang na lamang talaga ngayon ng XERXIA. Malamang kaya nga 7-3 yung score, diba? At kita-kita natin na walang talaga pera yung BME ngayon. Pero in terms of sila na mag-iiko, well, it's fine. Si Frostmind may pambili dito ng Sheriff para sa mga kakampi niya. Si Berserks, meron naman siyang Blade Storm, so pwede sila makabawi dito. Pero dito sa side ngayon ng XERXIA is just kitang-kita niya yung mukha ni Tebutol na sumisilip-silip sa kanya. With all the jump pick na talaga ginagawa. Actually, hindi pa nga jump... Well, yan yung literal na jump pick. Hindi yung gumagalaw na jump pick, di ba? Kasi yung jump pick kasi literal na tumatalon lang siya and at the same time, he's peeking. Na rin talaga. Kasi meron kasi isang jump pick na gumagalaw ka, yung pinipinot mo yung S para mag-backwards ka. Kasi ngayon, minamaster ko sa gustong-gusto kong ma-master talaga yun. Kasi, totoo lang, mas madaling mag-jump pick sa right kaysa pick sa left. Totoo lang, promise. Right-handed kasi ako eh. I mean, nasa right hand yung ano ko, kaya mas madali ako. Pero yung alam, Berserks. With a flick onto Crows right now, but Sushi Boys will get that deny. Dito kay Berserks daw, pero yung alam, Sushi Boys magandang position dito. Pero ako si Flips dito mga kaibigan. Pero yung alam, just waiting for that
Ferrari.
perfect timing para sabi ni Flips. Pero inaantay mo dyan, bro. Yan dyan. Not scared right now. Catching one. Para go with that. With a 3K, pero yung sabi ni Blaze King, hindi. Dahil siyang oras to defuse the spike already. 7-4. And for the last round of the first half, kumpleto ba ang pera ng DME dito?
Should
Probably,
be.
Last round before the
kasi,
half.
yung iba hindi.
Ayun nga
Ano
pala.
sila?
Strap for cash nga pala sila. Kinailangan nila yung full utility. So, but for the most part, better looking BME dito sa defending side. They waited through all possible options na pag-push ng XERXIA, paggagamit ng utilities nila. They were confident enough to go for that retake and they capitalized on that. Ang ganda na rin ng double peak na ginagawa nila. Unfortunate lang talaga na yung karamihan sa side ng BME I mean, hindi naman pala karamihan. Si Flips Jitter, wala siya masyadong utility, wala siya masyadong armor. Frostmind already used up the Recon Bolt. Hunter's Fury gonna be used up defensively and offensively. Surf takes down Tebotol, big opening. Pero si Berserks kailangan niya tumakbo kasi may maraming tao sa loob ng showers and he has to back off. It's now down to a 3v5. VCT Esports medyo wala sa lugar ngayon to go for the retake and here comes Cosmic Divide na magpo-turn down na kagad. Turn down for what? Tanong ng XERXIA.
Gusto ko sanang giyahin ng boys, pero masakit sila lamunan ko eh. Pero, si BSK tsaka si Frost pwede dito sa BME mga kami, pero I'll talk to you actually take down one. All up to Frost's mind, kaya ba ng buhayin, pero for XERXIA, there's no 8 already. In favor of XERXIA, and they really want to end this game na rin talaga. Mga kaibigan, mga kababayan, makakakuha na ba ng loss ang BME? Kasi, undefeated sila ever since nung Challengers Indonesia. Hindi sila natatalo doon. Then pagdating dito, hindi pa rin kayo natatalo. Men, mala one punch ang datingan. Hindi natatalo, pre. Pero ngayon, magkakaalaman, alam naman natin yung nangyari sa XERXIA back then. That is actually really unfortunate. Pero ngayon, hindi hinaan ng loob. Babawi at babawi sila. Kailangan nilang bawiin yung nawala sa kanila noon.
I mean, kung nakita lang natin na nag-perform yung XERXIA against VCT Esports last week, It could have been the same thing na undefeated din sila. I mean, all things considered, they dropped maps here and there, pero that was the same story as well from Boom Esports. Pero going into this tournament, Boom Esports, wala pa silang na-drop na map ni isa. Natalo lang talaga sila sa Onyx, and ever since then, dire-diretso na 2-0. 2-sorry lang ng 2-sorry. Even the same for XERXIA, na all throughout the entirety of Challengers Thailand, sila ang nananalo sa mga series no matter how close the games were. Dire-diretso lang yung performance nila dito. I'm not counting yung laban nila against MiTH Esports na forced to forfeit yung XERXIA. Pero as we go into the halftime pause for the second half, hopefully Boom Esports can find it within themselves na mabasa nila yung defense na meron yung XERXIA.
Ano ang depensa ang meron ng XERXIA? That's gonna be the biggest question dito sa side ng BM ngayon. Pero makikita natin if ever gagawin ba ni Sushi Boys yung
That's a good spot.
yung malupit na galawan niya. Ito rin kasi pag mahirap, ito rin kasi yung magandang if ever na gusto mo ng second duelist or pseudo duelist mga kaibigan, ang mga okay talaga si Sky, si Chamber, at saka si KO. Yun talaga ang pinaka-solid. Lalong-lalo naman si KO, si Chamber. Ano yan mini jet yan
Scout destroyed.
Yung agent na yan, sobrang mini jet yan. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, Versex, ano yung ginagawa mo, pre?
Hindi rin niya alam kung ano nangyayari, pre.
Pumapasok siya, mag-isa na nakatalikod lang din, wala man lang nag-trade sa kanya. What is happening dito sa side ng BME? Pero, Butol, mag-isa, half HP, with that frenzy, pero close. Get na 7 line.
Papakita na yung edad, pero blunder on the side of Boom Esports. Berserks, he tried to make things work. May sinilip niya yung angle, pero wala, it's smoked out. Nagkakutob, na barrel, it's done. And XERXIA, they will capitalize off of this by getting better weapons, definitely. And on the defending side, this is a bigger case. And kita natin na naglagay ng teleporter si Sushi Boys sa B, naglalagay na rin siya sa A para lang makapag-rotate siya kagad.
Yan, di ba? I mean, easy rotate lang talaga nangyayari. Pwede siyang palipat-lipat dyan sa may dulo ng lamps at saka dyan sa may dulo ng COD B. So, walang problema. Lalo na pag naka-operator siya. May napakahirap pero nga, sir. Take down, take down, sir! Oh my God! Napakabilis sa pangyayari dito kay sir, mga kaibigan. Pinipindot na lang niya yung left click. Men, isipin mo, Marshall, pero ini-spray mo. Ganun ang nangyari.
Yung Marshall, ginawang guardian no?
Oo, ganun lang talaga. Click, click, left click. Pindot ka lang, dinut-dut mo yung left click, mga kaibigan. Ganun yung ginawa ni sir. Pero scary. Really scary onto that kill. Wallbang pa nga, Frostmind. They know exactly kung nasa si Frostmind. 4-10. And ngayon, kailangan nila makabawi. Meron silang pera. Pero paano nila gagawin yun?
Big question. Pero, Surf, every time nahawak niya yung Marshall, tabahan ka na. Kahit nalagyan na siguro yung baril niya, tanggalin na lang niya yung right click sa mouse niya, sapat na para sa kanya yun pero the most part, the second coming of Patifan, ang masasabi ko dito. Okay, Surf, yun yung nakikita ko na dito sa batang to. And yun nakikita ko kay...
Parang sinabi mo napakatanda mo na, Mr. Jerome.
Hindi ko naman sinasabing mas matanda ka sa isang taon, Mr. Justin.
Ah, talaga?
Oo.
1991 ka rin, Bart.
93 ako, so 91 ka na ako.
Mas ilan taon ka na ngayon? 28? Ay, hindi. Saan nagkakamali? Ano na ako 20 plus.
Pero, 29.
Pero hindi isang taon. Hindi, mali ka. Pero nga, Surf.
Mali ba?
Take down 2, napakabilis ang pangyayari dito kasi Jet, dalawa. Pero nga, Foxy, isa pa nga.
2v4 na lang. Umake na 1v4. Botol na lang mag-isa. Kuha na isa. Uy, bulag.
Wala siya nakikita. Mahirap naman talaga. 11-4 and XERXIA. bibigyan na ata yung mga players ng BME ngayon. Pero, ito ba yung first time na nagkita sila? Feeling ko ito nga talaga.
Yes,
Ay, hindi. Ay, oo nga. Ito nga.
This is the first time we ever met.
Welcome to parang ang sabi ng Boom Esports sa Indonesia, welcome to Thailand. Ito pala kami lang to. Kami nga pala yung top 1 sa buong Asia Pacific. Kami pa rin yun. Na kahit tinanggal namin kahit di naman tinanggal, joke lang yun. Pero kahit wala si Patifan, at least nakabawi naman kami. Pero ito yung huling laban ng XERXIA is sa Onyx G rin, which is Indonesia. Ito na ba ang Indonesian killer, mga kaibigan? I mean Team Slayer
Team Slayer, oh. Iba yun. Pero Fox is getting a triple kill, making it a 4. Fox Z, what was that?
Wala ba't lang bawas sa Thailand, mga kaibigan? Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. My God, XERXIA! Really popping off! Diyos ko! Dinurog ang Onyx G! Dinurog ang XERXIA! Dinurog ang BME! Ano pa? Ano pa ba yung mga team sa Indonesia? Alter Ego!
Alter Ego. Pero wala naman yung Alter Ego dito. Persija, din. Pero ito XERXIA. Individually.
Bigetron.
Bigetron. Pero wala rin sila dito.
Aura. Geek Pam.
Pero wala rin sila
RRQ.
dito. Pero wala rin sila dito.
Sa ibang bangbang yun Pero ito, tunay na bangbang, mga kaibigan. Ito na yung orbital strike. Botol!
Napatay pa nga.
At least nakabawi ng isa. Pero Smurf, tamang dash out natin kapal. Siyempre, hindi na siya matamaan dito ng Hunter's Fury though. Pero, Surf. Botol gonna plant a spike already. Pushing it to a 3v5 situation. And BME mukhang babawi ata ang mga kuya mo. Ito na ata ang pagbago ng api. Naka 12 lang ang XERXIA pero mananalo pa ata sila. Tignan natin ngayon. Surf with that swing. Pero yun nga, delikado din. Second peak mod's gonna be deadly na for sure. Pero Diyos ko po, it's all up to Fox Z. Pero yung nga, sabi ng Botol, manahimik ka. 5 to 12. Pero maraming pera ang XERXIA. Tandaan nyo yan.
Maraming pera. Secured yung future nila dito sa at least for a couple more rounds. Pero for the most part, man, this is the first map na nakita natin na sobrang dominating yung isang side. Sa unang dalawang series, ito yung first time nakita natin na ganito ka-dominating yung lead na match point kaagad. Tapos 12-4 kanina, ngayon 12-5. Pero dito natin makikita kung gaano talaga kagusto ng Boom Esports manalo. Or yung mga comeback dito na papatunayan nila na kami nga ang magiging best dito sa Asia Pacific region. I mean, on paper, they are the strong team. Pero XERXIA, playoff mode is on and they are the Indonesian team slayer. Sabi nga ni Vil. It's looking like it. Especially off the performance of Surf, off the performance of Scrolls. But scary. Take down Berserk. Split dito will take down Surf kasi nakalabas lang yung mini boga. But it's a 3v4 lamang na lamang yung XERXIA dito. Viper Spit is gonna be thrown out as well. Gonna be an offensive Viper Spit. It's down to a 3v4 and still no signs of the spike being planted. It's now going to be planting now.
Ay, importante, si XERXIA, meron siyang flash, meron pa siyang Trailblazer sa pwede silang makabawi dito. Si Sushi Boys, wala na siyang trap para lang syempre mag-trap near siya para siya makakuha siya isa dito. Pero yun nga lang, they're actually waiting for that perfect moment para talaga maubos pa yung mga utilities dito ng BME. Pero nga lang, scary. Nung natag, biglang napatay na rin talaga. Trying to go on with a 2v4 situation. Plus that, our drone, mga kaibigan, close na isa pa nga. And this is the end. The players ng Boom Esports, mga kapatid. 5-13. And XERXIA, formerly known as X10, the top
Defenders
1 in the whole Asia Pacific. Nabigyan niya na ng unang pagkatalo ang Boom Esports. Uulitin ko, ang Boom Esports ay never pang natalo. Yung last time na kinalaban ng XERXIA isang Onyx G from Indonesia as well. And pwede na talaga nating sabihin ngayon that X10 or XERXIA, ito ang Indonesian team slayers.
Definitely. I mean, wow. Pero I mean, all things considered, Onyx G pa lang yung nakatapat nila. Pero Onyx G, they have relatively the similar playstyles against compared sa Boom Esports. So with that, XERXIA, kitang-kita natin na basang-basa yung Boom Esports. I mean, Berserks, yes, he tried to pop off for his team. There were moments. There was a time na nakakuha siya ng ace sa first half natin, pero the rest of the team has to step up. And kung titignan mo yung XERXIA, everybody just carrying everybody on their backs. Look at Scary, 4.3 KDA para sa kanya.
Scary
Nodes ang
talaga.
taas nun. Napaka-scary. Wow.
Asan? 4 KDA? 4? Ayun nga, oo nga, 4.3 KDA nga. Kita natin yan. Pero syempre, doon pa rin talaga tayo sa may pinakamataas na ACS. Pero ano ba yung ACS? Average combat score yun, mga kaibigan. Ano ang average combat score? Mamaya, i-explain natin kung ano yun. Wag ngayon.
Medyo mahababang explanation yan. Pero basically, kills assist yun lang. Tapos kung nakaka-double kill, kung basta yun.
Hindi, may ganito. Ano yung ACS? Kung gaano kalayo ang bag mo.
ACS.
Mga kabataan, mga ano na yun Alam na nagkakahalataan sa edad pag naririnig yung mga ganong commercial Pero yun nga, ACS, doon natin makikita kung gaano ba talaga kalaki yung ambag natin sa isang laro. Pero sabi ni Surf, hindi ko kailangan mag-right click, pre sila yung right click ko Pasensya na kayo minsan lang talaga gumagana. Actually, ayoko talaga mag-right click, ayoko mag-scope Naiirita ako Pero yun nga lang, kitang-kita talaga natin si Surf, mga kaibigan talaga nakabawi. Ito yung pinakamainit. Berserks. Bladestorm lang din talaga, catches everyone, mga kaibigan. And buti nga nakakuha siya ng Vandal dito Actually, mas maganda sana sa replay if ever na talagang Bladestorm lang din talaga yung gamit niya, di ba? Talagang panibagong cover photo talaga dito kay Berserks if ever. Pero ito rin talaga yung mga magandang mga things na ginagawa ng mga players natin It's fine na talagang nakakagawa tayo ng mga ganong sobrang impactful plays kasi that actually gives us that boost of morale sa buong team natin. Nakakatulong yan, mga kaibigan, para syempre talagang magkaroon pa tayo ng pag-asa. Ayun yung pag-asa natin para makabawi. Pero sa mga pinagawa ng XERXIA dito, parang wala na talagang pag-asang mangyayari. Kasi it's just sobrang na-overwhelm yung mga players ngayon ng BME. Pero sana makabawi pa naman sila sa second game though. I mean, itong bind, ang pumili nito is Boom Esports. Oh no! Next map natin, Fracture. Which is ang pumili naman doon is XERXIA Esports. So, oh no! Diba, mahirap na. Pero meron nga tayo tinatawag, mga kaibigan, na map pick curse na malay nyo. Makabawi pa nga ang BME.
Malay nga lang natin. Pero for the most part, yung gameplay ng XERXIA looking like they want to take this into a 2-0 victory. Likely na pwede mangyari yon as we take a break for now. Siyempre, going into the next half, Fracture. Mas maganda yung percentages na pinapakita ng Boom Esports, pero XERXIA on fire. Maganda rin yung percentage pinapakita nila. We'll go on a break. Pagbalik namin ni Vil dito sa Asia Pacific Challengers Map 2 in this best of 3.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and the future. Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, witty in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too
Mga kababayan, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. You're watching VCT APAC and we've just seen the game number 1 already dito sa BME versus ang XIA, which is Boom Esports and XERXIA. And nakita na nga natin kung paano ba dinurog ng XERXIA yung mga players ng Boom Esports dun sa mapang pinili nila. And dito naman sa game number 2, it's gonna be a fracture, which is ang pumili nito is XERXIA. So makikita natin dito yung slight advantage na meron talaga ang XERXIA dito if ever na talaga makukuha nila. Kasi alam naman natin talaga na if ever tayo yung pumili ng mapa na yun, talagang dapat meron tayong mga nakatagong ideolohiya and mga strategies para syempre magkaroon tayo ng advantage dun sa mga kalaban natin na players na yon. Pero Mr. Nomad, ano namang masasabi mo dun sa game number 1? Feeling ko mukhang babawi ata sila sa game number 2, pero feeling ko 2-0 na eh.
Feeling ko rin 2-0 na kasi you can't count out Crows. He's the next coming of Patiphan. I mean, taking consideration na yung the way that Surf has been playing, he's been isolating a lot of plays in order for him to get kills. So I guess you could say na ISO certified and world-class quality yung galawan ni Surf doon. And moving into this, I mean, yeah, Fracture is a map pick na sa Boom Esports, pero let's take in consideration na parehas silang 100% win rate for the past 3 months. Pero yung XERXIA, mas recent yung win nila on Fracture compared sa Boom Esports na yes, 3 wins meron sila. And for that, yung XERXIA, wala silang masyadong VODs out there para ma-research ng Boom Esports para malaman nila kung paano yung playstyle ng XERXIA going into this. And if you're gonna be basing it off of nangyari sa Bind, you can expect a little bit of the same na yung XERXIA sobrang aggressive nila, nadadaan nila sa aim fights, oo. Pero pagdating sa post plants, pagdating sa retakes, laging meron silang play dyan. Kumpara sa Boom Esports na gusto nilang dalhin sa barilan lang talaga, men.
Pero at the end of the day, talagang experience-wise, talagang panalong-panalo talaga dyan ng XERXIA. Kasi isipin mo, nag-masters na sila, nakalipad na sila dun. Nag-champions na rin sila. So, nakuha nila yung confidence na ganyan, nakuha nila yung titulo na ganyan na hindi lang din talaga ganun kadali. So, knowing na sa tagal-tagal ng Valorant, mga kaibigan, ngayon lang sila nagkita, ngayon lang sila naglaban. Sa sobrang tagal-tagal ng ligang ito, ever since last year, syempre dumating yung puntos, dumating yung time na na pinag-aaralan nila yung X10, yung BME, nag-aaral sila, pero hindi talaga sila nagkakatapat. Pero ngayon talaga magtatapatan na nga itong mga players ito. Wala silang idea sa mga capabilities nila pag sila yung naglalaro. alam nila yung mga capabilities ng mga players na to dun sa mga nakalaban nila. Pero wala pa talaga silang first-hand experience kung ano ba yung feeling pag sila na yung kalaban natin. May times, for sure, I mean, feeling ko dumating talaga sa point na nagka-scrim na tong dalawang to eh. Diba? Dumating na siguro sa point yun na naglaban na to sa scrim. So at least nagkaroon sila ng idea ng mga stuff no, ano bang makakaya nilang gawin. Pero iba pa rin talaga kasi scrim yun. Scrim is just scrim. Hindi ginadjust ko, pero hindi ginadjust lang yun. Kasi dun yun yung time na pwede kayo mag-eksperimento eh. Na walang magja-judge. Na tinatry nyo lang kung gagana, kung baga, parang ganun. Kaya ka pwede nung i-hide yung match history pag pag custom eh, dahil sa mga ganung bagay. Pero yeah, dito naman sa players ng XERXIA though, all you gotta do is just continue the things that they're doing ever since nung kanina dun sa first game. Pero kung napapansin mo, parang muntik na tayong muntik nang maging pareho. Pero knowing na dalawang sentinel ang meron ng XERXIA, talagang napakaganda nito. Kasi pwedeng hati si Foxy at si Sushi Boys if ever. Pwedeng isa A, iba B. Pero knowing na Sentinel yan, talagang medyo mahihirapan ng mga players ngayon ng BME na mag-check ng flank.
I mean, surprise ako na
mag-flank pala, sorry.
Surprise ako na hindi nila ba si Sushi Boy yung chamber kasi for all it's worth na better to have a Cypher on Fracture, pero if you have the capability na makalipat ka kaagad na sa isang site sa mapa na kasing laki ng Fracture, me personally, I'd always take that chance compared to just, sige, alam ko nandyan na kayo guys. Mas malaki pa rin yung nandun ka mismo at that specific moment. Pero we've seen them play before in this composition. I feel like XERXIA, they can still take it away dito sa Fracture.
Lahat naman talaga pwede natin talagang gawin dito if ever ko ano ba talagang mga capabilities natin dito sa mapa na to. Pero tingnan natin if makakaisa pa ba ang BME o talagang tatapusin talaga to ng XERXIA. Pero mahaba pa ang oras, pwede pa sila maglaro-laro. Alam mo ba, it's been my dream na makapatay talaga na dyan sa mid ropes na yan na talaga makapatay ng isa, ng marami. Probably. Actually, nakapatay na ako ng isang beses. Pero gusto ko pa.
Nangyari na rin sa akin yun, pero ako yung nasa receiving end.
Same. Same. Ako yun, yung tipong alam mo yung tipong wala kang magawa. Wala kang magawa eh. Wala kang kalaban-laban, wala kang bawi. Hirap nun, men. Yung tipong pinaglaban mo, pero siya pa rin yung pinili niya. Hindi ikaw. Sakit nun. Nangyari na ba sa'yo yan?
Talaga? Ha?
Nangyari na ba sa'yo yan?
Ayun, nangyari na sa kanya bakit dati. Pero okay na ngayon.
Miya ka?
Hindi naman.
Kung ako, iyak ako sa ganun. Mababa lang luha ako.
Gano'ng kababa?
Low pare.
Grabe. Pero speaking of low, yung time natin na hindi nagda-drop low, which means umpisa pa lang tech pause na kagad.
Magandang pangitain. Pero it's a good thing na rin talaga ang BME. Tinan mo yung guns sila na binili talaga. Frenzy. Talagang pang rak-rakan na talaga eh, no? At saka if ever kung gagawin nila to, lalabanan nila ang XERXIA na malapitan. Gumagana ang frenzy sa malayuan pero the damage is not enough. Pero bago mo pa mapatay yung players dito ng XERXIA, patay ka na kasi naka-ghost sila. Ganun na din talaga eh. Kasi, like if ever you're gonna buy a gun, kailangan, alam mo kung paano mo lalabanan yung kalaban mo, malayuan ba or malapitan. If ever na frenzy ang gamit nyo, dapat yung posisyon nyo is malapit lang talaga. And you guys will be really aggressive if ever na talaga naka-frenzy kayo. And ngayon, and kung napapansin mo yung posisyon ng ngayon, ng BME ngayon, tama nga. Napaka-aggressive nila. Yung isa nandun sa may backside ng B. Hindi naman backside. Ang tawag dun, basta dun sa gilid ng B. Yung isa nandito lang sa may canteen. Yung isa sa may malapit lang sa may dun sa ropes ng towers.
Sa tower.
Kaya nakadepende na rin talaga if ever ko sa ba talaga yung pupunta. Pero mukhang ang XERXIA ata, they're gonna go here in A instead. And sino ba mga kalaban nila doon? Viper tsaka si ano lang, si Cypher.
Actually, gusto ko itong ginawa ni Foxes. Siya yung huling nag-rotate. Siya yung pinakalikod. Pwede niya iba to yung wall just in case may rotate na manggagaling-galing B. And he can stop the rotate from there.
Yeah, pero hopefully makaisa yung mga players dito ng XERXIA para syempre tapos na. Pero para ano na, para SBE namin. Hindi na natin sugar coat to kasi gusto talaga natin maparoon ng SBE ngayon na. Kaya sana XERXIA 2-0 nyo na. Pero itong mga players ngayon ng BM mukhang mabawi ata sila ngayon. Pero nga, Frostmind, we're gonna get that kill onto the Cypher of XERXIA, which is si Sushi Boys. Pero hindi sila babawi. Pero hindi pa talaga sila papabawi ngayon. Kailang gusto talaga nila makuha itong mga players para lang syempre talaga magkaroon sila ng advantage dun sa ating round number 2. Scary is in a really scary spot right now. Pwede siyang i-skillan dyan ng mga players ng BME pero importante talagang lamang na lamang ngayon ang side ng BME pero nga na-chup-chup na nawala na na-chup-chup na pero sabi nila Scary, I'm gonna shut you down instead, man. Scary, just that ghost. Pwede nang kunin sa Berserks dito. Sobrang open ng site mga kaibigan. Frenzy lang ang gamit ni Berserks. Lamang na lamang si Scary in terms of barrel dito. And Scary will gonna get that kill. And we'll take round number 1. Easy. I mean, hindi naman easy, pero medyo tumagal yung laban. Pero importante lang din talaga is nakakuha sila ng bawi. Pero, oh no! Babawian ng BME ang XERXIA. Ginawa nyo sa amin kanina, gagawin namin sa inyo ngayon. Magfo-force buy din kami. Grabe! Round number 2 pa lang, mga naka-Spectre na. May Stinger pa. Bahala na si Abatman, kumbaga.
Bahala na talaga, pero I mean, for the most part, maganda rin gawin siya sa Fracture kasi you have to capitalize on the multiple angles na ang daming corners na meron sa Fracture. If you have a Spectre, if you have a Stinger, you can get that advantage sa mga pushes na pwedeng gawin ng XERXIA this round. Pero yun nga lang, pag natalo yung Boom Esports dito sa round na to, iyak.
Sobrang iyak talaga with a double C. Pero, iyak yarn. Alam mo yung mga yarn? Yung mga blue yarn.
Alam yung mga yarn. Oo.
Oo. Wala lang, sure.
Camera taken out.
Pero ito na ngayon yung mga players ng BME, mga kaibigan. Wala pa idea ang XERXIA na na nag-force buy. Ang BME dito, kayang-kaya nilang ma-catch off guard ang XERXIA dito if ever. Pero makaka-drop sila ng matiwasay, mga kaibigan. Makakapasok sila sa A ng matiwasay ngayon. Napakagandang pangitain para sa side ng XERXIA, mga kaibigan. Ito nga, alam nila na nag-force buy ngayon ang BME, mga kaibigan. So they need to push everyone para siyempre makakuha dito ng enough angle, ng enough advantage lang din talaga para nga ng Crows. Diyos ko po, sumabog yung mukha ni Blaze King ngayon. Scary, another one right now. It's all up to Frostmind tsaka si Flips. Frostmind, meron siyang Spec. Flips, meron siyang Stinger. Kailangan mong lumapit dyan para talagang makakuha mo yung maximum damage ng Stinger dito. Pero yun nga lang, it's just the players of XERXIA. It's actually everywhere. If ever mapasok si Flips, oh no, kabuhang ka. Kasi talaga meron makakapag-trade sa'yo dyan. Pero Frostman will kill onto one right now. Kaya pa ba talaga pigilan ng XERXIA ito? Kailangan lumabas ng isa. Pero kung napapansin mo, mukhang out na lang ata ang BME dito.
Mukhang out na lang talaga. Save na lang nila yung Spectre sa Stinger sa binili nila.
It wasn't worth it. Next round,
wala silang kapera-pera. It wasn't worth it at all. Yung buy nila dito and on that distance. They're still gonna be winning that. XERXIA's gonna be able to get that. And significant advantage sa XERXIA dito. Foxes and Sushi Boys pwede sila mag-buy up ngayon in terms of just getting a Vandal. Pero hindi. Spectre pa rin sila. Pero sabi mo nga, napaka smooth sailing ang pagpasok nila dito sa site. Clean take, clean post plant, no worries for XERXIA. Next worry nila dito is the next round after. So for now, XERXIA, they can still be very creative sa playstyle nila. At least for this round.
Pero
Pero, pistols lang meron.
Tamang pistulan lang. Pero at least si Blaze meron
Pistolero.
sa Spectre dito, pero nga ng Blaze give again get that head. Pero ito lang ata ang pagbago ng appeal sa side ng BME mga kaibigan. Si Flips natin talaga ang gumagawa, pero nga Frostbite nakako sila isa with that frenzy though. Pero Frostbite tamang frenzy lang, pero sabi ni Crows, kung hindi tumatama sa Spectre ko, papatayin kita gamit ang klasiko. 2v3, meron silang, oh my god, si Flips naka-vandal pa. This is gonna be really scary round sa side ng Sersha kasi kayang-kaya nila makabangon, makabawi. It's all up to one. Scary with that spec. 1v3, that swing will be successful. Pero yung nga ng Blaze King, tamang off-angle play lang din talaga. And who's the best Astra now? Si YB. Shoutout nga pala kay Mr. James Magallanes, ang pinakamagaling mag-Astra sa buong mundo. Bakit mo naman yung nasabi, Phil? Kasi siya lang naman yung nag-Astra sa lahat ng friends ko. Kasi yung pinakamagaling, man. Siyempre, except siyempre magaling sila Borco, magaling sila, sila Chris Brown. Magaling yung mga yun, man.
Galing talaga.
Magaling si YB.
Concede. Shoutouts kay Boss YB na nandyan ngayon.
Pero tingnan natin kung makakabawi pa ba ang search sa pagkatalo nila. Pero pwede. Naka-vandal na sila eh. Blowing na sila yung pumili na mapa na to. Pero sabi ng BME, hindi pre. Map pickers to. Tingnan natin kung mangyayari ba yan. Pero ito nga. Napakabilis ng game kanina, pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng Sersha going in already. Pero Frostmind, maganda yung position dito para ito lang ang kalampag ng papang nilalabas ngayon ni Close mga kaibigan. Pero nasa ng AD at all, nasa Frostmind is nasa likod lang nila. Pero nagbabalik na talaga siya, waiting for the perfect timing na para mag-flank siya. Pero ngayon nga lang sabi ni Sushi Boys, anong ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? We'll actually take down Frostmind, pero nga ng Flips will get one as well. Pero Flips, natamaan siya ng Conquest dito, natamaan siya ng Faultline, pero para siya makakabawi if ever. Berserks with that Roomba though. Kinakabahan ngayon yung mga players ng Sersha kasi baka kasi makuha nila yung mga players na pero yung alam Berserks. We're gonna get that head. Fox even another one. Blaze King, the only man remaining 3v1. Ipupush pa ba ni Blaze King to? Pwede kasi may pera siya, pero pwedeng hindi rin para syempre para makapag-drop pa siya. Probably hindi na rin talaga siguro. Tamang exit frag na lang din talaga. 3-1 in favor of XERXIA. Oh my god, BME ano na? Time!
Ano na ba talaga? Blaze King na lang. With his Vandal, yun na lang ang pampalubag loob going into the next round. I mean, sure, may pera na yung ibang members ng Boom Esports, pero the momentum ng XERXIA still can be felt here. And it's like yung Boom Esports, hindi sila nakagkaroon ng mas maraming wins sa Fracture kumpara sa XERXIA. Kasi basang-basa na XERXIA kung paano maglaro yung Boom Esports.
Kumbaga,
as simple as that.
Kumbaga parang sinasabi, I read you like a book! Diba? May ganun na ba? I read you like. Sino sabi nun? Si sa Sentinel. Pero sana makabawi sila kahit papano.
Sana makabawi kahit papano.
Yeah.
Sana magkaintindihan
pero ito
na ang
Boom
Esports kung paano maglaro.
Yeah. Anong klaseng pagkakaintindihan ang kailangan nilang gawin dito mga kaibigan? Pero ito na nga yung mga players ngayon ng Sersha. Walking slowly towards Dish. Blaze King. Siya ang pwede makakuha dito. Pareho sila naka-Vandal though. RGX versus River and datingan pero Tebotol. Fault lines set already. Here in this point of the map right now dito sa may bench.
Here.
Op! Magkakita na nga sila. Ito na yung fault lines pero hindi natamaan! Na sidestep! Sinidestep ni Surf mga kaibigan! Napaka-basic na galaw. Nakita na yung fault lines. What to do? Sidestep ka lang boy! Kumbaga nag-end one lang si Surf dito mga kaibigan para hindi pa siya nag-dash.
Grabe talaga. It's now down to least right now. It's a 4v4. Still doable for Boom Esports.
You will not kill my allies.
Pero naka-free rest pa kay Scary.
Pero,
30 seconds left.
let's see if ever talaga makakuha pa yung mga players dito ng BME mga kaibigan. Medyo slow push na talaga yung ginagawa dito. Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Plus that wall na meron dito si Sage. Pero nga, the Surf will be taken down to the hands of Flips. Getting that Vandal and they know exactly kung nasan si Flips ngayon. Pero wala nang smoke at all ang side ng BME. Well, Sorry, joke lang. Andiyan pa naman si Blaze King. Pero yun nga, maganda
Off angle.
ni Foxy dito. Diyos ko po, tamang off angle lang din talaga. Getting that verticality for his own good. Blaze King at saka si kaibigan Tebotol ang natitira dito. 4v2. Kaya pa ba nila to? Blaze King, ano ba? Magsisave ka na lang ba? Tebotol? Man, kailangan mong mamatay dito, pre. Kailangan mong mamatay, pre. Hindi ba, playing close siya if ever. Pero ang talagang it's just that exit frags na lang talaga ang gusto na dito, pero sana makakuha siya ng isa daw. Pero yung nga lang, Blaze King, oh no, ito mga sushi boys na kayo siya, anong ginagawa mo dyan boy? Pero gusto ko, Blaze King, akala mo makakuha ka ng isa, pero sabi ni Scary, hindi! Nope!
Nope talaga. Unfortunate para sa Boom Esports. May pera na sila going into this round. Lahat sila magkakaroon ng proper vandals. Operator pa nga sa kamay ni Berserks, pero a little too late. Be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Pero ito, direct, meron akong request sa'yo. Meron akong ginawa, in-auto level ko, ito na yun. Sabihin mo kung ano mas maganda. Ayun lang. Meron akong sinabi kay Direct tungkol sa aking mikropono. Kasi hindi ko alam kasi mas magandang broadcast-wise eh. Kung yung kaninang preset ko ba o ngayon eh. Ngayon, in-automatic ko na lang eh. Bahala na si Batman kung paano isi-set eh. Pero ito na.
Eto na. Magbabalik na si Evil, pero ito na rin yung Boom Esports. Medyo worthless yung Snake Pit. Viper Spit na binato as Sushi Boy takes down Blaze King. Yung Viper Spit all the way on over to A side CT spawn. Alin ba dyan talaga yung CT spawn? Over at A main, dun sila manggagaling. And free take para sa XERXIA and still walang sagot yung Boom Esports as Sushi Boys takes down Tebotol. Make it a 5v3. Berserks, Frostmine, and Flips Jitter have to make do with the weapons that they have at magsisave na lang sila.
Talagang save lang talaga yung gagawin nila dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, yung XERXIA talaga, they're just literally all over the place. And they can't actually do anything dito sa side ng BME, man. Parang talagang gigil na gigil ang XERXIA talaga ngayon. Talagang mapanalo itong match na to na parang welcome sa inyo mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo yun, no, talagang totoo talaga eh. Na hindi pa naglalaban to sa buong VCT, no? Ilang beses natin sila nakikita. Ilang beses sila talaga nagka-qualify sa mga ganitong klaseng stage. Pero never pa sila nagkaharap. Ito lang talaga yung first time. Medyo nakakabaliw isipin kasi hindi mo inaakalang ganun lang nangyari. Pero kapatid, totoo yun. Weird, no?
Sobrang weird. Sobrang weird talaga. Isa talaga may mga bagay na hindi mo naiintindihan yung mga pangyayari pero it still happens. Pero for the most part, XERXIA comfortable in this game. 5-1 lead.
But, ito na ngayon. Mukhang babawi na ata ang kaibigan natin ngayon, mga kaibigan. Tignan natin if makakaisa pa ba ang BME. Pero ang problema lang din talaga is wala silang pera. Pera ang kalaban nila, pero saan na makabawi sila?
Right there.
Pero ano yung mga gagawin nilang steps para syempre makakuha lang dito ng panalo? I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do. And all you're gonna do is win. No matter what.
No matter what, pero pistols ang meron yung BME here for the most part. Si Frostmine nawala pa siya. So nabuwasan pa sila ng isa pang weapon. It's hard to win no matter what. Aside ng Boom Esports. XERXIA, komportable sila sa mapa.
Chill lang sila. Tinan mo, Blaze King. Parang basic. Ito. Ladies and gentlemen, hear me. BME, meron silang fundamentals. Oo, totoo yun. Napaka-solid ng fundamentals ng BME. Pero saan ba sila natatalo? Sa gun duels lang. Sa duelo. Sa pabilisan ng daliri, doon sila nagkakaroon ng problema. And, wala na talaga silang magawa. It's just, for the side of XERXIA, literal mid. They're literally all over the place. Wala man lang nagbabantay ng spike eh. Dahil sila pakialam eh.
I mean, anong plant? Baril na lang. Let's just eliminate Boom Esports. You know, may sinabi mo, may fundamentals si Boom Esports. Pero mas well-rounded yung XERXIA eh. They have the fundamentals, they have the experience playing on an international stage. They have
they have the capabilities to carry it over. And kahit na mag-timeout yung Boom Esports dito na try nilang isipin kung paano mag-play out yung attacking side ng XERXIA, once na mag-switch over tayo sa defending side, lalong mahihirapan yung Boom Esports.
Mahihirapan sila ng sobra, kaibigan. Pero ito, tamang time out dito sa side ng BME. Kailangan nila makabawi dito kahit papano kasi it's just XERXIA. No-overwhelm sila. Backstab, meron. Harap-harapan, meron. Be aggressive, yes. Tinry ng BME magpa-aggressive, natalo sila. Tinry nila ng pa-slow push, natalo sila. Tinry nila na gumamit ng mga pocket strategies pero natalo pa rin sila. Ano ang kailangan nilang gawin para makabawi ngayon? Men, hindi ko rin alam. Hindi naman ako naglalaro eh.
Sila naman yung naglalaro dito, mas alam nila yung laro eh. So going into this round at the very least. Boom Esports, half armor, utility scattered here and there. Pero do they have the strats to go up against this? Obviously not, kasi look at this. A side completely given away. Walang katawa-tawa sa kanila. And if manotice nila yung traps, pero Frost, notice nila yung mga traps, there's gonna be something, pero Frost might already taking down Foxy, already a big factor for that, pero they will get the plant down. And Boom Esports, they are gonna be playing for a retake. Have the man advantage here, 5v4. But in terms of positioning, yung post-plants, medyo nagsiset up na yung XERXIA. And they can play just around the fact na ang daming angulo dito sa A. Ang daming ng off-angle. And ito na yung Cosmic Divide na ibabato ng Boom Esports potentially to get a safer chance to get into this. Here comes the Rolling Thunder as well as the Showstopper na binato na kagad ng Boom Esports. For that, it's down to a 2v1, v4 actually. Surf na mag-isa and it's highly unlikely that he'll be able to clutch this. 2-6 scoreline for Boom Esports. Finally, after a while, nakakuha silang point.
Napakagandang decision dito sa side ng XERXIA talaga na makakuha sila ng napakagandang decision dito sa side ng BME na nakapag-timeout sila. And ang problema lang din talaga, nanalo ang BME nang meron silang ultimate. Dalawang ultimate ang nabato nila to. They got Table tsaka yung kay Berserks. Tsaka kay Blaze King ba? Mukha. Pero paano manalo ngayon na walang ultimate? Yun yung next struggle ng BME.
How to capitalize on this? Yung pera ng XERXIA, sobrang komportable pa nila going into 3 rounds at the very least. Ang hirap ng pwesto ng Boom Esports. Pero it's still possible na magka 6-6 scoreline.
Here.
Now, with a minute left, mukhang still A yung nais nilang puntahan dito.
Yeah.
And they should be able to get this planted.
Yeah, we're gonna see that if ever talaga magiging successful yung take ngayon ng search ng mga kaibigan or makakawin pa ba ang BME. Pero importante lang din talaga is nakapag-spike planted na rin sila. Pero Frostmind, yes, all the way dito lang sa may drop. Nakasama mo si Pips mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, meron ba silang idea? I think wala. And now after that Snakebite, I think they have an idea na kung nasa yung mga players ngayon ng BME. Wala pa rin talaga nagkakaputo, wala pa nagbabawas. Pero ito na si Chris mga kaibigan with that flash. Natama na kayo isa, pero ito pa with that Rolling Thunder onto the side of Coast, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Berserk nakakuha siya ng isa dito. Pushing into a 3-4 situation right now. Flips naka isa pa nga, pero Flips medyo delikado na talaga siya kasi Sushi Boys and Scary is inside already. Tebotol, the all-my remaining. The clock is ticking and wala ng oras si kaibigan Tebotol. Tamang extra frag lang talaga. Pero puro extra frag ang nagagawa mo. Pero wala naman kayong puntos, men. It's not all about the kills. It's all about the rounds na nakukuha nyo.
All about the rounds talaga. I mean, XERXIA getting that round off of them. Again, napunta yung Boom Esports sa bad spot in terms of their economy. Wala silang masyadong weapons going into this. Pag ito naging 2-10 scoreline,
no match.
Yeah, it's game over definitely for Boom Esports.
Yeah.
Sagad na sagad yung pera, sagad na sagad yung utilities na meron yung Boom Esports ngayon.
Oh. Pero ito, round number 10. Marami na matapos yung first half, mga kaibigan. 3 rounds pa, pero nga ng Surf! Op! 3 rounds pa, pero nga ng Surf! 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 3 rounds pa, pero Perfect execution, pero kung napapansin mo, nandun pa si Frostmine. Pero yun nga lang, it's just yung mga position na rin talaga. Dalawa sila dun sa dish. Pero nga lang, Berserks, meron siya pain shots doon. Nakita na nga ni isa mga kanil, pero Diyos ko po. Berserks with a kill on to Surf right now, pero that is the push coming in from BME, stopping the win of XERXIA again. Pushing it a 1v1, Breach versus Breach. Pero sino ang Breach na peke? Ang dami mong dada.
Ito na, B-side pa nga pinuntahan ni Crows. Yeah, definitely gonna have the upper hand. It does not have the Rolling Thunder, pero if you can get to a good spot, kung mahuhuli niya si Tebotol. Will he does. XERXIA still gets that round, Crows. Beautiful round from him. Beautiful play from him as well.
Beautiful. Napaka-beautiful talagang ginagawa dito ng mga kaibigan natin ngayon. Pero mahirap din kasi if ever talaga hindi nag-work lang din talaga yung mga yung mga bagay na pinlano natin kasi it's just for the players of for the players of XERXIA. I mean, sobrang tama na talaga na pinili na itong mapa na to. Kasi talagang sobrang nagsha-shine sila. Shine bright like a diamond!
The Blaze King will not be able to secure a tap, a surf. And again, it's the same story. Walang kagamit-gamit yung Boom Esports. This round should go to the side of XERXIA Esports. Pero, I mean, going to the next round, malalaman natin kung may 9-3 curse. Pwede mangyari. Tebotol getting that easy kill kay Crows. Okay, they get a Vandal off of that, and Frostmine gets Foxes as well. So talagang doable na to para sa Boom Esports. Scary takes down Berserk, flips Jitter, takes down Scary. 2v3 na kagad, make it 2v2. Frostmine na lang mag-isa. Surf! Getting that 4K!
Ang pagbango ng api ng hindi pala inapi ang XERXIA pero wala. Men, what is happening sa BME? Sila na talaga ang Indonesian Slayer, mga kaibigan.
Cage trigger.
Sila na in shows. And again, Surf is isolating the angles.
Wala silang idea kung nasan ba ang side ng BME dito. Wala silang idea kung nasan ba yung XERXIA. Paikot-ikot lang sila and tama lang talaga na ito yung mapang pinili nila. Kasi kung ito yung mapang pinili, syempre matik, talagang gets mo na to, talagang you're gonna really have that advantage. Kasi hindi ka naman pipili ng mapa na alam mong tagilid ka. Kaya nga pinili mo siya kasi alam mong siya na. Pero flips. Di ba na pala yun, sorry.
Tama lang.
Tama lang talaga, parang siya, laging tama.
Pinili mo siya kasi alam mong siya na. Alam mo. Pero nakaabang si Berserk, double peek and will take down Scary. Rolling Thunder is gonna be used up aggressively para lang magkaroon sila ng space. Sa 3v4, medyo hiwalay pero may lurk si Surf na nagaganap dito. Crows will get taken down. Spike is also on their side. Surf falls down. Mukhang ito na ang number 3. Sa side ng BME. Depende lang kay Sushi Boys if you can clutch this. All the way at B.
Dami nagtatanong kung magbabarong ako. Teka lang, hindi pa nabuburol. Nasa morgue pa lang.
Easy lang.
Eto na. Oh my God! Kaibigan Jet! I mean, Nomad!
Kaibigan Ja. Steam.
9-3! 9-3 curse? Ito na ba yun?
Question mark.
Lamang yarn?
Pero also not the group stages, nakita natin yung 9-3 scoreline na lumalabas pero wala namang curse na nagaganap. Tingnan natin sa XERXIA on this pistol round kung masisira nila yung the curse still.
Ano ang mas solid? Ray curse?
O 9-3 curse?
Ang 9-3 curse.
Man, I'm inclined to feel and say...
Pareho lang yun eh.
Hindi eh.
Parang pareho lang. Kasi
natin si 9-3 at least dire-diretso siya, di ba?
Omsimation pare.
Yung Ray Rakers may kasamang tech pause in between eh. Shoutouts kay Ray.
Oo. Bayani ng Tagalog. Pero Sarap tignan, halftime pause. Siyempre, kailangan din ng pause, di ba? Pause muna. Kumbaga sa basketball, ito yung mga time na magsasayawan yung mga cheerleaders. At ito yung mga time na kami sa court, nag-ano kami, nagtatambol na kami ng halftime. Ba't di ka na ganun? Ba't di ka nagbanda, ano?
Nag-try. Pero nung nalaman ko magpapakalbo, wag na lang.
Talaga? Kailangan bang magpakalbo sa Anima Squad?
Oo, kailangan.
Talaga? Buti pa sa amin hindi. Ayaw nga pala! Shoutout nga pala sa presidente ng banda ng San Beda na si Mr. Red.
Ay, oo.
Kapal na mukha, no?
Hanggang dito, tumatambol pa rin.
Oo, men. Nakakamiss pumalo, men. Oo, nainis si Red yung papaluin.
Pwede naman.
Ano, Red? Papower band ba ako sa chan mo? Pero,
Cage triggered.
Alam mo, pag banda ka, alam mo yung beats ng other schools. Yun yung maganda eh. Kaya if ever like kunyari, yun, taga-beda ako, di ba? Tapos biglang sinabi sa akin ng taga-ibang school. Vil, correcte ka ano? Sige.
Hindi dahil sa Tridor ka, pero dahil sa alam mo lang, pero alam ni Berserk na dun si Surf. Nakaabang and Foxy. Get the initial kill 4v4, nakaganyan yung scoreline natin. Yung standing D scoreline. Pero yung mga tao na natitira. For the most part, XERXIA napipigilan nila yung push. And for now, big rotation. Already inside the side si Flips Jitter. All the way at A. Sushi Boys nakaabang lang sa corner. Kung mawari, wala siya doon.
Kunyari lang, pero wala naman talaga. Pero ito. 4v4 onto this game right now. Walang lamang. Pareho silang lamang. Pero yung nga, nakikita natin si Blaze King. Planted the spike already. This is gonna be the 9 triggers talagang inaantay natin or talagang tatapusin na to ng XERXIA. Pero it's just the utilities lang din talaga ng mga players kaya nilalapag din nila. Plus that Goomba pa lang syempre makakuha pa sila ng tamang zone, ng tamang place pala din talaga. Pero wala na akong makita sa side! Puro ecoms na! Diyos ko po! May green na, may purple na, may puti pa!
Halo-halo na, pero halo-halo na rin yung kill sa side ng Boom Esports as they secure the first round in the half. 4-9 ang ating scoreline and unti-unting bumabangon yung Boom Esports against XERXIA.
Ito na ang pagbangon ng BME. Tinalo nyo kami kanina pero ngayon babawi kami. Kaya nga may tinatawag na 9 triggers eh. Mas pipiliin mo na lang mag 2-10 kaysa mag 9-3. Kasi mas winnable pa ang 2-10 kaysa sa 9-3.
Sa 8-8-4 nga lang okay na eh.
Totoo yun! Mas winnable ang 2-10 kaysa sa 9-3. Kaya mag 2-10.
No.
Pero, no. Pero, hindi nagkakatawa ng mga players sa akin. Pero Diyos ko po si Berserk, sinampal ng Bulldog. Si Surf ngayon, ganito maglinis. Kumbaga, pero scary! With that Marshall, pero na-flash siya ngayon, pero wala siyang dash. Kasi Astra siya. 4v3 onto these players right now. 1 minute 20 seconds left. Hindi pa na napapalit yung spike. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo nagiging super aggressive ata yung mga players ngayon ni XERXIA. Pushing A-main na agad. Pero hanggang saan ba sila mapupunta? Maganda yung posisyon ng tripwire dito ni Cypher though. Kailangan muna nilang sirain yan bago maka-advance. Pero ang BME nag-aantay na. Sushi Boys, low on HP with just that classic on hand. At alam naman nila na walang magagawa Sushi Boys dito. Kaya out na lang sila. Sige, papalitan namin ng spike. Makakakuha ba sila ng ano dito? Makakakuha ba sila ng bawi kahit konti? Makakakuha ba siya ng kill? Pero kung napapansin mo, I really love the discipline na ginawa ng BME dito. Na alam naman nila na 4v1 yan, na classic lang ang gamit dito ni Sushi Boys, pero hindi na sila nagmaasim. Ang ginawa lang nila, nag-stick lang sila sa objectives dito, which is the smartest thing to do. Kasi if ever lang talaga na alam mong lamang ka na, huwag ka na magmaasim. Secure the win already. Plus 300 din yan, baby boy.
Yes, sir. And then now na may guns na yung XERXIA, di ko sure kung magbabago ihip ng hangin kasi yung Boom Esports mukhang nakikita na natin na yung dahilan ko bakit sa kanila itong mapa na to. Hindi lang nila nakuha yung attacking side. Mukhang may mga strats set yung Boom Esports. Definitely they do, pero si Scary jump scare dyan sa Gedli. He's stunned up pero wala siyang laban kay Tebotol on that Spectre, pero they get a little bit more information na, uy, si Surf nandito rin. Ingat tayo guys. Fully blinded, nag-jump pick pa nga si Tebotol pero not gonna be following through. Napalingon na lang ulit pero wala na siya magagawa. Crows nakaabang sa taas ng hagdanan pero hindi siya makikita ng Boom Esports kasi naglilipat na sila ng pwesto. FoxZ nakaabang kay Flips Dither. He does get the kill. Gets the res. And will that capitalize into something? No, Crows will get taken down. It's down to a 2v3 pero FoxZ and Sushi Boy, they can do this themselves. They've been in this situation before in this 2v3.
Look at the position of Tebotol. Ito yung pinaka-dangerous na position dito eh. Kailangan muna nilang mapatay si Tebotol. Pero hindi. Nagmamamba out siya. Maganda yung position nila dito ngayon. Dalawa dito sa may taas. Isa sa baba. Pero Foxy, he knows it already. Peeker's advantage lang din talaga. Typans siya eh!
At yung scoreline natin ay 6-9.
Nice!
Nice.
Sorry guys kung hindi ako makapaggaralgal na masyado ng boses kasi sa atin sa nilalamunan ko.
Saka baka masira din kasi yung bagong microphone mo.
Anyway, dapat nga SM7B. Mahal eh.
Hindi, sana all.
Benta ko yung ano ko. Benta ko dito. Account ko. Benta ko yung mga Smurf. Joke lang. Joke lang.
Walang ganon.
Ano ka ba? Siyempre, dito tayo sa Filipino broadcast. Jokers tayo eh. Pero, amid 20 seconds left in the clock right now, kung napapansin natin ngayon sa search ng mga kaibigan, they're actually really struggling kung paano makabawi dito sa ginagawa ng BME. And finally, nung nag-switch sila, and nung nag-force buy sila, at least nagkaroon sila ng parang bawi lang din talaga. Nagkaroon sila ng palaro sa first half, pero dito sa second half, tinutuloy-tuloy na nila. Sa search naman, ano yung pinakamagandang turning point nila? Para lang syempre makakuha dito ng kahit isang round lang din talaga dito sa BME kasi hindi pa sila nakakapuntos. And baka manalo pa ang XERXIA ngayon, baka manalo pa ang BME ngayon kasi wala namang pera ang XERXIA. Just tira mo, naka-ano lang sila. Naka-shirap lang talaga sila, man. So medyo mahirap lang din talaga. And, oh my God! Oh my God! Diyos ko po, FoxZ! Muntik nang maaisa kay Tebotol dito! Okay. Maganda yun. Magandang simula yun para sa XERXIA. Okay. Magandang simula yun sa XERXIA, guys! At least nagkakaroon sila ng momentum kahit papano. Tignan mo yung ginawa niyo pa. Diyos ko po! Men! Ginawa niyang isaw!
Ginawa niyang range, pre. Unfortunate na nag-line up sila doon. I mean, okay, all things considered, Boom Esports pa rin nakakuha na round, pero nakapag-warm up si FoxZ doon, man. Ngayon na naka-full weapons yung XERXIA. Again, baka magbagong ihip ng hangin. Forced to get out. Oo, pre.
Ito naman ngayon. Meron ng operation ang side ng XERXIA ngayon. So, pwede na sila makapagbawi dito kahit pa paano if ever. Pero kung napapansin si Scary, ang ginagawa nila is nakikinig lang din talaga. Pero ito, tamang chup-chup lang din talaga. Pero Diyos ko po, nakuha pa ni Scary yung isa.
At hindi pa siya na-follow through, man.
Walang sumilip sa kanya. Pero ito, Flip. Alam nila kung nasan dito si Flip, mga kaibigan. Pero si Scary, take it down 2 already. Trying to go over the third one though, pero aftershock, not gonna tag anyone, medyo malayo yan. Kapatid, pero nga, Scary, tamang potchas natin talaga, tamang jiggle pick lang kumbaga. Pero ngayon, FoxZ, we're gonna take down Tebotol through that wall. Tulad nga na sabi ni parang Asuray, mga kaibigan, kung sa kanya sabi niya bangable, sa amin hindi. Wangable sa amin.
And ito, scary unpunished. Oh, sige na dahil sa gravity well hindi nag-push out. Pero at least naman may time pa yun para at least mag-push out sila. Get that little bit of a peek para makita si Scary. Try to challenge him pero no challenge at all. Iniwan nila sa ere yung kakampi nila, men. Literally. Iniwan nila sa ere si Berserks.
Grabe ka naman.
Siya nagawa.
Grabe ka naman, Riot Vanguard. Mainit.
Oo.
Masyado kang mainit, Riot Vanguard. Iba ka.
Ibang-iba.
Oo.
Pero ibang-iba na rin ang ihip ng hangin. 10-7 for XERXIA.
Malamig na.
Yung simoy ng hangin sa kanila ay lumalamig na. And XERXIA, man, after that round, definitely mapapaslow down yung Boom Esports. Kita-kita naman natin sa playstyle nila ngayon, no? Split push.
Na-outplay sila eh. Na-outplay sila ng matindi. Pero yun nga, they're gonna go here and B. Pero kung napapansin mo talaga, nagbabatala din talaga yung mga players ngayon ng XERXIA kung saan talaga papasok dito yung mga players ng DME. Pero ito lang yung si Surf. Mga kaibigan, wala siya nakita isa. Pero that is the showstopper na labas ni Berserk kasi if ever makakobo sila isa dito. Pero nga, medyo delikado ngayon si Surf kasi if ever na talaga. Oh my God! Tamang dash out lang. Pero walang nagkapatayan sa mga players natin ngayon. Crows. Waiting for that fault line though. Tebotol together with Frostmind. Inaantay nila yung mga players ngayon ng XERXIA kung saan ba talaga papasok kasi sila talaga yung magpapamess up with the possessions of XERXIA rin talaga. Pero nga 4v3 onto this game right now. Kung napapansin natin si Scary tsaka si Crows, super low on HP. Flips, nalusaw si Crows ngayon pero it's just up to Surf tsaka si Scary. Meron pa siyang operator. Back out pa rin. Out na tayo. Ang mangyayari dito, nakahatian na nga ng mundo. Marami silang na-commit. Ganun na lang din talaga. Pero wala na silang showstopper. Wala na silang Viper Spit sa side ng BME. Pero kahit anong mangyari, winnable pa rin to. Tebotol with that peak, not gonna be able to take down. Serve na lang din talaga pero they're actually really trying to be aggressive right now. Ayaw talaga nilang operator na pero wala silang oras.
For the first time in forever, dehado yung XERXIA dito, Vil.
Omsim. Nag-refresh lang ako.
Force buy yung XERXIA. Wala silang pera going into the next round. This is the last gun round for them as far as they're concerned. Kung natalo pa sila dito, Boom Esports may just be able to get that 10-10 score line. Maybe.
Sabi ni PPGL, Ray, please leave. We don't want game 3.
Hindi kami yun, ha?
Masyado kang mainit, PPGL. Pinapalis mo si Ray, man.
Wala kami sinasabi, Ray, ha? PPGL na mismo nasabi.
Mainit!
We're going into this. Scary whiffing that shot kay Flips Jither. Delicates. Sobrang delicates sa XERXIA. They're split. It's a 2-2 split for XERXIA Esports and they will have to face this potential push sa B na pwedeng mangyari anytime. The Cosmic Divide din na pwedeng ibato at any given time sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero si Surf, naka-operator nga pala. Nakalimutan natin yung fact na yun.
Sino kaya ang lalaban niya? Pero yung alam, wala siya natamaan dito kahit isa. Pero yung alam, Crows pushing in already. Nakakita ng isa dito. Pero flip side, we're gonna be down as well. But this is gonna be a 4v3 situation lang din talaga sa mga players natin ngayon. Sushi Boys trying to cut off these players natin na pumapasok. Pero nga, it's all up to Frostmind. Mag-isa na lang siya. Meron pa siyang neural theft do. Pero at the end of the day, sa 4v1. Pero sabi ni Crows, ginagawa mo dyan kapatid. 11-8. And meron pa namang pera ang BME kahit papano. Okay lang yan. Makakabawi pa sila. Actually, kahit panalo pa rin ng ano dito ang XERXIA is meron pa rin pera ang BME. Ito yung maganda sa kanila. Wala silang problema sa pera.
Yes. I mean, kahit na mag-match point yung XERXIA, may pera pa rin yung Boom Esports para mag-buy, barely getting the buys. Pero it's important na makuha nila to. Kasi if XERXIA wins this, they may just carry it over to a 13-8 scoreline. Not something that Boom Esports wants to happen kasi gusto nilang manatili sa upper bracket. Gusto nilang manatili yung mag-maintain yung undefeated streak nila. I mean, nag-drop na sila naman pero syempre series win yung habol ng Boom Esports dito. Pero is that possible sa lineup ng XERXIA ngayon? It's 50-50 for me.
50-50 pa rin talaga. Pero shoutout nga pala kay Dedomax07. Yan, shoutout sa'yo kapatid sa Twitch. Pero ito na ngayon ng pagbangon ng XERXIA, mga kaibigan. Dalawa na lang talaga ang kailangan nila and it's over. It's over 2-0. Pero Foxy, tamang slow orb lang din na papunta dito sa may tower. Pero Diyos ko po, Cruz, nakakongkas na nga yung isa. Pero that is the swing ng BM. Cruz! That flag na, ano pa nga? Na-flash pa nga dito si Frostbite. Frostbite, anong gagawin mo, kapatid?
Spike down, B.
2v2.
Wala yung gagawin niya, swing through, pre.
Man, nakapatay pa talaga si Frostbite dito. Napakagandang ginawa niya doon. Pero, Sushi Boys, siya ang mag-anchor dito because si Surf
Spike planted.
naka-off siya, pero ngayon, they're gonna go here in A instead. Nagkahatian na nga ng mundo, walang idea ang Surf siya ngayon kung nasa ba talaga, pero nga lang, alam na ni Surf kung ano bang ginagawa dito ng BME, pero nga lang, Devotol! Easy kills! Easy heads na ginawa ng BME, and ito ngayon ang problema ng XERXIA. Pag natalo sila dito, pera ang kalaban nila.
Yep. You know, yung ginawa ni Frostmind, man. Mamamatay na siya. Alam na niya mamamatay siya. Might as well try to challenge. Wala siya no choice eh. He challenged, got a kill, made it easier for his team to get that round. 9-11. Never forget na yung Boom Esports undefeated dito and they had a lot of map wins on Fracture. And it's showing na naiintindihan nila at least yung attacking side sa Fracture. Nahihirapan sila sa defending side kanina pero things are different now. XERXIA naman yung nahihirapan on the defending side. And for the most part, di nila kayang i-shut down yung potential B-take na mangyayari dito kasi Tebotol has that Rolling Thunder. He can clear out the site quite easily for his team. And XERXIA, they're playing together as a team. Kita-kita mo yung minimap natin over at B. Tatlo silang gumagalaw, magkakasama para lang magka-refragan. Pero ayan na, Surf. Will he get a refrag? Frostmind yung makakuha na refrag. Not gonna get the res though, pero mapipigilan nila yung push kahit papano. Slowing it down just a bit. And that's a good kill onto Flip Jitter as well. No more lurk, and that is the neural theft para makuha yung information. That's everything that XERXIA needs is a 3v4, Vil.
And he knows exactly kung nasan ba ngayon ang BME. Pero Blaze King, wala pa rotation na nangyayari pero maganda ang position dito na Sushi Boys. Kaya niya ma-cut off yung mga players sa papasok dito sa may B. Pero ang importante is meron pa naman silang Rolling Thunder. Napaka-importante na itong ultimate na to sa pagkuha ng win na to. Pero nga lang, Rose! Shutting down 1, shutting down 2! Trying to win a third, pero sabi ni Tebotol hindi. Pero 1v3 to! And XERXIA is at a match point already.
So na lang kailangan nila and this series is over. For BME, barely may pera sila. Half buys there. Finally, they understood how to hold down the defense here. Hold down the sides here. It's all down to the anchoring kay Crows, getting that 2K. So kung di niya na-take down si Blaze King sa si Frostmind, pwede pa makuha ng BME yung round.
Hindi na. XERXIA na to. Pusin mo na, Nomad.
Hindi, kanina kasi, kung sakali kasi. Hindi ba yan?
Sorry, Akin! Sorry!
Okay lang. Sana napapakinggan ako.
Hindi ka ba napakinggan?
Oo eh.
Sorry.
12-9. Okay lang.
Kamusta naman kayo?
Okay lang naman.
Sama-sama tayo papuntang B. Ay, A pala, sorry.
Sayang, okay na sana eh.
Lahat sila nakalambitin mga kaibigan. ano muna sila? May nag-enchanted muna sila.
Oo, man.
Saktong Star City lang mga kaibigan, pero eto na. Hindi to ina-expect ng XERXIA kasi lahat ng players magdadrop na talaga. Berserks with a double satchel. Papasok na lang dito pero yung nakita ni Sushi Boys! Na-tripwire pa nga si Berserks! Kalungkutan! Kahirapan! Pero importante, na-plant na yung spike. Pero ito lang pag nagpapalang ginawa dito na Tebotol mga kaibigan, nakaisa pa nga pero Diyos ko, padelikado siya ngayon kasi talaga ito lang yung pagpasok ngayon ng mga players ng XERXIA. Pero si Cross, magandang posisyon niya. Meron siyang Rolling Thunder. Pwede siyang bumawi dito. Pero ito na kayo mga kaibigan. Ito rin si Cross. Pero Diyos ko ba si Franz? Pa rin nakakuha ng kill dito. 1v3. Foxy. One more kill for that Res, pero kaya pa ba? Are you gonna clutch this or not though? Pero nga ng Foxy, kalmado lang talaga mga players ngayon ng BME mga kabir, pero eto na yung spot! Oh no! Sobrang ganda ng wall! Ang ganda ng wall! Pero Flips, with that swing, ang ganda ng wall! Kasi kailangan mo munang 3 bloke para para mabasag yun.
4 men. 4 na buong bloke yung nakatapat sa kanya. Yung ano lang doon, yung timing na kung saan nanggaling si Flips Jitter, wala lang. Kung medyo napalayo pa ng onte. Kung napalayo lang ng onte, yun na sana. Pero gusto ko rin sana i-point out ang ganda na ng Rolling Thunder na binato ni Crows. Si Flips Jitter nahuli, pero hindi na-capitalize si Crows yung kill eh. Plus, added to the fact na if ever na, sige, nanalo yung XERXIA dun sa duel na yun, si Tebotol nag-ano rin siya eh. Nag-lurk din siya, nag-wrap around siya from drop papunta dun sa likod nila eh.
Oh no! Tingnan mo ito, Nomad. Time out sila. Walang pera ang XERXIA. Oh no, kalungkutan to. Men, delikado ang mga players ng XERXIA ngayon.
Delicates ang XERXIA. Oh, ano ba yung pwede mangyari dito? Get that buy kay Surf.
Tingnan natin kung saan sila nakasabit sa invisible rope, pare.
Sana ano no? Ginawa nila ng sa bagay,
yung kaliwang kanan, yung hawak nila yun.
Oo. Hindi, kasi yung ano lang, pag hawak nila yung rifle, paano yun?
Oo.
I will find.
Hindi ko na po problemahin yun, man.
No, same. Pero, mga XERXIA, they're playing for the win. Half buy lang kay Crows and Sushi Boys. Pistols lang for Fox, Z, Surf, and Scary.
Alam mo, pre, marami nagtatanong, bakit pa daw kasi PaperX ang kalaban ng SBE? Pare, feels. Same feels, pare. Bakit pa, di ba? Ang dami-daming pwedeng kalabanin, PaperX pa. Pero syempre, kahit sino naman yan, dudurugin na ng SBE. Kasi tito na sila.
Same. Shoutouts. One of the oldest teams that we have.
The Spike.
The Spike. Oh, Cypher, tama. Yun yung the oldest team that we have. The Spike. Pero, 12-10. Good read para sa XERXIA. Already making their way inside. Na-stun pa nga, nahuli pa ng
kalungkutan. Lagi na lang nauhuli. Nagkakalambitin sila sa tripper, mga kaibigan. Merong nadapa. Si Berserks! Diyos ko, ano ba nangyayari kay Berserks? Suki ng tripwire, mga kaibigan. Feeling ka pagkatapos ito, na tipong maiinis talaga siya kay Cypher no? Hindi mo mapapagilipan na si Cypher. Oh no, Flips. Oh, guns out, kapatid! Pero dito po, Surf, konti na lang! Malalapan mo na si Flips! Pero, BME, Blaze King, double kill on to one right now, pero nga 10 seconds remaining, pero let's see if ever makakuha pa. And yes, meron silang oras ngayon. 2v4 and sige, okay na. Close. Oh no! Ay! Nag-Viper spit! Ayun lang, nag-Viper spit! Wala silang Viper spit next round! Oh no!
Pero si Scary, he's very scary in these situations, pero naspatan na ako saan siya magagaling.
Wala.
There's nothing much he can do. Pero nawala sila ng crucial utility going into the next round. OT or bots, nawalan pa sila ng capability na magkaroon ng malaking time.
Wala silang Viper spit next round. Pero okay lang, buhay naman nila yan. Diba? And, ang maganda, etong side ng XERXIA, meron atang ultimate si Astra. Diba?
Yes, meron. May Cosmic Divide.
Oh no! Paano gagawin dito ng BME, kapatid? Meron din silang res. Pero ito, para sa side ng Blaze King, ibibigay nila kay... Para sa side ng BME, ibibigay nila kay Blaze King ata yung orb eh. Pero ito na, Surf, mga kaibigan. Wala siya makikita dyan. Pero tamang smoke lang din talaga. Trying to be really aggressive right now. Tamang push lang din. Pero mukhang wala ata papasok dito. Sobrang split ngayon ng mga players ng BME. Meron tao dun sa may likod, meron tao dun sa may harap, meron tao dun sa may backside. Lahat na meron sila. Pero, Surf, kung nababansin si Flips, talagang bantayan lang din talaga. Pero the timing is not gonna be in favor of these players lang din talaga. Pero, If ever magbibi sila, my God. Napakadaming traps dito ni Cypher, man. Andito pa si Cruz. So tamang wall lang din talaga. Tamang wall. Tamang aggressiveness lang din talaga. Pero trip point nila to. Okay lang yung trip point nila to.
Easy lang, Bill. Easy lang.
Nagbabantayan lang sila kung sino bang unang magiging aggressive eh. Nagkakahulihan lang to eh. Pero sa side ng XIA, ng XERXIA, ba't kami magpo-push? 'Di ba? Defender kami. Hindi kami magmamaasim ngayon. Aantayin lang namin kayo, kapatid. Pero they're gonna go here at A already. Pero kung napapansin mo, hindi ata sila nagkakaroon ata dito ng tamang line of priority. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng XERXIA, mga kaibigan. Oh my God, Sushi Boys! What a really good entry! At kung napapansin mo, ilang rounds nang walang ginagawa dito si Berserks. Pero Sushi Boys, Frostbite just right there. Pero just ka po! Walang manatamaan yun! So this is a 2 versus situation right now, mga kaibigan. Meron siyang panghati ng mundo, Scary. Tamang spray and pray lang din ka, Surf. Ayaw bitawan ng operator, ayaw magpalit ng baril. Pero meron tao dito sa may dulo ng B. Meron tao din talaga sa tower. And feeling ko alam nila kung nasan ba yung mga players yun. Pero yung Frostmine, Soul up to 1. Surf, mag-isa na lang din. Kaya pa ba ng buhay ito, mga kaibigan, or ipapush nila ng overtime? Pero Surf, ayaw pa rin niyang kunin yung Vandal, pre. Ayaw pa rin!
And we're going to overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Ayaw eh.
Wala eh. Boss make the fight. Ayaw gamitin eh.
Where is everyone?
It is what it is. Vandal.
Nice.
This is a nice spot.
Ayaw. Wala eh. I mean, buhay nila yan. Wala tayong magagawa dyan, kapatid. Pero yeah, on to this OT. It's really up to them on how will they destroy each other dito. Is this gonna be over for the side of XERXIA or makakaisa pa ba ang BME? Knowing na malakas ang XERXIA sa attacking. Nakita natin na nag-9-3 nga, di ba? Pero nakabawi ang BME sa 9-3 curse. Uulitin ko, mas pipiliin ko pa mag-2-10 kaysa 9-3.
Same. Siyempre.
Emang hindi.
Look at this.
Sa true lang.
Hindi na naman, as always, hindi maganda yung read ng BME. On the defending side against XERXIA at the very least. So, Harvey Stack sila sa A. Si Frostmine lang nakabantay sa B. And most of the members of XERXIA nandito sa B. They're making their way all over towards the site. And already naging sila, gonna be forcing out the rotation. Pero Surf, hindi niya tinignan yung kaloob-looban.
Diyos ko, napakadaming utilities, men. Diyos ko. Tamang one way lang pero wala namang tao dyan, kapatid. Pero ito na. Si Foxy. Hindi na lang nasa taas lang si Foxy dito ng wall. Pero yung si Cross nakaisa na nga dito, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, tempo to try to catch these players off guard lang din talaga. Pero si Cross nabawasan na ng kahit papano. Pero wala talaga nagkakabarilan. Pero wala nagkakatamaan. Nagkakaputukan. Pero wala talagang tumatama kahit konti. Tamang patches lang dito. Tamang pre-fire lang dito. Nagkakaambahan lang dito, men. Pero nga lang, scary. He knows exactly na meron talagang tao dito sa may kantindo. Pero nga lang, Blaze King is in a lot of trouble right now. Pero nga lang, at least natamaan ngayon si Scary ng fault lines. Pero si Scary pa rin na nakakuha ng kill. Cross with another one right now. Pushing into a 1v2. Pero Blaze King. May kalapag na papag mga
That's it.
1v1 with a great one. Wala silang oras. Cross with a 4K. What? I really thought that BME will get that. Pero, Cruz, inantay niya
Match point.
na magkaroon siya ng ultimate dito. And alam ng XERXIA yun. Sige pre, may ultimate ka. Hindi mo kailangan lumaban ng kailangan mo lang mag-antay.
Time. Out para sa BME. Oh my goodness. The mind games. Dito makikita ko gaano kaganda yung gaano ka expansive yung playtime ng XERXIA Esports. The experience really shows for Crows. Pero men,
sabi ni kaibigang Gab Bitara Pasali. Sige, tara.
Sige.
Login ka na. Wait lang, login ka na. Wait lang, replyan ko, login ka na pre. Asan ba yun? Wala.
Pero sige, login ka na.
Login ka na, Boss Gab.
Hintayin mo na lang kung may invite ka sa server.
Oo. Wait lang. Nawala eh. Basta yun. Ayan, to. Login ka na po. Yan!
This goes here.
Ito na ang Rainmaker. Sa sobrang tindi mga kaibigan, wala na siya dito pero ramdam na ramdam pa rin talaga natin lahat. At isipin mo, last game ata magsa-start ng alas 8. Or 8:30. O diba? Save the best for last mga kaibigan. Pero ito rin yung pagbaho ng api. O si Blaze King! O paano yung ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? Ba't kayo sumisilip-silip ng ganyan, XERXIA? Bakit ganyan kalungkutan gaming? Iisa ka pa! Diyos ko po!
Wala,
Valorant Got Talent mga kaibigan. Isa-isang sumisilip! Pero wala yung spike! Oh, Diyos ko po! Foxy with a kill. Nice one!
Nice one, make it a 2v2.
Nice one, 2v2.
May nakabang na.
Nasa inyo yung spike. Off that! Nice wall!
Nice wall. Beautiful wall.
Nice wall, nice wall, nice wall, nice wall. Ito
naririnig nila.
Alam mo to,
nice utility.
Nice smoke! 50 seconds, kailangan nila pumasok dito. Anong gagawin ng BME? Diyos ko po! Meron silang, tamang rumba lang din talaga, pero pwede naman barilin yan! Pero Diyos ko po! It's over! 12-14 and XERXIA will get advance sa upper bracket natin ngayon.
They're going up against to be decided, to be announced. They're looking really good. They're looking really good as the Indonesian team slayer dito in XERXIA. What a game. Pero what a game din kay Boom Esports. They were able to keep it as close as it can get na despite the fact na nagkaroon ng 9-3 lead. The 9-3 curse is real para sa XERXIA. And ultimately we went overtime. Pero at the end of everything, XERXIA still coming out on top of that. And kitang-kita, MVP. Definitely a scary person to go up against. Scary on that controller. 20 kills, 1.6 KDA. 2 for 6 ACS. Kumpara sa controller sa kabilang side, si Flips Jidder. 235 ang kanyang ACS.
Controller diff ang nangyari dito. Pero once again, this is the first time na natalo ang Boom Esports sa VCT. Undefeated sila mga kaibigan. Ever since, wait lang, check ko kung gaano katagal. Ever since
group stage.
February 24, yun yung huling talo nila sa VCT.
So,
ang kalabin nila Onyx G. Pero after how many months? Ilan? February,
isang buwan.
March, isang buwan. 1 month. Kala mo tagal na yun. No? Isang buwan silang walang talo dito. At ang nakatalo sa kanila is syempre the Indonesian Slayers.
XERXIA. Still looking like the best Thai team out there. Arguably might just be the best Thai team that we have in the region. Well, the best team that we have in the region kung magpapatuloy lang yung laban. Pero signs of life sa Boom Esports. Multiple times na dapat panalo na XERXIA yung round on the defending side ng XERXIA. Attacking side, dun nakita kung bakit pinili or hindi kung bakit pinili ng Boom Esports yung Fracture. They have set plays, they have what it takes to at least outplay XERXIA going into the attacking side, and they did. We went overtime. It's just that yung defending side, sobrang daming rounds lang talaga. Yung XERXIA, mas naintindihan nila kung paano mag-defend against an Indonesian team for that matter, I guess. In this matchup, Foxy still somebody that you have to look out for here. Every single one sa side ng XERXIA, definitely may makukuha silang pang highlights dito sa laban na to.
And importante lang dito talaga is nakakuha sila talaga ng enough momentum lang din eh. We really thought that Boom Esports was still gonna get that this map. There's a lot of mistakes na nakita natin dito, pero later on talagang i-breakdown yan lahat ng panel natin kung ano ba yung naging tama at ano yung naging mali dito sa side ng BME. Actually, this is actually a really perfect perfect na rolling thunder na nagawa ni Crows dito, and we've seen it already na talagang tinuloy-tuloy ito ng mga players ng XERXIA. They got that win, they got the 2-0, kahit ng overtime okay lang yun, importante tapos na. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time!
It's time
for the main event! SBE na. Hey?
SBE na versus PaperX. Ito na yung number 1 na pinaka-inaabangan ng mga Pilipino kasi syempre, our boys from the South, they're built for esports. Na sa sobrang tagal na nilang maglaro dito sa larangan natin na ito, pwede na silang magsimula. Pero syempre, ako yung mamaalam na muna for today. Mamaya magbabalik ang Asia Pacific Challengers with VCT and Taylor para sa laban ng SBE at PaperX. Maraming salamat. And don't touch the browser. We'll be right back.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Welcome back to the panel. Still here with my twin Raf, and someone's actually upset that his pick'ems were, It suffered a lot. But joining us today, here we have Dax as well in the panel. We talked about it a while ago, and I remember asking the panel if you guys think that it was going to be a fast pace, and it was a 50-50 answer that I got. It was depending on the map Beatos, but it seemed like it was a fast game during map number 1, and we actually get to see the difficulty or the long game on Fracture instead. XERXIA dominated Boom Esports during map 1, which was Bind. This was totally unexpected from Boom Esports, the top tier team coming in from Indonesia. What was the difficulty around Boom's play right there?
Well, for starters, there were so many uncharacteristic things at Boom. Just a lot of untimely peaks, a lot of unsupported jumps too, which once again, XERXIA capitalized on so much. Now, we've talked about XERXIA being one of those teams where if you really want to size up against them in terms of raw dueling power, it is very, very ill-advised. But as I say that, we saw a gem in the form of Berserk's 1v5. Absolutely masterclass and surgical.
You know, that happened, sure. Big moment from Berserk. But the problem is, that was really it. That was the big boom of MiTH Boom Esports, and everything else was a bit of a whimper. And the thing, when you face off against XERXIA Esports, this is a squad that has this system in place for so long already. And if you can't keep parity the way that you know how to play, then plays like when they're able to set up on those kind of sites, when they're able to basically get those kind of visions in the first place. And I'm expecting more from the side of Boom Esports, ways to blockade that vision, ways to manipulate the map. But many a time, it was just XERXIA finding their way in, especially thanks to the efforts of
30 seconds left.
I don't know, man. It was squeaky clean coming in from XERXIA during map number 1. But we were talking about it. There was one specific round where we saw the clear flaw. That was the time when Berserks had an ace in the defuse. I mean, how did he get away with that, knowing that it was a squeaky clean kind of setup coming in from XERXIA, Raph?
Berserk's is like really good.
Maybe he's just too good. I can't hear Raph right now, but that is okay. Dax, how about you?
Well, I've been thinking just how that was played so well by Berserks, right? It was an incredible round, but it really was just small laps when XERXIA wasn't paying on attention. But you compare it to the end of that Fracture map. XERXIA able to scrap it out versus Boom Esports. They found the opening, they found the advantage on the Fracture map itself where they had those orbs right to use, and it has been an incredible run so far from Foxy and Cruz especially. These guys have really stepped up their play, stepped up that kind of leadership, and many a time in a pinch for XERXIA in the later rounds, it does feel like that's when they can rely on those guys.
I think that silence, Raph, I think that silence speaks volume for itself.
No, I feel
Berserk's got it.
No, I said that, oh my goodness, Berserk's is really good, but it does look like, even on my end right now, the reality reactor, it's having trouble. Again, it's keeping both of us together in this universe. Of course, there's going to be difficulty.
Oh man, I mean, this is the first time the actual panel prediction went sideways when we weren't predicting, or I predicted XERXIA, and you guys went all the way to Boom Esports. I'm just telling you guys, it's a sign. Just follow my lead. Follow my lead right here. But moving forward on the latter part of the map, we've seen Fracture. This is the longest game that Boom Esports and XERXIA played out. But it seemed like Boom Esports went into default safe mode. It felt like Boom was saving up those utilities as well.
Oh boy, I mean, saving up, potentially yes, but disjointed is really the word that I've been looking at. Oh my goodness, once again, just super uncharacteristic of Boom. We're expecting quite a bit from them. They still have an extra chance though.
100%. But heading towards the next series, though, this is done and over with. It is a XERXIA win with a clean 2-0. But this next series is gonna be interesting because it's like the tale of two friends meeting up again. Paper Rex actually tweeted the throwback photo facing off against the members of SBE when they were still in the Brand Esports roster. So without further ado, let's introduce the first team that we have.
Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. All of those dark nights I got them breaking my back to make it out. Got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help. I know you wishing me well. A penny for your tough, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son. I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me. Putting on for my city like old ages.
Here we have it, Paper Rex back at it again in the Asia Pacific stage. And as we look into the roster, of course, we are seeing Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak Dax.
Yeah, this is a blueprint of success in SEA for Paper Rex. Mixed roster, playing for the NYSU reason, they have just gone above and beyond so much of the potential that they have in the first place. And the thing is, it really feels like we're scratching the surface about this team, basically. Paper Rex has played a bunch of default lineups, has just used their mechanical prowess, their absolute superiority against other teams to the best degree to potentially save some strats for the knockouts now. And we did get a glimpse of it. Remember that Fracture game where we had that Neon for Forsaken. He was just so selfless with his life. And coming into the knockouts right now, I'm really wondering what else we can get from Paper Rex. Maybe maps they haven't played as of yet. I'm looking towards if we can get a bind map out of nowhere here, or something a little bit less standard, a little more on the utility side, because many a time we remember when they play on things like Haven instead, they would just play something simple like double duelist, when we know Jing himself, he doesn't even need to play that duelist anymore, so flexible in whatever Paper Rex needs.
Talked about flexibility, but of course with that simplicity is mastery, and that's what Paper Rex have been doing. Quite honestly, it does beg the question, which team can step up for them to get that depth that we're so used to seeing? But just the absolute strength that they've been displaying, I don't think they've really had a reason to.
I mean, they added up Jing here on the team as well. And as we call it, Jing right here is the yin to the yang of Forsaken. He's been popping off crazy and getting those shots in. But of course, Paper Rex is facing an opponent here, an old friend of theirs. It's gonna be South-Built Esports.
Yeah. Gotta aim for the top light. Yeah. Nice, I got them breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for yourself and seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad at son. I'm like Billy, I ain't never switch up. Whole team with me, putting on for my city like OAG.
The pride of Philippines, South-Built Esports, looking at the roster right now in front of your screens. Of course, we have Aziz, Flippy, Jack, Papi Chulo, and Pro as well. Rap, I know you have something to say about South-Built Esports. I think now is the time.
Oh, no, I don't. No, I'm kidding. South-Built, once again, very fabled, a very, very solid team from, where they're from. The thing is, we've joked about this many times. Dax even mentioned that, oh, this is still upper bracket. South-Built isn't completely South-Built just yet. Hopefully, though, this is a matchup where they really can't afford to do that. They have to wake up. They have to get their gears going as much as possible, because low bracket or upper bracket, the road is not going to be any less difficult.
Come on, with the top 8 we have right now, it already looks scary on both sides. And if you need things to go down south before you can pick it back up again, it might be a problem in the long run. But we're looking at players like Papi Chulo and Ja right now, right, to step it up. The problem is for South-Built Esports, though, there are those lapses where it looks like, why is South-Built really here right now compared to some of the PHFs? And on the other flip side, there are other times where South-Built looks just so clean. There's a bit of that inconsistency right now and disjoint on South-Built on what form they're gonna have coming into a game.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those anime pro tag buffs, you kind of squint your eyes at first, like, what's going on? South-Built, why would you peek that? Why would you do that? And then comes halftime, they're like, oh, right, this is a tournament. And then they kind of flip the script, but once again, they really cannot afford to do that against Paper Rex. Paper Rex is Paper Rex.
Also, aside from that, I was talking about it already when it comes to the players right here, and we are going to be looking at the head-to-head. Jing is the yin to the yang of Forsaken. The addition of Jing has been phenomenal for the team of Paper Rex. His performance has been definitely on point as well. And another player to highlight here for the team of Paper Rex, not only Jing, is also probably gonna be Benkai. He had been so flexible for the entire team and can definitely switch up the gear if you need him to. But this is now the head-to-head on your screen. We are looking at Jing versus Aziz, and as we know, Jing has been popping off, going crazy over it, but Aziz has something in his pocket as well.
Yeah, it just feels like when you compare these two, these are the most high-impact fraggers you can have here. Sometimes for South Belt, live by the assist, die by the assist, and when he overheats, it does become a bit of a problem that we see for South Belt Esports. In the meantime, though, it feels a lot more stable on the Paper Rex front. You have Jing there, who has just been absolutely amazing at the frags, and that is why they picked him up, especially from his former roster. That's why they put him in LCQ. But then, it was Paper Rex trying to really fit in Jing more of the duelist role, and where does that really leave Forsaken? He can play anything, he can be anything at a high level, but you still want that Forsaken duelist, especially that Jet, if ever. So Jing has taken that mantle of flexibility, still has that absolute lethality. And when we see him on something like the Sage, it just feels like that Resurrects keep on coming online for Paper Rex. Second chances for even more ambitious plays. We remember that ace with the Sheriff to end it all on Icebox. Those are just King Jing moments that you can recall basically for Paper Rex.
And that's how he lost his medical license. Again, more of a harm assist than anything else. Jing, despite having that fragging power, it seems to be so omnipresent, as you mentioned. Doesn't need to be a main rifling agent, doesn't need to be a duelist. But another thing is that we kind of have to highlight that Aziz, like you said, we will live by the Aziz, they will die by the Aziz. Once he does get very hot, though, there is a certain bleeding effect that kind of wakes everybody on South built up. So that's something that Paper X have to look out for.
Maybe South built is definitely built different this time around. They can surprise us as well. And as we look into the map veto, we are going to be seeing the map picks and of course the map bans as well. While we're waiting at it, I would like to ask the both of you, what do you think PRX has right now that SBE doesn't?
I think the biggest one has to be, I kind of have to say map flexibility in this instance, because I wouldn't be surprised. That first ban has to be Fracture. No surprises there. If it isn't Fracture, okay, there it is. Because South Build has constantly said, we are not going to be playing Fracture. This is the map that we do not like. We are going to be not accustomed to. And I was always thinking for this kind of matchup, what do you ban first? That Fracture map you're not ready for? Or Icebox just for the respect for Paper X? And it does seem like that the answer is clear here for South Build.
Aside from that, I feel like if Dax wasn't going to see that Fracture ban go through, he would have shaved his head. It's like, there is no way I am missing this map veto. But yeah, absolutely. Another thing that Paper X has over South Built is the consistency to convincingly win, no matter what the bracket, no matter the stakes of the matches are. And although it does kind of put South Built in a bit of a subterfuge-like position to quite a lot of teams, it still shouldn't be the look they're rocking with.
Oh, they have been. And also aside from that, since South Belt Esports compared to Paper Rex, we might head on and lean more towards Paper Rex. But this is the first map that we are looking at. It's going to be actually Haven, which is one of the maps for SBE. I think this is a perfect map rather to start off the plays and how they can try to figure out how PRX plays as well.
Yeah, there's so much potential aggression here for South Build. They have a lot on this map, basically, on the PH side especially, and it has become the map of choice for them. Used to be struggles on the attacking side, figuring it out along the way. Problem is, when you compare it to any Paper Rex statistics, they've only really dropped one map all throughout their year so far here in VCT, and it does feel like it's always such an uphill battle against Paper Rex here.
That being said, it is a pick your poison type of deal. Paper X do pick split, which has been historically good for SB. As Dax mentioned, Paper X have been fantastic on all the maps. So this is a case of let's play to her strengths instead of acknowledging there's too much. Again, overly respecting is something that a lot of these teams have to avoid doing.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm really worried right now for South Build seeing that split map. They haven't had the best win rate here so far on the negative side actually this year. And when we see for South Build, they rely a lot on their defense to step it up. But on the attacking side, that's when they're going to be having those struggles. No surprise though, it has been a topic of contention here, Raph, honestly, that we have that Breeze map being banned out. But it does feel like lately Southfield is just not comfy with Breeze whatsoever.
I'm glad you said that word because that's exactly the point I was gonna put across, because just on the eye test, right? If we put a hyper focus on Southfield, they're very comfortable in these maps. Even Breeze, that was banned. You could say the same about Ascent despite their meddling stats, but Paper Rex do take away that bind, as you mentioned, and Icebox. Oh my goodness, it does go through.
Oh man, the decider map is gonna be very crucial for both teams that we have right here. Paper Rex have been performing in this specific map as well. We have seen them time and time again win the Icebox map compared to other international teams in the international stage as well. So this is quite scary for the team of SBE right now on the decider map. But I think, Dax, do you think there's also a big chance that SBE has that opportunity on this selection?
Yeah, let's look a little bit of a history. Actually, Southbuilt and Paper Rex have faced off against each other in a community tournament, and they've won against Paper Rex on Icebox especially. They split it 1-1. It was Paper Rex winning out on Split instead, so there is a bit of that familiarity on the Valorant side. I know there's a lot more history right behind them on the CS front, but it really goes to show that Southbuilt itself, they're so willing to contest Paper Rex even in their lane. Problem is it going to be a fool's errand yet again to face off against a PRX lineup this hot right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about the comfortability of it all. Icebox, once again, being our decider. I feel like it's one of those maps, too, where you can play a lot with off timing, play a lot with trying to have those split-second adjustments to really throw them off their center.
Oh, I think it's time, gentlemen, to destroy Rap's pickin' predictions right here on panel as well. He's mad about it. He's like, why did you go up against me on that previous map? Now the DNA didn't work out here, bro. But this time around, it's finally time to lock in your predictions. I'm gonna start it off. I would say, like, with our history major right here, Dak sitting on the rightmost corner, I would want to say that with the decider map, it's gonna go into a 3-map series, and SBE performs on this specific map like Icebox, and they take game 1 rather. I would say it's gonna be on the side of Southbuilt Esports.
Belief is a beautiful armor and makes for the heaviest sword. And again, this is just a little bit of a throwback to our local qualifier. The first time I ever got my pick'em right, Taylor was like, oh, because I'm your lucky charm. Now, I got all my pick'ems right without her. Suddenly, the one thing I go against, the streak dies. But I, once again, will have to disagree with dear sister. I think Paper X have been absolutely thorough. That's been lacking in Southbuilt. I think this might be a 3-map series, like you said, but 2-1 in the side of Paper Rex.
Wait. Are you guys telling me the plot of Valorant? Why is Earth 1 Terror and Earth 2 Terror having a scuffle here right now?
She's trying to banish me.
They're trying to get rid of you, to take that Radiant along the way. But I will actually push it forward even more so. I'm going to go on side of Paper Rex, but I think it will be a 2-0. Paper Rex will immediately get that hot start and just keep going at it. And we've seen Southfield Esports, they fumble there at the starting gate. They get stronger towards the finish line. But if Paper Rex is such a distance away already, expect them to just go at it and go into the next round.
Well, let's see and let's figure out who wins the predictions for tonight. But as we are now preparing for the next matchup, it's going to be Southbuilt Esports versus Paper Rex. So please, casters, do take it away.
Can't stop, ain't no one on my level.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome sa ating main event. It's gonna be SBE kalaban ang Paper Rex. And alam naman natin na talaga Paper Rex ang matatalo dito. Ladies and gentlemen, sa may-ari ng barong ko, RIP sa'yo. Pero kami nga pala yung mga kasis, mga kaibigan, my name is Vil. At kasama ngayon si Pico Baby. And syempre, si Taylor at kami ang
The Mods. Alam niyo na, it's finally time muli akong umuwi. Sabi ko, Casters, take it away. Naalala ko, ako nga pala si Caster. At nandito na naman tayo para sa laban ng Paper Rex versus SBE. Kahit tagal kong inisip na gustong-gusto ko nang magtagalog.
Oh, man. I mean,
ang haba ng araw. Dugong-dugo rin ilong ko.
Kanina ka pa nag-i-English dun no? Ewan ko ba sa iyo. Pero at least, andito tayo ngayon sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Siyempre, welcome to the unbiased stream. Casting.
Yan.
Ito na yun. Walang kabias-bias na mangyayari dito. Everything will be equal. Pero nakikita naman talaga natin dito yung agent pa lang, men 2-0 na para sa SBE.
Panalo na to. Formality na naman. Nakita mo yung prediction ka sa panel. Unbiased yun.
Paka-unbiased PRX, men. Tropa natin to. Nung huling nakalaban ng PRX ang SBE, men, brand pa sila nun.
Kaya nga, ang tagal na nun eh. Hindi lang actually sa Valorant sila nagkatapat. Sa ibang mga laro din. So, obviously, itong dalawang teams, para tong alam mo yung meme na Spider-Man, yung parang nagtuturoan na lang sila na, nandito ka? Nandito ka din? Mga ganon.
Diba? Parang kayong dalawa ni Raf. Literal.
Parang literal. Na-Taylor Multiverse yung panel kanina Pero ang pinaka-namiss ko talaga dito sa Filipino broadcast pwedeng magwala.
Pero, namiss ka ba?
Bawal kasi sumigaw doon.
Oo nga, at least dito talaga malalabas natin lahat ng ating mga damdamin, walang
tsaka
intro.
Tsaka yung energy natin, no?
Oo, men, sobrang tiniis natin itong energy na meron tayo ngayon.
Inipon.
Pero ngayon, inipon na ibon. Pero ilalabas na natin ngayon. Hashtag Pilipinas #1 Laban Pinas. PRX.
Hashtag Barong Buff.
Oo, hashtag Barong Buff.
Hashtag RIP. Hashtag.
Lahat na lang hashtag.
Salamat sa lahat. Ito, balik na tayo dito. Ito, nagdaano na naman nagdo-drone na naman, gagawa na naman ng vlog ang mga players dito ng SBE. Pero mukhang ito na ang entry ng SBE right now. 1-to-1 trade lang. Easy lang.
Alam ng SBE kung saan nag-teleport si kaibigang Omen, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, si Dabay naman talaga nandito na dito. 2v1, gumugusto pa. Dabay with a big pick na tikala mo naman talaga makakaisa pa. Pero, Pro, together with Ja. 1v1 naman na great wall talaga nakakatabay. Pero ito lang ngayon si kaibigan Pro. Tamang pinapalit talaga yung spike dito. Pero nga lang Dabay. With a pick. Dalawa ka lang mo sa boy. Pero Ja with a kill. Ja Pro connection. 1-0. Mga kaibigan. Ito na ata. And yun.
Wala pa.
Okay. Sorry.
1-0 na yung score. Best of 3 to. Ibig sabihin, 1 puntos na lang kailangan.
Okay, 1-0 na. Next map na tayo. Huwag na natin tong paabutin pa ng 2-0 sa round.
Next map na agad no? Okay na, 1-0 na. Pagtapos nun, next map na tayo. Pero ito nga, SBE was able to take this pistol round. Will set the tone and pacing kung paano nga ba maglalaro itong mga players ng SBE sa mga susunod. Siyempre, makakabili sila ng mga Spectres dito. Kung ako yan, lulubos-lubusin ko na yan. Press W, tapos right click, tapos left click. Lahat namin.
Men, meron ako nabasa.
Ano sabi?
Ang sabi nung, basta ang haba nun nagpapalit daw ba ako ng barong? Hindi. Ilang beses na rin kasi natidens yung
hinihiraman niya yung pinapalit. Yung hinihiraman niya yung nagpapalit, men.
Oo.
Every week, iba-iba.
Tapos nagpapalit-palit pa sila ng barong.
In partnership with St. Peter's, mga ganon yung sponsorship na mga ganon
Men, ito ba lahat ng sponsor mo? Isipin mo, St. Peter, pero ito lang ang Diyos ko po, pinatikim na shorty si Ja, pero hindi. Ang gusto na yung malaki. Operator ang gusto ni Ja. Pero 5v2, Forsaken and Benkay. Anong magagawa? Forsaken and German trying to catch someone off guard. Kita natin, Ja, ginawang Benkay si Benkay. Walang nagawa.
Naging bangkay siya doon. Ilid muna mga vapor dito ng Paper Rex. Si Forsaken na lang ang natitira. He still has the Sheriff though. Kaya niya ditong makakuha pa ng kills kung sakasakali man. Pero look at the positioning na nanggagaling sa SBE. Tiis factor na lang talaga ang meron dito. Mag-aantay na lang sila. Alam nilang lamang sila eh. So bakit pa sila sisilip? Gaya ng ginawa ni Pro. Tsaka ni Flippy.
Oh, Forsaken. Okay.
Okay.
Bawi sila.
Sige na nga.
Eto na. Forsaken. May martial pa pero wala kang magagawa. Kailangan mong patay. One turret dyan kasi yan lang naman kaya mong patayin.
Bagay, kung di ka makakuha ng kills, patay mo na lang yung turret. Pero medyo masakit yung turret na yan.
Wala. Sakit yan. May binilan ni Papi Chulo ng vandal yan
May vandal yan eh. Vandalism.
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 Natawa ko na.
Hindi, kita mo, may pa-shorty-shorty pa si pare eh. Hindi naman tumama.
Ayaw na no. So, siyempre ayaw ni Jan ng maliit kasi gusto na ng malaki.
Gusto nga niya yung mga judge, mga ganong kalaki eh. Saka baki.
Ganun wala eh.
Pag ganun walang epekto yan kay Ja.
Wala. Parang pinitik mo lang si Jan.
Parang kinalabit mo yan. Huy!
Parang kakat lang ng langgam yan.
Malayo sa bituka, men. Pero mukhang si Jay nakaspray down agad. Nakachamba pa.
Ano yun? Chamba. Forsaken nakachamba pa nga ng pangalawa.
Chamba din.
Grabe.
Chamba.
Kung ako sa PRX, tumaya na kayo sa loto. Ang dami ng
Isa pa
chamba
si Forsaken. Nakatatlo na agad siya dito. Immediately nagka-crumble yung entry na magmumula sana sa SBE. And Jack, he is down as well. Si Papi Chulo na lang natitira with the 6-man, the turret. Kailangan niyo ma-stuck dito.
Diyos ko, anong gagawin mo dyan, Papi Chulo? Kasi sobrang stuck ka na, step bro! Mag-isa ka na lang dyan. Pero 5 pa ang kalaban mo, yung 4 wala pang bawas, Papi Chulo. Clutch or kick, mga kaibigan. Pag hindi ni clutch si Papi Chulo, to kick to. Okay.
Joke lang.
Ipasok nyo na si Micro.
Kayo naman, hindi mabiro.
Clutch or
kick. Si Papi Chulo, nakaka 4K yan. Sipin mo, Sentinel yung role, pero yung mga ibang games na dito, siya yung nakakapag-top frag. Kaya wag niyong ano-anuhin si Papi Chulo.
Men, kanina nagpipigil kami ng enerhiya, pero ngayon ilalabas na namin.
Ilalabas yun. Sayang yung ace na to eh. Malupit sana kung sakali, no?
Wala eh. Kick na. Joke lang. Walang kick na mangyayari. Kasi sisipain natin sila.
Papi Chulo pa rin.
Ay, nako.
Ito, for the side of Paper Rex, they were able to take 1 round and it's all they're gonna get.
Last na to.
Yun na yun, 1 lang. 13-1 talaga to. Napanood ko na to eh, with the replay. Forsaken! Ja versus Forsaken. Aziz pala yun.
Itong dalawang players natin, itong dalawang jet, kung ako sa ito, tigil-tigilan nyo kakakapin nyo eh. Pero at least si Flippy nakaisa mga Forsaken na dalawa, pero okay na. Pero Ja! May nakill on to, tsara ko ba na second ball, pero Diyos ko po, dinrawingan yung mukha ni Tabay! 3v2, Mindfreak and Benkay na lang ang natitira dito mga kaibigan, pero feeling ko dito talaga kakayanin to. Pero Recon Bolt, parang at least magkaroon sila ng tamang information kung nasa yung mga players dito ng PRX. Pero ito nga, si Tito Pro, running the spike already, si Benkay, nagbabantay, pero si Mindfreak mukhang makakaisa pa nga ata dito, pero sasabihin ni Flippy, hindi! Always check your corners, always check your 6, pero hindi rin alam ni Flippy. Nandun lang talaga si Mindfreak, pero tamang headshot lang dito na para si Benkay na dito mga kami 3v1. Benkay will take down 1, pero dalawang pa ang kalaban mo dito, pero yun nga! Ja! Winikill on to Benkay, ginawa na naman bangkay ang kuya mo. 3v1 SBE. Ang mga tito, bakit nilalabas mo ang tito mo?
Here. Kinabahan ako. Ang tagal ko nawala sa Tagalog broadcast, mga 7 hours. Kinabahan ako bigla. So, pinagsasabi ng caster ko. Pero dito sa replay kita mo naman with Ja getting those headshots and he was an unstoppable force and na-angle diff dito si Benkay. Lumabas yung ano mong tawag yung bewang, men eh.
Kaya ako sa inyo, mag-draw na lang kayo, huwag nyo na labanan to, men. Hindi, kailangan pa natin ng 2 rounds para para makapag-surrender.
Para makapag-F5. F5 ba yun? Surrender.
Slash FF na lang kayo after this. Kung ako siya, huwag nyo na pahirapan sarili nun. Dali-dali mag-Valorant, pinapahirapan nyo pa.
Eto, mukhang e-entry na naman ng SBE. Hinanda na yung ultimate na nagmumula dyan sa breach. And this is Pro getting the first shot in. Nakapitas na nga ng isa. That is Jing out of the equation. 5v4, Seekers out. Pero agad ding na-shutdown ng side ng SBE. Yan, si Forsaken nakakuha rin siya ng kill upon assist on mid if I'm not mistaken. But heading back here on A side, the plant is there. Post-plant situation muna para sa side ng SBE as Benkai takes two down on his hand. Winnable pa rin para sa side ng SBE. In this post-plant situation, may pang-setup pa ng stars si Kuya Muja. Pero nga lang, mamamatay siya with a triple kill and MiTH to close things off.
Sobrang generous talaga ng mga kaibigan natin sa SBE. No? I mean, ayaw nilang masyadong saktan ng PRX, di ba? Kasi malulungkot yan eh. Tawag doon? Baka mag-retire ng maaga pag talagang dinurog ng SBE.
Oh, mapapaisip sila eh. Siyempre, PaperX, matagal na itong magkakasama. Tapos ngayon, pag natalo pa sila ng SBE, mapapaisip na sila, feeling ko, disband na lang tayo, bigyan na natin.
Oo. Sabi ni Meralcos Pratis, normalize spamming pinagbigyan when losing. Tama! Tama! Pinagbigyan!
Normalize every time nakakakill ang PRX, chamba lang. Forsaken, nakachamba na naman.
Men, kung ako sa'yo, talagang tumaya ka na sa loto. Men, naggrabe yung chamba mo, grabe yung luck mo, 99.
Maswerte!
Oo! Masyadong swerte, di ba? Pero syempre, mas swerte pa rin yung mga players natin ng SBE dito kasi syempre nandito sila. Binigyan sila ng lakas para syempre manalo dito pero yung alam freak up. Tamang shadow step lang talaga pero kailangan mo tumingin sa taas pero yung tamang flash lang din. Hadouken! On the players of SBE right now pero takot si MiTH. Kala mo naman talaga.
Ang ganda nung pag-handle niya dun sa situation niya kanina. Literal, when he was being forced out ng side ng SBE, nakakuha siya ng isang kill na setapan agad nila ng magandang smoke or Cypher Cage na nagmula kay Benkai para lang makalabas dito, maka-TP out si Kuya mo MiTH. Magandang mga setup ang pinapakita ng PaperX. Pero syempre, with Ja and Flippy, si Flippy alam naman natin, pero pag meron niyang Sheriff, kaso nga lang mahuhuli siya rather, ni Davai with a guiding light instead and getting the kill in. Si Ja na lang ang natitira dito in a 4v1 situation. He doesn't get the important kill that he has to get right now. 3-3. It's a tie. Pero lamang ang SBE.
Sa dami-dami mong sinabi, ang sagot ko, oo men, yun lang.
Ay, nako. Tagal kong na-miss yan eh. Kasi pag nagtatanong ako sa panel, ang dami nila sinasabi.
Kala mo naman talaga marunong, di ba?
Oo. Oo men lang naman ang hinahanap ko.
Ang dami-dami nyo pinag-uusapan doon, kala mo naman talaga makagaling. Pero, solid talaga yung pinakita ng PRX. Magkamagana, last na nila yan.
30 seconds left. Team A.
Ano daw, sabi nila, mamimiss ka namin, Vil, laskas mo na ngayon. Hindi!
Hindi pa.
Malakas ang kapit natin.
May ano to eh, may binabayaran to sa loob si Vil eh, mga ganun eh.
May backer tayo, pero si Jing.
May backer eh. Papi Cholo nakakapatay na dito, Vil.
Ang kapal na mukha ni Jing, talagang
Akala mo talaga? Rumireyna pa!
Akala mo naman
talaga. Kakainin ko talaga yung mga salita ko mamaya pagdating sa panel.
Mamaya sa panel.
Sabi ko dito, trash talk na trash talk, pero sa panel ka na, ang galing, ang ganda ng pagkakagawa ng PRX.
Sumabog ang bungo ni Dabay, mga kaibigan. Walang nagawa yung Dabay. Pero ito na. 5v3 on the players of PRX ngayon. Kitang-kita naman natin walang magawa yung mga players ng PRX. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang sa side ng SBE. Pero ito na yung lockdown na ginawa ng SBE. Okay na kasi sobrang sanay na sanay ang mga Pinoy sa lockdown. Alam natin yan. Pero Benkai, maganda yung position dito. Pwede siya mag-cyber keys lang din talaga dyan para lang syempre magkaroon siya ng idea kung nasa yung mga players ngayon ng SBE. Pero Benkai will take down 2. Wala silang idea at all. Wala si Benkai na dun lang sa taas. Pero
30 seconds left.
It's kung paano na talaga iba. Hinagkahatian na nga ng mundo. Pero ipupush mo na lang yung A dito. Pero okay, magko-commit sila dito sa Amen. Pero yun nga lang, that alarm bot will gonna be denied lang din talaga. Pero sinutsot na nito. Ginawang bulalo ang kuya mo. Mainit-init pa. Talaga sinutsot ng matindi. Para lang talaga lumabas. Pero Benkai, on to heaven. Oo, tama. Talaga sa heaven ka mapupunta. Pero Forsaken nag-iisa. Kala mo naman talaga kaya mo pa.
May operator pang kasama. Dinala sa hukay yung operator na yan for the side of SBE. Nakuha nila yung round na yun. A good post plan position na nagbumula for SBE as well. It seems like kapag nagpupunta sila ng A side, they have a good take when it goes to A. At talagang nakikita naman natin yung hold. Despite Benkai getting those 2 kills in na hindi naman talaga dapat dahil hindi nila ma-shutdown si Benkai dito, they still manage to do some plays, especially with Ja. He's stepping up on the gas pedal right now. 10 kills, 3 deaths. Yan ang meron si Ja ngayon.
Grabe si Ja, men. May napakatindi ni Ja. Talaga pag uwi mo, Andy Buko Diyos ka talaga.
Ja is greater than Forsaken, sabi sa comment.
O ba, syempre. Naisipin mo, ba't ka magpo-Forsaken? Meron naman Ja, haba-haba ng Forsaken eh. Ja lang, pwede na.
2 letters is all you need. Mga ganun ba?
Diba? Oo.
Sa Psycho, Forsaken.
Isipin niya, men. Tandaan nyo, ganun ka-ikli yung pangalan dyan, pero wala kayong idea kung gaano kahaba ang pasensya niya.
Talaga? Men, balitaan ko yung mahaba ang pasensya ng mga players dito ng SB. Makikita mo naman, nag-aantay lang naman din sila. Pero si Jing, on the other hand, sisilip pa eh. Tatalon pa eh. ASS, nag-aantay na rin with the Blade Storm. Benkai, on the other hand, hindi na niya kailangan makita. Pre-fire lang sa kalam, sabi dito ni Kuya mo Benkai. And that was a 1-to-1 trade, indirect trade, kumbaga kung sasabihin natin.
A big shoutout nga pala kay kaibigan mo, Krob. Hello sa'yo, teammate. Miss na kita, Borkum. Hi, Jim. Love you. Pero ito na, yung mga players ngayon ng SB going in already dito sa side ng B. Pero Davai knows what's up. Alam niya na maraming tao dyan. So, kailangan talaga niyang medyo
30 seconds left.
mag-take care lang din kahit paano. Pero yun nga lang actually really playing close. Hoy! Pero Davai will take down 2. Natamaan siya nung flash, pero yun nga lang bigla siya nag-swipe pa kanan para syempre hindi siya matamaan fully nung flash dito ni Flippy. Pero nga at least si Flippy nakaisa pa nga at nasa kanya yung spike ngayon. 2v2 Forsaken with the operator. Kala mo naman talaga tumatama, pero si Benkai naman natitira dito lang dito sa may ceiling, pero matatamaan siya dito ng fault lines. Pero nice swing by Papi Chulo. 1v1 with a great one. Papi Chulo versus Forsaken na wala namang ambag.
Eto pag spike mo ang kakinata ni Kuya mo Forsaken, once na mawala yung smoke, Papi Chulo will jump into their opportunity. SBE takes this round yet again. 5-3 ang ating score. Ang gandang hold na nagmumula for SBE, pero I think it was not essential to actually give Davai the 2 kills that he has here in mid. Hindi na silip agad eh. Buti naka-react yung mga natitirang players ng SBE.
Sobrang perfect ng fault lines na ginawa doon. I mean, yes, wala naman silang idea, pero it's just the utility of skills na din talaga. Sobrang ganda ng fundamentals na ginagawa dito ng SBE. Literal na minamama yung mga players ng PRX talagang dinadaan sa edad.
Syempre, experience is key. Yan ang sabi dito ng SBE ngayon all the way from the past. The Throwback Thursday nga sila ng Paper Rex Nag-post na nga sa Twitter Pero mukhang it is a Paper Rex timeout right now. And I feel like SBE pagdating sa mga map pick, actually nakuha nila yung mga gusto nilang mapa dito yung mga malalakas nilang mapa.
Ano ba yung next map, partner?
Tapos di ko alam yung susunod na mapa
Oo nga, wait lang. Check lang namin na next map Didas daw Ay, sorry.
Iba yun. Iba yun, men. Pero ang susunod na mapa actually split.
Land of Dawn.
Iba pa rin yun Iba pa rin yun. Pero si susunod na mapa is actually split. Yun yung pinili ng Paper Rex. Itong Haven ay actual pick na nagmumula sa SBE. At please SBE, bigyan nyo ko ng 100% success rate sa panel prediction ko kanina. Mukhang ito. They are forced on an eco round right now for the side of Paper Rex. Itong aftershock, mapo-force out si Jing na lumabas. Kaso walang follow-up from the other players na kadikit, which is si Aziz. Walang assist si Aziz.
Si kaibigan Jing, man, walang natutulong. Lagi na talaga na-pick off agad.
Isipin mo pag Sage siya, mas marami siyang kills.
Totoo yun. Kasi sa side ng nung naglaro ang PRX back then, nung nag-Sage si Jing, ang daming nagagawa. Tapos ngayon nag-duelist, walang magawa.
Hindi siya makapag-open Sa bagay, nag-aantay lang naman talaga sila dapat kasi sila yung nasa defense dito. Pero si Forsaken din, nag-aantay din to.
Galawang tropa no? Tamang backstab lang din pag nakakuha ng magandang space. Talagang literal slot Pero
huli ka.
tamang wallbang lang talaga will actually take down for a second right now. Pero mukhang magbibi ata yung mga players ngayon ng SBE. Mga kaibigan, tamang recon bolt natin para syempre magkaroon sila ng information dito. Pero that flash will not gonna connect onto anyone kasi it's just the players natin ng PRS sa labas natin. Pero yung the vibe with the kill, with the one tap to the head dito kay Pro. Pero Benkay, meron siyang neural tap dito. Pwede nang gamitin para syempre magkaroon siya ng idea kung nasa yung mga players dito ng SBE. Pero Papi Chulo, walang flash na nangyayari. Pero that is the swing na ginagawa talaga ng SBE. Ang kailangan na gawin dito is go out. Lumabas na lang sila ang may lamang dito with that lead. Wala namang silbi. Pero Aziz may na-kill on to Jing. Pero ubos pati tubos. Wala naman nangyari.
Nako, I think Aziz has been stepping up right now on the previous rounds as well. From na medyo nahihirapan pa siya mag-adjust kung paano nga ba maglaro ang Paper Rex. This time around, he was able to take kills as well. Dahil nga nakikita rin naman natin when it comes to the scoreboard, 3 kills at 7 deaths na ngayon si Aziz, no? But on the other hand, for the side of SBE, nakakalamang pa rin sila dito. What if si Aziz talagang umariba na, men?
Umariba.
Baka
Nagtatanong
magalit ka kasi taga-beda ka.
Nagtatanong sila. Ay, nga pala, no? Ariba ka nga pala, no?
Letran.
Sorry, aani mo ako eh. Sorry May nagtatanong, ano po pangalan ng caster? Ako si Bill. Tsaka ako si Taylor, yun pa.
Ako si Taylor. Kami actually ang the mods. Forsaken.
Chamba ka na naman.
Nakapitas na naman siya ng isa. Pero kanina naka-operator na siya. Nawala niya yung operator niya eh. So nagbabank talaga dito yung Paper Rex when it comes to that operator. Kung makakapitas dito si Forsaken. At doon magsisimula kung paano nila papahirapan yung SBE, no? Pero eto na, kumaldag na si Kuya mo Flippy. Mukhang wala ata mahuli dito si SBE. Si Jing ang nakakuha ng isang kill. But the trade-offs na nagmumula sa SBE with their own 2 kills. But the Vi was able to take one. Another one bites the dust. Yan ang sabi niya dito. With a 2v1 situation, meron pa siyang fault line na pwedeng gamitin. Kaso nasa kaliwa mo, sir!
Sayang! Okay lang. Lamang tayo, pre. Yun ang importante dyan. Tamang 6-6 lang, pero sana 8-4 na. Pero wala I mean, 2v1 yun. Medyo mahirap if ever na tamang sweep lang din just to check the corners. Pero ina-anticipate ni kaibigan yung Flippy na nasa harapan niya yung kalaban. Pero ang importante lamang tayo, okay lang yun. Pero if ever matalo dito ang SB, wala tayong pera, so probably 6-6 to. Pero syempre hindi naman tayo iisipin yun kasi alam naman natin na kahit anong mangyari, panalo tayo.
Tama ka dyan. Mindset lang, kumbaga, yung labanan dito. Kung ang mindset mo na nakafocus ka sa goal, matik, 100% success.
Ay, may nagsasabi dito, Bes. Sabi ni Jose Marie Manalo, cute ng voice si Taylor, kanta ka naman, please.
Wow, dinamay mo pa ako. Ano akala nyo? Bayad lahat ng ginagawa. San Gcash, kakantahan kita. Pero Flippy.
Ayan! Yan ang gusto ko, kantahan. Pero,
mga turnaround. Mga ganun ba yung gusto mo?
Mind freak. Mind freak, sira ulo.
Ayun naman talaga ibig sabihin ng pangalan niya. Baka sabihin, nasa mali.
Nice. 3v1. Mind freak ka pa? Pero to, bro, minamama na naman. Wala akong magawa.
Ang bilis ng laro. Hindi ako makagawa ng script.
Bes, isipin mo naman, Ay, hindi ka ba nakagawa ng script? Sabi mo na sa script mo, 2-0 ang lakas ng SBE. Wala nang intro. Ganun na lang.
In English, no?
Wala nang...
Translate mo nga in English.
It's actually 2-0 from the side of SBE. Whatever happens, it's actually SBE from the top. Go! Ganon.
There's no intro.
There's no intro.
SBE, isa na lang kailangan nila dito to make it an 8-4 score for the first half that we are looking at. Pero mukhang mabilisang pasok agad ang gusto dito ang nais ng SBE. The dash na nagmumula kay Aziz. Nahati na nga ang mundo with the Cosmic Divide setting up mula kay Ja. On the other hand, si Papi Chulo, magka-cut off lang siya ng rotation dito but very much aware ang mga players dito ng Paper Rex. They were able to capitalize on that at sa nag-aabang nung flank itself. But may Sova drone pa sila na kailangan tapatan. Merong Lear pero walang follow-up dahil nga nagbigla sila doon sa Sova drone.
Si Ja. Jing, okay, last mo na yan. Last kill mo na yan, men. 2v3. The clock is ticking lamang na mga. Pero ito lang kalapag ng papag, mga kaibigan. Pero nakasabay yung mga players dito ng PRX. Kailangan nang bawiin to. Pero Aziz, isa pa nga. Tamang 8-4 lang to. Pero Aziz, when a swing, Flippy, when a kill. 2v1. Davay, mag-isa na lang dito. 1v1.
Di mo na kailangan silipin.
Taas kamay ka na, mag-antab ka na, mag-Facebook ka na lang, Davay.
F5. FF na to.
natin? Ba yan?
Sana ginawa nyo ng first series. Ganito pala yung magiging resulta din naman.
Akala naman natin ang ganda pero ba't ganito?
Pero for the side of Paper Rex, mukhang nahihirapan ata sila. Na-overwhelm ata sila sa bilis na pinapakita dito ng SBE. Makikita mo kasi no fear ang sasabihin dito ng SBE. Kapag nag-decide sila na papasok tayo ng C, ready to take on and ready to dash in na agad si kuya mo Aziz. Wala nang tanong-tanong.
Pag si Vin nagkakas, napapaisip ako kung Filipino pa ba ako. Oh, man!
Proud Pinoy tayo.
Ako nga, nakabarong eh.
Nakabarong pa nga si kuya mo, Vil eh.
Amoy formalin pa nga eh, pero...
Amoy formalin. What perfume are you wearing today, mister?
Sorry, formalin. I mean...
It's the new stuff right now.
Yeah. I can actually get it free sa Lufunaria Paz. yung mga ganyan eh, yung sa St. Peter, yung ganyan, tipong buy one, get one. Tipong ganun.
Buy one, get one free.
Tapos meron pang rush.
Rush sale, kailangan ng ibenta today.
Hindi mo alam kung paano sasabihin mo sa uy ma, kunin mo na to, rush daw eh. Baka naman. Huwag naman ganun, di ba?
Halftime na agad? Sa tagal ng mga matches para sa kanina. Sa halftime tayo mapupunta agad-agad?
Kaya sinabi namin sa inyo, nung nag 1-0 na, next map na.
Tigil nyo na yan.
Oo.
Bakit nyo pa itutuloy? Na 1-0 na nga eh.
Pero alam mo, Bes, kahit anong mangyari, mga tropa pa rin natin itong PRS. Kasi,
naman, dinala nila yung bandila ng Pinas.
Winagayway nila sa Berlin, mga kaibigan.
Winagayway.
Ang bandera ng Pilipinas. Pero ganito, naglalaban sila. Pero after this, tropa-tropa natin yan. Pero kung napapansin mo, Taylor, 8-4 yung score, pero look at the kills. Sobrang dikit. As in, di ba? Talagang piso lang.
Pag tinignan mo yung mga kills dito ng mga ibang players, lalo na dun sa ating bottom 3, mapapansin nyo, pantay-pantay ang bigayan dito. At if you actually take a look, Ja has control over the map dahil obviously siya yung controller dito, and with the setup na nagbumula sa Astra, alam natin kung gaano ka talented mag-Astra si Kuya Muja. He can control the entirety of the map. He can play with the information as well. Pero itong pistol round na to for the second half, dito na magsisimula ang lahat. Baling maka 10-4 na agad-agad ang SBE dito.
Kasi inyo tapusin nyo na. May date pa kayo mamaya. Anong oras na? Baka masaraduhan kayo ng mga restaurant na pupuntahan nyo. Pero nga Aziz, we're gonna be dead. Wait. Pero nga ano nangyari? 2v3, okay lang yan. Lamang pa rin ng SB, kahit anong mangyari.
Di ba ganun yung mga sinachat ng mga Pinoy pag namatay?
Pero Papi Chulo! Nice! 1v1 with a great one! Pero Chamba! Frenzy, pal na mukha.
Akalain mo yun, si Jing?
Men, alam mo yun, di ba pag napapatay ka, nag-shot ka ng aw, di ba?
Yung iba, yung sunod dyan, imba. Mga ganun.
Tapos clear. Dash clear. Yan na sasabihin nila ka.
Pero kung makikita mo itong plant ng ngayon, ng Paper Rex, sadyang hindi na kasi makalabas dito si Ja. Kapag nag-drop pa siya doon sa specific place, lalo na doon sa Heaven, mababawasan siya ng buhay. So, napakaliit ng window ni Ja doon para sumilip talaga. Kailangan niyang tapatan ng harap-harapan itong nag-iisang player ng Paper Rex. Pero bagong round para sa lahat, mabilis ang laro. Pinapakita dito ng Paper Rex as they move forward. Pro was able to secure 1 kill, but this is Forsaken, the ultimate test para sa side ng SBE, an unstoppable force on A main. Pero kaya nga ba nilang pigilan? He is already on the 4K. Siyempre, yung bottom frag kaagaw ng ace.
Tama lang yan, men. Anong bansa PRX, MOSG, di ba? Inagaw nyo yung pag-post, yung mood challenge ni Forsaken. Ace na sana no? Ipo-post sa Valorant MYSG.
Sayang yung screenshot, sayang yung
wala na siyang cover photo tuloy.
Inagawa lang, kuha ko yan, F5 na.
Kasi quit ka na eh. Dali. Sino ba sa mga hindi pre-co-fordan? Wala kang bag! Here. Talaga sinigawan, di ba?
Well, alam mo, tinatanong na nga ako nung mga, nung panel. Sabi nila, bakit galit na galit yung mga tao kay TTC? Ano siya ginagawa? Di nila alam ang storya. Si Forsaken, naka-double kill na. Akala mo talaga, sir.
Balong-balong, kala mo naman talaga gumagawa ng tama, pero itong mga players yun.
Tagabuhat na nga. Alam mo yun?
Oh, sobrang bigat ng mga players next. Men, ano na to? 4 plus 4. FP4 na naman to.
FP4.
Oh,
Nakita ko si
Diyos
Jack,
ko po.
bulag eh.
Palong-palo, oh. Kala mo naman talaga, oh.
Hindi, sina Flippy tsaka si Papi Chulo bahala dyan. Si Flippy na lang pala natitira. But looking ahead, meron siyang aftershock na pwedeng gamitin at tsaka meron din siyang blind dito na pwedeng gamitin. Kaso nga lang, in a 1v5 situation, posible pa nga ba yan? Flippy was able to take down Forsaken, pero syempre with that kill is the information being given to Paper Rex as well. Ang bilis lang ng match natin ngayon, pero yung from 8-4, napunta na tayo sa 8-7.
Okay lang yan. Kahit anong numero pa yan, lamang pa rin ng SBE, men. Si Pen, Diyos ko po, palong-palo, lahat pinapatay. Kalma ka lang, hoy!
Isiyan mo lang.
Isiyan mo lang. Nakakamba ka.
Ay,
ito yung time
wala pa
na...
yan. Siyempre, papakiramdaman mo pa. Bibigyan mo pa ng pagkakataon eh. Pero, for the side of Paper Rex, talagang tumatarap dito si Forsaken.
Oo, men. Tas sila mind freak. Walang kaambag-ambag.
Oo.
Oo, kumbaga tagtanong, anong ambag mo? 90? Anong 90? Naintindihan mo naman na ano, na ganito lang ako. Oo, diba?
Naintindihan, sad boy. Naintindihan mo naman ganito lang ako, but the shot from Flippy definitely connects to the head of Benkai, giving that information away. Ja hops out. Forsaken was able to take on the kill, pero si Papi Chulo masyado siyang maraming kailangan tignan dito from left to right, and Forsaken was able to find the last player remaining. That is Flippy, or rather, tama, si Flippy.
Okay lang yan, mga kaibigan. Pinagbibigyan lang natin ng mga players natin kasi yung ginagawa lang ng SBE, sobrang pinapasarap lang nila ang laban. You can spell sarap without pinas.
Huh?
You can spell pinasarap without pinas. Ayun. Sorry.
Sarap lang. Sabi ko, ha? Pinasarap. Yung pala yun. Yung pala yung ibig. Ay,
sorry.
Typo.
Sorry, typo.
Buray mo ng slide tapos balikan mo ulit. Mga ganun. Napatime out ng SBE dito. Ano sila eh. Problema na sila ngayon on the defense. Parang nung nag-swap nung sides, kung gaano kabilis pumasok yung South Belt kanina, ganun din yung Paper Rex. Bakit? Ano na naman?
Natawa ako. Hindi lang aw. Meron pang whew.
Aw, imba, whew. Clear.
Whew, tas dash clear. Yan. Ay, nako.
Chamba, cross. Alam mo na yun. Pag hindi magtutuloy. Pero ito, 8-8 yung ating score right now. And for the time being, Paper Rex is definitely showing up or stepping up when it comes to the attackers mo. Nakukuha nila yung mga gusto nilang kuhanin site dito. And Paper Rex, for the side of them, si Forsaken talagang nagbubukas ng pintuan para sa Paper Rex ngayon. Kita mo naman yung confidence ng taong to. Itong dalawang player, the double duelist right here for the side of Paper Rex with the help of Dog, the Trailblazer. Naghahanap ng kalaban, pasok na sila on B side, iniwan ng SB ito completely open at pwede silang makapag-rotate. Kaso nga lang itong Paper Rex nag-aabang na agad para i-cut off yung rotation.
Walang nagkuha. Oh, nice! Diyos ko po! Na-Jose Rizal, mga kaibigan, nalikuran si Jing, pero let's see. 5v3, patay na si Forsaken. At least yun yung objectives nila, pero tabay. Konting tsa-tsa ka lang, konting usog ka lang sa kanan mo, pre. Sige, abante!
Abante mo!
Dabay, abante!
Abante mo! Asis, tama yung tinitignan mo. Sige, silipin mo lang.
Asis, balik ka doon!
Si Flippy!
Ay, Diyos ko po, nakasama naman isa. Pero ito, nilabas na nga ang birdie. 3v1, mga 3v2, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, dabay! Inuubos lahat! Tatlo na pata, pero siya, with a kill! 2v1, Benkai, mag-isa lang din! Pero sige, pre, i-defuse mo ako, bahala!
Kunyari!
Uy! Oh my God! Sige,
24 HP na lang si Benkai dito! And they weren't able to take the kill. And that is the VCT Esports clutch moment of the game. Interesting. Baka mag-time out dito, feeling ko, SB.
Yan na natin sila. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi meron na naman nagbabash sa stream. Meron na naman nagbabash sa stream.
Alam nyo na yan eh. Isang bash equals yan, ilan? Isang punto papunta sa kalaban. Kaya kung sa inyo, tigil-tigilan nyo na yan.
Tinan mo, sabi ni Alien Likup, Meron siyang binash. Sabi daw niya, wala daw ambag yung isa sa SB. Pero, pinagsasabi mo! Hindi ko yung paglaro!
Galit na naman si Kuya Mobil. Talagang mapupunta ka talaga ng hindi ko malalaman eh. Si MiTH nakapatay na isa, but Ja was able to secure 1 kill for himself as well. Sheriff lang ang puhunan dito for the side of SBE at kailangan lang nila antayin. But si Ja, makikita mo, ready to cut off the rotation. Anyone who wants to go mid, he has to face.
Pero ito, tamang
Sheriff na dito.
Ja, huwag kang alis siya, pre.
Masakit.
Masakit. Oh,
Kailangan niya mag-pop smoke. Wala na.
where you are.
Okay, ito na. Ito na si Benkay, nag-comsat na. Alam nila kung nasa ni SBE dito, pero puso lang, men. Kaya lang. Sige, tapon mo. Pati yung, sige, oh. Tapon mo. Yan. Mali rin to si Benkay. Tinapon pa talaga yung may skin, eh.
Ito, si Papi Chulo, nakita na ni MiTH. Si MiTH ang hilig mag-vertical angle eh, no? Laging nasa taas ng mga kahon eh. Nice kill mula kay Papi Chulo, but there is one more down. It's gonna be Jing! 2v1 situation! Nabaliktad pa nila! It's just Benkay right now na kailangan nila patayin dito. He gets 1 kill, but Benkay gets the other! Another clutch for this guy! The very esports clutch moment of the game!
Kalungkutan gaming, mga kaibigan. Pangalawang beses mo na yan. Diyos ko.
Ganda na sana ng round mula sa SBE, but it was an eco to be fair, and they made quite a damage pagdating sa economy for Paper Rex. Pero sayang, it was a 2v1.
350, men, na 350. Okay. Men, meron pa tayong icebox.
Oo, malakas din Paper Rex dun eh.
Hindi, mas malakas sa SBE sa icebox, pero check ko may icebox tayo ah. Naku po, meron! Third game! Okay. Kailangan manalo ng SBE sa split FFL. Alam na naman nanalo sila ngayon dito, pero kala 4 second pushing in. Already pero nasa na mga players dito ng SBE, mga para si Janaka, isa pa nga. Pero it's just si Aziz lang dito talaga nagbabantay lang dito sa may backside do. Pero yun nga na malilikuran siya ni Jing! Oh no, si Persija nandito rin! Pero oh no! Kalungkutan, pero 3v3 importante is lamang pa rin talagang SB dito kahit anong mangyari. Pero ito langit-ngit ng papag, mga kaibigan. Meron medyo walang tamaan dito yung mga players kaya ng SB, pero for second, when kill on 2-1 right now. Pero pushing it out to 2v3. Pro, low 1 HP. Papi Chulo with that kill is all up to the divide for second. The clock is ticking already. Pero parang silang loading. Pero Papi Chulo nag-get that kill. Pero ano dabay? 1v yung manila grade 1. Divide versus Pro. Pero Pro, minamana naman ang PRX. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? What are you doing, Step Bro?
Akalain mo yun? Men, yung nag-dismiss sa harap nila mismo si Jing kanina. Akala ko maguguluhan na yung SBE kung sino yung uunahin nilang patayin. But they were actually able to take those impactful kills. Yung mga napaka-importanting kills nakuha nila. Pero ang malaking W doon, Bill, is actually the recon na nanggaling sa side ng SBE. Kung hindi na-detect yung dalawang players, hindi nila malalaman yung complete information. Because of Pro's recon dart, they were able to spot the remaining 2 players at hindi sila nakagalaw doon. Nabigla rin sila, nahuli sila nung recon.
Okay lang yun, partner. Pupusuan ng SBE yan kahit ano maging problema. Alam naman natin, ang problema, magiging problema lang kung pinoproblema natin yan. Pero Pro, ito yung init na long gatong mga kaibigan, pinaghahampas yung mga players ngayon na PRX at si Jing lang ang natamaan ngayon. Pero Aziz, huwag kang aalis dyan. Baka may sumilip pa dyan. Okay, Aziz, pwede ka na umalis.
Tinuruan eh, no? Pwede ka na umalis, Aziz. Pero mukhang may 6 man dito, nakahanda yung yung turret. Ang maganda dito para sa side ni Jing. Nakakuha agad siya ng 2 kills. Meron din siyang pang-heal as well. And with that, mawawala na dito yung kanyang mga orbs. Kaya naman, shutdown na lang siya ni Pro. And on the other hand, nakakuha rin siya ng 2 kills. Pinatay na rin niya yung Trailblazer. Nag-connect yung bulag dito ng Omen. Pero wala namang follow-up yan kasi naubos ni Pro eh.
2v3, okay lang, pupusuan pa rin yan. Kung okay, Ray, matulog ka na, mamaya na!
Mamaya ka na mag-PM, Ray. Mamaya ka na mag-comment, please.
Ray, mamaya na, makaramdam ka! Makiramdam.
Isa-summon ka na lang namin kung sakasakaling kailangan na.
Bumalik ka na lang pagtapos na!
Pero 2v3 setup, si Ja mukhang magkakasalisihan dito. Si Davai, nakita niya, natag niya na rin. But this is Pro just walking straight into it dahil sa informasyon na binigay ni Ja. Siyempre, si Pro gumusto na rin. With a double kill right now for Ja. Si Benkay na lang ang natitira. And this is now with a 1v1. Itong Cypher Cage, pag nawala to, si Benkay is out in the open, but Ja wasn't able to take the kill. Instead, Benkay takes it away to 11-9. Grabe si Benkay, no?
Oo.
Parang ilang rounds yung nakukuha niya na siya yung nakaka-clutch? 4?
Oo eh. Kala mo talaga eh.
Kala mo talaga eh. Hindi, pero kasi si Ja, nakita niya na eh. May 2 players nga nasa C. Nakita niya naglalakad. Si Pro, yun nga lang si Pro, masyado ata siyang na-excite. Sabi niya dito, eh, nasa C-site na pala eh. Lakarin ko na to. Hindi na siya nag-check na meron palang nag-aabang mag-cut off ng rotation ng City. Kung chinek niya yun, actually, malaki yung chance eh.
Hindi, feeling ko dito sa SBE talagang binigyan na ng partida. Pinatay nila yung mga monitors nila. Pero ito yung mga players ngayon ng PRX. Mga kami going in already. Pushing it out 3v5 situation right now. Pero medyo mahirap din talaga ito kasi walang pera ngayon ng SBE. So bahala na ang Frenzy at saka ang syempre dito. Pero si Ja, with that Elder Frame Frenzy, mga kaibigan, ang tanong kung saan mo kinakalibit ang gatilyo ng baril na yan. Pero yun nga lang, forsaken with the kill onto Ja right now. Pushing it out 2v5. Oh no, Papi, Chulo, and Pro. Kaya pa ba to? And sino ba ang pumili ng mapa na to? Probably SBE, no?
SBE pumili ng mapa na to.
Okay lang yan.
And this is one of their best picks when it comes to map selection. But right now, 5v2. So ngayon, si Papi Chulo na din kasi Mind Freak, pero 63 HP pa ang natitira. All with the Frenzy right now para kay Pro. Protection bago umaksyon. Ang sabi niya dito, kaso nga lang wala ata siyang makikita around the corner dahil lahat ng players ng Paper Rex nakakalat na. Pagdating sa mid, pagdating sa A control, meron silang tao doon kasi 5 pa buhay.
Kayang-kaya pa yan ni Pro. What are you doing, Step Pro?
Wala siyang magagawa dito kundi magpakamatay dun sa pag-detonate ng spike. And wag niyo nang ibigay yung kill. Because obviously, in a situation like this, mahirap na talaga na makakuha pa or rather, mapatay mo pa yung mga ibang players. Si Forsaken, nakita mo naman, alam niya kung saan siya mag-aabang. It is a flawless round coming in from Paper Rex. We are already on a match point. At para sa SBE, ito na yung oras para humabol dahil last round na para sa Paper Rex. Kapag nakuha nila, map 1 goes to them.
Ang pagbangon ng api ng SBE, pinapasarap lang nila yung laban, partner.
Oh,
yun lang yun. Sana yun lang talaga. Anong oras na? Alas 9?
Oh,
Kunyari, may pumuntang barangay dito. Wala akong pake.
Ba't
ka sumisigaw?
Oo, sabi, kakatok muna yan, syempre, di ba? Tapos magtatanong yan, bakit ka sumisigaw, sir?
Sabihin ko, pake mo!
Tapos, sasabihin mo, tapos makikita niya, SBE pala naglalaro. Paupo naman sa tabi mo. Yun ang sasabihin mo, tanon.
Habang hinihimas na ang kanyang arnis.
yung pamalo no?
Yung yantok niya, men. Ganun ang gagawin niya. Pag may kumatok, sisigaw ako, sasabihin ko, walang tao! Ray, ito na. Kung merong...
Kailangan mong bumalik para sa overtime. Kailangan natin to.
Oo. Ray, balik.
Si Ray. Sige, Ray.
Balik.
Pabalikin nyo na. Ray, please. Ito na yung ambag mo.
Oo, kahit ito man lang. Pero, hindi, dito sa match na to.
Sandali.
Dito sa match na to.
Ngayon, ang bagal na gumalaw ng Paper Rex. Alam nilang last round na nila para makuha yung map eh.
Grabe naman si Jing eh. Kalahating mukha, kalahating monitor. Pero man lang matapahan yung alarmbot mga kaibigan. So ngayon, kita naman si Jing, vulnerable na siya. Lahat ng bawas sa kanya, times 2 talaga. Pero si Pro nasa heaven lang din, pero mamaya ka pa makakarating ng heaven mga kaibigan kasi kaya tapos yung mga players ngayon ng SBE, pero yun nga talaga nadire-dire talaga yung lockdown na nagawa dito ng Papi Chulo mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, si Jing nagpapaganda din talaga doon sa may loob ng smoke, pero at least nakapatay sa assist lang isa na din talaga. Pero 4v4 this game, naman free kills 1 already, pero Diyos ko po, Forsaken! Men! Assist diretsohin mo si Forsaken na detain! Pero 3v4 nagkahatian na nga ng mundo! Pre na half na nga! Pero Diyos ko po! Assist huwag kang tumigil! Kaya Diyos ko po! Forsaken para po! Pero siya marigay kayo sa mga dito! Ito lang to dyan mga kaibigan! Oh no! 1v3 mahirap to! 39 PRX champa na naman sila!
Nakuha nga ng Paper Rex. And as we look into this first map para sa ating best of 3 series, it was a pick from the side of SBE. Ang ganda sana panimula para sa SBE, no? Kaso nabitawan nila yung bola pagdating ng gitna. Parang nashikin-and-bakin sila dito ng Paper Rex. And moving forward to our next map later on, mukha akong mapupunta ako. Nasa Japan ata ako ngayon.
Ako rin eh.
Pero
Actually,
itong
pareho
susunod
tayo.
na mapa, split, men. Split.
Okay lang yan, ganyan. Okay lang yan, man. Split lang yan. Mapa ng Pinoy. So may tondo lang yan eh. Pero ito nga PRX, galing the first first round though. Pero talagang it's just for a second really popping off. Look at that. Meron siya 31 kills. Doon sa second half, doon siya nagwala partner. Doon sa first half, it's just syempre mukhang natutulog muna sila. Pero yung nga napagkita yung second half, that is the thing that they utilize everything. Forsaken being really aggressive with all these kills, with all these multi-kills rather. And doon sa second, doon sa naka-blades term si Forsaken, ilan napatay niya? 4? Diba? Halos 4 ilan napatay niya knowing na nakabay ang nakabay yung players ng ano doon ng SBE nung time na yon mga kaibigan, nung nagwawala si Forsaken, it's just hindi sila makaisip ng next step on how will they shut down. Forsaken lang din talaga. Sobra silang nahirapan dito with all the flashes, with all the smokes, and sobrang na-overwhelm lang din talaga yung mga players sa SB dito sa side ng PaperX eh. Kasi at the end of the day, PaperX still PaperX. They still have a lot of information lang din talaga.
Yan tuloy, top 111. Pinakitaan ka tuloy ni Vil. Ang dati kong naritan, puro oo men eh. Ngayon, nagsasalita na kung ano-ano, si Kuya mo Vil. And anyway, tama naman eh. When it comes to a point pagdating para sa side din ng Paper Rex, it boils down pagdating doon sa mga clutch moments ni Benkay. Kasi ang daming rounds na nakuha ni Benkay dito for instead of SBE actually taking it away. At nabigay nga sa Paper Rex side. And because of that, na-force sila into an eco position. O kaya naman sa positioning na hindi nila gusto. But there are a lot of mistakes as well coming in for the two teams that we have right here. Kagaya nung hindi na pag-check ng corners dito ni na Pro once they were rotating na sila na sana yung And also they keep fighting a main as well. And they keep swinging Forsaken, knowing that Forsaken can actually frag out of his mind.
Yeah, and it's just they have no idea kung paano talaga na masya-shutdown si Forsaken. Ito yung sinabi ko kanina talaga naka 3K pala siya, hindi pala 4K yun. Pero apparently, dito sa split mga kaibigan, ipapasok tuloy si Micro. So we're gonna see a big difference lang din talaga on the place of SBE without Flippy and Micro going in already. So, kung napapansin mo rin, actually, a really huge factor lang din talaga dito sa side ng PRX is actually Benkay. It's just his clutches mga kaibigan is really on point. Ano yun, 2v1? 3v1? Wala siyang pakailam. Kasi meron naman siyang ang meron siya, it's just distance lang din talaga. Knowing na Haven is actually a really large map, ang gagawin lang nila dito is talagang mag-antay lang din talaga. You don't have to be really aggressive here in this map. All you have to do is wait. So yun yung ginagawa ni Benkay lang din talaga. Napakadaming lalong-lalo na partner sa Breeze, si Benkay, pag nag-Sova, yung mga clutch potential niya is talagang sobrang laki. Pero ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, ito na ang pagbango ng api sa split.
Pero itong mapa natin na susunod, pinili to actually ng Paper Rex. No? So how will they actually go up against the team of Paper Rex? Malalaman natin yan once we go into game number 2. Pero ngayon, pupunta muna tayo sa short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, it's still gonna be SBE versus Paper Rex. Please don't go away. VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta
Mga kababayan, kami ay nagbabalik dito sa Valorant Challengers Tour at nakita natin talaga na nakabawi ang Paper Rex laban ang SBE. Kaya ngayon, kami ay humihiling na itaas nyo ang kanyang mga kamay at syempre, lahat ng lakas ibigay natin sa SB at ibato natin ng ganyan, men. Mala energy ball ang datingan. Ganun ang gawin natin, men. Itaas natin ang ating mga kamay, ipunin ang lahat ng enerhiya at ibato sa SBE.
Diyos ko, ito na yung oras pa yan para lahat ng dasal ilabas nyo na kumbaga pagdating dito sa matchup because it's now 1-0 para sa best of 3 series natin. And para sa side ng Paper Rex, sila ang nakakuha ng una na puntos na yan when it comes to the best of 3 series. Pero ito, kung sasabihin natin for the next map, it is gonna be split. It's actually chosen by Paper Rex. So, medyo lamang ang Paper Rex seems to map pickings and they are performing really good. Pero, SBE had some good performances as well on this specific map.
Yeah, and makikita natin dito if ever lang din talaga na totoo pala ang map pick curse. Kasi sa VCT APAC, man, ano yun, sobrang mataas ang probability na kung sinong pumili ng mapa na yun, siya yung matatalo dun eh. Di ba, partner?
Oo, parang ano yan
Ang dami nangyari na ganun. Oo, tama. Map pickers nga talaga. Yun ang... if ever gonna check out the probability of all the maps played right now, mas malaki ang probability na kung ano yung pinili na mapa, doon sila matatalo. So, na-aching ako. Pero at least, share ko lang.
May paki.
Oo. Oo nga eh.
Na-realize mo din eh, no? Wala naman may paki. Pero ito ha, pagpasensyaan nyo na yung aking malabong camera ngayon kung bakit. Pero pag iisipin natin, SB SBE, based on their performance during that first game, typically kasi SBE isn't SBE kapag hindi nila binibigay yung unang mapa, tsaka parang diesel engine sila magsimula. But this one, it's totally different story.
Oo. Mala ano tayo ngayon, best mala Japan talo ngayon no? Talagang alam mo naman ng diesel men, talagang konting antay mo lang diyan, talaga mag-iinat niyan. Ganito ang mangyayari sa mga players natin ngayon. Syempre men, nung halftime, sila pro nag-maintenance na, uminom na ng mga vitamins mga kaibigan, uminom na sila ng gamot. Oo, uminom na rin sila ng mga lahat ng medisina para lang talagang lumakas sila. So pa naglaro sila, nakaganito. Yung tipong dilat ng dilat, pare.
Galit
let's go!
Nakita ko na, nasa A-site na, tapos ang laki ng mga mata no? Mga ganun ba?
Pare, start na natin,
Hindi yata maintenance yung tinake nila, men. Delikado na yan. Pag mga ganun yung mga reaction time mo, mga reaction mo. Medyo delikado na yan, papacheck up na ako. Pero ito, para sa susunod na mapa nating split, sa tingin mo, para sa mapa na to, si Ja hindi pa rin magje-jet kasi gusto kong maging excited namimiss ko nang makitang mag-jet si Ja dito. But balita ko ipapasok si Flippy, tatanggalin si Flippy pala tapos papasok si MyPro.
Flippy up na kasi nakapag kanina hindi nakapag
pinakinggan ka kanina.
Clash
sabi palitan nyo na. Pinalitan talaga men. Bahala ka dyan, ikaw may kasalanan doon.
Hindi nakapag-clutch sabi ni Pick clutch or kick hindi na clutch. Pinalitan na.
Na-kick.
Joke lang.
Pero kasi yung micro, map specific yan si Micro maglaro 'di ba? Alam naman natin pag si Micro pumasok, nag-iiba yung game style dito ng SBE. But for the other hand, para sa Paper Rex, ang Paper Rex kasi sa tagal-tagal ng team na to, alam naman natin na napalitan na rin yung ibang mga teammates nila dito, but intact pa rin yung old players all the way from VCT Challengers as well and all the other tournaments as well. And Paper Rex has this very typical strat book na lagi nilang ginagamit. And it always seems to work out against teams. Ang kaso nga lang, meron ba silang bago ba silang mayahatid dito kung sakasakali mang mag-step up talaga ang SBE? Yun yung katanungan.
Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest question ever. Pero kung napapansin na kasi, ang split kasi medyo hindi yan lagi nilalaro ng SBE. Once in a blue moon lang natin makita ang SBE na nasa split.
Decider map lagi.
Oo. Alam naman natin na hindi naman umaabot doon kasi sobrang lakas ng SBE, di ba? Pero ito partner, ito rin kasi yung thing Kasi kung napapansin mo, makinig ka, mamaya ka na tumawa.
Sige.
Ang SBE, nasa upper bracket sila. Knowing SBE, ayaw naman nila sa upper bracket kasi gusto nila sa lower bracket. Oo, kailan mo nakita na ang SBE tuloy-tuloy sa upper bracket? Wala. Kasi lagi nasa lower bracket yan. Kasi
isipin mo nung nasa VCT, literal yung VCT na region natin sa P8, nasa lower bracket sila pa yung nag-champion. It's a sign.
So, sa mga nanonood dyan, welcome nga pala ulit sa official watch party ng VCT APAC PRX versus SBE. Pero kung napapansin mo partner, parehong-pareho. Walang pinagbago. Ganun yung gagamitin nila dito. Tamang mirror match lang din talaga. Pagalingan mag-computer kumbaga.
Tsaka dito pagdating sa mga ganyang mirror match, pagalingan na lang gumawa ng mga play, pagalingan din gumamit ng utility. And when it comes to utilities naman, I would say Ja is one of the people or the team player that we have right here para sa side ng SBE that could actually make a play. But on the other hand, for Paper Rex, you also have the Vi who's going crazy when it comes to utility usage. Makikita mo talaga na kumo-connect lahat ng mga utilities dito ni The Vi. On the previous matches, maliban doon, pati na rin doon sa first game natin na nakita kanina. But moving forward in this mirror matchup, excited na ako sa mga Rosa ult.
Tama ka dyan.
Laging merong isa There is always that one race na hindi tumatama yung showstopper. Kaninong race kaya yun?
Makikita natin yan ni Feber kung kanino ba talaga yun, men. Feeling ko sa kalaban na natin, which is ang PRX Pero ito I mean, siguro partner talagang siguro talaga fate ng SBE, no? Ayaw nila na na sila yung lamang na nasa upper bracket sila. Gusto talaga nila na nasa lower bracket sila Lagi. Hindi naman gusto. Feeling ko yun talaga yung nangyayari. Pero if SBE, makabawi sila sa lower bracket, papuntang Grand Finals, Diyos ko po, Cinderella, kabahan ka na. Kung merong Cinderella story, may bagong mas maganda ang storya ng SBE.
Ano na yan, yung mga bago na ngayon ng Disney, hindi ko na alam. Mga Tangled, mga ganon, di ba? Pero itong storya mula sa SBE, syempre, if they are used to being in the lower bracket, ibig sabihin yan, they can play under pressure. And that's the beauty of having a team that can play under pressure. Kahit anong ibato mo sa kanila, magta-thrive pa rin ang SBE when it comes to certain maps. And of course, when it comes to certain games. Parang worst comes to worst, talagang lalabanan at papalagan talaga nila to. Malayo man yung mga score lines. And makikita naman natin yan like in the hands of Ja that steps up, in the hands of the other players, si Flippy kanina na nakakakuha rin ng mga shots in. And ang gandang utility usage din naman dito ng SBE. You've seen it on map number 1 with SBE Pro. The recon definitely just connects each and every time. But this is gonna be a different story dahil hindi naman usual na ginagamit ang isang Sova dito. So paano sila maglalaro with the information? They have the Cypher instead.
Ito para manalo ang SBE, kailangan kumanta si Terror, mga kaibigan. Press 1 kung gusto nyo kumanta si Terror.
Dadamay mo pa ako dyan, Diyos ko. Dami pang gustong sabihin. Alam mo, hindi gagawin no? Nagre-reklamo pa Kakagat din naman pala.
Alam naman natin na tawag doon, marupok.
Minsan okay lang. Wag mo lang araw-araw.
So, ang gusto ni Taylor, paminsan-minsan lang. Ayaw niya ng araw-araw.
Ganun-ganun lang talaga. Pero mukhang it's finally time para simulan tong matchup natin, SBE. Ang huling chance nila nakalabanin ng Paper Rex right now para sa ating best of 3 series kung sakasakali man. And ang ganda na ng showing kanina dito ng SBE. Yung simula nila, maganda-ganda na Kaso nabasa ng Paper Rex.
Oo, tama. Heto na! Ang pagbangon ng Pilipinas pero si JCB sinisip pa ang Super Get kill instead. Pero nga nakita naman si Ja! Nag-jet na! Ito na! Ito na ang jet na inaantay natin mga kaibigan! Ito na! Diyos ko po, don't give Ja the jet! Because it's gonna be really powerful. Ja, we can auto move the second person sa Davai. Kita naman ito, wala talaga buhay. Pero Davai, nakachapa pa nga na isa din para sa Davai. Super low on HP. Pero wala kang heal boy! 4v3! Ang dami nang nakuhang patay. Just Persija sa Jig wala na. Wala na kayong duelist.
Wala na ring buhay dito si Davai na nagamit niya na yung kanyang healing galing kanina. Now in a 4v3 situation, sila yung kailangan pumush dito. Si Benkay naghahanap siya ng information kung meron man siyang makikita on heaven at tsaka na rin pagdating dito sa ramps. Kaso walang nagpapakita talaga for the side of SBE. Alam nila yung dapat nilang gawin dito. Ang dapat nilang gawin, mag-antay lang because they are in the defending anyway. Tsaka si Papi Chulo may camera dito So alam nila nagkakaroon ng detection dito. Nakita na nga niya, naspatan niya yung dalawang players. May Cypher Trap na binasag na rin. And this is now the rotations all the way from SBE climbing in on A site. Dalawa na lang natitira. That is Benkay and Davai na parehas nandito at nagsasama ang dalawang players. Kailangan nila mag-plant ng spike. They put up the wall right now para sa kanilang team. But this is now 4v2 situation. The overwhelming capability of SBE can be put into place.
Yan si Bicho partner pero yung nakita natin yung the clock is ticking already. And now Aziz, we're gonna take down Davai and Benkay at wala kayong magagawa kundi magbabay.
Naka 4K si kuya mo Aziz doon. Parang napigilang mag-comment yung mga nagbabash.
Oo, diba? Diyos ko.
Napaisip, nagtatype na sila Bakit walang ambag si Aziz? Tapos naka 4K. Dinelete.
Oo, diba? Oo. Pa-enter na tapos biglang
biglang silang napabalik Ay, malakas pala.
Oo, Diyos ko. O diba yan ang literal na kinakain niyo yung mga salita nyo. Ang dami nyo sabi-sabi kung kayo kaya yung maglaro dito.
Nagagalit ka na naman.
Sorry. Kaya binibigyan ko na nga sila ng chance kasi pag ako naglaro dito.
Parang ikaw ata yung may kailangan mag-maintenance. High blood. Na-high blood ka na, tay.
Sorry. Pero eto
May
na.
wall agad?
The Great Wall of Pro na ginagawa mo sa kalangaw! Ha? Pero si Jing nakachapa, pero kasabi ni Pro, pero 2K roll, pero wala tamang hilan din talaga sa harapan ng mga kalaban niya. Si Pro sobrang kapal ng mukha. Pero si Aziz, waiting patiently. 4v3. Tamang swing out lang, pero si Martin babalik na siya kasabay ko nga take down everything. Dito sa side ng PRX, 2-0 already. SBE, ito na ata ang pagbangon ng P. Shay!
Pero para sa side ng SBE din naman kasi magandang panimula eh. Kaso nga lang magaling din kasi magbasa yung Paper Rex. Kaya dapat kahit malalaki na yung mga gap when it comes to the score, knowing that this is of course an eco anyway for the side of Paper Rex, dapat hindi sila magkaroon ng kampante mode dito when it comes to this specific map. SBE, they're still gonna stick, of course, for their bonus round that they have. And aside from that, para kay Ja, Sheriff lang sa kalam. Gusto niyang bumili ng operator dito maya-maya.
Ito na. Na-trip par. Okay lang yun. Bengkay.
Nag-set up, pinalitan yung tripwire.
Sige, ako na
Sabi niya, pangit ng tripwire na to. Ito na lang.
Ang baho daw.
Ayusin ko na lang.
Tamang wall lang din talaga. Pero kaya Ja! Sheriff sa mukha! Mind freak! Gusto mo pa! Pero yung nga lang, Bengkay nakachampa na naman na isa. Aziz with a kill. Pero apat pa yung mga players ngayon SB, mga kaibigan. So kaya pa nila makabayo. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, nahuli ka Malbon dito sa side ngayon ng PRX. Pero yung nga lang, Papi Chulo with that swing. Pero Bengkay will get that kill. 3v4 winnable sa side ng SBE kahit anong mangyari. Pero nga lang 4 second with a push right together with Jing. Pero Pro and Marek trying to cut off all the players in the terreno. Kupush dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang ito na nga pag-push din talaga ni Jing tsaka ng 4 second will gonna be really that fortunate enough for them na makakita ka ng dalawa. Pero pwede siyang updraft dito. Pwede ka mag-updraft ka dito. Yun nga. Jet main ako.
Galing mo talaga, coach.
Jet main ako. Pero yun nga lang. Jing! Si Jing Kit! Ito naman Jing Kit! Mamaya na yan!
New Year, everybody!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! Pero para sa Paper Rex, kung mapapansin nyo, no, magaling sila magbasa ng mga plays dito. Mabibigay nila yung first 2 rounds, maybe even more. But once they actually figured out kung paano ba yung setup ng SBE, lalo na on the defense, talagang makikita mo yung difference when it comes to the playstyles. They check now the corners where they usually spot the other players of SBE. Aside from that, talagang mapapansin mo the movements of the players of Paper Rex right now. Kahit lumalamang yung SBE, hindi nawawalan ng confidence to peak.
Man, I mean, puso lang din talaga nangyayari dito. Pero yung si Ja, natamaan siya dito. Pero yung Aziz! Nice kill, dude! That's same goes with Bengkay. Para wala sila nagka-true smoke mga kaibigan kasi kitang-kita nila yung
bullet trails.
Bullet trails yan ang wala pag phantom ang gamit mo. Pero yung alam, we're gonna say goodbye. Pero 3v4, alam na meron tao dito sa may events mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, Pro with a push and Micro with a kill. Pero ito na, 2v3, naghahadukin pero wala sila naman dito sa mga players sa PRX. Pero now, they're gonna go here and B instead. So, the rotation is now up for the players of PRX right now mga kaibigan. Pero tamang wall of land din talaga para wala pupunta dito sa may heaven. So, isa lang ang mapupuntahan nila. It's just Ali.
Akala ko tinawag mo ako kasi may matutawag sa akin, Ali. Pero ito, 3v2 situation. Papi Chulo at si Micro na lang ang buhay para sa side ng SBE. Na-plant na rin yung spike for the side of Paper Rex. Kaya naman ready sila for the post-plant position. May hirap dito. Buhay pa si Bengkay. Ibig sabihin may mga cyber trip wars. Saka meron silang pwedeng gamitin na camera just to actually see and get that information without actually peeking. Nakikita nila yung trip war. Kayang-kayang talunan actually pero you will make some noise as well and kailangan mo mag-hop out sa harap ni Mindfreak. He was able to take 1 kill. Mindfreak was able to take 1 with a 2v1 or rather with a 1v1 situation right now. Si Bengkay pa rin ang makaka-clutch dito.
Grabe yung clutch potential ni Bengkay. Grabe, solid pa.
All throughout no?
I mean, kanina pa yan. I mean, sa totoo lang, hindi lang sa mga ganitong sa mga ganitong situation lalo na sa mga iba't ibang teams. Alam mo yung mga clutch na ginagawa ni Bengkay, hindi lang siya yung hindi lang yung dumaan lang hindi talagang tatatak talaga sa iyo yung mga pinagagawa nito taong to
Galit na galit eh, no? Ang ganda nung laro niya eh, nakakainis na eh.
Oo,
Alam mo yun?
alam mo yun?
Tapos sa SBE yung kalaban eh, bakit ngayon pa?
Oo. Diyos ko po, Bengkay. Diyos ko po, nag-pop off ka pero sana sa ibang team naman, wag dito.
That is such a nice kill na nagmula sa Paper Rex from Ja dahil may slow, hindi na makagalaw si Kuya mo Ja. And as well, they were on an eco position. Uma-advance sana dito si Ja para makakuha ng damage or man lang or get some kill if ever he can get to. But this is Pro na nakatingin sa sahig. During that time, mukhang nagre-ready yata siya para sa binabalak niyang masasama. Pero si Papi Chulo nandito pa rin naman to get the headshots and Mind Freak to close things out. 3-2 ang score natin ngayon. Hindi pa rin malayo yan.
Oh, hindi pa may marayan. 3-2 in favor of SBE, mga kaibigan. Pero sa ginagawa dito ng PRX, well, free round yan. Sige, ibigay nyo na. Diba? Alam naman natin, trainer, pag umugusto, binibigyan.
Binibigyan.
Ito ang gusto ko magkaroon sa kwarto.
Sana magkaroon ng Funko Pop na ganyan eh, no?
Yung mga chibi na ganyan eh, no? Ang galing. Tapos nagsasalita.
Ano siya sabi?
Give me a corpse.
Give me a corpse. Fire in the hole! Maliit lang din yung salita eh, no? Ito na ang inaabangan nating lahat. Ang Rosa Ult! Nag-connect!
Pero nice! Napatay na muna. Pero ito na nakakamigan. Ito na.
Nakapag-ult si Papi Chulo.
Give me a corpse. Pero now, he knows exactly where you are. 4v4. At least nagbago tumama kay Aziz.
Wala
yung
nang
showstopper, napatay niya.
Totoo.
Pero
Walang tao dito on A site completely. And si Ja actually, he is ready to cut off any rotations as well na magmumula sa mid kung sakasakali man. But this is very quiet coming in for the side of Paper Rex. Gusto nilang ibenta yung fake na nag-rotate na sila. They also have Benkai who has the camera up and online at nakikita niya rin yung movements along the map. But this wall is gonna be broken. Nag-push in lang si Forsaken hanggang backside. Hindi makasilip dito. Yung ibang players ng SBE, si Papi Chulo nagdalawang isip siya. Naunahin si Forsaken. This is now up to Ja with this operator. And of course, with the ultimate neural theft, magagamit din yan ng Paper Rex. Malalaman nila kung nasan nga ba si Ja. Ang tanong, makukuha ba nila yung kill against him because he has the operator? This is gonna be a save.
Save natin talaga pwedeng gawin dito ni Ja, mga kaibigan. Para syempre makabawi na lang siya mamaya. And, Diyos ko po,
nahuli pa.
Nahuli pa. Pero, hinahabol nila.
Ang bilis ng rotate.
Diyos ko po, hinahabol nila. Pero, takot sila sa operator ni Ja eh. Ayaw nila, men. Pero kung napapansin mo, isa sandwich nila, men.
Yun lang. Pero ang tanong nga, ba with the time frame?
Nice.
Kasi, yung yung spike malapit na rin mag-detonate. Inaabangan na lang talaga ni Ja yung mangyayari dito eh. Kaso nga lang, mukhang hinahunting talaga siya ng Paper Rex dito. Ang mabuti, nasa malayo pa sila, no? So they're still trying to cover the entirety of the site and Ja is just waiting on ramp. So safely delivered ang operator for this next round.
Pero ito na, dito sa match na to, ito na promise, babawi na sila.
Alam na namin yan, napanood na namin.
SBE, time out, diba? Ito na, maglalaro na sila, kuya. It's time.
Tsaka bubuksan na nila yung monitor.
Mag-i-install sila ng Valorant, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, nakascore sila ng 2 partida, wala pang Valorant na naka-install yun. Paano ba pag naka-install na? Hindi ko pa alam.
Valorant. Paano kaya naglalaro to, no?
Telekinesis.
Telekinesis, utak lang ang gamit.
Utak lang, men.
Yun? Tsaka puso.
Puso lang, men. Puso tsaka telekinesis. Yung okay lang kahit matalo, basta puso lang, okay lang, men.
Tsaka upper bracket to eh. So, kagaya ng mga ibang teams na natalo para sa araw na ito, here on the knockouts, parang clean slate yan sa lahat ng mga teams natin, no? Kasi lahat sila magsisimula sa taas, kumbaga eh, no? Para sa side ng SBE, if ever they lose this matchup against Paper Rex, because honestly, the odds are on the side of Paper Rex anyway, and even if they lose this, may chance pa when it comes to the lower bracket, pero mainit ang labanan din doon. Nakita mo yung talo kanina ng Boom Esports, medyo malala din. Yun yung pinakamalakas sa Indonesia na team.
Ito na talaga ang pagbangon ng api dito sa side ngayon ng SBE. Aantayin natin to!
4-2 yung score natin, Jing. Jump pick lang eh.
Jumping lang si Jing, mga kaibigan. Kalahating mukha, kalahating monitor. Pero Ja, with just that operator on hand, sana makakuha siya ng mga kills dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, they're not gonna go there in B because they're gonna go fully here on A though. And Mind Freak is here already for a second, but kill onto Papi Chulo right now with that headshot with that blazer. Pero oh, Diyos ko po, natamaan na nga dito sa Forsaken na naliligaw na bala mga kaibigan. Pero Aziz with that swing, but Jim will get that kill. Pageless onto the players of SBE right now. Pero Diyos ko po, wala naman natatamaan ngayon si Jing mga kaibigan. Pero A is locked already. Na-lockdown na nila ang A. So paano sila makakabawin ngayon? Ja, all you need to do is stay out of battle. Mind Freak on your side. But Forsaken will gonna take down Ja. Forsaken show. Sinorti pa sa mukha!
Hindi na nakareact si Pro.
FP4! Forsaken plus 4!
Ang ganda ng reaction play na nagmula dito kay Forsaken. Despite the disadvantage, obviously, he had the operator na switch up niya yun ng isang mabilisan just to get the kill. He has the knives as well. And yung Blade Storm na yan, na-force out umatras yung players ng SBE. And look at this very good swing coming in from Forsaken. At hindi na nga nakabuelo dito si Pro. 8 HP na lang si Forsaken during that time. But unfortunately, it was too overwhelming for the side of SBE. We are now looking at a 5-2 mabilisang blind agad on Mail. Pero wala namang matatamaan at wala rin namang makukuhang kill ang Paper Rex dito. Panggulo lang.
Panggulo lang talaga mga kaibigan. Ito na yung mga players kaya ng SBE. Ito na ata. Promise, ito na yung ano nila. Every round, talaga mag-hope talaga tayo na sana yun na. Pero at the end of the day, pinili ito ng SBE. Ay, ng PRX. Pero kahit anong mangyari, lamang pa rin ng SBE, kitang-kita naman.
2-5 in favor of SBE.
Tama! Tama! Pero
welcome nga pala sa PH Watch Party, guys.
Oh, Watch Party. Sinasabi nila, casters, can you please cast properly? Ba, Watch Party to. Ano nagkasabi mo?
Wala namang caster dito.
Oo, ano nagkasabi mo? Sabi-sabi lang kami dito, men. Pero, mukhang mag-i-A ata mga kuya mo ha. Pero ito na si Aziz, tamang silip-silip natin. Pero Forsaken, Diyos ko po, kung kasi tigil-tigil mo yan, baka magkakuliti ka.
Kakasilip no? Lahat na lang sinisilip dito, bawat angle. But on the side of Paper Rex, that's such a obvious amount of confidence we are looking at because on an attacker, you have the operator. Si Ja nakakuha rin ng isang kill dito. 1-to-1 trade lang ang nangyari, but Ja was able to spot another one. Benkay for the indirect trade, but the 2-to-1 trade was there. Aziz was able to get a kill on the showstopper. 2v2 na ngayon ang labanan. Si Forsaken na naman, or rather si Benkay na naman ang natitira, at saka si Mind Freak. With 5 seconds remaining to plant the spike, it's more than enough. Aziz was able to take that first kill, pero si Benkay nakikita niya yung mga impormasyon na yan. I-wallbang nyo na, sir!
I-wallbang nyo na, Benkay. Oh, nice!
Narinig tayo!
Oh, yeah, talaga maraming salamat, Coach Villantator. Nice.
Yeah, dahil sa inyo, nalaman namin kung nasan sila.
Huwag kayo magkilala, may hati kayo.
Pag nanalo, matik yan.
Oo, sharing. Sila naman yan.
Sharings na lang.
Oo.
Blessing naman. Share your blessing. Hello.
Pero isipin mo, diba? 5-3 pero hindi naman natin ramdam, diba? Lamang yarn.
Ganda nung panimula na dito ni Jing nakapasok pero pumasok din siya sa loob ng smoke. Tsaka yung hold ni Ja, yun talaga yung dala when it comes to A site as well. And Benkay, despite having that clutch potential, pala sa wall bangable spot siya.
Besi. Tapos si Ray nagtatampo. Tapos ngayon maghahanap kayo game 3. Good night. Gumaganon!
Ay, nagtampo!
Ray, mamaya ka na matulog!
Oh, nice kill from Jing. Good para sa Paper Rex na naman. Ang gandang opening kills lagi nakukuha ni Kuya Mujing dito. Pero dalawang players ngayon ng SB ang nag-a-attack. Kaso nga lang, tinignan lang nila. Ano nangyari dun?
Hindi ko rin alam.
Natuhog sila, men!
Natuhog sila. Ginawa silang sisiw.
Nag-stuck si Papi Chulo dun.
Isaw pa lang. Sisiw talaga sabi ko. Pero nga lang, Papi Chulo. Nakita rin yung mga players ngayon kung nasan ba yung PRX mga kaibigan, pero this is gonna be a 2v5 pa rin talaga. Ang sabi ng PRX, bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Gumugusto ka. Beg. Ito na si Bangkayo. Bangkayo. Diyos ko po, nakaisa pa ka, pero it's all up to Papi Chulo. Clutch or kick.
Nababadrip na ako. Ang lakas ng Paper.
Oo, nakakainis, diba? Ang lakas nila. Sa the way na sobrang nakakainis na. PRX, tama na kasi ang sakit-sakit na.
Ano kaya nangyari dito kay Phil, no? Iniwan ko lang yung Tagalog broadcast na saglit, naging sad boy ka na.
Sorry, ako lang siya.
Yung, hindi nila Nagumapang na si Jing. Dalawa silang nag-aabang doon. Nagpe-Facebook at nag-scroll. Naman niya, wala pa naman eh.
Hindi kumukota, be. 60 energy, marami tayo.
Kaya kailangan tapusin eh, bago mag-reset.
Mga galit si manager, men.
May ultimate na naman dito si Jing. At maghahanap lang, ang gagawin niya lang dito, kukunin niya muna yung information and then he can use the ultimate or the showstopper to be precise. But Ja is already using the Blade Storm for the team. Ang daming nakita, ang daming nahuli for Forsaken. It's for him all the way from heaven. I don't know what is the player or what are the players doing right now for the side of SBE. Hindi nila napansin pa, wala na yung smoke dito. Just that is basic.
Kaya pa ni Proma kami na ako. Oh, Diyos ko po, natamaan ng kalalintik ni Perino. Sabi ni Bunny Freak. Ginagawa niyo dyan. Huli sila eh. Oops! Diyos ko po, the flick of Mind Freak. Napatay nung baliw.
Nahihirapan sila sa timing dito. Nahuhuli sila eh. Yung smoke din nila in-expect na mawawala. On the other hand, alam din nila, aware nila na may ultimate dito si Jing eh. Pero ang galing din ni Jing para i-save up yung ult na yan kung sakasakali mag-buy round na. Sabi niya hindi importante ngayon kasi nakakakuha naman tayo ng kills tsaka eco.
Ganito partner. Pagdasal na lang natin na mag 9-3. Kasi baka makabawi.
Tsaka sa split naman, alam naman natin pag split yung mapa, 50-50 yan eh. Kasi depende kung saan mas malakas talaga yung mga team dito. Merong mga teams na kumbaga nasa defense yung totoong lakas nila. But it just seems like the opening kills na nagmumula kay Jing, it just so happens that it all just works out. And also ultimate from him, talagang ma-open up yung side. For the side of SBE, they're very much aware of this ultimate that they can use. Nabawasan ng kaunti si Micro with that showstopper probably. And this is still a 5v5. Nakuha na nila yung A-side. This is a plan for a retake and a 5-man retake coming in from SBE. Hindi yata nila expect si Mindfreak nasa sa taas.
Mindfreak!
Nauna na nilang nakita yun eh.
Ito partner, it's just okay naman sila sa fundamentals. Natalo lang din talaga sila sa aim duels. Lalong-lalo na yung mga pinagagawa dito ni Benkay. Ito I mean, walang sugarcoat or anything. Men, sobrang ganda ng positioning ng PRX. Sobrang na-overpower ng PRX ang SBE. Di nila alam kung paano sila makakapag-comeback. Kasi they tried to play slow, wala. They tried to play fast, pero ganun pa rin sobrang napapunish ang SBE. As in ng sobra. Well, nakakakuha sila ng kills, pero it's not enough for them to end the round. Na sila yung panalo.
Get out of my way! May kasamang iyak eh. Uy, hindi tumama yung blind na yan. Micro actually took the opportunity. Instead of reacting to the blind, he instead reacted with the kills himself. He gets 2 out, but this was also collateral damage for the side of SBE. Natutuhan trade lang sila dito ng mabilisan. Nandito na naman sa posisyon niya si Mindfreak, and hindi na natuto yung ibang players dito ng SBE. May kasama pang rest na nagmumula mula dito sa Sage ng kabilang team. On the other hand, now with a 4v3 situation, SBE needs to hold the fort down. Papi Chulo, meron siyang pwedeng gamitin na shutdown, or rather, meron siyang pwedeng gamitin na shotgun.
Tama, shotgun lang
yung
yan.
judge, nag-aabang lang.
Nadink yung isa pa rin, nadink. Sige, 2v2. Winnable. Sige, push na!
I know exactly
May bawas. Isip.
Nagamit na naman. May ult na naman si Benkay.
Well, best 9-3. Wala naman tayong magagawa. So ngayon, the position is now compromised already. And all they're gonna do, tingnan mo, partner, hindi nila kino-contest. Why? Objectives. Kasi
for the side of Paper Rex, ang gusto lang na talaga nila dito is to actually win the game. You can see it obviously with how they play. And this is just Micro getting down. And it's now 9-3. Totoo nga ba ang 9-3 curse?
Hindi! Lang ganon! Ay, oo, totoo yun! Totoo pala yun! Sorry. Mali.
Lugi tayo.
Sorry. Totoo yun! 90 talaga to! Pinalamang lang, gusto pang manalo! Yan yung gusto nilang gawin!
I know exactly.
Sa kapitbahay ko, sorry.
Medyo napapasigaw na kami dito eh. Pero si Benkay talaga, kahit hindi ganon kadami yung mga kills niya, kung tutuusin, Forsaken Mindfreak ang nangunguna na dito ngayon when it comes to the kills. But if you take a look kung ano ba yung impactful plays na ginawa ni Benkay dito. Yung mga importanteng rounds nakuha niya. On the other hand, si Jing, kaya niya mag-open up ng sight ng mabilisan kasi lahat ng shots na take, nagko-connect eh. So, it's literally on the side of SBE on how they're gonna punish the players of Paper Rex right now. Kasi kung paano sila maglaro, it's a reactive game style na nagmumula sa SBE. Instead of making their own plans, nagre-react lang sa mga ginagawa ng Paper Rex. They have to take complete control on the map right now if they want to win.
Complete control and domination lang din talaga ang pwedeng gawin ng SBE dito. And ito partner, winnable pa to kahit ganito. I mean, yes, maganda yung hold ng maganda yung push ng Papers, maganda yung pagtitake nila ng site, pero ang tanong, magaling ba sila sa pag-hold ng site? Makikita natin yan sa susunod na kabanata dito sa Split, mga kaibigan. Ano favorite map mo, Bes?
Actually, Split.
Talaga?
Oo. Gusto ko to. Lalo na pag Sentinel yung role mo.
Sentinel ka naman talaga.
Sarap sa feeling, kumbaga eh. Pag meron ka talaga na pipigilang mag-rotate, pag meron kang nahuhuli sa mga traps mo, lalo na yung mga naglo-lurk, di ba?
Sarap.
So, oo. Sarap. Yun nga eh, di ba? Nagtanong ka pa.
Tatanong lang ako nila. Yung sa Dabay, Dabay. Buhat na Forsaken. Sa mga nagtatanong, hindi siya yan. Okay, hindi siya yan. Kapangalan lang niya yan, pero hindi siya yan. Okay? Okay. Pero the Forsaken trying to be really aggressive right now. Pero si Aziz, Diyos ko po! Natamaan ang naliligaw na bomba!
Alam talaga nilang laruin kung ano yung dapat nilang labanan dito tsaka ano yung dapat hindi. But this is now Paper Rex getting yet another 2 kills. Si Benkay lang ang napitas ngayon ng SBE. And the thing is, sila yung attackers ngayon. Sila yung kailangan mag-open ng site. Mind freak ko. Nilalabas lang yung espada niya.
Oo. Haba
Naghahanap lang siya. Kukuha lang ng impormasyon to eh. Tapos sa atras pupuntang city kung sakali man. Kung masyado siyang komportable. Confidence boost naman to para sa side ng PRX. Baka labanan niya. But once he gets that information, he'll probably go back to set up the smoke and set up the blind. And Forsaken will just go in and take the kill. And exactly like that's what happened.
Diyos ko po. Kalungkutan gaming, mga kaibigan. 3-10 in favor of SBE.
Winnable.
Dikit nung laban eh.
Sobrang close fight eh.
Dikit nung laban, no?
Sabi ang layo ng layo ng score. Dikit lang.
Dikit nung laban, 3-10? Diyos ko.
Uy, mukhang may balak dito si Forsaken ha. Naka-judge yung kuya mo. Mukhang babansi yata to on B-main.
Sage dip nga si Pro lamang eh. Yun nga lang nandits.
Oh, this can be deadly. Forsaken, nag-aabang na siya sa Gedli.
Oh no, mahirap to, men. Oh no, bumbot muna, Besiwa. Pero mo ayaw ata. Diyos ko po.
Uy, pinasok yung smoke.
Diyos ko po. Boga to, boga. Bam, 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 bam.
na lang na blind yung kuya mo. Kung hindi, huli talaga lahat. Pero mukhang si Forsaken talagang gusto niyang kuhanin eh. The follow-up mula dito sa players ng Paper Rex is finally here as Mindfreak comes in. He shuts down one and this is now a 3v2 situation kahit papaano. Hindi pa rin ganun kalaki ang lamang ng Paper Rex. Lalo na kung mahuhuli ni Papi Chulo ang isa sa kanila which is si Jing. Although si Pro na lang ang natitira, kalaban niya ay mga Spectre. Wala sa kanya yung bomba right now. Wala yung spike. And he's very low on HP. It's not gonna be enough for SBE. And Paper Rex still takes this. Now into an 11-3. Mukhang gusto ata nilang tapusin agad. May lakad.
May lakad? Anong oras na ba?
It's time.
Anong oras na guys? It's time. Oh.
Pag 9:53 na eh.
Pag meron nagtatanong kung anong oras yung laban nung Filipino team, ang isagot nyo, it's time. Okay? Yan.
Okay.
Bukas, kunyari, anong oras laban ng SBE? Sagot nyo, it's time. Ganon.
Tinuturuan mo na naman yung mga viewers, kaya nagtataka yung mga caster sa English, ba't walang ambag si PTC? Tinatanong talaga nila, bakit ba nila ginaganito si PTC?
Wala silang pake. Ano sila?
Uy, Sportsaken tsaka si Ja, nag-aambang, napansin. Nakahuli pa.
Are you kidding me?
What? Oh,
no way! No! Oo, Papi Chulo and Micro. Nice. Papi Chulo, 1 HP. Bro, tamang wall dyan ka na lang. Manigas ka dyan sa ali.
Ayun, nakala ko, tinalunan niya yung wall tapos nakapasok siya eh. Pero mukhang si Mindfreak na lang natitira dito. 4 pa kailangan niyang labanan. Dapat di mamatay si Papi Chulo. Buti na lang, may alagang pro. And na-detect na ng camera si Mindfreak. Ito yung kagandahan pag may Cypher eh.
Oh, pero sige, Blast X ang gamit yan. May walang bawas yan, men. Laruan lang yan.
Nerf yan eh, no?
Bundle,
Uy, nagpalit narinig ka.
Oh, alam nila kung nasa na, narinig niya yung pag-drop ng barrel, ah. Grabe si Mindfreak eh, no? Diyos ko po, nakitang-kita natin, naka-hoodie pa habang naglalaro. Pagtagal ng hoodie niyan, men, naka-bonnet pa yan.
Lahat na nung pwedeng isuot, sinuot na ni Mindfreak dito para lang manalo.
Oo.
Gumagana, men.
Gumagana, men. Diyos ko po, para syempre, wag mawala sa utak niya yung mga gagawin niya. Men, isipin mo, Mindfreak nga eh.
Oo, kaya kailangan niya ng matinding bonnet tsaka hoodie.
Oo.
Para hindi mawala yung kanyang ano, para di lumipad ang kanyang isipan. Lumilipad na. Pero itong mga shotgun play ni Forsaken, delikado para sa side ng SBE. Buti na punish nila around. But it's been really scary for the side of SBE right now, trying to face off against Paper Rex. Obviously, they can't make any more mistakes and there's just so many rounds that they have to take. Kailangan tuloy-tuloy na continuous rounds ang makuha nila dito at importante hindi nila mapaabot sa match point. Kung kaya nilang pakuin onto an 11 scoreline, why not? They are on a buy round right now and para sa side ng Paper Rex, isa lang ang naka-vandal dito which is Mindfreak.
Ito na yung mga players ngayon, makakabawi na ata sila mga kaibigan. Siyempre ngayon, babawi na talaga sila. Araw-araw sila makakabawi dito kahit hindi pa sila nananalo, hanggat hindi pa 30 ng kalaban mo, babawi pa rin talaga. Pero nga Papi Chulo, sana na kill right now. Pero nga lang, that is the neuros na ginawa dito. May kaibigan Papi Chulo para siyempre malaman ka na sabi mga players ngayon ng PRX mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Aziz will get kill. That kill onto Benkay, pero Davai, the only man remaining. Sheriff lang ang gamit mo, 4 pa ang kalaban mo, baka mana!
Baka mana? Davay, oh, naghahanap ng isa na dink ng kaunti. Actually, malaki yung dink eh. 5 HP na lang si Ja. Pero obviously, it is on the side of SBE. Sana mag-snowball sila dito sa nakukuha nilang rounds. Bumalik yung confidence. Kanina kasi atras lang sila ng atras pag napapansin nila na bumubuelo yung Paper Rex.
Pero alam mo partner, I mean, parang Paper X, sila pa rin talaga yung may experience na lumipad eh, no? I mean, sila pa rin talaga yung talaga nakapunta nung Masters Berlin.
LAN buff.
LAN yan, men. They have the experience na talagang hindi talaga questionable sa kanila kung bakit ganito yung performance nila. I'm actually expecting na na sobrang mas galit na Paper X eh. Sa totoo lang eh. I'm actually expecting more than this, to be honest. Kasi, Paper Rex is still Paper Rex. Men, sobrang lakas na team yan. Isipin nyo, kasama yan sa top 3 ata yan sa buong Asia Pacific. Top 1, XERXIA. Top 2, Secret. Tas top 3 ang Paper Rex. Men, napakalakas yan. Pero syempre, mas malakas ang Pinoy.
Tsaka kung iisipin mo, while Paper Rex is getting stronger, all the other teams, pagdating sa Southeast Asia, sa Asia Pacific, pati na rin sa PH, lumalakas yan, gumagawa ng ibang difference, kumbaga, gumagawa sila ng paraan to actually step up their games and make sure na hindi sila mapantayan. Kasi ang problema naman pag nasa taas ka, the only way right now is to actually maintain it, either maintain that spot, o kaya naman, talagang pababa yung mangyayari. But it seems like Paper Rex, they're still a very good team looking at it, especially for this matchup against SBE. 11-5 na ang ating score, pero SBE nakakabawi na rin sila dito ng mga rounds finally. On the other hand, na-plant nila yung spike, but there's 3 players remaining for the side of Paper Rex. It seems like it's gonna be a save instead.
That's gonna be a save lang talaga pa nilang gawin dito mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin mo si Mindfreak is gonna use all the utilities on hand para lang syempre magkaroon siya ng kahit konti man bawi dito. Pero yun nga lang, kukunin ba nila yung operator? And yes, they're gonna get that operator or probably not. Hindi nila kailangan kunin yung operator man. Attacker sila, kailangan nilang pumasok. Hindi kailangan na may matira sa sa likod. Hindi pwedeng ganun. Kailangan sabay-sabay sila pumapasok ngayon. Pero okay. 5-11, ito na, 6-11, ito na pagbangon nila. Ito na yun! It starts now.
Yung tatlong players ng Paper Rex, actually, it was a very good save, a very good decision making coming in from Paper Rex. Kasi kung hindi naman sila komportable to actually take the site, tsaka yung confidence nila naglalak when it comes to retaking, mas maigi na lang na mag-save sila eh. Kasi at least they still have those 3 Vandals as well. And on the other hand, para sa ibang players ng Paper-Rex, kahit mag-shotgun din naman yan, kagaya ni Davai. Kasi nakaano naman sila eh. Very typical on a split map na maglaro ng mga judge play. Kasi nga, ang tight ng mga corners dito.
Sobrang tight. Which is yan talaga yung gustong-gusto ng Paper-Rex din talaga na ilock yung SBE sa isang posisyon na hindi na sila makakapag-comeback dito kahit papano. Pero, okay. For SBE, they tried to play really fast. It worked. And now, they're gonna try to play really slow. Kailangan pa bago-bago yung strategy natin dito para lang syempre hindi malaman ng Paper-Rex or hindi malaman ng kalaban kung ano ba yung mga next thing na pwede natin gawin. Pero si Jack, ito rin, nagpapatigas ng tuhod mga kaibigan, tamang 100 captures per second na dito. Pero that is the swing. Forsaken to get that kill. Forsaken again and again with a 2K through that smoke. Pero ito na, binuhay ang patay. Diyos ko po, muntik na yung ulo.
Muntik na yung ulo?
Muntik na. Diyos ko po, buti na lang talaga hindi natamaan. Biglang tumingin sa kanan si Jai.
Ang mahirap dito, Vil, kasi mirror matchup naman sila kahit papano. Pero yung blind na inaasahan nila, yung blind na inaasahan nila dito is just actually from Micro. As typical as it sounds, nakikita natin typically pinipili ang breach when it comes to split, lalo na kung gusto mong maging aggressive and you wanna take the sides completely dahil nga doon sa opportunity mo to actually use up the blind really good. Pero itong magandang blind na nagmumula kay MindFreak, it's just perfect. It perfectly connects with the players of SBE and this is just all of them going down. Match point na para sa side ng Paper-Rex and para sa side ng SBE, 6 na rounds pa ang kailangan nilang habulin.
6 na rounds pa, pero sabi ng Paper-Rex, tama na. Okay lang yan.
Grabe, super safe.
Okay lang yan. Alam mo kung bakit kasi kaya nasa upper bracket sila. Ladies and gentlemen, kailan nyo ba nakita ang SBE na galit na dire-diretso sa upper bracket? Wala. Lagi silang nasa lower bracket. Then from there, aakit sila. Ilang beses na natin nakita yan, hindi na bago yan. So if ever matalo sila dito, okay lang yan kasi meron pa silang game bukas. O sino kalaban nila? Boom Esports.
Malakas din ang Boom Esports
Oo. Sobrang lakas din namin.
Ito na ata para sa entry. Si Aziz pwede niyang gamitin yung showstopper niya. And I think this is finally the round that he should be using it. Once they get the information and they can open up the site, it's finally time to use it up. Pero si Jing, na-punish na rin dito. This is a good sign mo. Nagmumula para sa side ng SBE as 3 players or 3 player only remains para sa side ng Paper-Rex right now. And this is now the players of SBE na nagsaswarm papunta sa side. Si Benkay nakakuha ng 2 kills dito, making it even for their side. But Micro was able to take up 2 players instead in a 3-1 situation. Ito na ang pag-wall and si Davai mapapaatras na lang talaga siya. Baka bumuelo siya on heaven pero I don't think he can retake this.
Na. Wala siyang pera eh. Walang pera ang PRX. Wala siyang pera. Walang pera ang PRX next round. Let's go. So pwede mag 8-12 to.
Depende na lang din eh, no? Kasi minsan may mga tricky rounds din
Naantok po.
Naantok pa si Davai. Banks lang puhunan eh, no? Mala Justin Bieber hair flip ng mga puhunan dito eh.
Mukha namang laging puyat.
Pati ba naman yun?
Sorry.
Natastok pa.
Tuloy din ganito. Kung ito 2-0 sila ng PRX, 2-0
yun na lang
naman
yung ambag natin.
2-0 yung casters tsaka yung PRX.
Panalo yung SBE. Pagdating sa casters, 2-0 eh. Walang hindi man lang nakapalag.
may nag-aaway sa comment section.
Sino na naman yan?
Kung ako sa inyo, wala naman kayo sasabihin maganda, manahimik na lang kayo. Tignan niyo ako.
Kita nyo, pag nag-a-analyze ako, sinasabi dito ni Vil, oo, men.
Oo, di ba?
Kasi alam niya wala naman siya sasabihin maganda.
Nasa tama!
Nasa tama! Nasa tama! O, ito na, entry na si Altis, nag-showstopper na, magkoconnect pa, yan yung katanungan, naghahanap dito, naghahanap siya ng isa. That is Bengkai down.
Sabog ang bangkay! Pero ito na tamang patience natin para syempre mapakalis dito si Tafay mga kabe. Pero ito na yung pag-plant ngayon ni Pro. Mukhang ito na ata ang kabak na inaantay natin which is kanina. Pero forcing with a kill onto that operator. Pero kaya Tafay all the way from Ali. Pero, I mean, tama Ali nga. Pero ito mga players ngayon ng players talaga sobrang palo pala PRX with a kill right now with a 3K. Pero Aziz nag-isa na lang dito mga kabe. Pero
it is done and over with.
Oh my god, and it's over. PRX will advance to the upper bracket and will face off XERXIA. X10, sila na naman ang maglalaban. And SBE will drop down sa lower bracket bukas para kalabanin ang Boom Esports last game of the day tomorrow.
Naka-neon jacket yung isa. May neon jacket buff na tinatawag din eh. Makikita nyo naman, for Paper Rex, they played it perfectly when it comes to the positioning of these players, especially dun sa mga opening kills kanina on the attacker side na nagmumula kay Jeng. It is definitely inevitable, kumbaga kung sisilipin din natin with how the other team played. For SBE, sobrang slow burn yung nangyayari sa kanila. Ang nagiging punto dito for SBE is the reactive gameplay that they are showing. Kumbaga, nagre-react lang sila sa kung ano yung ginagawa ng Paper Rex, pero they actually don't have control over the map.
Yeah, to be honest, dito naman ngayon sa side din talaga ng SB. I mean, sobra sila ng hirapan on how can they shut down the players of Papers and din talaga dito, partner. I mean, in terms of fundamentals, they really have all these fundamentals na din talaga on hand. Pero yun nga lang, sobrang natalo na talaga sila on the positioning, on the situations na din talaga na medyo questionable na nakikita natin dito. Lalo na sa mga clutch na ginagawa dito ni Bengkai, man. I mean, all the clutches na ginagawa is really on point. It's really, really good. And actually, ito yung team na kailangan na hindi mo ini-easy-easy lang eh. Kasi Paper Rex, napakadami ng napakadaming titles na yan, mga kaibigan. Napakadaming experience talaga yan. And syempre, MiTH Esports, talagang ito yung time na nagsisimula pa lang sila. Yes, sila yung pinakamalakas dito sa Pilipinas. Pero in terms of experience dito sa Valorant, they have a lot. Pero local. Pero syempre dito sa international, mga kaibigan, it's time for them na talaga nagsimula pa lang sila dito, partner. And this is actually a really good start sa kanila na makaalis sa group stage, na mapunta dito sa playoffs. Ito so far, ladies and gentlemen, these are the top 8 teams sa buong Asia Pacific region. Ito yun. Itong teams yung 8. Ito yun.
The best of the best. Literal. Dahil nafe-filter out na pa konti-konti yung teams natin dito. But speaking of how the teams are playing right now, makikita mo talaga may mga times na na-overwhelm talaga yung SBE. Napapa-atras sila. And parang napupush into corner sila. Like this specific game highlight we are looking at, akala ko nga na-disconnect yung mga players during that time dahil hindi talaga gumagalaw eh. Nahuli lang sila doon ni Jing with a very good opening kill. But aside from that, MiTH also performed. Sumasakto yung mga blind niya rin dito. And when worst comes to worst, for the side of SBE, all they can actually do is clutch the moment as well. But it's not happening in any sense or in any shape or form.
Pero hopefully, I mean, sa next na laban ngayon ng MiTH Esports sa kalaban, ang Boom Esports from Indonesia, we are really hoping na sana makabawi sila doon. And napanood namin kanina, it's just 2-0. 2-0 yung score nila, di ba, sa XERXIA? Tama ba? 2-0 ba?
2-0.
2-0. I mean, sobrang nahirapan ng Boom Esports kasi knowing, ako nga pala nag-cast nun. Knowing the first time nila maglaban, pero ito, ilang beses na rin naglaban ang Indonesia at saka ang Pilipinas. Ilang beses na naglaban ang Boom Esports kalaban ng isang Filipino team. And sa totoo lang, mataas ang win rate natin. Mataas ang win rate ng Pinoy pagkalaban natin ang Boom Esports. Napakataas. So we are really hoping na makabawi ang mga players ng SBE dun sa laban nila mamaya. Kasi ito na yun. Kasi ito na yun eh. Magsisimula na sila all the way down sa lower bracket, paakyat na yan papuntang finals. Papunta na sila sa sa Iceland ngayon.
Actually, nag-i-impake na nga sila. Mga ganun eh. Advance mag-isip kumbaga, no? But that's basically it for this matchup para sa Paper Rex. They actually take a win with a clean 2-0. A very dominating win against SBE, to be honest. Despite of course, the disadvantage that SBE has, talagang nilabanan at nilabanan talaga nila to. But right now, it's finally over and done with. At para sa matchup na ito, bababa ang SBE sa lower bracket. So tingnan natin kung ano yung mangyayari sa kanila. But right now, we have to say goodbye dahil ito na ang final series para sa araw na ito. At syempre, meron pa tayong panel show na ako din ang mag-host. Kaya ipapasa ko na sa break time. So right now, don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
Never turn my back to What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This crazy.
Welcome back to VCT Asia Pacific. We are still here and I'm your panel host. My name is Terror. Joining me today is my twin, Raph, and of course, Dax, who just basically finished casting as well. I also casted, but on the other podcast.
I did.
But
You
I was
did?
like,
You do
no,
that?
I'm going on a break, but don't go away because I'll be on panel too. That's basically it. I passed it on to the casters a while ago and it was me, the caster as well. But moving forward, it was a dominating win here coming in from Paper Rex, specifically for map number 1. I would say it was a very close match when it comes to map number 1 for SBE. But on the latter part, especially when Paper Rex picked the map split, it's just too difficult for SBE. They were in a reactive game style. They were in a reactive mode on how Paper Rex played the entire map or the entire series.
Yeah, what Taylor said. No, I'm joking. Honestly, you hit so many good points there. It did look like Southfield came out with, you know, their foot on the pedal. They looked very sharp. They looked like the Southfield that we would always love to see. But that slight weakness, the moment there was just a tiny bit of blood in the water, the momentum that Paper Rex took away from them was just absolutely demoralizing.
Yeah, what Raph said. Back to you, Taylor.
Oh yeah, cool.
No, I'm just kidding though. But really, it does feel like for Southfield, they had a good game plan at the start of Haven. First half, a lot of utility usage. Players like Ja, like Flippy are really stepping on up and giving Southfield many a time the advantage. But when it came down to it, when Paper X decided to put their foot on the door and decide to make it a duelist kind of game instead, this becomes a problem. The SEA scrap that I like to talk about, where it's just all about someone go kill and go ham. Paper X, they have players to do that. You have Forsaken, you have Jing, and when it's out, you know, they have that backline to help you out. But compared to Southfield, where in terms of regional success, we notice players like Chulo, we notice players like Flippy, and while Aziz and Ja have been incredible, especially on the local side, it can pop off. There's not really that kind of those superstars that you compare to the side of Paper Rex. And, you know, basically, it does feel like it's a game of duelist difference if you want to put it in simpler terms, but in reality, it's just how this game was manipulated by Paper Rex. And when it came to split, you have to be forceful if you want either the utility game or the duelist game. And it was Paper Rex all throughout there screaming, we're fighting, we're dueling.
Yeah, exactly what Dax said. Nah, I was just kidding. But it was actually also for map number 2 and honestly for map number 1 as well. There were many times that Bankai took and actually held down the fort for the entire team. If I'm not mistaken, for game number 1, it was almost as if 3 or 4 rounds that Bankai was actually able to clutch for the rest of the team of Paper Rex. And I just want to say Bankai is the man. You can really rely on this teammate for the side of Paper Rex. And it just seems like the timing of SBE is also actually off.
They are. I mean, Southfield, we have known them to be the kings of the underworld, but with a wolf waiting already in their lower brackets, this seems to be such a challenging run.
Very much challenging. So, and as we look and head into the brackets, we are going to be able to see what are the matches. I think it's actually a very, very good matchup coming in tomorrow. This is going to be very exciting for our knockout stage. And of course, obviously for day 1, we are looking at the teams. Full Sense, clean 2-0 against Persija. Bleed as well won against MiTH. Now they're facing off each other tomorrow. And Boom Esports lost to XERXIA. Obviously, they move in to the next stage. And Paper Rex with a clean 2-0. So tomorrow is going to be Paper Rex and XERXIA, Full Sense, and Bleed Esports. Raph, what are you excited about to see on the matchup tomorrow?
I'm still scanning over this. What?
You got this. Look at the bottom. I'm gonna interject here. Look at the bottom matchup.
I was actually just looking at that.
That's exactly it. First, Esports, come on. That's
upper bracket first, guys. Save the best for last.
Okay.
You know, save the best for last.
Fair. Me and Dax, we get a little too excited sometimes. We like to jump the gun, so to speak. But this Paper Rex versus XERXIA one, I am very much interested in that one.
Paper Rex and XERXIA. How about you, Dax?
I'm looking at it right now. I've been thinking Bleed Esports versus Full Sense. The interesting part about it is while Bleed is trying to synergize the EU APAC playstyle they're having here right now, Full Sense is just that kind of superstar team. And we've seen John Olsen absolutely online with the rest of the crew. And I think it's going to be a very big test here for Bleed. We know how Pitt is such a reliable player. He's able to just hold the line so many times. But against someone like, you know, Full Sense, a team that really goes in your face, it's going to be such an interesting test for the experiment that is Bleed Esports.
Okay, for the most exciting part now, I know that you guys are excited. What are the matchups that you are looking forward in the lower bracket? This is a make or break situations for the rest of the teams on the lower bracket stage. Let's go ahead with you, Raph, first.
I mean, did I ever expect Boom Esports to be in the lower bracket this
No.
early? No, absolutely not. In fact, I don't really expect any of these teams to be in the lower bracket, no matter where you put them, right? But yeah, once again, South Built, they are our flag bearers, the last great hope, and I feel like they really take that to heart. Boom Esports, now we are finally seeing them battle it out of adversity. We've never really seen them struggle up until this point. So once again, two greats are gonna clash. One is gonna remain on top, and well, obviously we have to bid farewell to the other.
I mean, I kind of did, because for me, Paper XERXIA might be the upcoming grand finals, and we'll get a taste of it in the upper bracket. But on the other side here in the lower bracket, it's just the two squads trying to prove themselves here against some of the more big dogs that you have around us. Persija Esports, the story really to make it this far versus Made in Thailand. Again, illustrious org. It's just two illustrious orgs basically giving a chance to a roster that deserves it, and that's what you want to see here in APAC. Chances given to push forward and move forward into the rest of the region and maybe even the world stage.
This is going to be an exciting next following days. Like Dax said, we think that we are having already a taste of the grand finals with Full Sense, or rather with XERXIA. And of course, with that, we are going to be seeing them tomorrow. So let's see who will actually take the win or take the W on tomorrow's matches. But for tonight, it's finally over and done with all the series that we actually take a look at. So without further ado, it's finally time to say goodbye. Tomorrow's another day for us, guys. Thank you so much for being with us here in VCT Asia Pacific. And tomorrow is the same time, 11:30 for our broadcast days. And for this time, for the meantime right now, we have to say goodnight and goodbye to you. My name is Taylor. In behalf of my panelists right here, my twin Raph and Dax, thank you and good night.
Party's over.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
My double standing.
Clutch. Spike planted.